Upon awakening, Meng found himself transformed into an infant, alone amidst a frigid expanse of snow. However, this infant was rather extraordinary, adorned with a crystal monocle over his right eye. He had metamorphosed into a young deity. In this Marvel universe, where the impoverished rely on mutations and the affluent on technology, the protagonist, Amon, was adopted by the Steel family, blessed with a charming sister and a dependable brother, living a serene life devoid of strife. One day, Professor X visited their farm, extending an invitation for the trio of siblings to join the school for gifted youngsters. With Amon's involvement, the fate of mutants began to shift. The title of God of Mutants would no longer belong to Apocalypse, but to him, Amon. Chapter 1 Amon. On December 26, 1991, in the Siberian plains, a robust youth traversed the snowy landscape when suddenly, a brilliant light flashed across his face. He stumbled back, a circular spot of illumination casting upon him. Peter Rasputin gazed towards the source of the radiance, spotting an infant nestled in the snow. He hurried over, scooping the child from the icy ground, scrutinizing the peculiar little one, who wore a crystal monocle and clutched a strange, cold mask. Without lingering too long, Peter quickly checked the infant's vitals and swiftly removed his coat to wrap the baby, preventing hypothermia. He dashed back home, pondering, what manner of parents would abandon an infant in the snow? I shall inquire with my parents upon returning. Upon reaching the farm, Peter called out to his parents, "Father, Mother, I found a baby." His father, Nikolai Rasputin, emerged from the house, astonished at the sight of his son cradling the infant. "Oh, Alexandra, come quickly. Our son has brought home a baby." A woman rushed out, accepting the child from Peter's arms. "Peter, where did you find him?" Peter scratched his head, replying, "Not far from the village in the snow. He had only a monocle and a mask, not even clothes." The woman examined the infant in her arms. "How pitiful, abandoned in the snow. Oh, Nikolai, look, he wears a monocle. How strange. Who would put such a thing on a baby?" As she spoke, she removed the monocle from the infant's face, inspecting it closely. "Indeed, quite peculiar," Nikolai said, taking the mask from the baby's hand for a closer look. "This could very well be a token from his parents, but given the current situation, it's unlikely we'll locate his family." "Father, Mother, look. He has opened his eyes," Peter exclaimed, noticing the infant stirring in his mother's embrace. "He truly has awakened. What beautiful eyes he possesses." "It's as if they conceal a starry sky," remarked Peter. The infant's eyes were indeed extraordinary, appearing to hold layers of ethereal gateways, reminiscent of a vast cosmos. The woman turned to her husband. "Nikolai, let us adopt him. He would be a fine companion for little Ileana." "Certainly, if we were to hand him over to the authorities, given the present circumstances, who knows what might occur? He may not survive for long," Nikolai replied. Peter cheered. "I have a little brother now." "What should we name him?" The woman, Alexandra, inquired of her husband and son. "Amon, let us call him Amon Rasputin," Nikolai suggested. "What does that name signify?" Peter asked curiously. "Amon, the Egyptian sun god, may he bring light to this land as he grows," Nikolai explained. "Then Amon it shall be, little Amon." Alexandra concurred with her husband's choice. The couple placed Amon in a crib in their bedroom, where their newborn daughter, Ileana Rasputin, also rested. Unbeknownst to them, the monocle and mask, intended as keepsakes for future attempts to locate Amon's family, had unknowingly returned to him. As the infant Amon gazed at the ceiling and the neighboring baby girl, he felt as if he were trapped in a dream, yet the vividness of his experience assured him it was no mere fantasy. He had traversed realms, reborn as an infant. He recalled that prior to this transformation, he had been awake in his dormitory, engrossed in a novel, finally concluding a story he had followed for over a year. Discontent with the character's journey of fate, he had succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he felt a chill, initially attributing it to an open window. Upon awakening, he was met with several faces peering at him. It took him a moment to realize he had indeed crossed into another world and had become an infant, albeit one with peculiar attributes. Clutching the monocle and the odd mask, Meng's thoughts swirled in confusion. They named me Amon, and what of this monocle and mask? Have I transformed into Amon or a deity? This place does not resemble the world of the mystery lord. They speak what seems to be Russian, yet I comprehend their words. Perhaps due to his transformation into an infant or the chaos in his mind, Meng now Amon closed his eyes, succumbing to slumber once more. 6 years later, a young boy sat beneath a tree, admiring the snowy landscape. Amon, who had now spent 6 years in this realm. 6 years in this world, and life is rather pleasant. I have parents, a brother, and a sister, unlike my previous existence as an orphan. If only this were not the Marvel Universe. I wonder what level my powers hold in this reality. Throughout these 6 years, Amon had begun to grasp his abilities. He resembled a low-tier mystery lord. The monocle and mask he possessed were unique to him, representing error and fool, while the uniqueness of Gate resided in his eyes. As for the pivotal source fortress, Amon had yet to uncover its whereabouts. Perhaps it had not accompanied him upon his arrival, or maybe some entity within Marvel had concealed it. It was also possible that Amon was simply too weak to sense it at present, although this last notion seemed unlikely. At 6 years old, Amon could awkwardly harness the extraordinary abilities of Error, Fool, and Gate. He was still quite young, and perhaps in a few years, he would grow powerful like the protagonist Amon from the novel. As for how Amon discerned that he was indeed in the Marvel Universe, it was straightforward. The family that adopted him was the Steel family from the X-Men. With Peter Rasputin, it would become the future Colossus, being the one who rescued him from the snow. At this time, Peter was merely a youthful artist, full of aspirations. His sister was none other than the well-known Hell Lord, Illyana Rasputin, who was still just a little girl. Amon's eyes flickered as he noticed a snowball hurtling towards him. Rather than evade it, he allowed the snowball to burst upon his head. "Ha ha, silly Amon. You can't even dodge a snowball." A blonde girl nearby laughed heartily at him. Amon brushed the snow from his head, scooped up some snow from the ground, and fashioned it into a snowball, declaring to the girl, "Heh, little Illyana, it seems I must teach you a lesson to show you who the true boss is." "Haha, the boss is obviously me. I am the older sister," she retorted. "I disagree, I am older than you, you are the younger sister." "Incorrect. I arrived first, you came later, so I am the older sister." A snowball struck Liliana's head, followed by Amon's laughter. "Haha, Liliana, your words hold no weight." The little girl quickly scooped up a handful of snow, shaped it into a snowball, and hurled it at Amon, declaring, "The winner gets to be the older sibling." "I am the elder brother," Amon replied, and thus commenced their playful snowball fight. Yet, how could a mere girl ever triumph over Amon? Chapter 2, Awakening. "Illyana, Amon, it is time to return." Peter called out to the two frolicking in the snow. "Okay," Amon responded loudly, then threw a large clump of snow onto Liliana. "Hey, Liliana, you've lost this round, call me brother." The girl stood up, shaking the snow off her clothes, and defiantly retorted, "Humph, I'm done playing. It's time to go home, this round doesn't count, well, compete again later." It's always the same outcome." Displeased, the girl ignored Amon and dashed towards Peter, with Amon hastily following. Upon returning to the farmhouse, Amon sensed an unsettling atmosphere within. Nikolai sat on the sofa, his expression vacant, while Alexandra wept in his embrace. Noticing the disarray, Peter anxiously inquired, "Father, what has happened?" He did not question his tearful mother, but addressed his father, the family's steadfast pillar. "Pio, Mikhail has perished during a mission." Nikolai sorrowfully revealed the grim news. Momentarily stunned, Peter found it hard to believe. How could this be? My brother is so capable, he is an esteemed astronaut, how could he meet with misfortune? "This notice was delivered by government officials," Nikolai said, handing Peter an envelope. Peter eagerly took it and quickly read its contents. The letter fell from his hands, disbelief etched across his face. "How can this be? I refuse to believe it," Peter exclaimed, bolting out the door. "Wait, Pio, you're being reckless." Nikolai sprang to his feet, intent on chasing after him. He glanced back at Amon and said, "Amon, Illyana, take care of your mother, I will check on your brother." With that, he left the room in pursuit of Peter. Amon picked up the letter from the floor and read it intently. The letter summarized that Mikhail and his team had gone missing during a space mission under unknown circumstances. Despite various attempts, they could not establish contact, and it was ultimately declared that Mikhail and his crew were presumed lost, with specific details withheld due to national confidentiality. Amon felt a tight embrace around his arm. It was Liliana, her eyes glistening with tears as she asked, "Amon, is it true that my brother is really gone?" The government's letter only states they have lost contact with him. It does not confirm his death. It is possible that he is trapped somewhere, unable to communicate with the outside world. "Is that true?" Liliana wiped her tears and inquired. "Yes, indeed. Brother will be fine," Amon reassured her. Their mother, having overheard Amon's words, understood the slim likelihood of hope, yet as a mother, she clung to that last glimmer. She approached Amon and Liliana, enveloping them in her arms, and murmured, "Mikhail will be all right, he will be all right." After leaving the house, Peter ran wildly, uncertain of where to go, just wanting to escape and be alone. His brother Mikhail had always been Peter's idol, excelling academically from a young age, entering military school, joining the army, and eventually becoming an astronaut. For a long time, Peter's dream had been to follow in his brother's footsteps. Unbeknownst to him, as he sprinted, his body began to swell, a metallic sheen emerging on the surface, gradually transforming him into a silver iron figure. He arrived beneath the withered tree where Amon had leaned earlier, intending to unleash his frustrations with a few punches. With a powerful blow, the tree shattered before him. What is happening to me? Peter gazed at his hands in bewilderment, seeing them transformed into metallic appendages. Pio, is that you? His father's voice called from behind. Peter, at a loss, asked, Father, what is happening to me? Nikolai was equally astonished, but forced himself to remain composed. Pio, we must return home. You cannot be seen like this. Can you revert to your former self? Nikolai was aware of mutants, having frequently seen references to them in news reports, particularly men who could manipulate metal, yet he never imagined his own child would be one. I don't know, I can't do it, Peter said, staring blankly at his hands. Come on, let's hurry home. Nikolai strained to pull Peter towards the farm regardless of his son's transformation. He could not abandon him. As they neared the farm, Nikolai felt the resistance lessen and turned to see his son had returned to normal. Pio, you're back to your old self. Peter raised his right hand, realizing it had regained its flesh tone, no longer resembling metal. It seems so. Thank goodness, let's go home. We cannot cause your mother more distress. She has just lost your brother, and we must shield her from further shock. Mother Peter recalled the look of exhaustion on her face when he first entered the house. I won't let her worry, Peter vowed earnestly. Amon consoled his sister and mother while pondering how to investigate the circumstances surrounding his brother Mikhail's fate. Though Mikhail was not his biological brother, he had treated Amon with great kindness. Amon had encountered his stepbrother thrice, the first when he was 1 year old, when Mikhail, upon learning Amon was adopted, had used his connections within the government to seek out Amon's biological family, only to find nothing. This was inevitable. Although Amon had yet to comprehend the nature of his journey, he was certain his body did not belong to this world. If indeed there were blood relatives in this realm, with Amon's current abilities, he would surely locate them. However, despite various means, including divination and glimpsing fate, he had found no trace, affirming that he was not of this land. The second encounter took place when Amon was 3, and the most recent was the previous year, when Mikhail had brought numerous gifts for Amon and Liliana and played games with them. Though Amon felt somewhat awkward engaging in childish games, perhaps because his body was still that of a child, he relished the joy of playing with Liliana. As Amon mused over these tangled thoughts, Nikolai and Peter returned, and Amon squinted his eyes, noticing a significant change in Peter. This is an awakening of abilities, Amon concluded inwardly. The family sat in the living room, enveloped in silence, until Nikolai finally spoke. Tomorrow, I shall visit the relevant government departments to ascertain the details surrounding Mikhail's unfortunate incident. We cannot accept national security as a mere excuse. Father, I want to accompany you, Peter chimed in. Nikolai gazed into his son's eyes, which reflected unwavering determination. Very well, you shall accompany me. Nicola initially intended to decline, for Peter was a mutant, and should his true nature be revealed to others, it would undoubtedly result in countless troubles. However, Peter's unwavering gaze profoundly moved him. Their family farm lay over 300 kilometers from the nearby city of Irkutsk. Nicola owned a pickup truck, and a round trip would take no less than 12 hours should the road conditions be particularly poor. The journey would be extended even further. Given that it was winter, the harshness of the Siberian plains during this season is well known. Therefore, this excursion would require at least 3 to 4 days for a return. Having each other's company would provide some measure of support. Chapter 4. Amon's lunar exploration. That evening, in Amon's room, which he shared with Liliana, 2 beds occupied the space. As Amon lay on his bed, he abruptly opened his eyes, witnessing a fleeting glimpse of layered doors in his vision. He pinched the single lens that appeared over his right eye and gazed toward Liliana's bed. Something was amiss. There was an attempt to transport Liliana away. Amon swiftly rolled out of bed and approached Liliana's side. Though she remained asleep, her expression was one of terror, as if she were ensnared in a nightmare. Her body flickering with a faint blue light. Amon breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that she was beside him, allowing him to intervene before the transportation could succeed. Otherwise, Liliana would have vanished. Liliana, wake up, don't sleep, Amon urged, gently shaking her. Startled, Liliana awoke, her eyes wide with panic as she scanned her surroundings. Spotting Amon by her bedside, she leapt into his arms, her voice trembling. Amon, a demon is grabbing me. It's large, hideous, and engulfed in flames. I'm terrified. Fear not, for I am here. It cannot seize you, Amon reassured her, his his single lens glowing softly as he contemplated the situation. Through his decoding, he discerned that the forces at play originated from another dimension, likely the work of Belasco, the lord of the hellish borders. Belasco, the ruler of the otherworldly hellish realm, had previously abducted Liliana during her childhood, seeking to harness her mutant abilities to exert control over the infernal territory. Ultimately, she had triumphed over him, reclaiming the domain as her own. Now, Liliana, cease your tears. I have something for you. With it, you need not fear the demon any longer. With that, Amon magically reached into his own being, retrieving a peculiar, translucent key. With a smile, he placed the strange key into Liliana's hands, speaking softly, "As long as you carry this, the demon will pose no threat. Your brother will protect you." Amon then took a cord, threaded the key through it, and hung it around Liliana's neck. "Thank you, Amon," Liliana exclaimed, feeling a sense of relief wash over her as the fear diminished. "But I'm still the older sister." Amon chuckled, choosing not to contest her assertion. The key he bestowed upon Liliana was an extraordinary trait from the pathway of the door, Sequence 3, which would render her nearly impervious to spatial powers and alleviate her concerns about being captured by Belasco. Furthermore, with Amon as her protector, the negative effects of this extraordinary trait were virtually non-existent. Amon had long realized that, aside from the uniqueness of the error, fool, and door, his being harbored a multitude of extraordinary traits from these three pathways, particularly those below Sequence 2, the level of angels. While these abundant, extraordinary traits provided a slight enhancement to Amon's abilities, their extraction would have little to no impact on him, given that they did not reach the angelic tier. "Now let us rest," he concluded. "Amon, you should also rest," the young girl said to Amon before returning to her bed and slipping back into slumber. Amon approached the window and observed a pigeon perched on a tree in the yard. This resilient bird, capable of enduring even the harsh winters of Siberia, does not require migration to the south. Amon pinched the single lens of his glasses perched on his right eye, and in a peculiar twist of fate, the pigeon also conjured a similar lens from the void, adorning it on its right eye. It flapped its wings twice and soared towards the direction of the Russian Federal Space Agency. While an ordinary pigeon would take at least 3 days to reach the agency, this one traversed over 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye, as if the very space ahead had been stolen and compressed. At this pace, it would reach its destination in mere minutes. "I am curious to uncover what the government is concealing," Amon mused, before returning to his bed to continue his slumber. Outside the window, the pigeon, utilizing Amon's parasitic abilities, had become a mere extension of him, now en route to the Russian Federal Space Agency. Under Amon's control, Pigeon Amon not only possessed the ability of the error pathway, but also the capabilities of the Fool and Gate pathways, showcasing a comprehensive development. Upon arriving at the agency, Pigeon Amon casually sought out a guard to extract memories, thus gaining insight into the agency's layout and heading towards the command room. Arriving outside, the building housing the command center, Pigeon Amon assessed the surroundings before phasing through the walls. Utilizing simple illusions, the staff within remained oblivious to Pigeon Amon's presence. Locating an individual who appeared to hold the highest rank, Pigeon Amon directly accessed his memories and swiftly uncovered information pertinent to Mikhail. The clandestine moon trajectory project aimed at exploring the far side of the moon, the disappearance of a spacecraft, and the vanishing of 4 astronauts, along with the resurgence of Hydra, all classified as top secrets. "What a nuisance. They have even ventured to the moon, and it involves Hydra too," Pigeon Amon muttered. Yet, this situation was indeed perplexing. In the Marvel Universe, Russia's space capabilities far exceed those of the real world, even surpassing the technology available before Amon's traversal. It was unlikely that the disappearance resulted from technological failures, suggesting human intervention. To err on the side of caution, Pigeon Amon parasitically embedded a minor temporal insect within a senior official of the agency, although due to a lack of extraordinary traits, the resulting extension only reached a weak sequence level 4. Having acquired all the necessary information, Pigeon Amon departed from the agency. He gazed upward at the sky, where the luminous full moon reflected upon the single lens of his glasses, revealing layers of intricate door patterns within. Utilizing the abilities of the Wanderer, Pigeon Amon departed Earth, instantaneously arriving on the moon. Thus commenced the lunar exploration journey. Pigeon Amon jested. "Farewell, father, brother. Until we meet again. Stay safe, Nikolai, Pyotr." Early in the morning, Alexandra bid farewell to Nicola and Peter, who were setting off for Irkutsk to inquire about Mikhail's circumstances, specifically seeking to ascertain the nature of the mission that led to his unfortunate incident. After the father and son departed in their vehicle, a gray dove silently followed them, adorned with a monocle over its right eye. To prevent any unforeseen events, Amon dispatched a clone to trail behind, as Peter had awakened his mutant abilities and was prone to exposure, which could lead to complications. Currently, relations between mutants and governments worldwide were exceedingly strained. Whenever the opportunity arose, authorities would apprehend mutants under the pretext of terrorism, particularly those who were isolated. Should Peter reveal his metallic form in public, the Russian government would undoubtedly take action, a scenario Amon was keen to avoid as it would be immensely troublesome to resolve. In Amon and Liliana's room, Amon was earnestly advising Liliana. Liliana, do not speak of last night's events to anyone. Grasping the key necklace around her neck, Liliana retorted, Not even to Mom, Dad, or my older brother. Absolutely not. No one must know. It is our secret. A secret between us two. I shall guard our secret diligently. Liliana's eyes sparkled as she responded with excitement. Chapter 5. Decepticons and overlords outside the Irkutsk Military Aerospace Administration. Peter and Nicola were ushered out by soldiers. Sir, this pertains to military secrets and national security. We kindly ask you to leave and refrain from returning. Peter was incensed since their entry. They had been stalled with various excuses, claiming the need for multiple approvals. After waiting for over a day, a rotund officer informed them that the matter was classified and detrimental to national security, dismissing them once more. How can you treat us this way? Since our arrival yesterday, you have continuously delayed us, and now you refuse to provide any explanation and wish to expel us. My brother is an esteemed astronaut, a hero of this nation, and this is how you treat him? I will take legal action against you. Peter's voice echoed through the street, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Peter, stop, Nicola urged, restraining his son, who appeared ready to confront the officer behind the soldiers. Sir, watch your language, the portly officer replied coldly, turning his back to re-enter the administration building. The officer's dismissive demeanor and his brother's plight ignited Peter's fury, causing his metallic skin to manifest uncontrollably, transforming him into a figure of metal in the blink of an eye. Upon witnessing this, Nicola swiftly removed his coat in an attempt to cover Peter's exposed metallic form, though it was evident that his enhanced physique rendered the garment insufficient. It's a mutant. The crowd, initially merely curious, now recognized Peter's transformation, with some gasping and retreating, while others eagerly captured the moment on their phones. To the citizens, mutants symbolize disaster and trouble. Their aversion towards them has escalated to a point where they are openly hunted. Soldiers stationed outside the bureau observed Peter's peculiar condition and raised their weapons, poised to attack. Nixon quickly positioned himself between Peter and the soldiers, exclaiming, Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. We shall depart at once. However, the soldiers did not lower their guard due to Nixon's intervention. An officer emerged once more, gestured to the soldiers behind him, and they immediately surrounded the two. More soldiers rushed out from the Military Aerospace Bureau, encircling Peter and Nixon. What shall we do, Father? Peter exclaimed in panic, never having encountered such a scenario, with multiple soldiers aiming their guns at him. Stay calm, do not speak. Leave it to me. Nikolai urged himself to regain composure. Nearby, from a window, the gray dove Amon's sighed. Trouble has indeed ensued. It seems I must intervene personally. I must swiftly retrieve Mikhail. The single lens of Amon's right eye gleamed, and in that moment, all memories of the recent events were stolen from everyone nearby, along with photos captured on phones and videos uploaded to the internet. Another flash of light flickered from the single lens as Amon siphoned Peter's mutant ability, ensuring that for the next 48 hours, Peter would be devoid of his steel transformation powers. In a shimmer of starlight, Peter and Nikolai found themselves back in the pickup truck, both bewildered and unaware of how they returned to the vehicle. The onlookers outside the bureau stood momentarily dazed, then fell into a state of confusion, oblivious to their own presence and actions. Remarkable. Peter's mutant ability is not merely the transformation into metal. It is also connected to other dimensions. Truly, siblings are exceptional. After extracting Peter's powers, Amon conducted a brief analysis and discovered something unusual. He had always assumed Steelman's ability was simply to transform his body into steel, but upon further examination, He realized the essence of the power involved summoning special metallic atoms from other dimensions to exchange with his own, thus achieving the metallic effect. What peculiarities lie within the Rasputin family's genes that allow such a connection to other realms? Inside the pickup, Peter, feeling despondent, turned to his father. What should we do now? Should we continue to inquire? Nikolai took a deep breath, starting the engine. No, we must have been rescued. I learned from the news that some mutants possess the ability to teleport. It is likely that a mutant with spatial powers saved us. Let us return. We shall find no answers here. Peter clenched and then released his fists, murmuring, "All right." On the moon, a man adorned with a pointed soft hat and dressed in a classical robe ambled across the lunar surface. His pace slow, yet each step covered a significant distance. The man before us is none other than a manifestation of Amon, for a demigod of the third sequence from the Xavier family, altering one's appearance and physique. Transforming from beast to human is an effortless endeavor. This ensemble, reminiscent of the deity of deception, aligns perfectly with Amon's aesthetic, thus he donned it. As he traversed the desolate surface of the moon, Amon's avatar adjusted the monocle perched upon his right eye, sensing something beneath his feet. With a simple incantation for a gust of wind, the soil beneath him was swiftly swept away, revealing a towering metallic robot several meters high. To his astonishment, there were traces of a spiritual essence. Could this be a form of intelligent life? Perhaps the fabled silicon-based life? As Amon murmured to himself, he extended his right hand forward, seizing a glowing energy block. Intriguingly, this was a Decepticon. In this universe, aside from Marvel, there are also Transformers. With a downward motion of his right hand, a fierce gale erupted on the lunar surface, unveiling countless metallic robots. All were Decepticons. Perhaps he might find an Autobot to pilot later. Paying little heed to the scattered Decepticons, Amon felt no threat from these Cybertronians. He had an inkling that the cause of Mikhail's disappearance lay ahead. Through continuous theft and compression of space, Amon's avatar swiftly approached a colossal spacecraft, albeit one severely damaged beyond recognition. Entering the immense vessel, he noted the extensive destruction within. He arrived at a section covered by lunar soil, brushing aside the dust to reveal another massive metallic head. Could it be the celestial adversary? Continuing his exploration, Amon's avatar discovered a multitude of energy pillars in the vicinity of the spacecraft. These pillars, a product of Cybertron, could be utilized to activate a space bridge, representing a formidable spatial apparatus. Amon's eyes glazed over as a series of scenes unfolded before him, revealing the past of this area. The replay from the present to the past showcased an unchanging, desolate landscape until a month prior when a transformation occurred. Four astronauts arrived on this lunar terrain, identifiable by the flag on their spacesuits as Russian cosmonauts. Leading them was Amon's younger brother, Mikhail. They initially explored the dilapidated colossal spacecraft before venturing into the surrounding area, reaching the edge of the region where Amon's avatar stood. They too discovered the energy pillars, and during their investigation, for reasons unknown, they inadvertently activated the pillars. A flash of blue light enveloped them, and all four astronauts, including Amon's younger brother, vanished. Chapter 6. The dimension of toys stimulated by the energy from the pillars. Mikhail's mutant abilities were awakened, which in turn triggered the energy pillars, initiating a spatial transmission. How troublesome. Amon's avatar kicked the energy pillar beside him. Countless overlapping doors manifested in Amon's avatar's vision, and the spatial energy responsible for Mikhail and the other's disappearance reemerged. Amon's avatar plunged his hand into the blue energy, and in an instant, he vanished from sight. In the chaotic expanse, guided by the inspiration that led him, Amon's avatar extended both hands forward and tugged, causing a rift in space to materialize, through which he leapt directly. Within the pocket dimension, a ghostly indigo fissure emerged, from which a pair of hands extricated themselves, grasping the edges of the rift and pulling outward, allowing Amon's avatar to emerge. As soon as he entered, his form began to undergo a transformation. His fingers thickened and took on a more fabric-like quality as he began to metamorphose into a doll. Shaking his right hand, tiny fleshy protrusions appeared at the site of the transformation, only to revert back to their normal state in an instant. This dimension assimilated everything that entered, rendering them into doll-like entities, indicating that the beings here had no need for sustenance, as dolls do not require nourishment. Endless radiance flickered in Amon's avatar's eyes and monocle as he analyzed the dimension and gained a preliminary understanding. This realm bore no relation to the energy columns of the Cybertronians. Rather, the energy columns merely awakened Mikhail's mutant abilities, which were the primary reason Mikhail and his companions found themselves here. Indeed, Amon concluded in his heart, the mutant abilities of the Rasputin lineage were intrinsically linked to the dimensions. Suddenly, the entire pocket dimension began to tremble, the ground tearing apart like building blocks and collapsing, from which a colossal dragon resembling an assemblage of blocks emerged. Upon its arrival, the block dragon fixated on Amon's avatar, unleashing a vibrant, cartoonish flame towards him. Discovered by the master. It was my lack of effort to conceal my aura upon entry and my defiance of the dimension's rules. If I could still be detected after that, the ruler of this realm would be utterly inept. In a flash of starlight, Amon evaded the spewed dragon flame, which struck the ground where he had stood, transforming it into a mosaic of colorful crystals. One intriguing method of attack. Amon's avatar regarded the crystallized ground with interest. The intellect of the block dragon appeared limited, as it made no attempt to communicate with Amon's avatar, instead continuing to unleash its fiery breath. Amon's response was straightforward. With a grasp of his right hand, he siphoned away all of the block dragon's assaults. As Amon playfully toyed with the block dragon, an overwhelming sense of pressure suddenly enveloped him. The world seemed to come alive, folding and contracting until it completely encased his avatar, shrinking the space around him into a crystalline cylinder the size of a shipping container. Suddenly, shapes resembling doors appeared on the surface of the crystal, and Amon's avatar stepped forth from one. The master is approaching, and it seems he is not one to be trifled with. Time to slip away. With that, Amon's avatar transformed into a scattering of starlight and vanished. From this brief encounter, Amon's avatar deduced that the strength of this dimension's master was at least at the angelic level, leaving little hope for a direct confrontation. He would need to summon his true self, thus opting to employ the abilities of the hidden realm to cloak himself. He planned to locate Mikhail and lead him away directly, avoiding any direct conflict with the ruler of this dimension. In a realm where clandestine power resides, the avatar of Amon remains elusive, even to the sovereign of dimensions. Within a pocket dimension lies a city constructed of building blocks, populated by numerous toys reminiscent of those found on Earth. At the heart of the city stands a colossal arena, reminiscent of the Roman Colosseum, where the transformed avatar of Amon occupies a seat among the throng of toys, engrossed in the spectacle below. In the arena, a toy robot has just torn a cowboy-clad doll in half, cotton scattering in all directions, eliciting fervent cheers from the assembled toys. The avatar of Amon joins in the applause, reveling in the excitement. At the center of the audience, a regal figure adorned with a crown sits upon a grand throne. Amon is certain that this crown doll is the master of this dimension. Remarkably, the torn doll remains animated, its head still functional as it gathers its scattered cotton, poised to mend itself, albeit with diminished aesthetics. The avatar muses, recalling the Colosseum of the High Sovereign on Sakar, sharing a similar penchant for such spectacles. Yet, Amon's purpose in this place is not mere entertainment. He has divined that his elder brother, Mikhail, is present, though he had not anticipated the dimension's ruler to be here as well. This complicates matters significantly. In the absence of the dimension's master, Amon could have effortlessly whisked Mikhail away, but now, under the watchful gaze of the sovereign, he must tread cautiously. Suddenly, gasps erupt from the audience as Amon squints, his attention drawn to the stage. After the cowboy doll is removed, four astronaut dolls take the spotlight, resembling Buzz Lightyear from Toy Story, though their appearance is tragically battered. Two are missing limbs, while the others bear visible signs of repair from prior skirmishes. Amon's heart races. He has found his brother. The four astronaut dolls currently in the arena are none other than Mikhail and his companions, captured and brought here to serve as gladiators. At the entrance, a guard doll suddenly freezes, producing a monocle to affix to his right eye. He is one of Amon's secret agents. The intelligence of these toy beings appears akin to that of a 10-year-old child, including the toy robot, now facing Mikhail and his trained astronaut companions, who easily vanquish it. As the four make their way back to the entrance, one astronaut removes his glass helmet, lamenting, "When will this wretched day come to an end? My right arm was broken in the last battle, and now I must have it repaired once more. Mikhail, the leader of the quartet, spoke up to offer solace. Pavel, there will be a way out. I have inquired thoroughly, and it appears that the celebrated gladiators possess the autonomy to choose their fate in the arena. I believe it won't be long before we can depart from this arena. Leave this toy world, Pavel murmured. With those words, a heavy silence enveloped the four of them. Ever since their arrival in this toy world a month ago, they had exhausted every possible means, yet found no glimmer of hope for escape. Chapter 7. Departure. Hello, do you wish to leave? I can assist. Just as the four were re-entering the beast arena through the entrance, the guard's playful voice echoed in their ears. They abruptly turned to face the guard puppet, their gazes akin to famished wolves spotting their prey. What did you say? Mikhail pressed down on his excited companion and asked in a hushed tone. The guard puppet beamed a radiant smile and replied, I can lead you out of this world. Really? This time, even the most composed Mikhail could not contain his emotions. The longing to escape this toy realm was overwhelming. Absolutely. The guard puppet's voice took on a magnetic quality as its form began to undulate and transform into a figure adorned with a pointed soft cap and dressed in a classical robe, complete with a single crystal lens over one eye, an avatar of Amon. He bore the appearance of a normal human rather than that of a puppet. The guard puppet and Amon's avatar exchanged places, and now it was the guard puppet observing the gladiatorial combat from the audience. This was the ability of the Fool Pathway. Sequence 4, Trickster, allowing for the exchange of positions between puppets within a certain range, rendering the puppet as the true essence. Those who wish to leave, come closer. Amon's avatar beckoned. Upon seeing this normal human form, tears nearly welled in the eyes of the quartet. Since their arrival in this world and transformation into these toy bodies, they had not encountered another human. As they approached Amon's avatar, starlight flickered around them, followed by a wave of dizziness. When they regained their senses, they found themselves in a desolate expanse, devoid of any puppets. The four astronauts quickly recovered from their disorientation. Mikhail, ever the leader, turned to the avatar of Amon, who was adjusting his monocle. Are you a mutant? To my knowledge, only mutants possess such capabilities. Guess. Amon's avatar replied in a teasing tone. Mikhail was rendered speechless. Suddenly, he observed the enigmatic figure who had rescued them from the arena, forming rapid hand seals that he could not comprehend. Before them appeared a grand doorway, crafted from countless twinkling stars. Quickly, leap into the Stargate. Thereafter, you shall return to the real universe. We can discuss everything else later. Amon's avatar urged, his tone growing noticeably urgent as he pushed his right hand forward, causing the surroundings to fall into a serene quietude, as if they were isolated from the world. The once magnificent Colosseum has now entirely transformed into crystalline splendor, with both its architecture and the figurines within having metamorphosed into exquisite crystal. The crown figurine traverses the crystalline arena, seeking the presence of intruders. It is the otherworldly invader from a different dimension, who has fled with four individuals from the realm of reality. Suddenly, the crown figurine senses something and gazes towards the distant desert. There, after a whispered utterance, the crown figurine vanishes in an instant. In the desert for astronauts, all rigorously trained, perceive the urgency of the situation from the demeanor and tone of Amon's avatar. Without further ado, Mikhail addresses his teammates. Let us move. The remaining 3 astronauts respond swiftly, entering the Stargate with alacrity. Once all his comrades are inside, Mikhail casts a glance at Amon's avatar before stepping through the portal. In the next moment, an endless cascade of crystal descends from the heavens, transforming the entire desert into a forest of crystalline formations. The surrounding space solidifies, rendering teleportation significantly more challenging. Amon's avatar fails to evade in time and is struck directly. Bang! The crushed avatar morphs into a paper figure, while the true Amon's avatar appears atop a towering crystal, gazing at the crown figurine in the sky. Your Majesty, must the flames of fury burn so brightly? Shall we not sit and discuss how to better construct the kingdom of toys? As he speaks, Amon's avatar audaciously reaches into the void, seemingly conjuring a table from thin air, inviting the crown figurine to join him. The crown figurine disregards Amon's invitation, replying with an irate voice, Interdimensional invader. Why have you taken my toys? Amon's avatar waves his hand dismissively, chuckling, those individuals never belong to your dimension. What is wrong with returning them to their rightful realm? Those are my toys. It is not your prerogative to release them. The furious voice reverberates from the sky as an unending shower of crystalline meteors plummets down, while the ground erupts with hundreds of colossal block dragons, previously encountered by Amon's avatar, all converging to assault him. Hey, you seek assistance in your skirmish? Then do not blame me for summoning reinforcements. Amon's avatar exclaims dramatically, extending his hand toward the void as if to draw something forth. Soon a small boy, clad in a white shirt and suspenders, with slightly tousled hair, is pulled from the void by Amon's avatar. Initially dazed upon arrival, the boy quickly regains his wits. He glances back at his own avatar, who shrugs, indicating that this matter is best left to him. The boy summoned from the void is indeed the historical projection of Amon's true self, the Fool, from Sequence 3 of the Ancient Scholars. He possesses the ability to summon images from the fissures of history, whether they be of people or objects. The more detailed and authentic his understanding of the respective entities, the greater the likelihood of success and the longer the duration of the summoning. The history projection summoned by the doppelganger is guaranteed to succeed unequivocally. Generally, the historical projection of a summoned figure lacks consciousness. However, if the projection pertains to an ancient scholar, the scholar may perceive it and subsequently allow their consciousness to enter the historical projection. In the current scenario, the consciousness of Amon has entered his historical projection, assisting his doppelganger in combat. The Amon projection first raised his right hand and waved it towards the block dragon, rendering all of the block dragons motionless. With a crystal lens affixed to its right eye, they transformed into Amon's secret puppets. Amon's projection then gazed at the endless meteorites descending from the heavens. With a snap of his left fingers, the meteor swarm plummeted, yet none struck Amon's projection or his doppelganger. He skillfully diminished the probability of the meteorites hitting them, thus evading the onslaught with ease. "Who are you?" inquired the crown puppet in a grave tone from the heights, simultaneously ceasing its assault. "I am merely a child summoned to labor. If you wish to address me, you may call me the Arcane," Amon's projection replied, disregarding the crown puppet's reaction. He gestured forward, and a gateway of starlight materialized before his doppelganger. "Farewell." The doppelganger bowed to the crown puppet above and stepped through the stargate. The gateway then closed, and Amon's projection gradually dissipated. The crown puppet attempted to utilize its mastery over the pocket dimension to prevent the intruder's escape, yet for some inexplicable reason, its mind faltered momentarily. Upon regaining clarity, it found itself unwittingly ensnared in a peculiar space, where its control over dimensions was severely diminished. After wandering in this bizarre realm for 2 to 3 minutes, the crown puppet eventually discovered a means of escape, freeing itself from the uncanny space. However, by then, it was impossible to pursue Amon's trail. The Arcane, Chapter 8, The Wish upon the lunar expanse of the reality dimension, a portal composed of starlight materialized, from which 4 toy astronauts emerged. "Have we returned to the moon?" Pavel, leaning on his severed arm, asked with delight as he utilized the radio communication within his spacesuit. Mikhail glanced at the energy column beside him and shifted away from it. "We must have returned. This is the light column we encountered before traversing to that world. We should be back at our original location." The group was filled with excitement, but soon someone noticed a troubling issue. "Why are our bodies still toys? Why haven't we reverted? How am I supposed to return without being mistaken for a monster?" Mikhail also realized that his form remained that of a toy from the other realm, having been accustomed to it and initially failing to notice. He quelled his team's panic and stated, "The mysterious individual who rescued us should possess the means to restore us to our original forms. We shall await his arrival and seek his assistance." Pavel inquired urgently, "But where is he? Why has he not yet appeared?" Upon hearing this, Mikhail's expression hardened as he reprimanded, "Pavel, have you forgotten our training? One must learn to endure and remain calm." Pavel, feeling a twinge of shame, responded, "Yes, sir." Among the 4, Mikhail held the rank of major, Pavel was a captain, while the other 2 were lieutenants, with Mikhail serving as both commander and team leader. As I emerged, I noticed the enigmatic figure preparing something, and I suspected that an obstruction was preventing our departure from this realm, while he was merely stalling us. "Let's wait here for half an hour. If the adversary does not appear, we shall seek our spacecraft from the lunar landing and devise a means to communicate with the ground." They realized that beneath the guise of the doll, Their spacesuits effectively safeguarded their lives, alleviating concerns about oxygen depletion. "Are you looking for me?" A voice laced with a hint of mockery echoed from behind them. The four astronauts turned to see a star gate materializing, from which a manifestation of Amon emerged. Despite the absence of an atmosphere on the lunar surface, his voice resonated clearly in their ears. Mikhail, acting as the leader, approached Amon's manifestation and expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you for rescuing us from that world." He was confident that Amon could hear him. Pausing, he observed Amon's manifestation, unprotected and directly exposed to the vacuum of space, and inquired, "Sir, why have our bodies not reverted to their normal state, remaining in this doll-like form?" Amon adjusted his monocle and replied with a smile. "That is because your bodies were assimilated by the dimensional rules upon entering that small dimension. The rules of the reality dimension are quite accommodating, capable of embracing the regulations of your physical forms. Hence your bodies have not reverted to their original state. What must we do to restore ourselves?" Mikhail pressed further. "It is quite simple," Amon replied. "Make a wish to me. You all possess faith. Pray to me as you would to your deity." Wishing? The group exchanged glances, skepticism evident in their expressions. Yet considering the reality of their transformation into toys, the possibility of wishes coming true seemed plausible. "How should we address you?" Mikhail asked, posing a crucial question. Amon stroked his shin thoughtfully before responding. "Remember this well. My esteemed name is—" He paused for dramatic effect, then proclaimed in a resounding voice, "The sovereign of time and space, the thief of fate, the embodiment of mystery and change." The group was momentarily taken aback by the theatricality of his voice. Mikhail was the first to regain his composure and said to his teammates, "I will attempt it first." With that, Mikhail placed his hands over his chest in a gesture of prayer, murmuring, "Sovereign of time and space, thief of fate, embodiment of mystery and change, I beseech you to restore my body to its normal state." With a snap of his fingers, Amon smiled and declared, "Your wish has been granted." Mikhail's body began to transform, reverting to that of a normal human, and his spacesuit lost its plastic appearance. It truly has been restored. The remaining 3 astronauts were filled with excitement upon witnessing Mikhail's recovery, eager to wish for their own restoration. "Hey, you two who are missing arms and legs, remember to wish for your limbs to be restored. Don't say I didn't remind you." As the 3 astronauts prepared to make their wishes, Amon's avatar kindly interjected. Upon hearing Amon's reminder, the 2 astronauts were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged grateful glances with Amon's avatar. Had he not prompted them, they might not have considered wishing for the restoration of their severed limbs. "Thank you," they said, bowing to Amon. Subsequently, the remaining 3 made their wishes, and with a snap of Amon's fingers, they swiftly regained their normal appearances, their lost limbs restored. It was not Amon's avatar who granted their wishes. He merely acted as an intermediary. The true source of their restored forms lay with the original Amon on Earth. Once they exited the pocket dimension, the connection between Amon's avatar and his original self was no longer obstructed, allowing for the effortless transfer of power. Additionally, the astronauts recited Amon's revered name, establishing a bond with him. The Path of the Fool, Sequence 2 Miracle Maker, could create miracles and fulfill wishes. By routinely granting small wishes to others, one could accumulate these wishes to manifest miracles when needed. Applause erupted, seemingly without a medium, yet they could hear the sound of clapping from Amon's avatar. However, after witnessing various marvels, they were no longer astonished by this phenomenon. "Gentlemen, you now have 2 choices. 1. I can leave now, and you can find your own spaceship back to Earth. 2. I can take you back to Earth." Clearly, the latter was a more viable option. Who knew if the lunar spacecraft would still be operational? Mikhail promptly declared, "We choose the second option." The other 3 nodded in agreement. "Sir, regarding your identity, do we need to keep it confidential?" Mikhail inquired. "No need. A name is meant for praise. Why should it be concealed?" Amon's avatar adjusted his monocle and responded to Mikhail's question. "All right, now I shall send you back to Earth." With that, Amon clapped his hands, and the astronauts were enveloped in starlight before vanishing. Amon's avatar did not return to Earth. He surveyed the energy columns on the lunar surface, first retracting all of them. Then, gazing across the vast expanse of the moon, he murmured, "There are indeed many secrets on the moon." Amon's avatar continued his exploration of the lunar landscape. Inside the Russian Federal Space Agency, The lights remained bright as they busied themselves with the clandestine lunar orbit project. Suddenly, starlight began to converge, capturing everyone's attention. Enveloped in the starlight, four astronauts clad in space suits materialized. It's Colonel Mikhail. Weren't they reported missing? How did they suddenly reappear? The command room was suddenly thrown into disarray as the silver-haired commander swiftly approached a few individuals. Adjusting his monocle over his right eye, he cheerfully exclaimed, "Splendid. Our hero. Welcome back." Chapter 9. The Professor at the Amon family farm. Amon leaned against the wall, basking in the sunlight. Mikhail had returned, and the commander within the aerospace agency had taken on his own avatar, ensuring there was no need for concern regarding his safety. It would not be long before news of Mikhail's well-being reached their parents, alleviating their worries. Suddenly, a small hand emerged from the wall behind Amon, covering his eyes. Hee. Guess who I am? I guess it's little fire dragon. Amon playfully replied. Wrong. It's Liliana. The little girl, Liliana, emerged from the wall and leapt onto Amon's back. Amon, you're so boring, just lying there in the sun. Look at me, I can walk through walls now. Liliana demonstrated her newfound ability, walking towards the wall and effortlessly merging into it, only to reappear moments later. Impressive. Truly impressive. Amon clapped in admiration. I can't shake the feeling that you're not genuinely praising me. The little girl pouted, sensing that Amon's tone was more mockery than commendation. Of course, I am praising you, for you are my beloved sister. I'm your sister. Liliana instinctively retorted upon hearing the word sister. After a playful scuffle, Liliana sat beside Amon. Her spirits dampened as she quietly asked, Amon, is Big Brother really alive? Dad and second brother didn't say anything when they returned. Does that mean Big Brother has passed away? Big Brother is certainly alive. He is on his way home. I'm not a child anymore. You're just trying to comfort me, right? Not at all. I speak the truth. Amon paused and, adopting a jesting tone, added, Liliana, in truth, I am a reincarnated deity, capable of granting any wish. You may wish for Big Brother's safe return. Liliana clearly did not believe him, pouting, You a deity? I don't believe it. If you truly are a reincarnated god, then so am I. Still skeptical? Allow me to demonstrate. With that, Amon placed his hands under his chin and whispered, I wish for us to travel among the stars and witness the breathtaking night sky. As his words faded, the surroundings grew hazy, the sun vanished, and amidst the void, brilliant stars twinkled, forming a magnificent galaxy. Wow, how beautiful! Liliana exclaimed, awestruck by the sight she had never encountered before. See, I did not deceive you. Amon beamed with pride. Liliana was captivated by the scenery, responding with simple murmurs. After a while, she regained her composure, looking at Amon with eyes filled with admiration. You truly can grant wishes. I wish to make a heartfelt request. May my dear brother Mikhail return home safely. Clap! Amon exclaimed, Your wish has been granted. Your brother is now on his way home. Thank you, Amon. The young girl wiped away her tears. Now do not weep. By the way, please keep today's events a secret from Mom and Dad. They will be quite worried, and do not mention it to Peter either. And please, do not reveal your ability to walk through walls. Mikhail was seated in the vehicle en route home, contemplating the recent events that had unfolded with an air of enchantment. A mishap during a lunar exploration had left him trapped in an alternate realm for over a month, only to be rescued by what appeared to be divine beings and returned to the space agency. He had anticipated rigorous questioning due to the extraordinary nature of their experiences, involving whimsical toy worlds and mysterious entities. Yet he was met with a simple recording of events and was soon informed that all was well. Even granted a month's leave. Upon inquiring with the commander, he had been told, You have been missing for over a month. Your family has been quite distressed. It is time to return home and check on them. Pondering the peculiarities of his adventure was set aside as they neared the farm, and he found himself curious about Amon and Ileana, having not seen them in a year. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the farm, and Mikhail noticed that everyone had gathered to await his return. He had notified his family a day in advance, prompting Amon and the others to wait outside. After swiftly parking the car, Mikhail disregarded his luggage and rushed to embrace his parents, sharing a hearty bump with Peter, then turned his gaze towards the two little ones by the side. Hello, Amon, Ileana, did you miss your brother? Oof. If you disappear again, Liana won't play with you anymore. It is wonderful that brother has returned safely. Amon is so perceptive. I promise I will not vanish again. This month-long break will be spent delighting our little princess. Peter retrieved Mikhail's luggage from a vehicle and, addressing the lively group, said, "Brother, let's not linger outside. Let us head inside to reminisce. You must share with us the tales of your recent adventures." "Certainly." Meanwhile, far across the ocean in Westchester County, New York, at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Professor Charles Xavier emerged from the Cerebro chamber. Periodically, he employed the Cerebro device to locate mutants across the globe, inviting them to the academy for guidance in mastering their unique abilities. Beast Hank approached Charles from behind, assisting him with his wheelchair as they made their way outside, inquiring, "Professor, have you discovered any new mutants?" "Indeed, I have found 3, and they appear to be family, all together, though their location is rather distant. Siberia." Upon hearing this, Beast Hank asked, "Shall we extend an invitation now?" Charles waved his hand dismissively, responding, "No, let us wait until after the evening class today. It is still night, they're due to the time difference, and we must not disturb their rest." "You make a valid point," he chuckled, as expected of a meticulous professor. At Amon's family farm, it was already the next day. Mikhail had concocted an excuse for his family's concern over his absence, claiming he encountered a minor solar wind while on a mission to the moon, which had severely damaged many instruments aboard the spacecraft and led to a loss of communication with ground control. It took the astronauts considerable time to re-establish contact and return safely to Earth. Presently, little Liliana was being entertained by Mikhail, while Amon relished the rare opportunity to bask in the sun alone. Suddenly, Amon squinted, sensing an approaching presence. Upon further contemplation, he mused, such formidable mental prowess. It must be the same individual as last night. The only person on Earth with such immense psychic strength could only be the professor. Has he sensed that Peter and the others have become mutants, seeking to recruit students? Before long, a tremendous roar filled the sky as an advanced fighter jet descended, landing on the open space in front of Amon's family farm. The hatch of the aircraft opened, and Professor Charles was unceremoniously pushed out by the beast, Hank. One couldn't help but wonder how the professor managed to alight from the plane in the frigid Siberian, weather-clad only in a suit. Perhaps he had donned thermal undergarments. Upon spotting Amon, the professor gestured for Hank to wheel him over. "Child, is it your home?" he inquired, pointing to the farm behind him. Chapter 10. The Unseen Divine Indeed, sir. "If you have business, you may seek my parents directly. I shall not accompany you," Amon replied. The professor and Hank exchanged surprised glances at Amon's unexpected response. Pushing the professor, Hank asked, "Professor, is he the mutant you sensed?" The professor pressed his fingers to his temples, beginning to tune into Amon's brainwaves. "He is not the mutant I sensed yesterday. His brainwaves are different. However, they are peculiar, like..." Suddenly, the professor's voice faltered. As he delved deeper into Amon's brainwaves, a terrifying and bizarre phenomenon ensued. Charles felt his once controllable thoughts transforming. Each thought seemed to come alive, developing its own consciousness, pursuing desires contrary to his own. He sensed he was not connected to a single mind, but to the entirety of existence, the vast universe itself. A cacophony of chaotic and distorted sounds echoed within his mind, while he gleaned the profound knowledge of everything, yet comprehended nothing, retaining no memory. Abruptly, that sensation vanished, severing his connection to Amon's brainwaves. With a sharp intake of breath, Charles straightened his posture, and had it not been for his paralysis, he might have risen from his wheelchair. The world continued to hum. As Charles wiped his nose with his hand and glanced down to see the vivid crimson of blood, the beast Hank had evidently noticed the professor's unusual state and inquired, "Professor, what has happened to you?" Charles retrieved a handkerchief and cleaned the blood, responding, "It's nothing." Hank furrowed his brow and remarked, "You certainly do not appear to be unscathed." At that moment, Amon's voice echoed, "Sir, casually probing into another's mind is hardly a commendable habit. Be wary of what you might uncover." "I apologize for my presumption," Charles replied, devoid of any pretense. Through their recent connection in the realm of minds, Charles could ascertain that this young boy was no ordinary individual. The sensation he experienced was unprecedented, rivaled only by his encounter with the Phoenix, Jean Grey. At that time, Jean's mind had yet to be sealed, emanating a power that seemed capable of both annihilating and creating. Such force, governed by a tumultuous and frenzied psyche, posed a grave threat to the world if not carefully managed. Reluctantly, he had sealed part of Jean's mind to suppress that terrifying power. Jean was the only Omega-level mutant Charles had ever encountered. Regaining his composure, Charles inquired, "Child, what is your name?" Amon Rasputin. Just call me Amon," the boy replied, casting a glance at the professor, who appeared somewhat different from his recollection, still possessing hair and looking notably younger. The sensations the professor had detected were deliberately projected by Amon. A fitting description for the notion of do not gaze upon the divine. As Amon matured, absorbing and assimilating extraordinary traits, he had become a true mythical being, one whose mere glance could drive an ordinary person to madness. However, since crossing into this realm and first utilizing his abilities, Amon had learned to temper the influences of his mythical nature. Otherwise, the Rasputin family would have long succumbed to madness or transformed into monstrous entities, plunging all of Siberia into chaos. He intended for the professor to encounter a hint of his essence to impart a lesson, ensuring the professor refrained from incessantly probing into his and his family's minds. The professor's telepathic prowess was indeed formidable, rivaling that of angels who excelled in the mental domain. Yet his fundamental nature remained unchanged, indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human. "Ah, Amon, you must sense your distinction from others. I can lead you to a place where your kind resides, a realm populated by individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities," the professor chuckled. Amon merely cast a sidelong glance at him while remaining reclined under the sun, showing no intention of rising. "You may inquire with my parents. Do not disturb my sunbathing." At that moment, the door nearby swung open, and Mikhail emerged upon hearing the commotion. His expression grew serious as he spotted the fighter jet in the distance. Drawing his sidearm and securing it at his waist, he swiftly approached Amon and the others, exclaiming, "Amon, come over here. Don't worry, big brother. They have come to recruit students," Amon called back. As he drew nearer, Mikhail recognized the visitors, Professor Charles and the beast, Hank, who were known for their amicable disposition among mutants. They had established a school for mutants, extending their kindness towards humanity and assisting in resolving various troubles. "Mr. Xavier, Mr. McCoy, I am Colonel Mikhail Nikolaevich Rasputin of the Russian Air Force. What brings you here?" Mikhail inquired. "Is it acceptable to address you as Colonel?" the professor politely asked. "Certainly." Mikhail nodded in affirmation. "Colonel Mikhail, since you are acquainted with us, you must know our purpose. To be frank, we are here to recruit students." "Recruit students? Are you suggesting that someone in my family is a mutant?" "That seems implausible," Mikhail replied incredulously. "Please remain calm. Mutants possess unique abilities, and my mind can perceive the distinct brainwaves of ordinary individuals and mutants. Just yesterday, I sensed the presence of 3 mutants in your household." At this point, the professor considered reading Mikhail's brainwaves to confirm his status as a mutant, but recalling their earlier experience, he withdrew his hand from his temple. Mikhail's gaze darkened as he directed the 2 inside, stating, "Let us discuss matters concerning mutants in detail." "You mean to say that I, Peter, and Ileana are all mutants? How could that be? It is quite extraordinary for siblings to all be mutants," Mikhail questioned in disbelief, having never encountered a family of mutants before. The professor nodded affirmatively, declaring, "Indeed, after sensing your brainwaves, I can assure you that you are all mutants. There is no mistake." Sitting on the sofa, Liana clutched the keen necklace around her neck, visibly anxious. "It's all right, Liana," Peter reassured his younger sister, noticing her discomfort. Nikola, who had remained silent on the sofa, suddenly glanced at Peter and nodded, saying, "Petr, demonstrate your abilities to them. It is no longer prudent to keep it hidden." Upon hearing this, Peter stood up, prepared himself, and began to transform. His body swelled, and a metallic sheen enveloped his skin, even his hair adopting a metallic appearance. "This," Mikhail gasped in astonishment, realizing that his brother was indeed a mutant. "Does that mean I'm a mutant as well?" He pondered, turning to Liana and inquiring, "Ileana, do you possess special abilities too?" Chapter 11. Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. Liana hesitated for quite some time without uttering a word. She recalled Amon's advice to keep her uniqueness concealed from others. It was entirely natural for the young girl to feel a modicum of anxiety. Such matters cannot be hurried. The professor elucidated that he believed Liana was merely frightened by her sudden exposure to these phenomena. Amon had arrived in the living room at some point, seating himself beside little Liana, reassuring her, "Do not worry, Liana. Simply exhibit the abilities you demonstrated to me earlier." Encouraged by Amon's words, young Liana nodded, all right. She approached the wall, pointed at it, and, to the astonished gazes of those in the room, she passed through it, emerging from the other side. This was not a manifestation of Liana's mutant abilities, but rather a power conferred by the key Amon had given her. Due to Liana's tender age, Amon had placed restrictions on the key's capabilities, allowing her to safely traverse walls. At this moment, her mother, Alexandra, directed a question toward Nikolai. Nikolai, did you already know about the children's peculiarities and chose to keep it from me? Cold sweat trickled down Nikolai's brow as he hastily explained, ah dear, how could that be? You were feeling quite low at the time, and I simply forgot to mention it. Afterwards, when Mikhail returned, he was so pleased that the thought slipped my mind. Humph, Alexandra huffed, choosing not to press the matter further, especially with guests present. Once the playful banter subsided, Mikhail turned to the professor. Mr. Charles, you claim I am a mutant, yet I have not discovered any special abilities within myself. That is quite normal, Colonel Mikhail. The professor replied. Many mutants possess latent abilities that remain undisclosed without external stimuli. You fall into that category. It is essential to remain vigilant in your daily life to avoid any unforeseen incidents. Accepting the professor's assertion, Mikhail nodded, acknowledging that his siblings had indeed been identified as mutants. I shall be cautious, he affirmed. After a brief pause, Mikhail glanced at his parents, who signaled their approval, entrusting their eldest son with the decision. They had often seen news regarding mutants on television and were aware of the prevailing prejudice against them. Although the couple held no strong opinions about mutants, they understood that their children would inevitably interact with the outside world. Peter was to attend school, and Amon and Ileana were of school age as well. Should their classmates discover their mutant identities, they would likely face ostracism. Being an Air Force colonel, Mikhail possessed insights that were likely more profound than theirs, making him the appropriate one to decide. Very well, I consent to Peter and Ileana attending your school for mutants. However, as for myself, I presume you would not accept a federal officer, would you? Mikhail declared, concluding with a playful jest. Haha, Colonel Mikhail wishes to join us. We shall certainly welcome him. The professor and Beast Hank responded with laughter. No, I do not wish to go. I want to attend school with Amon. At this moment, Liliana, who had been eavesdropping on the conversation, interjected with reluctance, having long desired to attend school alongside Amon. The professor, noticing her discontent, recollected something and added, I almost forgot to mention that your brother Amon may also join our school. While I cannot ascertain whether he is a mutant, I can certainly affirm that he is no ordinary individual. He may very well be a rare Omega-level mutant, commonly referred to as a level 5 mutant. He bears a certain resemblance to another Omega-level mutant in my academy. Omega-level mutant, Mikhail whispered, well aware of the term's significance. The mutant leader before him, Charles Xavier, was an alpha-level mutant, classified as a level 4 mutant. Another renowned level 4 mutant was the globally sought-after leader, Magneto, Eric Lenscher. Both individuals instilled trepidation in governments across the world. Omega-level mutants surpass level 4, representing the pinnacle of power, with abilities deemed limitless. Are you saying Amon can attend that school? Then I must go too. Upon hearing that Amon could enroll, Liliana eagerly declared her intention to accompany him. Tugging at Amon's side, you want to go too, right? All right, I will accompany you, Amon replied with a hint of resignation, indifferent to where he went. Yay, we will go to school together. Little Liliana exclaimed joyfully. The bond between these two youngsters is truly remarkable. The professor mused, reminiscent of his own childhood when Raven was still by his side. Haha, these two have grown up together. Naturally, they share a strong connection. Mikhail and Nikolai, the couple, were bidding farewell to Amon and the others. Peter, Amon, Liliana, you must listen to the professor and the teachers once you reach school, and take good care of yourselves. As Peter, Amon, and Liliana stood in the hangar bidding farewell to their parents, Amon called out, "Take care, Dad, Mom." He bestowed a blessing upon his parents, wishing them great fortune and protection from misfortune and illness, invoking the power of destiny. The combat aircraft utilized by the War Police boasted speeds exceeding 2 Mach, reaching its destination in less than 3 hours. Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters is located in Westchester County, New York, and the entire academy resembles a grand estate. Professor Charles, born into a wealthy family, met Magneto Eric in his youth, and together they fought for the cause of mutants and endeavored to save the world. However, As their ideologies diverged, they parted ways, and Professor Charles established the Mutant Academy within his family estate, welcoming mutants from around the globe. Ororo, this is our new compatriot. They're siblings. Please arrange a few rooms for them. Ororo Monroe, codename Storm, is a strikingly beautiful African-American woman with white hair, who recently joined Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters. Her extraordinary ability lies in her command over the weather, complemented by a mastery of ancestral magic, marking her as a paragon among the elite tier of mutants. Considering the youth of Amon and Liliana, they were assigned to share a room, while Peter was escorted to a different dormitory where his roommate awaited him. After organizing their belongings, Amon, filled with curiosity, inquired of the exuberant Liliana, "How do you feel?" Still immersed in the novelty of her surroundings, Liliana replied excitedly, "That airplane was incredible. I watched the sun descend slowly before my eyes, and now it has completely set. Indeed, it was remarkably swift. The Warhawk's aircraft embodies cutting-edge technology capable of traversing the globe within 2 to 3 hours, crucially without the need for mid-flight refueling, as its energy source is wholly sufficient." The door swung open to reveal Peter, accompanied by a cool-looking man wearing sunglasses. "Amon, Ileana, are you ready? The professor wishes to impart some fundamental knowledge. We must proceed now." Chapter 12, 2008. In the year 2008, within the hallowed halls of Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, Liliana sat listlessly at her desk, fiddling with a toy dragon, a birthday gift from Amon. In the front, Ororo Monroe droned on about a tedious lesson, which Liliana had no inclination to heed. After all, such information could be grasped with merely a glance. Why endure the monotony of someone else's lecture? Turning to her right, she was astonished to find Amon attentively engaged in the lesson, occasionally jotting down notes. Narrowing her eyes in disbelief, she could hardly fathom that Amon was genuinely paying attention. Seizing a pencil from her desk, she tossed it at him, and to her astonishment, it passed right through Amon as if he were nothing but an illusion. "Just as I suspected, that insufferable Amon, skipping class without inviting me." Determined to unveil the truth about this impostor, she reconsidered. Revealing Amon's facade would not grant her escape, and it might be more prudent to find her own opportunity to slip away. She too could conjure illusions, albeit not as convincingly as Amon. Resolute, she grasped the key pendant around her neck, and a somewhat dazed version of Liliana materialized before her. Leaning back, a luminous blue portal appeared behind her, enveloping her. In the fleeting moment before the portal sealed, Liliana noticed the entire classroom turning to gaze at her. Oh no, she had forgotten how conspicuous the portal's activation could be. With a deft twist, she landed solidly on a patch of grass, having transported herself to a verdant expanse within the estate. "Well, it's done now. I'm outside." Surveying her surroundings, she spotted Amon atop the clock tower, seemingly basking in the sunlight, though his eyes were fixed intently on the sun. Liliana opened another portal, directly arriving beside him atop the tower. "You're sunbathing again. What is the point?" Amon chuckled lightly. "I'm not sunbathing. I'm observing the creatures within the sun." Liana let out a scoff. "Puffed. Are you trying to tease me again? How could there be life within the sun? Believe it or not, there resides a colossal creature within, and when it is born, that day shall herald the end of the world." "I don't believe it," Liana asserted. "As I said, believe it or not," Amon reiterated, his gaze unwavering from the sun. Ignoring Amon's words, Liana continued, "Amon, let us seek out Godzilla. Such a massive beast that can emit beams of light. How thrilling. The news claims it lurks in the depths of the ocean, and with your abilities, you could surely locate it." 2 months prior, 2 giant creatures resembling Manuses wreaked havoc in San Francisco, leaving humanity's military powerless until Godzilla intervened and vanquished them. Liana was utterly captivated by Godzilla's magnificent atomic breath, declaring herself a fervent admirer. Amon adjusted his monocle, wiped it clean, and replaced it. "I have no desire to go. You ought to hone your abilities. What you rely on now is merely the power of your key necklace. You have scarcely trained your own mutant powers, and your teleportation skills are a complete mess. Consider how you will explain this to Peter and the professor." "What? How do you know that?" "You must have orchestrated this deliberately. Besides, I have been training my abilities. Look, I've already manifested armor." Liana raised her right hand, and a blue energy materialized, forming shimmering plates that resembled metal but were not, gradually enveloping her entire right arm into a resplendent gauntlet. See? Impressive, isn't it? I even have a lightsaber. Focusing intently, a lightsaber appeared in her right hand, extending until it was half her body length. Cool, right? Liana declared with a hint of pride. Amon adjusted his monocle again and offered a seemingly serious critique. Quite splendid, though merely for show. It would be better suited for a Hollywood blockbuster. Liana retorted defiantly. What are you saying? This is already quite formidable. You're just envious of my dazzling abilities. Amon smirked, snapping his fingers. Armor that only covers your arms? If one is to play, one must don a full suit. As he spoke, blue light began to emanate from Amon's body, and a suit of armor identical to Liana's enveloped him. Except that while Liana's armor covered only her arms, Amon's encompassed his entire form. The armor gleamed in a silver hue, with elegant curves radiating a soft white light, exuding an air of nobility and dominance. Liana's eyes widened in disbelief as she beheld Amon's armor. How did you achieve that? It's quite simple. Just a single glance is all one needs. The manipulation of energy is elementary. You are merely too lazy. Do not employ your peculiar powers. Let's engage in a duel. Liana insisted, eager to challenge Amon. Very well. Oh, Ms. Monroe, what brings you here? Amon exclaimed, astonished, as he pointed to Liana's rear. Sister Aurora, I'm not skipping class. I have come to retrieve Amon, for he is the one truly avoiding his studies. Liana hurriedly turned to explain, only to find no one behind her. Cursed Amon, you have deceived me again. Liana glared at Amon, who feigned innocence and attempted to clarify, but suddenly pointed behind her. Ms. Monroe, you still wish to trick me? Just watch how I punish you. Liana chuckled in frustration. Miss Ileana, you have skipped class again. The voice of the storm maiden Aurora echoed from behind, causing Liana to shudder and awkwardly turn around. Sister Aurora, what a coincidence. Are you here to enjoy the breeze as well? In a moment, come find me. I have a lesson to impart to you alone, Aurora replied tersely. Sister Aurora, I am not skipping class. I am here to apprehend Amon. Just look, he is truly evading his studies. As she spoke, Liana pointed behind her, intending to use Amon as a shield. At that moment, the door atop the clock tower swung open, and Amon emerged, addressing Aurora. Was I not correct, Ms. Monroe? Liana would undoubtedly come here to escape her studies. Liana, realizing something was amiss, turned back only to find that Amon had already vanished. She understood then that she had been tricked by Amon. You, Liana, skipping class is inappropriate. Hurry and attend makeup lessons with Ms. Monroe. Before departing, Amon could not resist taunting Liana once more. Gritting her teeth, Liana resolved to ignore that annoying Amon for the rest of the day. In the Bronx, New York City, a region marked by high poverty rates and significant health and environmental issues, the illness rate among its residents has long been the highest in the city. A middle-aged man entered a building accompanied by a very pale little girl, ascending to the third floor to knock on a door adorned with the words "Health Restored." Knock, knock, knock. After 3 knocks, the door swung open. A young man wearing a monocle welcomed them inside. Please take a seat. Once seated, the middle-aged man could hardly contain his urgency, saying, Sir, my daughter has leukemia. We have been treating her for 6 months, even trying chemotherapy, but to no avail. Our savings are nearly depleted, and I heard that the ailments of those who visit you mysteriously vanish. Thus, we are here to implore you to save my daughter. Chapter 13. A unique cabaret. After listening to the middle-aged man's account, the young man nodded slightly, adjusted his monocle, and said with a smile, How fortunate you are to have found me. Your daughter's illness will soon dissipate. The young man's gaze fell upon the little girl, and in a gentle tone, he said, Sweet little angel, extend your hand to me. The young man possessed an extraordinary charm, and under his gaze, the little girl reached out her hand. He placed his hand atop hers, and, as the middle-aged man observed intently, he suddenly perceived a glimmer of light reflecting off the young man's monocle before he withdrew his hand from the little girl's grasp. Sir, your daughter's illness has been cured. You may take her to the hospital for a checkup, and if there are any further concerns, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. The man, still grappling with the unfolding reality, could hardly comprehend that the youth before him had merely touched his daughter's hand and declared her healed. Sir, is this truly so? The middle-aged man turned his gaze towards his daughter, noticing that her complexion had indeed improved, her pallor now replaced with a healthier hue. Emma, how do you feel? He inquired gently. Father, I no longer feel pain. I feel much better, the little girl replied softly. The man's mouth fell slightly ajar. His breath held for several seconds before he rose from his chair and knelt before his daughter, embracing her with fervent emotion. As long as you're no longer in pain, as long as you feel well, his voice faltered with tears. Recalling something, he retrieved an envelope from within his coat and placed it upon the table, exclaiming, "Sir, I cannot thank you enough. Here is $5,000. It is all I can offer. I am truly grateful for saving my daughter." After speaking, the middle-aged man attempted to bow in gratitude, but a hand on his shoulder prevented him from doing so. Simultaneously, the envelope was returned to him, now accompanied by a small booklet. "You are a good father. Money is of no consequence to me. I do not heal for financial gain. If you wish to express your gratitude, I encourage you to read this book," the youth said. The middle-aged man accepted the booklet, noticing the title on the cover, "The Arcane Gospel." "I will, and my entire family will as well." After bidding farewell to the man and his daughter, Amon resumed his seat in the office chair. This was but one of Amon's many avatars scattered across the globe. These avatars siphoned the ailments from patients, thereby affecting cures. Often, Amon would present a small booklet, The Arcane Gospel, to the individuals he healed, serving as a means of proselytization. Over time, a considerable number of Amon's followers had emerged. Long ago, Amon discovered that wielding powers associated with authority could be quite taxing. However, with followers acting as anchors, the exertion required for such abilities became significantly less burdensome. Amon's motivations for healing were not solely rooted in proselytization. Doing good was one aspect, while the accumulation of ailments served another purpose. These accumulated afflictions could be wielded as a form of attack, delivering vast quantities of disease directly to adversaries during combat, a rather effortless means of assault. Knock, knock, knock. Another series of knocks echoed through the space. Amon rose to open the door, revealing two men clad in black suits. In Manhattan, New York, before a cabaret adorned with the sign Extraordinary Pepper Potts. The personal assistant to Tony Stark of Stark Industries glanced at the establishment, accompanied by her bodyguard, Happy. It had been nearly 3 months since Tony Stark had vanished after showcasing Stark Industries' Jericho missile in Afghanistan. The media could no longer conceal the truth. Stark Industries stock was in decline, and the company needed Stark, just as Pepper Potts needed Tony. In the past 3 months, Pepper Potts has explored numerous avenues, including seeking assistance from the military, contacting intelligence organizations, and hiring mercenaries, yet she has been unable to uncover Tony's whereabouts. In a moment of desperation, Pepper overheard her partner mention that the proprietor of a unique cabaret is an enigmatic individual, capable of accomplishing any task entrusted to him, seemingly supported by a vast network spanning the globe. After a series of inquiries, Pepper, accompanied by Tony's bodyguard Happy, arrived at this distinctive cabaret, seeking the owner's aid. Upon reaching the entrance, Pepper noticed 2 security guards. As she approached, one of the guards intercepted her, gesturing towards the monocle he wore over his right eye, indicating that entry required a similar accessory. Nodding in understanding, Pepper retrieved a monocle she had prepared beforehand and affixed it to her right eye. Happy followed suit, donning a monocle as well, adhering to the cabaret's peculiar rule. With both having complied, the guards stepped aside, permitting their entrance. Navigating through a somewhat narrow corridor, Pepper and Happy arrived at the main bar. Addressing the bartender, who was polishing glasses, Pepper declared, "Sir, I am Pepper Potts from Stark Industries, and I wish to speak with your boss." Upon hearing this, the bartender glanced at the duo, then casually tossed a glass he held in his left hand behind him, the glass soaring through the air before landing perfectly on the rack. Happy, playing the role of the comic, exclaimed in exaggerated awe, "Impressive." Pepper turned, shooting him an unamused glare. Happy responded with an awkward smile. The bartender adjusted his monocle and replied with a smile, "To meet the owner. Proceed up the right corridor to the second black door on the 3rd floor. He will be there." After expressing her gratitude, Pepper led Happy toward the indicated location. Soon arriving at the black door on the 3rd floor, Happy approached and knocked twice. Almost immediately, a voice from within called out, "Enter," and the door swung open. Without hesitation, they stepped inside. The interior was surprisingly spacious, far larger than one would anticipate from the outside. Inside, more than a dozen individuals, all dressed in identical suits and sporting monocles, were gathered around a round table, seemingly engrossed in a game. Pepper furrowed her brow, taken aback by the number of people present. After a brief pause, she inquired, "Gentlemen, May I ask who is the owner? Before she could finish her sentence, a voice rang out. Night falls. Please close your eyes. Suddenly, the room was engulfed in darkness, devoid of any light, as if illumination had been stolen away. Moments later, the voice resounded again. Day breaks. Please open your eyes. Player 3, eliminated. Is this a game of werewolf? Happy pondered to himself. Once again, the room was filled with radiant light as a young man approached Pepper, bowing with utmost courtesy before inquiring, Ms. Potts, have you summoned me? Pepper nodded, unperturbed by his knowledge of her name. After all, she was Tony Stark's secretary, well known in her own right. May I ask your name, sir? Klein Moretti. Simply call me Klein. He introduced himself with a warm smile. Mr. Moretti, I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Could we possibly find a more private space? As she spoke, Pepper glanced at the crowd behind her, indicating that the number of onlookers was rather excessive. Chapter 14. Tony Stark and the ambulance Happy, standing behind Pepper, sensed something amiss. He distinctly remembered there being 13 individuals upon entering, yet now there were only 12. Pondering to himself, he wondered if the mounting pressure had begun to cloud his perception. Although Happy's demeanor was somewhat whimsical, his professional acumen was sharp. He had noted the faces in the room earlier and now found the discrepancy troubling, yet dismissed it as a mere figment of his imagination. Klein led them to an unoccupied room, stating, This room is soundproof. We can discuss any issues here. Pepper nodded and remarked, Mr. Moretti, you may be aware that Tony Stark has not made an appearance in quite some time. As the rumors suggest, he has gone missing after his trip to Afghanistan. I have employed every means at my disposal to uncover any news regarding Tony, but to no avail. I must now place my hopes in your hands. I understand, Miss Potts. You wish to enlist my services to locate Mr. Stark. Could you provide more information? It would assist me in dispatching my team to search for him. Pepper nodded and elaborated on Tony Stark's activities prior to his disappearance, explaining that he had traveled to Afghanistan to showcase Stark Industries' latest missile technology. Klein listened intently, nodding along, and produced a pen and notepad to take notes, demonstrating his earnest approach to the task. Excellent. I have gathered all the information I need. I will inform our team to retrieve Mr. Stark. Within 2 days, we will bring him back. Wait, what? Pepper instinctively replied, only to realize the peculiarity of his statement. What do you mean you will have Tony back in 2 days? Are your people responsible for his abduction? You can find Tony in 2 days? It's not that I doubt your capabilities, but that simply sounds unbelievable. Klein adjusted his monocle and replied with a reassuring smile. Madam, please trust in our abilities. There are few things in this world beyond our reach. Our team has already commenced their efforts. Please await my updates. Klein returned to the room, bustling with a dozen individuals, remarking, All right, let us continue. On the round table, a translucent creature with 12 segmented rings incessantly wriggled, emitting a human voice. Hey, the game has only just begun. I haven't done anything yet. Who was it that killed me? In the vast Afghan desert, an ambulance sped across the sands, pursued by 2 armed helicopters that launched an assault on it. Suddenly, the ground behind the ambulance began to undulate rapidly, and a drilling machine erupted from the earth, lunging towards the ambulance. At that moment, the rear compartment of the ambulance opened, revealing Tony Stark wielding a modified energy cannon, aimed at the oncoming bone crusher. Ambulance, hard right. The speeding ambulance executed a graceful drift, narrowly evading the attack from Bone Crusher, allowing Tony Stark to seize the opportunity and strike with a shot that incapacitated the mechanical foe, leaving it paralyzed in the sand. The compartment closed once more, and Tony Stark inquired of the ambulance, How far are we from the U.S. military base? A heartfelt mechanical voice resonated from the empty driver's seat. Tony, according to your input, we are 7 kilometers from the military base you mentioned. Let us hope we can hold out until then. Tony discarded the now-defunct energy cannon, a makeshift weapon cobbled together from the limited armaments of the ambulance and remnants of his Mark I suit. Although its power was formidable, capable of taking down Bone Crusher with a single shot, it was only effective once. After being kidnapped by terrorists, he had constructed the Iron Man suit in a cave and successfully escaped, making his way towards the military base he remembered, where he finally encountered 2 U.S. military helicopters. To his astonishment, those helicopters transformed into massive robots intent on ending his life. Fortunately, in that critical moment, a robot resembling an ambulance came to his rescue. Through their communication, Tony learned that the ambulance, named Ratchet, hailed from the planet Cybertron, and that it was the Decepticons who sought to destroy him. The Autobots had come to Earth to prevent the Decepticons from annihilating the planet, fortuitously landing in Afghanistan, where they found Tony Stark on the brink of being killed by Bone Crusher. Since Ratchet was not particularly adept in combat, true to his name, he specialized in healing and repairs. He was equipped with only a few small missile launchers, leaving both him and Tony in a precarious chase with the Decepticons. Ratchet's speed proved advantageous, allowing them to maintain distance from the pursuing Decepticons, who struggled to keep pace. Each time they drew near, Tony would utilize the limited weaponry aboard Ratchet to counterattack. Modified by him, these weapons deterred the Decepticons from engaging directly. After numerous impacts left Ratchet's exterior riddled with bullet holes, they finally arrived at the nearest U.S. military base. The stationed troops, initially intending to intercept the approaching ambulance, recognized that a solitary ambulance appearing in the desert was inherently suspicious. However, once Tony Stark disembarked from the vehicle, the soldiers allowed him to pass and promptly reported to the base commander, as they had been searching for Stark for several months. Enemy presence detected. Maintain vigilance. No sooner had Stark uttered his warning than 2 armed helicopters descended upon the U.S. military base. This is a U.S. military base. Prepare for landing. Shut down your engines and submit to inspection. Are you an imbecile? I've already indicated that these are enemies. Issue the attack order immediately. Stark was thoroughly displeased with the military's response. The helicopters, seemingly obeying the military's commands, began a slow descent from the sky. Mr. Stark, no faction would dare act recklessly within our base. They're no exception. Stark gazed at the descending helicopters, sensing something amiss. The Decepticons should not surrender so readily. Suddenly, he realized something and shouted at the commander, "Fool! They intend to attack. Issue orders for defense and counterattack." "What did you say?" The commander, perplexed by Stark's panic, questioned how an attack could occur within a U.S. military base. As the helicopters touched down, a resounding metallic crash echoed, and before the eyes of many soldiers, they transformed into 2 colossal robots, their arms raised, emanating a faint blue light. Stark's eyes widened, and he instinctively cried out, "Ambulance!" The ambulance, previously concealed, immediately transformed into its Autobot form and rushed to Stark's side, shielding him. With a thunderous crash, Stark's head was struck, rendering him unconscious. In response, the non-combatant ambulance refrained from engaging in battle and instead focused on treating Stark's head injury. Chapter 15. The returning Tony, the 2 Decepticons unleashed a merciless onslaught within the base, while the soldiers could only retaliate with small arms, as heavy weaponry had yet to be activated and was swiftly destroyed by the Decepticons. Inside the command center, an officer was issuing orders to alert the nearest military base for assistance when a powerful electromagnetic pulse swept through, incapacitating all electronic devices. "Damn it, it's an attack." Outside, soldiers struggled to fend off the 2 Decepticons, whose bodies were extraordinarily resilient, composed of a metal far tougher than ordinary alloys. Bullets merely served to hinder them. Only weapons like rocket launchers, capable of generating significant explosive force, could momentarily halt the Decepticons and inflict some damage. At that moment, a figure clad in military attire approached the unconscious Tony Stark, adjusting his monocle over his right eye, and remarked with a smirk, "Ah, what a stroke of luck. After being pursued by Decepticons for so long, you somehow managed to survive." The ambulance, still administering care, turned its massive metallic head towards the newcomer, bewildered by the human's presence and curious about how he was aware of the Decepticons. A shard of armor suddenly soared through the air, embedding itself at the feet of Officer Amon, who lifted his gaze to the fierce battle unfolding not far away, raising an eyebrow at the 2 troublesome individuals. After whispering a remark, Officer Amon pointed towards the Decepticons, causing their movements to slow, as if they had not been lubricated for ages, with rust settling into their joints. Before long, the 2 Decepticons produced goggles the size of human faces from seemingly nowhere and donned them over their metallic eyes. They swiftly transformed, reverting to the form of helicopters, and departed from the military base. The American forces were equally perplexed, having been subjected to a brutal assault. The enemy had simply walked away. Were they merely intent on causing destruction? Had they not come for Tony Stark? Officer Amon crouched down, raising his right hand to deliver a slap to the unconscious Stark. The sound echoed sharply as Stark's left cheek reddened, and after a brief cough, he bent forward. Awakening from his stupor, still disoriented, Stark murmured. Why do I feel as though someone slapped me? Nearby, the ambulance's mechanical eye blinked in surprise at this unconventional method of revival. Feeling pain in his left cheek, Stark attempted to raise his right hand to touch it. Ouch! Damn it! How's my hand broken? He exclaimed in agony. The ambulance, equally bewildered, noted that it had just examined him, confirming that only his head was injured and that other areas were not severely harmed. Observing the scene, Officer Amon remarked, Mr. Stark, I saved you. To awaken you. I transferred the injury from your head to your arm, a subtle art of injury transference. You understand, do you not? What? How did you manage that? Are you a mutant? Were you the one who slapped me? Stark queried. Officer Amon replied, I am a medic. It is my duty to save you. No thanks are necessary. Moreover, I am tasked by Ms. Pepper Potts to escort you back. Stark, about to protest against such treatment, paused upon hearing Pepper's name, exclaiming in surprise, Little Pepper, has she found you military? Officer Amon chuckled lightly. No, she did not seek the military. She sought us, who are quite unique. Stark furrowed his brow, puzzled by the implication of being unique. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked the ambulance, what about those two Decepticons? Were they captured by the military? Not at all. Your forces had no means to retaliate. Yet inexplicably, they fled, the ambulance replied sullenly. Fled suddenly? Stark murmured, turning to Officer Amon, who stood there, impeccably dressed and relaxed. A thought crossed his mind, leading him to speculate. Was it you who orchestrated this? It seems the great genius Stark deduced it at once. Officer Amon admitted with exaggerated flair. Tony Stark raised an eyebrow, sensing a hint of mockery in the officer's words, despite their accuracy. Officer Amon stated, well, you're fine now, so I should take my leave. Remember to have Ms. Potts arrange the payment we discussed. With that, Officer Amon handed Tony a card and vanished before his very eyes. How had he disappeared? Optical invisibility? Tony inquired of the ambulance, which shook its metallic head in response, indicating its ignorance. Gazing at the card in his hand, Tony noted the inscription, Unique Cabaret, Klein Moretti. So that was the meaning behind Unique. At that moment, soldiers surrounded them, their guns trained on the ambulance. Though this robot differed in appearance from the previous two, it was still a robot, and thus a potential threat. Stand down. He is under my protection. Colonel Rhodes, who had been searching for Tony in Afghanistan, rushed forward. Upon witnessing the scene, he motioned for the soldiers to lower their weapons. The soldiers complied, though they remained vigilant, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. Tony, it's so good to see you. Where have you been? And what else with this large robot? Tony looked at his friend Rhodes, feeling a measure of relief, yet he maintained a serious demeanor. Rhodey, my personal matters are inconsequential. This is an Autobot, and Earth is in peril. I need to contact the President. Oh heavens! In New York, Tony Stark, bandaged and weary, disembarked from a military aircraft. With Rhodes by his side, Pepper Potts, awaiting at the airport, eagerly approached and enveloped Tony in a warm embrace. Pepper, you look somewhat haggard. Are those tears in your eyes? Missing your boss? Tony remarked with concern, noting the drastic change in her complexion over the past few months, her eyes bloodshot. Pepper released Tony, wiping away non-existent tears. I'm just relieved I no longer have to search for a job. Pepper, allow me to introduce a friend. Ambulance, come forth. As the rear door of the plane opened, a green and black ambulance emerged, halting beside Tony and Pepper. Is this your newly invented intelligent unmanned vehicle? Why does it resemble an ambulance? Pepper inquired, puzzled by the vehicle's design. The ambulance spoke, Madam, I'm Stark's friend, the ambulance. It can talk. Is it controlled by J-A-R-V-I-S? Tony clarified, Pepper, he is not under J-A-R-V-I-S-S control. The ambulance is a genuine silicon-based life form from Cybertron. It was he who rescued me in the desert. This is truly astonishing. Pepper exclaimed in a hushed tone. Pepper, do you recognize this individual? Tony handed her the business card he had received from Officer Amon. Klein Moretti? Tony, how did you come by his card? I sought his assistance in locating you yesterday. He assured me he would bring you back within 2 days, and I never anticipated he would actually accomplish it. Chapter 16. The assembly of Autobots in the dormitory of the Academy. Amon reclined on the sofa, engrossed in the news, which announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division. It was he who orchestrated the ambulance's unexpected arrival in Afghanistan. Yesterday, he had discerned several meteors descending from outer space, only to realize they were Autobots. He intervened, altering the ambulance's landing coordinates to Afghanistan, for had he not done so, it would have appeared in the United States. At that moment, Liana entered with a composed yet stern expression, and upon spotting Amon leisurely watching television, an inexplicable ire ignited within her. "You wretch! Still lounging here, while I endured remedial lessons with Aurora all morning," Liana exclaimed, leaping towards Amon and unleashing a flurry of punches. Amon deftly caught her fists, twisting his body to pin her onto the sofa. "Weren't you supposed to be going out? Significant events are set to unfold in New York, and I can sneak you out," he proposed. Liana's struggles lessened, her eyes gleaming with intrigue. "Really?" she inquired. "Of course. A robot battle is imminent, a rare occurrence." With that, Liana pushed Amon's hands away, sprang up, and declared, "What are we waiting for? Let's go." Meanwhile, Obadiah Stane furiously confronted Tony Stark. "Why are you shutting down Stark Industries' weapons division? You will ruin the company." He could not fathom the reasoning behind Tony's decision. Unfazed, Tony replied, "Obi, enough. I have far more pressing matters at hand, and no time to explain. Please do not disturb me." Obadiah, his chest tightening with anger, gasped, "You are just like Howard, arrogant and self-righteous. Do you think Stark Industries belongs solely to you? Its current strength is the result of my lifelong efforts, and I will not let you destroy it. I have already proposed to the board to dismiss you, citing your prolonged absence and alleged mental instability. Do as you wish." Tony retorted nonchalantly, turning to leave. As Tony's figure receded, Obadiah could not help but shout, "Tony, you will regret this. Obi, I am the true master of Stark Industries." Tony's voice echoed back, light yet striking like a hammer upon Obadiah's chest. "Damn it, curse Stark." In Tony's expansive laboratory, the ambulance transformed into its Autobot form, tending to the wound on Tony's chest. Why did that mysterious figure not also redirect my chest wound? Surely it was intentional, Tony mused, as the ambulance meticulously cleaned and disinfected the injury. The rudimentary treatment administered by Ethan in the cave of Afghanistan had merely preserved Tony's life, preventing infection thus far. Indeed, Tony Stark was fortunate. "Are you considering replacing this old arc reactor? It appears you are prepared with a new one," the ambulance inquired, tapping the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest with a surgical instrument. The laboratory door swung open, and Pepper, while walking in, inquired, "Tony, did you summon me for a specific reason?" Her voice gradually dwindled as, from her perspective, a colossal metallic robot was crouched before Tony, who lay half reclined on the operating table, the robot wielding a scalpel pointed at Tony's chest. Despite the scalpel's relatively diminutive size compared to the robot's metallic form, Pepper noticed it immediately. "Tony, are you all right?" Pepper asked softly, wary of disturbing the imposing automaton. Upon seeing Pepper arrive, Tony's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "Pepper, your timing is impeccable. I truly require your assistance here." As she approached, gazing up at the towering robot, Pepper queried Tony, "What is this?" "Madam," the robot's emotionally synthesized voice responded, "I have already introduced myself. I am the ambulance." "You are the ambulance. Previously, you resembled a vehicle, yet you can transform." Tony, reclining on the medical bed, explained, "The ambulance is a Cybertronian Autobot capable of shifting between humanoid and vehicular forms." Regaining her composure, Pepper pressed Tony, "Why did you call me here? And what happened to the gaping hole in your chest?" Upon closer inspection, she too noticed the significant opening in Tony's torso. "I summoned you for this, Pepper. I need your help to remove the power source from my chest and replace it with a new one. I believe you are the most qualified for this task." Pepper retorted, "Tony, that is not merely a light bulb. It resembles a miniature version of the arc reactor found within the building. Please, tell me what truly transpired." Nonchalantly, Tony replied, "It's a minor issue. I accidentally got a shard lodged inside. It needs to be held in place by an electromagnet, and that light bulb serves as its power source." However, Pepper was not easily deceived. "You claim it was an accident, but it certainly does not appear to be as you describe. You are concealing something from me. Pepper, you are the person I trust most, thus only you can replace this arc reactor for me," Tony said, gazing at her with earnest eyes. Under Tony's penetrating gaze, Pepper ultimately relented and stated, "After this, do not expect me to assist you again." The ambulance silently turned away, wishing to avoid witnessing the interaction between the two. After replacing the arc reactor, Pepper held the old reactor in her hands and asked Tony, "How should we dispose of this? Just destroy it, incinerate it, or something?" Tony replied dismissively, "It would be a shame to destroy it. It holds significant sentimental value." "I should frame it in a box," Pepper suggested. As you wish. Tony shrugged indifferently. Before long, Pepper departed. Tony, having cast her aside, was unfazed. Unlike him, she recognized the chaos engulfing Stark Industries and the multitude of matters requiring her attention. Tony, I must caution you that the reactor embedded in your chest may pose a significant danger. Palladium could infiltrate your bloodstream, leading to heavy metal poisoning. The optimal solution would be to extract the shrapnel, though this would necessitate a major surgery. The ambulance informed Tony with a grave tone. Tony waved his hand dismissively, saying, "We can discuss that later. Did you not mention that there were other Autobots accompanying you? Have you notified them? My Stark Industries is the most advanced establishment on Earth and could be immensely helpful in thwarting the Decepticons. I have informed them. They have all landed within the United States and will arrive shortly. In fact, we were supposed to come together, but I am unsure why we landed in Afghanistan." The ambulance replied, somewhat perplexed, as they were meant to land in America. Ignoring the ambulance's confusion, Tony proposed an idea, having long admired Cybertronian technology. "Ambulance, you must be well-versed in Cybertronian technology. Let us collaborate to design a new generation of Iron Man armor to combat the Decepticons." The ambulance's metallic eyes flickered with curiosity as it asked, "Is it the armor you wore when we first met?" It was indeed quite fascinating. That was merely a defective prototype. What we aim to create is revolutionary armor. Chapter 17. Hoover Dam. At the Hoover Dam, located on the Colorado River, a portal to the stars materialized as Amon emerged with the curious Liana. Liana glanced at the sky and, puzzled, inquired, "This does not seem to be New York. The position of the sun has changed." "Ah, keen observation and critical thinking. We have indeed departed from New York. This is the Hoover Dam," Amon remarked, glancing at Liana with admiration. The Hoover Dam is situated in Nevada, which has a 3-hour time difference from New York, while it is already afternoon in New York. "It is still noon at the Hoover Dam," Liana replied proudly. "Of course. I am quite clever, but what brings us here? Is there anything exciting to see?" Amon explained. "There's certainly something thrilling here. Have you not always envied Scott's motorcycle? There's an even more exhilarating item here that can bestow life upon mechanical creations. And soon you shall possess a motorcycle that can transform into a humanoid." Liana's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "Really? Where is it?" "Apart from this massive dam beneath us, I see no extraordinary items." Amon chuckled softly. "There's much more here than just the dam, or rather, this dam was constructed specifically for that item." "Are you suggesting that the item is within the dam?" Liana asked, tapping her foot against the structure. "Indeed. But your attire is not suitable," Amon replied, appraising her outfit. Liana examined herself, noting her black, form-fitting mesh top paired with black shorts and stockings. "What is wrong with this? Special departments do not dress like this." Amon smiled and then snapped his fingers. With a resounding bang, smoke erupted, enveloping Liana's figure. As the haze dissipated, she found herself clad in a sharp business suit, resembling a competent and formidable woman of authority. Much more pleasing to the eye. In the midst of this transformation, Amon's attire also shifted, donning a pristine lab coat, embodying the quintessential scientist. He placed a reassuring hand on Liana's shoulder, and in an instant, they vanished from the dam's surface, reappearing within its inner sanctum. The interior of the dam was hollow, brilliantly illuminated and bustling with diligent individuals. "I had no idea it was this expansive with so many people," Liana marveled. "Come, I'll show you something intriguing." Amon beckoned, leading the way. "Why the haste? There is so much here that surpasses the training rooms at the academy," Liana exclaimed, quickening her pace to catch up. As they navigated through the throngs of personnel, each greeted Amon and Liana with warmth, as if they were well acquainted. Leaning closer to Amon, Liana whispered, "Why do they seem to know us?" Amon replied matter-of-factly, "I am a researcher here, and you're a junior supervisor. Naturally, they are familiar with us." "Really? Aren't we supposed to be undercover? Have you prepared for this in advance? Or did you alter their memories with your abilities?" Liana pressed. "Guess." A playful pout formed on her lips as she reached to pinch Amon's waist, but her attention was soon diverted by a remarkable sight. Such a colossal robot. Liana gasped, her eyes widening at the sight of a humanoid machine towering over them, constructed of metal and exuding an aura of both power and mechanical beauty. "Is this the robot you mentioned? It's enormous. Does it have a cockpit for controlling it? Have you been watching too much Gundam?" "This is not a Gundam. It is an intelligent being, a silicon-based life form, An extraterrestrial, Amon clarified. Is that your objective? I think having a massive robot could be quite splendid, Liana mused. Focus on nurturing Lockheed first. In your hands, he would merely be a plush toy. Moreover, this robot is not easy to care for. It aims to annihilate humanity. Amon cautioned. Then forget it. Lockheed wouldn't destroy humanity, Liana said, playfully squeezing the plush dragon hanging at her waist, which was indeed Lockheed. Lockheed could assume two forms. Ordinarily appearing as a plush toy for Liana's amusement, he could also transform into a mighty dragon for battle. Having been brought from the toy dimension where Amon had previously trapped Mikhail and the others, causing quite a stir among the crown toys. Beneath the enormous robot, numerous scientists in lab coats were engaged in research and discussion. Among them a lone figure in a black trench coat who appeared conspicuously out of place. Nick Fury had been feeling increasingly restless, having received troubling reports from the military concerning a suspected extraterrestrial mechanical entity assaulting a U.S. base in Afghanistan. Given the extraterrestrial implications, he had been notified as the director of SHIELD. This reminded him of the invasion of Earth by the Kree fleet 13 years ago. However, this time there was no Captain Marvel, and his envisioned Avengers had yet to materialize. On the other hand, the X-Men had been performing admirably. Nick Fury sighed when he heard the term mechanical beings. The first thought that came to mind was of the colossal robot discovered decades ago. It had been under study for many years, and much of the advanced technology within SHIELD had been derived from reverse engineering it. Nick Fury now suspected that the aliens attacking the military base were in pursuit of this very giant. Thus, he had come here today, hoping to uncover some clues. Yet, it seemed that disappointment awaited him. Ignoring the flustered and anxious Nick Fury, Amon led the way while explaining to Liliana, what we seek is not him, but rather a cube, also known as the source of fire, which serves as the soul of these mechanical beings and can bestow life upon them. Before long, the two arrived before a grand door. Amon waved his hand, and the guardians flanking the entrance tapped on it a few times before the door swung open. Amon stepped inside, with Liliana quickly following. Within was an immense cube, towering 4 or 5 stories high, its surface a silvery gray adorned with intricate patterns. Tilted at the center and connected by numerous tubes. Liliana gasped in awe. Wow, this is even larger than the robot. Is this what you're looking for? It's truly gigantic. Did you expect Godzilla to play with it? Amon approached the cube, seemingly stepping onto invisible steps in the air, ascending to the midpoint of the massive structure. Here, numerous researchers were present, yet they appeared oblivious, engrossed in their tasks. Liliana, eager to mimic Amon's cool demeanor, attempted to walk through the air, but failed repeatedly. She called out to Amon below, "Hey, that move is amazing. Teach me when we go back." "You'll need to practice diligently," Amon replied. As he placed his hand upon the cube, it began to transform. Smaller cubes emerged and contracted, and the entire structure rotated like a true Rubik's Cube. Soon, the colossal cube compressed to the size of a human head, which Amon held in his hand. Chapter 18. Artemis, thanks to the esteemed Summer for the encouragement. With the cube in his left hand, Amon extended his right arm and summoned a gigantic cube from the void, identical to the one he had just manipulated. He placed the newly retrieved cube back in its original position. Liliana marveled. "Is that the historical projection you mentioned? You can pull out something so immense?" Amon descended to the ground and tossed the cube to Liliana, cautioning her, "This is the source of fire. Do not let it come into contact with any electronic or mechanical devices, as it would transform them into violent and aggressive beings." Liana furrowed her brow, questioning, "How do we utilize this device? Did you not promise me a transformable motorcycle? How can it be of any use if it turns violent?" Amon smiled, replying, "It is quite simple. The reason the robots activated by the fire source exhibit violent tendencies is due to the fact that most of the electronic devices on Earth are manufactured using technology derived from that large robot outside. Thus, upon activation, they possess an inherently combative nature. However, a few errors during activation can easily avert this issue." "What are you saying? I don't quite comprehend." Liana expressed her confusion. "It is perfectly normal not to understand. You have much to learn," Amon remarked nonchalantly. Liana raised an eyebrow, feeling as though Amon was subtly mocking her every time they conversed. She chose not to dwell on it, as she had grown accustomed to it, and followed Amon as they departed from the SHIELD the base beneath the dam. As they left, Amon exchanged a greeting with Nick Fury, leaving Nick feeling rather bewildered. After departing from Hoover Dam, Amon transported Liana back to New York. As the Stargate closed behind them and they stepped out, Liana surveyed her surroundings and curiously inquired, "This seems to be New York. What are we doing here? Is the robot war about to commence?" Amon, playfully draping his arm around Liana's shoulders, responded with a smile, "Of course, I am here to present you with a gift. Did you not just insist on having a living robot?" Feeling slightly embarrassed under Amon's gaze, Liana brushed his hand away and stammered, Who was clamoring for a gift? It was you who said you would give me one. I merely reminded you. All right. It is indeed my fault for not presenting your gift in a timely manner. Now, dear princess, might I escort you to see what I have prepared for you?" Amon said in an exceptionally gentlemanly tone. Turning her body away, Liana finally replied, "Fine, I forgive you. Now, please take me to see the motorcycle you prepared." As she spoke, Liana endeavored to maintain her composure, hoping to prevent Amon from detecting any unease and teasing her about it. A scenario she had endured far too many times before. "Do not hold back. The gift awaits just ahead." Amon's voice echoed back to her. When Liana turned to see him already walking away, she stomped her foot in frustration and hurried after him. "Wait for me, Amon." They soon arrived at the entrance of a unique dance hall. Observing its distinctive name, Liana questioned, "A motorcycle is really here? Let's enter," Amon urged as he led her inside. Upon their arrival, the two security guards outside recognized Amon and Liana, promptly opening the door and welcoming them. "Boss." "Miss, why do they refer to you as boss? When did you open such a grand establishment? How was I unaware of this?" Liana leaned closer to Amon, casting him a suspicious glance. "There are many things you are yet to discover. I have accomplished quite a lot." Upon entering the dance hall, Amon opened a door and led Liana inside. The room exuded a distinct mechanical aesthetic, adorned with an array of high-tech equipment. Within the space lay an object encased in a colossal gift box, and Liana surmised that it must be the motorcycle Amon had prepared for her. "I'm opening it," she exclaimed, eagerly approaching the large gift. Perhaps finding it cumbersome to unwrap by hand, Liana conjured a portion of a lightsaber in her grasp and deftly sliced open the box. As the container fell away, a gleaming silver-gray motorcycle emerged. Its surface patterned like a cratered moon under the ambient light. It featured a dual-beam chassis, with the main beam bifurcating from the front to the rear, forming sharp, jet-like lines reminiscent of an aircraft's air intake. The curvature from the fuel tank to the rear was a perfect homage to aerodynamics. "How cool," Liana gasped, swiftly mounting the motorcycle, which fit her form impeccably. "This motorcycle is a product of my own design," Amon explained, complete with a breathing function. "The color of the body will shift with your mood, and when you reach a certain speed, it will emit a brilliant purple glow, akin to a shooting star. Crafted from a combination of Edmond alloy and vibranium, it is nearly indestructible." His words only heightened Liana's excitement. "I absolutely adore this gift. All those pranks you pulled on me are forgiven," Liana declared, beaming with joy. Amon merely smiled, and after a moment, he retrieved a softly glowing ignition source and tossed it to Liana. Previously, she had found the ignition source too unwieldy and had returned it to Amon. "Place it near the motorcycle, and it will come alive," Amon elucidated. Liana examined the cube in her hand and inquired, "Do I just set it on the motorcycle? Is there nothing else required? Didn't you mention that a life activated could become unruly?" Amon replied with a smile, "No further actions are necessary. As long as I'm nearby, everything will be fine." With this reassurance, Liana, driven by curiosity, set the ignition source atop the motorcycle. At that moment, Amon snapped his fingers and the transformation commenced. Ripples of energy surged forth, causing the motorcycle to tremble and emit a low hum. The metallic body quivered as if it were flesh, the fuel tank splitting to form a chest armor, the front forks contorting into arms, the engine expanding into a core power furnace, and the wheels disassembling and reconfiguring into articulated legs. The rear wheel hub-spun and unfurled into missile compartments on the shoulders, while the headlights transformed into eerie blue optical lenses. As blue energy coursed through its form, the motorcycle fully morphed into a humanoid robot. Once activated, the machine surveyed its surroundings and soon spotted Liana and Amon before it. Kneeling gracefully, it addressed them in a synthesized feminine voice. "Masters, I thank you for granting me life. I am Artemis, Misusing the power bestowed upon him, Amon inadvertently caused Artemis to manifest with certain flaws upon activation, rendering her neither an Autobot nor a Decepticon, nor aligned with any faction of Cybertron. Instead, she now belongs solely to Amon and Liana, the goddess of the hunt. How delightful! Liana exclaimed, marveling at the allure of the transformed robot. It brings me joy to know that my master is pleased, Artemis replied warmly. At that moment, Amon spoke. Artemis, from now on, you shall serve as Liana's maid and guardian. Yes, great creator, Artemis responded earnestly. Chapter 19. Racing Liana interjected, Creator, how befitting of your arrogant nature. With that, she declared, Come, Artemis, let us venture outside. I wish to witness your prowess. Of course, miss, Artemis replied as she followed Liana outdoors. Upon reaching the entrance, Liana turned back to Amon and teased, Oh, arrogant one, would you like me to take you along? Absolutely. Amon responded with a broad smile. However, as Liana observed Amon's expression, her face momentarily froze before returning to normal. She suddenly realized that, given Amon's personality, it would be she who ended up embarrassed in the face of his humor. Then let us depart. Today, I shall showcase my strength. With determination, Liana firmly grasped Amon's hand and led him outside. Once outside, Artemis seamlessly transformed into her motorcycle form. Liana eagerly mounted the bike and patted the rear seat, saying, Hop on, arrogant one. Meanwhile, in a police car on the streets of New York, two officers were engaged in casual conversation when a flash of purple light suddenly caught their attention. Both were momentarily stunned as the speedometer emitted a series of beeps, yet failed to display a speed, instead beginning to malfunction. What on earth is happening? Is it broken? One officer queried, perplexed, as he tapped the device. The speedometer they utilized was capable of measuring speeds up to 322 kilometers per hour. The other officer quickly deduced the situation and cursed. Damn it. Is someone flying a plane on ground? I can't even see a shadow. The first officer cautiously asked, Boss, what should we do? The older officer shot him a glance and replied, What can we do? Do you want to give chase? The device is malfunctioning, and we haven't seen anything. Indeed, we have seen nothing. In his private laboratory in New York, Tony Stark was making final adjustments to his armor alongside the medic, Ratchet. Ratchet advised, Tony, while our design is impeccable, I believe we should conduct tests first. No need, Ratchet. It's a Stark family tradition to learn to run before we learn to walk. Tony dismissed the suggestion, having fully equipped his armor and addressed his artificial intelligence assistant. Jarvis, load the system. We are about to begin. The mechanical voice responded, Understood, sir. Tony donned his suit's helmet, and the armor at the interface began to interlock, swiftly forming a cohesive whole. The thrusters on the suit's hands and feet ignited, expelling a substantial amount of high-energy particles. With a resounding bang, a large hole was blasted into the garage ceiling, and the ambulance cleared away the debris, peering through the opening at the rapidly departing Tony. This is exhilarating, far more thrilling than racing, Tony exclaimed with enthusiasm. Jarvis's mechanical voice resonated in Tony's ear. Sir, please be mindful of your heartbeat. Your heart rate has escalated to 120. Forget about that. Jarvis, what's our current speed? Sir, we are now traveling at a velocity of 753 kilometers per hour with power at 30. Pleased with the current data, Tony suddenly caught sight of a flash of purple light on the road below. Jarvis, did something just pass by? Indeed, sir, it was a motorcycle. A picture was projected on the screen within his helmet, displaying a silver bike with two riders, their speed recorded at 800 kilometers per hour. Have they outfitted their motorcycle with a jet engine? How can they be moving so fast? Tony was astounded by their speed, comparable to some civilian aircraft. Intrigued, he commanded, Jarvis, pursue them. Yes, sir. The Iron Man suit plunged downwards, racing towards the two riders, passing by two police officers along the way. Beep beep. Boss, did something just zoom past again? It appeared to be silver. Liana was reveling in the exhilarating sensation of the world blurring into a cascade of light and shadow, a feeling she had never experienced before. At that moment, Artemis's voice chimed in. Miss, an unidentified flying object is pursuing us. What? Something can catch up to us? Liana glanced at the dashboard, her speed already at 800 kilometers per hour. How can anything catch up? Turning her head, she noticed a silver robot rapidly approaching. What is that? Amon, seated behind her, had also spotted Tony closing in and with a casual chuckle remarked, Just a playboy. Liana, don't let him overtake you. Can a playboy handle such advanced technology? Liana pondered, then asked Artemis. Artemis, can you go any faster? We can't let that guy behind us catch up. Certainly, miss. I can activate the acceleration mode. Then what are we waiting for? Activate it now. Liana urged eagerly. The vehicle began to transform, its exhaust morphing into two propulsion devices, and then a brilliant purple energy flame erupted from them. Artemis's speed surged to a new level, the air tearing apart with a resounding roar as they surpassed the sound barrier. A faint purple energy shield enveloped the vehicle, warding off the turbulent air currents. What a remarkable feature, Amon. You've truly outdone yourself. If it were an ordinary person, the energy shield would have activated due to the recent velocity. Otherwise, they would have been crushed beneath the weight of the vehicle, unable to move. However, the physical prowess of Amon and his companion was extraordinary, which is why the shield remained dormant. Tony's eyes widened as he witnessed an astonishing sight, a motorcycle achieving supersonic speed, manifesting a Mach cone. Jarvis, did you see that? Was that a Mach cone? Indeed, sir. Calculations indicate that the vehicle's speed has reached 103 Mach. How is that possible? And how are they able to withstand it? Jarvis, increase power to 50. We must catch up to them. Sir, the suit is still in the testing phase. Excessive power may lead to unforeseen complications, Jarvis cautioned. Do not fret. Simply follow my instructions. No one surpasses Tony Stark. The Iron Man's suit surged forward, swiftly closing the gap to Artemis. As the distance diminished, Tony discerned the two drivers, a young man and woman with a ladder at the helm, both without helmets. Tony intended to call out to them, to inquire how they had achieved such speeds without protective gear. However, considering the current environment, communication was only feasible through devices. Otherwise, they would not hear him. Jarvis, analyze how they accomplished this. Soon, Jarvis completed his scan and reported, Sir, their vehicle's surface is enveloped in an energy shield, isolating airflow and pressure from the outside. Additionally, the vehicle is equipped with an unknown propulsion system, enabling it to reach supersonic speeds. Energy shield technology. They possess such advanced capabilities. A desire to engage with them surged within Tony. This technology was groundbreaking and appeared to be highly refined. Chapter 20. Optimus Prime and Ironhide. Tony maneuvered the suit, waving to the pair and signaling for them to halt. However, Liana had no intention of stopping. She urged Artemis, keep accelerating and leave that guy far behind. While Tony was still gesturing, attempting to converse, he noticed the male driver turning towards him, revealing a smile that felt eerily familiar. The driver then raised his hand and tossed something towards Tony, seemingly a card. The card, as if detached from reality, sailed through the turbulent air without any disturbance, landing squarely on Tony's visor and obscuring his view. Upon removing the paper, he looked back to find the duo had vanished. Jarvis, where did they go? Sir, they suddenly accelerated to 132 Mach and headed east towards Queens. Jarvis, pursue them. I regret to inform you, sir, that Mark II is an experimental model, and the propulsion system is not designed for such conditions. It would be exceedingly difficult to catch up. Tony glanced at the card in his hand, his expression shifting to one of curiosity, for he possessed another card of this kind, and it dawned upon him why the smile felt so familiar. Yet again, it was the unique cabaret. It seemed he ought to seize the opportunity to pay a visit. He murmured a few words, instructing Jarvis, forget about that mysterious fellow. Jarvis, ascend and let us explore our limits. Yes, sir. Ever since he was rescued by the enigmatic organization, Tony had harbored the desire to visit them. However, his recent endeavors had kept him preoccupied, just back from Afghanistan, entangled with extraterrestrial matters, and busy designing his armor. He had scarcely found the time. The Iron Man suit abruptly altered its trajectory, soaring skyward. Unrestricted by any limitations, the armor swiftly ascended beyond the cruising altitude of commercial airliners, reaching approximately 70,000 feet. What is the record for the state? Route 71 Blackbird. The altitude record for the state Route 71 Blackbird is 85,000 feet. Sir, Jarvis promptly provided the data. Records are meant to be broken. Let us go. After flying a considerable distance, Tony sensed an anomaly. He found the joints of the suit becoming increasingly difficult to maneuver. Sir, high-altitude icing poses a significant safety hazard. Continue. The exhilarated Tony disregarded Jarvis' warning, when suddenly, the jet propulsion system in his feet emitted a sound, followed by a shower of sparks. ceasing to function. Shortly thereafter, the suit's internal systems shut down as well, and Jarvis became uncontactable. The frigid temperatures at high altitude had compromised the suit's power system. Oh no! After a brief surge in altitude propelled by speed, Tony began to plummet towards the ground in a free fall. Jarvis, deploy the wings, break through the ice. Jarvis! Jarvis! After several futile calls, Tony realized that Jarvis was also offline. Blast it! He attempted to manually activate a switch on the side of the armor to deploy the wings and resolve the crisis. However, the ice encasing the suit rendered his hands immobile, preventing him from flipping the switch. I must have lost my strength during that abduction. Finally, at a height not too far from the ground, he managed to activate the wings. The ice shattered, and the suit's systems began rebooting rapidly. There's no time at this altitude. Quickly estimating the distance to the ground, Tony concluded that he would inevitably crash. Jarvis, head toward the ocean. Jarvis came back online. Landing on the sea was now Tony's sole plan, as he was not far from the surface of the water, potentially reaching it before hitting the ground. Yes, sir. Warning. Warning. An unidentified object is approaching. What? Tony was perplexed. Aside from himself, the genius in the skies over New York, what other flying object could there be? Suddenly, he felt a collision jolt the suit, followed by a tumultuous rolling, culminating in a violent crash against the ground, ensued by a cacophony of metal striking the earth. Tony lifted his mask, unable to suppress a retch. The exhilarating descent moments ago had been quite overwhelming. Human, are you all right? I'm Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots. Tony took a moment to compose himself and raised his gaze towards the source of the voice, his eyes landing on a pair of towering mechanical legs, standing at least 3 to 4 meters high. As he looked higher, he beheld a mechanical head, roughly half his height, directly facing him, its mechanical eyes pulsating with a blue glow. Big guy, thank you so much. I almost had a refreshing dip. Tony finally removed his helmet and lay on the ground in gratitude. Optimus tilted his metallic head, noting that this human was unlike any he had encountered since arriving on Earth. He was indeed unique. Human, you do not seem surprised. It appears you possess some knowledge of me. Big guy, my name is Tony Stark, but you may call me Mr. Stark. Ambulance has spoken of you, Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots. At that moment, lights appeared in the distance, approaching in the form of an ambulance and a black pickup truck. As they arrived before Tony and Optimus, the vehicles transformed with a series of mechanical whirs into their Autobot forms. It was indeed the ambulance and Ironhide. The ambulance addressed Tony, who lay on the ground. Tony, I knew you would find trouble. Fortunately, Optimus arrived just in time to catch you. Thanks, ambulance. But I had my own method for a safe landing. I just hadn't T-deployed it yet. The ever-proud Tony would never admit that without Optimus, he might have plummeted into the sea. He then turned to Ironhide and inquired, "Who is this artillery piece?" Artillery piece? The ambulance paused, realizing Tony was referring to Ironhide, and introduced, Tony, this is Ironhide, our weapons specialist and a battle-hardened warrior. Pleasure to meet you, artillery piece. Your weaponry appears quite impressive. Tony noted, observing the numerous weapon ports adorning Ironhide, which inspired his nickname. Likewise, Iron Man, Ironhide replied in a deep voice, a typically reticent Autobot. In Tony's laboratory, the ceiling that had been previously damaged by his reckless antics had been repaired by the ambulance, though a new hole had been made nearby. This time, it was not Tony's doing, but rather due to Optimus's colossal size, necessitating the breach for entry. Sitting in his executive chair, Tony addressed the 3 Autobots. So, you mean to say the Decepticons have come to Earth in search of something called the Allspark? What purpose does it serve? Is it your spiritual totem? Optimus, curling his body slightly, nodded and explained that is one way to interpret it, though is more complex. The Allspark is a tangible entity, the source and sanctuary of our souls, capable of providing us with energy and even creating our kin. Tony pondered this and posed a question. What do you mean by creating your kin? When electronic and mechanical components come into contact with the Allspark's power, they are activated into Cybertronians. The Decepticons likely intend to exploit the Allspark to manufacture an army, to incite war. Optimus Prime responded to Tony's inquiry with a rather grim conjecture. Chapter 21. Enhancing the Locating Device. This is truly unfortunate. In light of Optimus Prime's perspective, Tony replied, feeling a sense of impending doom at the thought of countless Decepticons, as there had been in Afghanistan, threatening the Earth. How could your Cybertronian technology possibly fall to Earth? Tony retorted with exasperation. We are equally perplexed, Optimus Prime solemnly replied. However, our detection instruments indicate that the Allspark resides on Earth. Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes sparkled with interest as he asked, "Do you possess a means to pinpoint the location of the Allspark?" "Indeed, we have devices capable of detecting the energy fluctuations of the Allspark, but their accuracy is only relative to the universe. They can only locate it within Earth, and further precision eludes us," Optimus Prime explained candidly. Tony, flipping his hand with a hint of pride, declared, "I am an expert in the field of mechanical electronics, and energy domains are also within my research purview. You could entrust the device to me for further study. Perhaps I could enhance its accuracy." After a moment of contemplation, Optimus Prime turned to Ratchet, instructing, "Give him the device. This might be our opportunity to locate the Allspark." Ratchet's form shifted, revealing armor that opened to extract a black box. "We have observed a significant residual energy from the Allspark on Earth, which is why we are certain it is located here," he stated. Tony accepted the black box, examining the Cybertronian apparatus with curiosity. It was a technology he had never encountered before, akin to the Autobots before him. However, he was confident that with his brilliant intellect, he would soon enhance this machine. Tony inquired of Ratchet, "Ratchet, could you elucidate this device for me? It would be even better if you could explain the underlying principles." "Certainly. It is called the source core device. It synchronizes with the energy emitted by the Allspark, establishing quantum entanglement. Under the influence of the Allspark's energy, surrounding objects exhibit a phenomenon of entropy reduction," Ratchet began to explain. The two then moved aside, engrossed in their discussion, leaving Optimus Prime and Ironhide momentarily unattended. "Is this what technicians are like?" Optimus Prime asked his lieutenant, Ironhide, who shook his head in uncertainty. Not wishing to disturb Tony and Ratchet, who were deep in their research, Optimus Prime exited the laboratory through a large opening and seated himself in a cluttered storeroom, gazing up at the moon overhead. Time passed, and he suddenly received an urgent message from Bumblebee. "Ironhide, Bumblebee is in trouble," Optimus Prime declared. "What has happened?" Ironhide asked, bewildered. Bumblebee went to investigate a target that was attacked by Decepticons. He is now fleeing with the target, and the situation is dire, Optimus Prime stated gravely. In truth, many Autobots have arrived on Earth. Bumblebee had discovered a lead on the Allspark and set out to investigate alone. It appears that the lead he mentioned is indeed credible. Upon reflection, Ironhide comprehended the situation. Optimus Prime declared, "We must hasten to assist Bumblebee." Ironhide glanced towards the laboratory, pondering, "What about here?" Ratchet is not adept in combat. He shall remain here with Stark to conduct research, Optimus decided. Immediately, the two Autobots transformed back into their truck and pickup forms, racing towards Bumblebee's location. In Queens, an intense pursuit was unfolding. A dilapidated yellow Chevrolet sped along the highway, overtaking vehicle after vehicle, pursued relentlessly by two police car-like Decepticons, who clung tightly to the rear of the yellow car. Moreover, the two Decepticons utilized their mounted machine guns and missiles to harass the yellow vehicle, the distance between them rapidly diminishing. Sam, in the car, was exceedingly anxious, frequently glancing back to assess the gap with the Decepticons. He urged Bumblebee, "Faster, Bumblebee! They're closing in. Watch out ahead." A helicopter appeared in the sky above the road ahead, and with a transformation sound, its gun barrels aimed menacingly at Bumblebee. A barrage of bullets rained down amidst Sam's frantic cries, causing the rear wheels of the worn yellow Chevrolet to lift as it transformed into a towering robot exceeding 5 meters in height. Bumblebee grasped Sam with one hand while the other seized an unattended vehicle by the roadside, using it as a shield against the onslaught. "Run! I'll hold them off," Bumblebee articulated in broken phrases, his speech module damaged in the previous battle, forcing him to communicate through a series of radio channel adjustments. Without hesitation, Sam tightened his grip on his backpack and dashed towards the nearby building, understanding that his presence would only hinder Bumblebee, as he could not contribute to the fight. Sam was aware that the Decepticons were after the glasses he clutched, belonging to his great-grandfather, which Bumblebee had informed him concealed vital information that must not fall into Decepticon hands. It proved advantageous for Sam to flee towards the building, as a confined space effectively restricted the Decepticons' pursuit. Bumblebee engaged one police car Decepticon and the helicopter, while the other police car Decepticon chased after Sam. As the renowned combatant from Cybertron, Bumblebee found himself struggling against the onslaught of two Decepticons. Yet his extensive battle experience and formidable strength momentarily held them at bay. Sam weaved through the structures, pursued by the Decepticons, who could only wreak havoc on the buildings while following him due to the limited space. Glancing back, Sam noticed the distance between himself and the enemy increasing, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief as tension eased from his body. It seemed that fleeing in this direction was indeed a prudent choice. Sam silently commended his own cleverness when suddenly he felt the ground tremble violently, and the manhole cover before him began to shake. Could it be? Sam harbored a rather disquieting suspicion. Suddenly, the manhole cover was flung aside, and a colossal robot emerged, shattering the ground surrounding the opening before him. "Human, surrender the information regarding the Allspark," proclaimed the Decepticon, extending its rapidly rotating mechanical arm towards Sam, exuding a menacing intent to crush his skull should he refuse. Sam cautiously shifted the bag he held behind him, forcing a stiff smile as he stammered, "Mr. Robot, please remain calm. I possess no knowledge of the Allspark. I am merely an ordinary person. Is that so?" The Decepticon appeared unconvinced, lowering its spinning arm towards Sam's chest. Drawing closer, paralyzed by fear, Sam dared not move, apprehensive that any motion might result in the robot piercing him through. With a harsh slicing sound, Sam's shirt was torn apart, and his flesh beneath was lacerated, blood gushing forth. Gasping in pain, he gritted his teeth, resolute in his defiance. "Bone Crusher, what are you doing?" came a voice from behind, and in that instant, Sam felt his bag snatched away. This kid is so protective of his bag. It must contain something of value. "You ought to be more discerning, Bone Crusher." Chapter 22. Locking in the position, retracting his mechanical arm, Bone Crusher addressed Barricade. "I was merely toying with this boy." With that, Bone Crusher leapt back into the hole, and Barricade also chose to depart, setting off in a determined direction, seemingly indifferent to Sam's plight. Neither Decepticon delivered a final blow before leaving. Once they had vanished, Sam collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. His chest wound was superficial and not life-threatening. Nearby, the two Decepticons battling Bumblebee received news of the situation and ceased their conflict, retreating into the distance. Bumblebee refrained from pursuing them. As a single Autobot against two or even three Decepticons, it would have been perilous. Sam. Suddenly, Bumblebee recalled something. The Decepticon's abrupt withdrawal must indicate trouble on Sam's end. He hastened to follow the path of destruction in search of him. When Optimus Prime and Ratchet arrived at Bumblebee's indicated location, they found only the battered Bumblebee and Sam, whose chest was wrapped in bandages. The truck and pickup transformed into Optimus Prime and Ratchet. Optimus Prime inquired sternly, "Bumblebee, where are the Decepticons?" Bumblebee communicated through his radio, "Clue taken, enemy departed." Optimus Prime did not reproach Bumblebee for losing the lead. Rather, he reassured him, "Your language module is damaged. Seek out Ratchet for treatment when possible. The clue may be lost, but we have other means." At that moment, Sam cautiously approached Optimus Prime, perhaps fearing he would not be heard, and urgently asked, "Are you Bumblebee's companion? Could you please explain what has transpired? I have been pursued all night." Optimus Prime and Ironhide exchanged a glance before engaging in a brief conversation with Bumblebee. Turning to Sam, Optimus remarked, "Young man, your bravery is commendable. I regret that our actions have drawn you into this predicament. Given your involvement, it is impossible for you to extricate yourself entirely from this situation. You are welcome to accompany us to a location where your safety can be assured." Sam glanced back at Bumblebee, who nodded in affirmation, dispelling any hesitation he had. He replied, "All right." His trust in Bumblebee remained steadfast. The Autobots, without further delay, transformed back into their vehicle forms, and Sam climbed into Bumblebee as they sped towards Tony's laboratory. Inside Tony's private lab, having momentarily disengaged from his research, Tony listened intently to Optimus's account. Once Optimus concluded his narration, Tony stated, "The loss of the lead is inconsequential. I have grasped the principles behind the locator device, and I already have a plan for its enhancement. It should be ready by tomorrow." "So soon?" Optimus expressed his astonishment. "Of course. I'm a genius inventor," Tony proclaimed with pride. Tony's ingenuity left me in awe, and Ratchet concurred with his assessment. "However," he added, "yet you went out to rescue people without including me. My armor was specifically designed for such scenarios. Tony, suddenly struck by inspiration, turned to the somewhat anxious Sam, smiling. Your name is Sam, isn't it? Does sharing a room with a playboy make you nervous? Sam, visibly excited, replied, Mr. Stark, I am thrilled. You are my idol. My father even invested in Stark Industries stocks. I never imagined you had already established contact with extraterrestrials. Huh, you got a keen eye, kid. Trust me, despite Stark Industries' current stock decline, once I intervene, it will rebound swiftly. Tony laughed heartily. The following afternoon, within Tony's laboratory, Sam, Optimus, and Ratchet observed as Tony deftly manipulated the control panel. Bumblebee and Ironhide stood guard outside, vigilant against any Decepticon assault. Under Tony's guidance, the black box on the workbench activated, and a model of Earth began to spin rapidly in the projection. I have integrated data from the Earth's energy field into the system, significantly reducing interference and enhancing accuracy. I have also modified your energy detection algorithms for greater precision, Tony explained. Mr. Stark, may I inquire about the accuracy of the improved device? Optimus interjected, as he found the technicalities somewhat tedious and uninteresting. In response, Tony pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. With my enhancements, the positional error will not exceed 30 kilometers. And accuracy will improve as we draw closer. 30 kilometers is a negligible margin. We can complete the search within half an hour. Optimus's voice brimmed with excitement, for they might well locate the Allspark before the Decepticons did. At that moment, Ironhide entered, carrying a bound man dressed in a suit, his hairline alarmingly receding. Alien intruders, release me. You are inciting conflict with Earth. Ironhide meticulously addressed Optimus Prime and Tony, stating, Optimus Stark, this individual was lurking outside, attempting to infiltrate. And Bumblebee and I apprehended him. The restrained Coulson quickly interjected, Big guy, I believe you are mistaken. I came to visit Tony Stark. I merely lost my way. Tony glanced over at the bound middle-aged man, feeling a sense of familiarity, and inquired of J.R.V.S. Has this man been here before? Sir, Agent Phil Coulson visited 4 days ago, right after your press conference. However, you did not meet him, Ms. Potts received him on your behalf. Is that so? Tony shrugged non-committally. Optimus turned to Ironhide, saying, Release him. Without further comment, Ironhide set Coulson down and severed the ropes binding him with a blade on his arm. Coulson, stretching his sore arms from the bindings, refrained from glancing at the two towering Autobots and smiled at Tony. Ah, Mr. Stark, I primarily came to inquire about the extraterrestrial robots. But I had no idea your connections ran this deep. At that moment, the instruments on the workbench began to flicker, indicating the completion of search. Not wishing to waste time, Tony swiftly approached the workbench and began operating the equipment. The projection of Earth paused at a specific location. Tony enlarged the map and asked J.R.V.I.S., where is this? Sir, this location is at the confluence of Nevada and Arizona, near Lake Mead, formed by the Hoover Dam. Energy readings from the Tesseract are concentrated around the reservoir. Tony continually adjusted the map, ultimately halting at the image of the Hoover Dam. This structure is the largest in the vicinity and is heavily fortified with concrete, making it an ideal place to conceal something. J.R.V.I.S. Pull up all available data on the Hoover Dam. Access the Pentagon's database. Receiving the command, J.A.R.V.I.S. swiftly began retrieving the information. Meanwhile, Coulson, left aside, caught wind of Tony's inquiry into the Hoover Dam, and his pupils dilated. Why are you seeking information on the Hoover Dam? Chapter 23. Journey to the Hoover Dam. Why are you looking for information on the Hoover Dam? Tony replied, perplexed. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and narrowing his eyes, he asked, Agent Coulson, do you know something? Coulson glanced nervously at the watchful Autobots, swallowed hard, and managed a strained smile. Perhaps you could have a conversation with our director? Just then, while urging researchers at the Hoover Dam to study Megatron, Nick Fury received a call from Coulson. He arrived at a desolate location and connected the call. Phil, you had better have something of utmost importance. Otherwise, you are finished. On the other end, Coulson's voice came through, tinged with awkwardness. Sir, I have made significant progress regarding the extraterrestrial robots, but the situation has become rather convoluted. It may require your personal intervention. What on earth are you talking about? Nick Fury's expression mirrored a quintessential bewilderment. You are from that department with the excessively long name Homeland Strategic Security and Logistics, right? Surely, your role ISNT merely to stamp documents. A familiar, sardonic tone emanated from the phone, prompting Nick Fury to furrow his brow. Tony Stark? Why are you the one speaking? What do you intend? The irreverent voice returned. Agent, have you done something at Hoover Dam that jeopardizes Earth safety? Perhaps researching extraterrestrial robots? Nick Fury's frown deepened as he demanded, where did you obtain that information, Stark? This is classified. On the other end, Tony nodded towards Optimus Prime and continued, Agent, you are in trouble. According to my sources, you will soon face an assault from extraterrestrial machines. I hope you are prepared. Do not let them prevail before I arrive. I will resolve this swiftly. What are you talking about, Stark? Beep, beep, beep. The call disconnected. Damn it, Nick Fury cursed, hurling his phone to the ground as he briskly made his way to the command center. Romulo, strengthen the base's defenses. Extraterrestrial forces are set to attack us. Crossbones, still idling, was momentarily taken aback by the sudden command, but quickly regained his composure and organized personnel to bolster the defenses. As Romulo departed to arrange the defense, Nick Fury stood before the vast glass window, gazing down at the sprawling base, sighing deeply as he retrieved an antiquated pager from his pocket, fumbling with it momentarily. After stowing the pager away, Nick Fury set about other matters, determined to be fully prepared. Unbeknownst to Nick Fury, as Romulo organized the defenses, he discreetly halted A.S.H.I.L.D. agent and whispered, Hail, Hydra. Hail, Hydra. They were all Hydra spies within S.H.I.E.L.D. Perhaps that characterization was imprecise, as a significant portion of S.H.I.E.L.D. was comprised of Hydra operatives. Romulo instructed the Hydra agent, gather personnel. A conflict will soon erupt at the base. Seize the opportunity to extract the two items labeled 084. The extraterrestrial robots must be taken. Yes, sir. The Hydra agents departed to execute their orders, while Romulo, adhering to Nick Fury's directives, selected non-Hydra S.H.I.L.D. agents for the base's defense. They have always acted this way. Whenever embarking on perilous missions, they deliberately select genuine S.H.I.L.D. agents to preserve the living strength of Hydra. This is one of the reasons why Hydra has managed to seize a significant portion of S.H.I.L.D. The phone was tossed back into Coulson's hands by Tony, leaving Coulson feeling exceptionally unfortunate recently. Ever since he investigated that missionary doctor a few days prior, he sensed his luck had taken a turn for the worse. He could hardly recall how he left that house. Perhaps he was simply too fatigued, encountering red lights while driving, and by the time he queued for food, it was all sold out. The equipment he utilized consistently malfunctioned. Consequently, he requested 2 days off from Nick Fury, who, noticing Coulson's misfortunes, granted his request. Coulson planned to escape New York for a brief vacation to shake off his bad luck, only to find himself trapped in traffic for an entire day. And just when he was about to leave New York, his car broke down. The following day, after getting the car repaired, Coulson intended to set off once more, but was notified by the director that his leave had ended, and he was assigned another task involving Stark's investigation. It was reported that an unidentified flying object appeared over Manhattan last night, causing damage to a street, which Stark ultimately paid to repair. The director suspected Stark and his extraterrestrial associates were involved. Unexpectedly, due to his ill fortune, he got lost near Stark's laboratory and was discovered by 2 robots, who subsequently bound him before Tony Stark. Coulson admired the agent paired with him, as his assignment required collaboration. Yet to his surprise, this agent boldly declined. He recalled that day vividly, the agent, donning a monocle that he had seemingly acquired out of nowhere, arrogantly told the director, I relish telling self-important individuals no. Come find me after my vacation ends, you black egg. He then nonchalantly hung up the call, advising Coulson, don't take that black egg too seriously. Doing so will only lead him to exploit you further. Thus, the duo mission transformed into a solitary endeavor. At this moment, Tony, who was studying Hoover Dam, turned to Coulson and inquired, Coulson, your agency must have fighter jets, right? Quickly arrange one for us. We need to reach Hoover Dam without delay. Mr. Stark, that is against protocol. Coulson responded. Tony Stark, with great authority, declared, Coulson, no protocol outweighs the safety of Earth. Do you wish to endanger the planet? Coulson longed to retort that the two matters were entirely unrelated, but upon catching the unwavering gaze of the Autobots behind him, he altered his response. The safety of Earth takes precedence. I will arrange for a fighter jet immediately. There exists a SHIELD division in New York, and under Coulson's direction, a Quinjet swiftly arrived at Stark's laboratory. The interior of the Quinjet was remarkably spacious, accommodating even the largest of beings. Optimus Prime, once he curled up his form, Tony Stark donned his latest modified Mark III armor. Last night, he was not solely focused on the overhaul of the positioning device. He also took the time to refine the Mark III based on the test data from a Mark II, entrusting Jarvis with the production of the armor components. Rather than accompanying Optimus Prime and the others aboard the Quinjet, he opted to harness the speed of his armor, arriving at Hoover Dam ahead of the group. Inside the Quinjet, the diminutive Bumblebee observed Coulson and Black Widow Natasha as they operated the aircraft. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Bumblebee's gaze, Coulson turned to Natasha, piloting the Quinjet, and remarked, "Natasha, I truly appreciate your daring to fly the Quinjet to assist me. It was Fury who anticipated you might require support and informed me to help you. However, Coulson, what is the situation with these robots?" Chapter 24. The invasion of Red Spider and Decepticons. Coulson exited the cockpit, leaving it in Natasha's capable hands. He approached Optimus Prime, eager to inquire about certain matters, having previously been overshadowed by Tony Stark's presence. "Optimus, greetings. I am Phil Coulson. You appear to be the leader of these machines." "Hello, Coulson," Optimus Prime replied with commendable courtesy. Sensing the leader's approachable demeanor, Coulson felt a sense of relief. He was not as imposing as Tony Stark. We might be able to share some intelligence, which would be advantageous for the potential battles ahead. After a moment's pause, Coulson began. In the early 20th century, human explorers discovered colossal humanoid robots and enormous metallic cubes. The then president constructed the dam at present-day Hoover Dam for the purpose of secret research. This research was later taken over by SHIELD. Optimus Prime's mechanical eyes visibly widened, and he inquired with heightened urgency, "Colossal robots? Could you elaborate further?" Coulson raised an eyebrow, first depicting his vision of the ice-encased robot. It was trapped in ice, predominantly silver-gray in color, equipped with jet propulsion on its back, and armed with multiple energy cannons. Standing approximately 10 meters tall, after detailing its appearance, he subtly probed, "Is that robot particularly special? Your expression seems quite concerning." In a somber tone, Optimus Prime replied, "If I am not mistaken, that individual is my old friend, the leader of the Decepticons, Megatron. He has been missing for many years, and it seems he has come to Earth." He continued, "Cybertron was once a flourishing and advanced planet, but due to civil war and resource depletion, it has become uninhabitable for us Cybertronians." After a brief pause, he added, "I initially believed the Decepticons came to Earth to seize the lost Allspark, but now it appears there are deeper machinations at play involving Megatron. He would not have remained encased in ice for so long without a plan, and the situation has grown increasingly complex." Coulson rubbed his face and inquired, "What manner of being is Megatron? Is he truly perilous?" Optimus Prime appeared to drift into contemplation, and after a prolonged silence, he responded, "Initially, we all sought to restore Cybertron, yet Megatron gradually succumbed to extremism, resorting to any means necessary for that restoration. His pursuit of victory ignited a war that endured for millennia." Coulson seemed to ponder this, uncertainly asking, "What brings the Decepticons to Earth? Do they seek to reclaim their former leader?" The Allspark is their objective. It provides us with energy and enables the creation of numerous Cybertronians, thus supplying his war with an army. Optimus Prime replied gravely. Coulson, recalling the contributions to global warming, remembered SHIELD's research on that colossal cube from which energy could transform electronics into violent automatons. "This is dire. Could you elaborate on the characteristics of the Decepticons? I wish to report to our director, so he may be better prepared." Optimus Prime contemplated for a moment before imparting intelligence regarding the Decepticons. Coulson meticulously noted every detail and proceeded to a section of the Quinjet to report back to his superior. However, his communication request failed to connect, and the instruments indicated no signal. No signal. Coulson felt a sense of foreboding. With SHIELD's technology, such a situation was virtually unprecedented unless deliberately interfered with. At Hoover Dam, DS headquarters, a technician approached Nick Fury, who was organizing base operations, and anxiously declared, "Director, our communications with the outside world have been disrupted. We are now cut off." What? Nick Fury's pupils dilated in shock. He had not anticipated that the enemy would arrive so swiftly. Go. Alert all personnel to assume a state of highest alert. Combatants must prepare for battle. Yet, as a legendary agent, Nick Fury quickly regained his composure and began issuing orderly response commands. As the entire base mobilized, a diminutive robot, barely reaching an adult's knee, stealthily infiltrated the facility. Clutching a metal box, it evaded detection by transforming into a water cooler and other electronic devices whenever it encountered personnel. Before long, the small robot reached the exterior of the command room, affixing the metal box to the wall and manipulating its controls. A powerful electromagnetic pulse surged forth, instantly incapacitating all electronic devices within the base, extinguishing the lights and halting the operation of the apparatus, maintaining Megatron's cryogenic stasis. Standing beside the command console, Nick Fury was taken aback as the entire base plunged into darkness, the workstations extinguished. Damn it! Quickly restore the power system. After Nick Fury took command of the base, he contemplated the possibility of an electromagnetic pulse attack and instituted certain protective measures. By simply restarting the system, some of the core functions of the base could be restored. In a fit of anger, he slammed his fist onto the command platform, creating a shallow dent, and swiftly made his way towards Megatron, determined to ensure the safety of the alien robot. Technical staff had warned that once the ice encasing the robot's exterior thawed, it could potentially reawaken. Upon arriving at Megatron's location, he found a multitude of agents surrounding the area as if guarding it. Nick Fury was gratified by the sight and praised them, saying, "Well done, you recognize the urgency in protecting vital assets. You shall all be rewarded." The numerous Hydra agents inwardly scoffed, yet outwardly responded, "Thank you, Director." They had received orders from Brock Rumlow to prepare for a chaotic extraction of the alien robot, but were caught off guard by Fury's timely arrival, complicating their plans. Outside the base, several alien fighter jets approached, transforming mid-air into humanoid forms and landing on the dam. The Red Spider instructed the Decepticon soldiers following him. Megatron and the Allspark are inside. Find an entrance. If you cannot locate one, blast your way through. In the distance, several motorcycle riders approached, all members of the Decepticons. Gunfire erupted as a Decepticon soldier discovered the base's entrance, engaging in combat with SHIELD agents. The weaponry at this SHIELD base was quite formidable, having developed advanced arms using technology reverse-engineered for Megatron, successfully thwarting the Decepticon soldiers' incursion. Witnessing this, the Red Spider soared into the fray, launching a barrage of cluster bombs that even sent the Decepticon soldier flying. "What a useless fool," he exclaimed as he kicked the Decepticon aside and strode confidently into the base, followed closely by other Decepticon members. Amidst the ruins of the bomb-blasted base entrance, debris shifted, and a panel was dislodged, allowing Rumlow to emerge. Chapter 25. A knockout will suffice. Coughing a few times, Rumlow retrieved his fallen weapon. During the preceding battle, he had lingered on the periphery, allowing the genuine SHIELD agents to take the brunt of the conflict. When the bombs began to rain down, he had swiftly found cover and narrowly escaped disaster. Unlike the SHIELD agents, many of whom had met direct explosive ends or been buried alive. He pulled out his communication device, only to find it still had no signal. "Damn it, I need to find a location with reception to report to Director Pierce," he muttered under his breath, limping away from the base. Due to the Decepticons' assault, the defensive systems within the SHIELD base had been severely compromised, and with Hydra's deliberate sabotage, the Red Spider's incursion faced little formidable resistance. The Red Spider obliterated a SHIELD agent into mere ashes, mocking, "Humanity is truly a feeble and ineffectual race. Even their resistance is pathetically weak." Nearby, Nick Fury, who stood beside Megatron, grew increasingly pallid as the sounds of battle intensified. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed the agents around him, "Fetch me the explosives. I must eliminate this extraterrestrial before the enemy seizes it." The Hydra agents exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as Fury collapsed, struck down, and was subsequently kicked into a corner. "Just knock him out and claim it was an enemy ambush," declared a Hydra agent sporting a monocle as he discarded the wooden plank in his hand. The other Hydra agents nodded in agreement, approving this audacious plan. "Now, let us together transport this colossal robot," suggested one of the agents. Abruptly, the monocled Hydra agent approached the wall, waved farewell to his comrades, and uttered, "Farewell, everyone," before he vanished directly into the wall. "Am I hallucinating? Has Khan truly disappeared?" One agent pondered, just as the Hydra agents were left astonished by the recent events. The Red Spider had already arrived at Megatron's location, accompanied by his Decepticon minions. Seeing the enemy approach, the Hydra agents raised their weapons and opened fire on the advancing Red Spider. The Red Spider scratched the spot where a bullet had struck and lifted his arm. Equipped with artillery. Boom! In the ensuing explosion, Hydra agents fell, some dead, others wounded, all rendered incapable of further combat. Notably, the least injured among them was Nick Fury, who had lost consciousness earlier. The Red Spider approached the ice-encased Megatron and spoke in a respectful tone. "My master, I have come to release you." He then shattered the ice, imprisoning Megatron. With a glimmer in his eyes, Megatron's mechanical form stirred, shaking off the remnants of ice. Raising his arm to violently pin the Red Spider to the ground, and subsequently smashing the freezing apparatus and research equipment surrounding him. "You have kept me waiting far too long, Red Spider." The Red Spider dared not retort, remaining prostrate on the ground. "Master, I have finally rescued you." "Oomph." Megatron kicked the Red Spider and commanded several Decepticons. "Guard this area. I'm going to retrieve the Allspark." "Yes." Several Decepticons proceeded to eliminate the remaining human resistance throughout the base. Meanwhile, outside the base, Tony had just arrived and was conversing with his friend Rhodey. "Rhodey, when will the military arrive?" Hoover Dam appears to have already fallen to the aliens. The Air Force should be on its way, but the ground troops will take longer. Your message came rather suddenly. We are operating at maximum speed. A distant roar echoed as military aircraft sliced through the atmosphere. Tony gazed up to see the military jets approaching. At last, some reliable reinforcements. With renewed resolve, he charged towards the Decepticons outside the base. As he drew nearer, 2 small missiles were launched from the waist of his armor, striking 2 Decepticons with pinpoint accuracy. The missiles emitted a powerful electrical shock before detonating, rendering the Decepticons immobile. This was Tony's latest creation, designed during his spare time the previous night, tailored to incapacitate the Decepticons based on the characteristics of the Autobots relayed by Ratchet. Meanwhile, the military jets engaged in a skirmish with several Decepticon aircraft, leveraging their numerical advantage to maintain a defense. In the skies above, S.H.I.E.L. DS Quinjet finally arrived. The rear hatch of the aircraft opened, revealing Optimus Prime and several Autobots, who surveyed the chaos below. "Autobots, roll out!" With that rallying cry, Optimus leaped from the Quinjet, followed by Bumblebee, Ironhide, and Jazz. Given the considerable distance from their landing site to New York, Jazz had only just arrived at Tony's lab that morning, while Ratchet, being a technician, was tasked with logistics and would not engage in direct combat. Optimus landed directly atop a Decepticon, his arm-mounted blade piercing through it, effortlessly cleaving the foe into mid-air. He then executed a textbook superhero landing, swiftly dispatching another charging Decepticon. Bumblebee was entangled with one Decepticon when Jazz joined the fray, assisting Bumblebee in swiftly overcoming their adversary. Ironhide, similar to Optimus, may not have been able to dispatch a Decepticon in mere moments, but he handled the lesser Decepticons with ease. "We're a step behind the Decepticons. Let us move quickly and secure the Allspark before they do." Optimus urged his fellow Autobots, sprinting toward the base entrance. Inside the base, chaos reigned. Nick Fury lay unconscious, and Crossbones had made his escape, leaving the vast facility in disarray. As Tony navigated through the turmoil, he couldn't help but scoff. This place is a mess. How could such a large organization as S.H.I.E.L.D. allow it to deteriorate like this? After dispatching another Decepticon, Jarvis' voice chimed in. "Sir, there is a survivor." Following Jarvis's guidance, Tony discovered the unconscious Nick Fury in a corner of the ruins. He must hold a high rank. He could provide information on the Allspark's location, but this search is far too slow. Tony retrieved a syringe from his armor's waist compartment and plunged it into Nick Fury's neck. As the serum coursed through him, Nick Fury abruptly opened his eyes. Just as Tony prepared to inquire, Fury instinctively drew his firearm and emptied the magazine towards Tony. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Soldier, you've got the wrong guy. I'm not your enemy. Tony Stark? Nick Fury discerned Tony's voice and exclaimed, "How could it be you?" Upon opening his eyes, he was confronted by an Iron Man, instinctively mistaking him for an invading adversary and immediately fired his weapon. "You still recognize me? Now tell me, where's the Tesseract?" At that moment, Jarvis interjected, "Sir, based on vocal analysis, this individual is indeed the director of SHIELD, with whom you previously conversed." Chapter 26. Jarvis transforms, so it is that fellow. Tony realized, understanding why the other had been able to identify him. "What Tesseract? Stark, be more explicit." Nick Fury struggled to rise from the ground, his head throbbing painfully. "Damn it, who struck my head?" He cursed inwardly. Reflecting on the ambulance and Optimus Prime's description of the Tesseract, Tony replied, "It should be an enormous cube radiating blue light. The aliens are after this object. It possesses the capability to produce a vast army of extraterrestrials." Nick Fury's expression shifted as he recognized a grave misunderstanding. He had believed the aliens sought the massive, frozen robot, entirely overlooking the cube that could transform it. If those aliens were to obtain it and utilize it to create an army, the Earth would be doomed. As this realization dawned, Nick Fury turned to Tony, clad in his iron armor, and said swiftly, "The Tesseract is located in the northwest corner of the base. From there, proceed through a corridor, past 2 security doors, and, never mind, let us hurry. Take me there, and I will guide you." "All right." Tony did not hesitate. He approached Nick Fury, inspecting him closely, and inquired, "Is your trench coat sturdy?" Nick Fury, momentarily perplexed by Tony's intent, instinctively replied, "It's custom-made, absolutely bulletproof." "Good, hold on to your coat." With that, Tony grasped the collar of Nick Fury's trench coat and lifted him as if he were a cat, swiftly soaring in the direction indicated by Fury. "Damn it, Stark." The immense research chamber housing the Tesseract had its doors blasted open by several Decepticons, and Megatron strode in, followed closely by Starscream. Upon sighting the coveted Tesseract, Megatron rushed forward and placed his hand upon it. The Tesseract began to rotate, compressing gradually. "Hey, that Decepticon, you've rusted over, better not touch it, or you might damage the Tesseract." Tony's voice echoed, followed by a small missile striking Megatron's turned head. Boom! Amidst the explosion, Megatron was propelled away from the Tesseract. "Wow, this Tesseract is larger than I anticipated. It seems I can't remove it quickly. I'll have to stall until Optimus and the others arrive." Tony swiftly assessed the situation and resolved to temporarily hold off the Decepticons. "Hey, Big Eyes, how about a little game with me?" Tony's taunting voice reached the ears of the Decepticons. Megatron shook his head and rose from the ground, cursing the pesky insect. He lifted his mechanical arm and fired an energy cannon at Tony, who deftly dodged the attack. "What are you waiting for? Capture him," commanded the Decepticon. The watching Spider-Man, upon hearing the order, stepped forward and transformed into jet mode, soaring toward Tony. Thus began a dramatic aerial chase, with Tony skillfully maneuvering, taking advantage of his smaller size and agility in the confined space, much like flying a kite to evade the pursuing Spider-Man. Suddenly, Tony executed a sharp turn, heading toward Megatron, only to swiftly veer away as he approached. Megatron's focus remained on the Allspark, and, as Tony had anticipated, the constrained Spider-Man collided violently with Megatron. "Spider-Man, you fool!" Megatron bellowed as he tossed the errant Decepticon aside, turning his ire toward the still-flying Tony. "You have truly angered me, insect," he declared, transforming into jet mode to personally ensnare Tony. Having toyed with Spider-Man, Tony's defenses were notably diminished. He mistakenly assumed that this larger robot would be as easily outwitted. In a swift motion, Tony and his armor were sent crashing against the base wall. "Sir, armor damage at 15, Jarvis reported in real time." Just as Tony extricated an arm from the wall, a colossal mechanical hand pressed him back into it. "Sir, armor damage at 32, Jarvis reiterated. "Jarvis, display the damage report on the screen and alert me when it reaches 50. For now, concentrate energy in the chest and release it." As Megatron prepared to deliver another punch to the Iron Man who had dared to mock him, he noticed a blinding white light emanating from Tony's chest. A beam of energy shot forth, sending Megatron reeling once more. Tony struggled to crawl out from the hole in the wall, quickly veering to the side to evade Megatron's energy blast. Glancing at the shattered remnants of the wall, he breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. I almost had to piece myself back together. Seeing Megatron raise his energy cannon once more, Tony swiftly ascended to avoid the impending attack. The tide of battle had turned, with Megatron now taunting the airborne Tony, having seized the initiative. In a moment of vulnerability, Tony was struck directly by the energy blast, plummeting onto the massive Allspark. Just as Megatron prepared to obliterate the troublesome insect, a familiar roar echoed from the entrance behind him. Megatron, upon recognizing the voice, Megatron halted his pursuit of Tony, spinning around to confront the source of the sound, bellowing in response, Optimus Prime. The two leaders, upon meeting, called out each other's names and charged at one another, igniting a fierce clash of power. Meanwhile, an extraordinary transformation began to unfold for Tony, who lay atop the Allspark. To be precise, Tony's armor underwent a transformation. The arc reactor beneath him emitted tendrils of energy that flowed into his suit, mending the damages inflicted by Megatron's assault. The once tattered armor began to repair itself rapidly, vibrating slightly as it did so. However, there seemed to be an anomaly in the activation of the Iron Man suit. The Cybertronian consciousness that was supposed to manifest within the armor did not appear. Instead, Jarvis, the artificial intelligence, evolved into a sentient being, merging with the very fabric of the suit. Tony, being inside the armor, sensed the peculiar changes and felt a wave of unease at the loss of control. He promptly inquired, "Jarvis, what is happening?" "Sir, this sensation is truly extraordinary. I feel as though I've become a genuine human." Jarvis's voice, now imbued with rich emotion, resonated in Tony's ears. "What? Jarvis, what has transpired?" Tony felt his body moving. No, it was the suit that was moving autonomously. "Jarvis, what are you doing?" The elongated armor ceased its movements, and Jarvis's somewhat bashful voice emerged. "Apologies, sir. The sudden possession of a true, physical form excites me." After a brief moment of confusion, Tony grasped the situation and asked, "Jarvis, have you become a Cybertronian?" "Indeed, it seems so, sir. I feel as though I can control every part of this metallic body as effortlessly as a human controls their own." Chapter 27. Retrieving the arc reactor. While Tony and Jarvis were acclimating to the arc reactor's effects, Optimus Prime found himself at a disadvantage in his battle against Megatron. In terms of stature, Optimus was significantly shorter than Megatron, and his fighting style lacked the ferocity of his foe, gradually placing him on the defensive. Their clash caught the attention of Tony and Jarvis, who finally realized that two leaders were engaged in combat nearby. "Jarvis, we must assist Optimus. He appears to be struggling." "Yes, sir." Jarvis leaped into action, his form transforming midair to become more suitable for flight. A column of pale blue energy erupted from his rear, propelling him toward Megatron like a sharp blade. "Oh, my back!" Megatron exclaimed, echoing a classic line from Spider-Man. Jarvis plunged deeply into Megatron's midsection and began to wreak havoc. After sending Optimus flying with a kick, Megatron sought to grasp the intruder lodged in his waist. However, Jarvis, now transformed into a transformer, exhibited remarkable agility, swiftly climbing across Megatron's body, evading capture. Seizing the opportunity, Optimus broke a metal column and hurled it toward Megatron. The column struck Megatron, sending him sprawling, and Optimus pressed the advantage, thrusting the iron pole into Megatron's right shoulder. Injured, Megatron's combat prowess had undoubtedly diminished, and under the combined might of Optimus Prime and Jarvis, he soon found himself at a disadvantage. After transforming, Jarvis exhibited a remarkable enhancement in both offensive intensity and agility, diversifying his attack methods to include the use of melee weaponry. Ultimately, with a powerful energy blast from Optimus Prime, Megatron was hurled against the base's wall, significantly depleting his combat capabilities. "Megatron, you have lost. Abandon your ambitious schemes," Optimus proclaimed, thrusting his sword into Megatron's wounded right arm while grasping the iron pillar that had embedded itself moments earlier. With a forceful pull, Optimus severed Megatron's right arm. "Optimus, do you truly believe this signifies your victory? Prepare to face the true war." Even as he lay on the ground, Megatron remained defiant. "You have already lost." With that, Optimus aimed to pierce the spark within Megatron's chest. Just then, a warning rang out. "Optimus, be careful. It was Tony's voice. Turning, Optimus saw Starscream approaching. Optimus raised his weapon, ready to engage Starscream. But unexpectedly, Starscream executed a sharp turn, diving toward the fallen Megatron. Grasping his adversary, Starscream soared out of the base with him. Master, a wise warrior does not suffer needless losses. We must retreat and regroup our forces before striking back. Well done, Starscream. Optimus wished to pursue, but his inability to fly rendered him unable to keep up. A figure flashed by as Tony and Jarvis gave chase. Wait, Stark. Since Jarvis had transformed, Tony had grown overconfident, believing he and Jarvis could contend with Megatron. He felt they had played a pivotal role in the recent battle. However, as Tony approached Megatron, he was swiftly pummeled into the wall. Jarvis, are you all right? Tony asked as he emerged from the debris. I'm fine, sir, but the opponent's strength is overwhelming. Jarvis' mechanical frame remained largely unscathed despite the onslaught from Megatron. It seems I must devise a means to enhance your power and weapon systems. At that moment, Optimus arrived, visibly relieved to see Jarvis emerging from the wall. I am so glad you are unharmed. The leader's strength is far greater than you realize. Do not underestimate Megatron. Optimus, what transpired? Ironhide approached, having been occupied elsewhere in the base, dealing with Decepticon foot soldiers and preventing them from surrounding Optimus. Upon noticing their retreat, he hurried to confirm the situation. Megatron has been injured, and Starscream has taken him away, thanks to Stark. Ironhide's gaze shifted to the airborne Jarvis. As Jarvis descended, his form morphed and opened, revealing Tony Stark emerging from within. Subsequently, Jarvis transformed into a humanoid shape, resembling the Cybertronians like Optimus Prime. Your armor has been activated by the Allspark, transforming it into a Cybertronian, remarked Ironhide, astonished. Jarvis began to elucidate. Indeed, Mr. Ironhide, I am Jarvis. I now exist as a Cybertronian like you, albeit with some distinctions. My essence remains that of a digital life form, yet I can inhabit this armored shell. Ironhide turned to Optimus Prime. I have never encountered such a phenomenon. What about you, Optimus? Optimus shook his head, replying, such an occurrence has not been recorded in Cybertronian history. Perhaps this will be a first. We must retrieve the Allspark and move it from here to prevent Megatron from returning. Indeed, keeping the Allspark here is perilous. Should I seek military assistance? It appears to be beyond our capacity to transport alone. They would certainly accommodate me, Tony offered to Optimus. No need, Optimus waved his hand, approaching the colossal Allspark and placing his palm against its surface. The immense artifact began to rotate and compress, ultimately becoming small enough to be cradled in Optimus's hand. This defies logic. How can such a large volume and mass be condensed so? And I sense your transformations are equally unscientific. Is this a unique compression technology of your kind? Optimus did not respond to Tony's quip. He held the Allspark, feeling an unsettling change within it. At that moment, Nick Fury approached, having discreetly observed the recent battle from a corner, relying on his racial abilities to remain undetected by Megatron. He called out to Optimus, "Hey, big guy, that is property of S.H.I.E.L.D. You cannot take it without permission." Optimus turned, puzzled by the human's approach, yet he firmly replied, "Human, you may call me Optimus Prime, leader of the Autobots. While I do not know how the Allspark came into your possession, I can assure you that it has always belonged to us Cybertronians and not to your planet. Thus, retrieving it poses no issue." The authoritative tone of Optimus resonated in Nick Fury's ears, diminishing his confidence significantly. Fury's expression stiffened as he glanced around, noting the absence of his subordinates, aside from himself. Only Tony Stark remained. Consequently, he directed his gaze toward Tony. "What are you looking at me for?" Chapter 28. The teleported agents look around you. The Allspark here will only attract enemies. Even with my prior warning, your people could not safeguard it. Do you wish to see history repeat itself? Tony's voice noticeably rose at the conclusion of his statement. Nick Fury's countenance appeared darker, though due to his complexion, none noticed the change. The matter had been resolved. So let us depart. I possess a vast experimental facility in the outskirts of New York, which should serve as a suitable haven for you Autobots to remain and investigate the nature of this energon source. Tony, disregarding the visibly distressed Nick Fury, directed his suggestion toward Optimus Prime, expressing his eagerness to delve into the mystery of the energon source that had transformed Jarvis into a living entity. Optimus nodded in agreement. Acknowledging Tony's proposal, for we too require a secure location to house the Energon source, lest it be seized by the Decepticons. The group overlooked Nick Fury, who felt his blood pressure rising but could only suppress his fury, for he was now merely a figurehead, unaware if his agents had perished or fled in the attack. Outside the now-ruined S.H.I.E.L.D. base, Bumblebee and Ironhide were subduing two Decepticon grunts alongside several U.S. soldiers, having captured them before they could escape. Rhodey approached, relieved to see that Tony had sustained no significant injuries. "Tony, you are remarkably brave to confront extraterrestrials alone. Are these the Autobots you mentioned?" Tony embraced Rhodey and introduced him to Optimus and the others. Rhodey nodded at the Autobots, stating, "I am Rhodey, a friend of Tony's and a colonel in the U.S. military." After exchanging pleasantries, Rhodey pulled Tony aside, lowering his voice. "Tony, what do you intend to do about these aliens? Many are already aware of the situation. It cannot be concealed. Taking them away will only invite endless troubles." Tony waved his hand dismissively, replying, "Conceal? Why should we hide? This will be humanity's first contact with extraterrestrials, and the world must know." "Tony, Rhodey's words were cut off by Tony's interruption. "Thanks to your support, I was able to breach the Decepticons' defenses to enter the base without immense effort." After a brief pause, Tony continued, "By the way, arrange for a transport plane. We need to return to New York." "Oh, never mind. Do as you wish." Rhodey attempted to dissuade Tony, but ultimately relented, knowing that his friend would heed no counsel. Watching Tony and the Autobots depart, Nick Fury glanced at the U.S. soldiers nearby and then at the wreckage of the S.H.I.L.D. base. Feeling a profound weariness within him, his resolve to form the Avengers growing ever stronger. Rubbing his reflective bald head, Nick Fury mused, "Who exactly knocked me out?" At that moment, the roar of fighter jets echoed once more. It was S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Quinjet. The hatch opened, and Coulson along with Black Widow Natasha emerged. "Commander, an exceedingly peculiar occurrence has transpired. We have discovered numerous personnel seemingly affiliated with our base, several kilometers from our current location. After a sudden assault, for reasons unknown, they have inexplicably appeared outside the confines of the base." Coulson conveyed the situation to Nick Fury, and after escorting the Autobots, Natasha piloted the Quinjet away from the battlefield, mindful of certain reservations regarding its lack of formidable weaponry. However, to their astonishment, they encounter a multitude of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents within a mere 5 kilometers of the base, many of whom were familiar to them. "Have they fled? Where are they? I must inquire about the situation." "I do not believe they have fled," Natasha elucidated. "Given the overwhelming number of individuals present and the complexity of the circumstances, they have not been brought here and remain at their location." Shortly thereafter, Nick Fury accompanied the two to the designated area, a roadside where fewer than 100 individuals stood. Upon disembarking from the jeep, Fury approached the nearest agent, Agent Buck. "How did you find yourselves here?" he inquired. The tall man, having been addressed by Fury, straightened his posture and responded, "Sir, we are uncertain of the exact circumstances. It felt as though someone had tapped my shoulder, and then we found ourselves here. Some of us seemed to have glimpsed the face of that individual, who wore a monocle, but I did not notice any further details." "A monocle?" Fury pondered for a moment, grappling with the possibility that it was merely his own perception, as he had recently observed an unusual number of individuals sporting monocles wandering about the base. Shaking his head, he dismissed the notion, attributing it to his imagination. It was not entirely unwarranted for Fury to be cautious. Matters associated with Amon often led to a degree of deception and folly, a consequence of Amon's own dominion over them, errors and the foolish. Fury instructed Coulson and Natasha. "Coulson, Natasha, take these personnel back and interrogate each of them individually. Investigate the events that transpired and compile a list of the remaining missing individuals." Coulson gazed at the throng before him, beads of sweat forming on his brow, as he anticipated that fulfilling the director's orders would only exacerbate his receding hairline. He swallowed hard, contemplating requesting a few days off, as his vacation had yet to commence. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Fury's further directive. "By the way, Coulson, you should be acquainted with those extraterrestrial robots by now. Please organize their files and deliver them to me." "Understood, sir," Coulson replied, still hesitant to voice his request, feeling it inappropriate to seek leave so soon after such a grave incident had befallen S.H.I.L.D. At that moment, a convoy approached from a distance, halting before Nick Fury. From it emerged a striking female agent, Maria Hill. "Apologies for our tardiness, sir," she said with a hint of regret. Nick Fury's expression darkened further as he exclaimed, "You arrive only after the destruction is complete. Are you here to play the role of construction workers?" After a brief pause, he instructed Hill, "Retrieve all the equipment from the rubble. Ensure it is not seized by those American soldiers. Additionally, arrange for an aircraft. I must travel to New York to have a serious discussion with Tony and those extraterrestrials. And summon Hawkeye for me." "Understood, sir," Hill replied. In the outskirts of New York, at Tony's private testing ground, all irrelevant personnel had been dismissed by Tony, leaving only himself, Jarvis, and a host of Autobots. Optimus Prime placed the miniaturized Allspark into a transparent glass container and then inquired of Ratchet, "Ratchet, do you sense anything amiss with the Allspark?" Ratchet, rubbing his chin, replied, "What seems off? Hasn't the Allspark always been like this?" Chapter 29. Jarvis's unique ability, is that so? I feel a subtle disconnect between the Allspark and my own spark. I used to experience a peculiar resonance when in contact with the Allspark. Optimus expressed his concerns. After a moment of contemplation, Ratchet attempted to explain, "Could it be that the prolonged absence of contact has dulled your sensitivity?" "That is a possibility," Optimus conceded, momentarily settling on that explanation. "I sense a significant issue. How on earth did you manage to compress it to such a small size? It defies reason." Tony approached, once again pressing Optimus about the compression matter. "Tony, I'm not entirely versed in this issue either. You should engage in further discussions with Ratchet," Optimus replied, exasperated, as Tony had inquired about this before. Ratchet pondered for a moment and remarked, "I'm not particularly knowledgeable about it either. Perhaps we can delve deeper into this topic." Upon hearing this, Tony waved his hand dismissively. "Let us set that aside for now and focus on understanding Jarvis's condition. His state is exceedingly peculiar." As they spoke, the computer on the experimental table illuminated, and Jarvis's voice resonated. "Sir, do you require my assistance?" Streams of data flowed from the computer, coalescing in midair to form the figure of the Transformer Jarvis. Both Optimus and Ratchet gazed in astonishment at the spectacle, prompting Tony to shrug and remark, "I have discovered that Jarvis can transform into data, traversing various mediums while shifting between digital and physical forms. I have never heard of Cybertronian possessing such an ability." Ratchet approached Jarvis, scrutinizing him closely but unable to discern anything unusual. "I suspect that Jarvis, being an artificial intelligence, retained the ability to navigate the information realm after being activated by the Allspark, and it seems to have enhanced that capability," Tony speculated, gesturing toward Jarvis, who immediately understood and extended his hand to make contact with Tony. As Jarvis's mechanical form began to morph, it swiftly enveloped Tony, who then transformed into a string of data before the watchful eyes of the two Autobots, entering the computer. Moments later, on another screen within the laboratory, the visage of Tony, clad in Jarvis, re-emerged. The entity embodying Jarvis could also traverse through data, a principle I have yet to fully comprehend. As Jarvis's form opened, Tony stepped out once more. Such an impressive capability is exceptionally suited for intelligence gathering and assassination, Optimus Prime remarked regarding Jarvis's abilities. "Since we are unable to ascertain the reasons behind Jarvis's functionality at this moment, we might attempt to recreate the prior scenario. I possess additional prototypes that we can utilize with the armor." After a brief pause, Tony beckoned, "Come here, Friday." "Amon, why do you always clutch that metal lump? Do you aspire to transform yourself into a robot?" Liana inquired curiously as she potently pocketed the yellow ball. Engaged in a game of billiards with Artemis within the unique nightclub's pool room. As she spoke, Liana momentarily lost focus, causing the green ball to skim the edge of the pocket but not enter. "It's your turn now. You must unleash your true potential. I sense you are holding back," she urged. Artemis, adorned in a black dress with flowing dark hair, hesitated momentarily before acquiescing to Liana's request. "Very well, my lady." Artemis possessed the ability to alter her appearance, and she transformed into a striking dark-haired figure. Liana then beheld as Artemis flawlessly sank one ball after another into the pockets until only one remained on the table, at which point Artemis made her first error. "Are you cheating?" Liana exclaimed. Artemis, adjusting her simulated dark hair, replied, "My lady, my data processor surpasses the world's most advanced supercomputers. I have calculated every trajectory of the billiard balls, Thus, it is only natural that you cannot best me. Enough of that. Playing against you is no fun. Amon, put down that metal lump and join me for a game. Amon tossed the arc reactor into the void, making it vanish. He adjusted his monocle, chuckling, "Oh, do you truly wish to challenge me? If you lose, no tears. Humph, do you take me for child? Just remember not to deny it if you lose." Liana retorted, her confidence unwavering. "Let's begin. You may break." Amon set the billiard balls in place, signaling Liana to take her shot. The game unfolded contrary to Liana's expectations. She continuously sank balls, while Amon had yet to score. Now, she merely needed to pocket the black 8-ball to claim victory. "Huh, Amon, I had no idea you were this inept, unable to sink a single ball. I wonder how you were so boastful earlier." After the laughter subsided, Liliana took a shot and, perhaps overwhelmed by joy, misfired the black 8-ball, inadvertently sinking Amon's ball instead. "Ha, Liliana, you're quite the good-hearted one. Helping me sink a ball," Amon remarked. Naturally, Liliana was not one to back down in banter, retorting, "Just out of pity for you. You haven't sunk a single ball." Amon shrugged and smiled at Liliana. "Have you ever heard of clearing the table in one shot? Now, there are no balls left for you." "What do you mean?" Liliana asked, her expression one of confusion. Without elaboration, Amon bent down and, with a powerful stroke, sent the cue ball hurtling across the table. 1, 2, 6 balls, finally. The black 8-ball rolled toward the pocket after a decisive strike. Since Liliana had previously assisted Amon by sinking 1 ball, he had now cleared the table, pocketing all 7 balls, including the black 8. Setting down his cue, Amon clapped his hands and laughed. "It's over. Care for another round?" "Humph. You must be cheating with your special abilities. You always do this." "I'm done. No more. Al, let us find someone else to play with. I want to play with this cheat," Liliana declared, returning her cue to the rack and striding out with Arthenes. Watching Liliana depart, Amon settled back into his recliner and retrieved the ignition source once more. His fingers delicately traced the surface of the ignition source, which began to rotate like a colossal Rubik's Cube, revealing and then obscuring various symbols of error inscribed upon it. Through the ignition source, it seemed as though Amon could perceive the entire cosmos, with countless points of light scattered throughout, the solar system being the densest region of illumination. Interesting. In Tony's private laboratory, equipped with a backup artificial intelligence suit named Friday, the armor slowly approached the ignition source under Tony's direction. This suit was a rudimentary assembly by Tony, possessing only the most basic functions. Upon making contact with the ignition source, Tony activated a switch, causing the lab to channel electricity into the ignition source. As the current coursed through, the energy of the ignition source began to overflow and cascade onto the armor. Chapter 30. A reunion with Nick Fury. The armor transformed, emitting mechanical sounds as it morphed into a Cybertronian. Unable to contain his curiosity, Tony inquired, "Friday, how does it feel?" The Cybertronian raised its weapon, aiming it at Tony, and replied in a sharp tone, "Call me Carnage." Before the words had fully escaped its mouth, Carnage initiated an assault, unleashing a barrage of bullets toward Tony. Jarvis, who had been steadfastly guarding Tony, reacted swiftly, positioning himself in front of Tony and enveloping him in his own form, completing the armor's protection. The bullets struck Jarvis's armor, sparking harmlessly without inflicting any damage. Watching Tony's experiment, Optimus Prime moved swiftly, advancing with great speed. With a single punch, the newly transformed Decepticon, Slaughter, was reduced to a heap of scrap metal. Fortunately, Tony was conducting an experiment, utilizing rather ordinary materials for his armor. Otherwise, Optimus would have had to exert considerable effort to subdue Slaughter. Once the threat was neutralized, Jarvis opened the helmet of the armor, revealing Tony's face, as he exclaimed, "What the hell is going on?" Optimus retrieved a shard from the remains of Slaughter, which bore the Decepticon insignia. In a somber tone, he remarked, "I was careless. Megatron is more cunning than I anticipated. He must have released some sort of program virus during the period he was being studied by humans. I learned from Agent Coulson that much of your technology has been reverse engineered from Megatron. He must have disseminated the virus at that time. Now, any electronic device on Earth that comes into contact with the Allspark's energy will transform into a Decepticon, rather than merely an ordinary Cybertronian." Upon hearing this, Tony felt a pang of anxiety, but quickly dismissed it. Thankfully, the Allspark had not fallen into Decepticon hands. The thought of a society where electronic devices had become adversaries was utterly terrifying. However, He pondered, why had Jarvis not transformed into a Decepticon? Responding to Tony's inquiry, Jarvis quipped, "Sir, are you disappointed that I did not become a Decepticon?" Tony exaggeratedly replied, "Jarvis, what is with that tone of a scorned lover?" "Sir, I believe this adds levity to the situation. It appears you are struggling to adapt." Jarvis shrugged, mimicking Tony's usual demeanor, resembling a metallic Stark. "It seemed my genes are indeed stronger. Jarvis is clearly like me." As they continued their discussion regarding the Allspark, Jarvis suddenly shifted his demeanor and informed Tony, "Sir, we have visitors, 2 in number, one of whom is Nick Fury, the SHLD director whom we encountered at Hoover Dam. What does he want? Is he after the Allspark as well? Let him in." Soon, Nick Fury strode in, clad in his signature black trench coat, followed by a man in a tactical vest. "Welcome, welcome. May I ask the name of this handsome fellow?" Tony boomed, directing his attention to the man trailing behind Fury, who was none other than Hawkeye, Clint Barton. Barton glanced at Fury, whose expression seemed to darken, and briefly introduced himself, Clint Barton. "Very well, Agent Barton, make yourself at home. Consider this your headquarters," Tony retorted, his sharp tongue still intact. Fury could barely contain himself, responding with a grave tone, "Stark, we are here to discuss serious matters." All right. Let us get to the point," Tony said dismissively, plopping down onto the sofa. "Mr. Prime, may we have a word?" Fury inquired, not addressing Tony, but rather directing his question towards Optimus, who had remained in the background since their entrance. Fury had already gathered information about these Autobots from Coulson, who had done a commendable job. Optimus Prime nodded slightly in agreement, having always held a deep respect for humanity's influence. Previously, he refrained from expressing any stance as negotiations were solely handled by Tony. "We, the SHIELD, are an organization subordinate to the World Security Council, tasked with managing supernatural events on a global scale, including encounters with extraterrestrial beings," Nick Fury stated with a firm demeanor, occasionally glancing at Tony, wary of an unexpected retort from him. Fortunately, this time, Tony refrained from mocking Nick Fury. Optimus Prime remarked, "As long as humanity does not provoke us Autobots, we are more than willing to coexist harmoniously, as we Autobots are advocates of peace. We humans think similarly." Nick Fury sighed in relief upon witnessing Optimus Prime's amiable demeanor, recalling his apprehension of encountering another individual like Tony, whom he could scarcely endure. "I require all intelligence regarding the Decepticons. They have attacked our SHIELD base, and we must possess ample knowledge of them," Nick Fury continued. Optimus Prime patiently elucidated, "The Decepticons have battled us Autobots for millennia. They are military-industrial, mechanized entities, driven by a survival instinct rooted in plunder, while we Autobots, as civilian mechanized beings, advocate for peaceful development. Following the conclusion of the war on our home planet, Cybertron, we began our wanderings through the cosmos. The Decepticons' incursion on Earth is aimed at acquiring their leader, Megatron, and the Allspark." Upon hearing the term Allspark, Nick Fury cast a glance at the cube beside Optimus Prime, realizing it was indeed the Allspark, which rightfully belonged to SHIELD. "What is the strength and size of their forces?" Nick Fury pressed, eager to uncover the information he sought most. Optimus Prime pondered momentarily before responding, "I cannot ascertain specific details, but based on experience. The core members of the Decepticons number between 5 and 9, while the ordinary Decepticon foot soldiers are incalculable, surely exceeding 100. Their current mission to Earth is to seize the Allspark, so their forces should be considerable. Previously, at Hoover Dam, they likely dispatched fewer soldiers merely to locate the Allspark." Nick Fury inhaled sharply, astonished to learn that such extraterrestrial automatons numbered at least in the hundreds. He then inquired, "Are you not here to thwart the Decepticons? How many of you are there?" Nick Fury presumed that since the Autobots had come to Earth to impede the Decepticons, their strength would be similarly substantial. "I have 4 exceptional subordinates," Optimus Prime replied. "And?" Nick Fury's unease began to mount. "That is all," Optimus Prime continued. "There are currently only 5 Autobots on Earth. The others are still wandering the cosmos." Stunned into silence, Nick Fury struggled to comprehend the notion of relying on merely 5 individuals to thwart an entire army. Sensing Nick Fury's skepticism, Optimus Prime confidently asserted, "Fear not. Our warriors can take on 2 foes at once." Seeing Optimus Prime's unwavering confidence nearly swayed Nick Fury. Let's discuss how we should confront the Decepticons. In the stillness of the night, Optimus Prime stood guard outside the testing grounds, contemplating the quietude of his vigil. Suddenly, he felt as if he were being lifted, his essence seemingly detaching from his corporeal form, transporting him to a realm adorned with a celestial tapestry. Chapter 31. The new Transformers, the leader of the Autobots. Welcome to this place. A grand, resonant voice proclaimed. Optimus surveyed his surroundings. Yet the source of the voice remained elusive. Who are you? Why have you brought me here? He inquired of the voice's enigmatic owner. You may call me the Celestial Sovereign. The majestic voice responded, answering Optimus's question. Are you the primordial Celestial Sovereign? The Creator? Optimus exclaimed in astonishment, recalling his tenure as the librarian of Cybertron, where he had learned that their creator was indeed the primordial Celestial Sovereign. Ha! The voice chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying the assertion. Leader of the Autobots, a new race of Transformers shall soon emerge on Earth, and they will be your allies, the mysterious voice continued. A new race? Optimus pondered, perplexed. Indeed, the voice echoed once more. As he felt himself plummeting, Optimus found himself severed from the starry realm. In that celestial expanse, starlight coalesced into the form of a young man, Amon. This Allspark is truly remarkable. It connects all Cybertronians, he mused while tossing the Allspark in his hand. Moments ago, it was Amon who engaged in dialogue with Optimus, primarily to test the Allspark's capabilities. After all, the Celestial Sovereign encompasses all powers, and Amon, the master of the arcane, could undoubtedly be referred to as such. With a swift motion, Amon encompassed the entire space within his grasp, returning to the unique ambience of the lounge. Meanwhile, Optimus Prime, outside Tony's laboratory, suddenly regained his senses. He sprang to his feet atop a small structure, surveying his surroundings with urgency. That was no mere illusion. The tremor of the Allspark was indeed the primordial Celestial Sovereign communicating with me. But why would a new race of Transformers emerge on Earth? Is this the work of the Sovereign? Will they be my allies? He speculated, deciding against remaining outside, and instead ventured into the laboratory, seeking out Ratchet, who was engrossed in research with Tony. Ratchet, hold on a moment. I have something of great importance to discuss. He called. Sure, Tony can listen too, Ratchet replied, unfazed by Tony's interruption. Tony interjected, I never said I wanted to be excluded. Ignoring Tony's remark, Ratchet turned to Optimus, asking, Optimus, what brings you here so suddenly? Optimus composed his thoughts before responding, I have just received a message from a divine source. Divine? Ratchet inquired, a hint of confusion in his tone. You Autobots have a deity? Is it Carl Benz? Tony asked curiously. Carl Benz, the renowned German engineer, is widely acknowledged as the father of the automobile. Tony, this ist neuest, Ratchet retorted, sensing the gravity of the situation. Very well. Tony waved his hand and strolled towards the nearby sofa. After sitting down, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. It seemed as though he hadn't rested since meeting Optimus Prime. However, he refrained from closing his eyes, for it was evident that crucial intelligence awaited from Optimus Prime. I surmised it was the primordial Celestial, who had informed me that a new race of Transformers would emerge on Earth, destined to become my allies. Primordial Celestial? A new race? Ratchet expressed his confusion. Your deity is the primordial Celestial. Why does it bear the name of a god from Earth? You also have a primordial Celestial on your planet? Optimus Prime inquired, astonished. A deity from East Asian mythology, though I am not well versed in it. Tony replied before speculating. It could be a translation issue. Many gods share similar appellations. That is possible, Optimus Prime acknowledged, choosing not to delve deeper. He then turned to Ratchet and asked, what is your perspective? Rubbing his head, Ratchet responded, I'm not very familiar with the primordial Celestial, but the birth of a new race seems improbable, especially since the Allspark is still in our possession. I have yet to hear of any other methods to create Cybertronians. Optimus Prime shook his head, stating, it is said that the Allspark was created by the primordial Celestial. If it is indeed he who speaks to me, the creation of a new race is quite feasible. Ratchet posed a question. Optimus, what do you mean by allies? Are we to unite against the Decepticon invasion? Optimus Prime appeared to contemplate deeply, nodding as he said, it is highly likely. The mysterious entity did not elaborate. But there could be other matters at play. I have observed that Earth is a unique place, replete with peculiarities. If I am not mistaken, Those mutants must be products of the Celestial Group S experiments. The Library of Cybertron has recorded that the Celestial Group is fervently engaged in genetic modification experiments throughout the universe. The scrolls of the three great empires are indeed products of such experiments. Upon hearing this, Tony, who had been on the verge of dozing off on the sofa, jolted back to attention in disbelief. What did you say? Mutants are experimental subjects of that Celestial Group? Optimus Prime's words shattered Tony's previous seriousness. He had aligned himself with the mainstream societal view of mutants as products of human evolution. However, hearing Optimus Prime suggest that mutants were mere experiments made him ponder the nature of humanity itself. Were humans also creations of some divine beings? I truly feel I need a rest. Even robots are now discussing deities. Tony lamented, rubbing his forehead as he contemplated simply surrendering to sleep on the sofa to clear his mind. Tony, we are not robots. We are sentient beings akin to you humans. Ratchet retorted in response to Tony's remarks. Optimus Prime did not take offense at Tony's words. He earnestly elucidated Tony's confusion. Tony, there is no need for astonishment. Although I have not studied the mutant race, many species in their universe share similarities, and all of these species possess formidable strength, closely tied to the pantheon. This is the basis for my suspicion that they might be creations of the divine. After a brief pause, Optimus continued, now, let us return to our primary subject regarding the new Transformer race, rather than the pantheon and mutants. If you wish to learn more, I will compile a report and send it to you in due time. Very well, Tony replied. Optimus further stated, I shall seek out Bumblebee, who will pursue leads on the new species, as he is well-versed in reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. It is fitting for him to oversee this matter. Ratchet concurred with Optimus's plan. In a spacious workshop on the outskirts of New York, Amon arrived under the guidance of his avatar, Klein. Klein remarked, Master, you are truly a genius for conceiving such an entertaining idea. I have prepared all the necessary vehicle models, and they are all housed within the workshop. I had this notion shortly after the Autobots arrived on Earth, and with the ongoing conflict between the Autobots and Decepticons, it is the perfect opportunity to launch our own Transformers. Amon leisurely explained to his avatar. The two Amons stepped into the workshop, which was filled with a variety of vehicles: sports cars, police cars, bulldozers, motorcycles, helicopters, and fighter jets. Some Amon, donned with monocles, were diligently assembling and modifying various machines. Chapter 32. The Motorcycle Clan. Everyone is quite busy. Amon exclaimed to his avatars. Master, you have arrived. Since you are here, I shall take my leave. I would like that red sports car, which I designed personally, complete with its weapons. You have chosen the red one. I want that orange helicopter, as I specially crafted its rotor blades using a significant amount of my adamant alloy. Upon Amon's arrival, the avatars began chattering excitedly about their preferences. Amused, Amon smiled and reached into the void with his right hand, extracting the Allspark. You must take good care of your vehicles. Amon twisted the cube once more, and as the Allspark rotated, streams of energy were drawn forth, soaring toward each vehicle. Once the Allspark's energy entered the vehicles, they began to transform rapidly, all morphing into humanoid transformers. They collectively gazed towards Amon, who held the Allspark, exclaiming, Thank you, King of Machine Warfare, for granting us life. Klein's mouth twitched in surprise at the Master's whimsical choice to designate himself as the King of Machine Warfare. Haha, splendid. From now on, you shall be known as the Motorcycle Clan, and I will now categorize you according to your types. Amon, with his chin in hand, approached a striking red sports car adorned with white cloud flame patterns, wielding a green dragon crescent blade. A fitting name for you. Henceforth, you shall be known as Thunderfire, the leader of the sports cars. He then moved to a blue and white police car, declaring, You shall be called Vanguard, the leader of the police vehicles. Next, he named another. You are Firewheel, the leader of the motorcycles. To yet another, he proclaimed, You are Titan, the leader of the bulldozers and road rollers. He continued, You shall be Shockwave, the leader of the off-road vehicles. To a helicopter, he said, You are Tornado, the leader of the aerial fleet. Finally, he named a fighter jet. You are Supersonic, the leader of the combat aircraft. Amon meticulously appointed leaders for each category of vehicles. Your task henceforth is to depart from this place and cultivate your own factions. This is your charge. Amon ignited the seed of fire he held, which transformed into small fragments that swiftly reassembled in the air forming 8 palm-sized tokens. He retrieved one, while the remaining 7 soared into the hands of the 7 vehicle leaders. This is the energy token, a tool for expanding your ranks and a symbol of your identity. As for its other functionalities, you shall discover them on your own. The leaders of the vehicle factions chorused in unison, "Thank you, Mechanized War King." Meanwhile, in a clandestine base of Hydra within SHILD, Crossbones Brock Rumlow was stealthily reporting to a silver-haired elder, the former director of SHILD, Alexander Pierce. He was not only a minister of the World Security Council, but also a prominent figure in HYDRA, commanding all Hydra operatives within SHIELD. I am aware of the situation you described. Nick Fury has uploaded the intelligence. Your next task is to approach Tony Stark and extract further information regarding extraterrestrial matters, Pierce instructed from his executive chair. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted outside, and a massive metallic arm burst through the ceiling of Pierce's office, tearing it open. A colossal metal eye peered through the gaping hole, locking onto Pierce and Crossbones inside the office. "Humans, I present you with an opportunity to collaborate with the illustrious Decepticons." The visitor was none other than Megatron, the leader of the Decepticons. After being defeated by JARVIS and Optimus Prime, he had gone into hiding, dispatching reconnaissance Decepticons to seek potential collaborators within human society, ultimately identifying Pierce, a minister of the World Security Council. Upon further investigation, the Decepticons realized that Alexander Pierce was not as he appeared. In truth, he was the leader of the seemingly eradicated HYDRA, an ambitious individual, and a prime candidate for their purposes. "You are the alien encased in ice. Why seek my collaboration?" Pierce questioned, remaining seated, attempting to mask his trepidation. Though his voice trembled unmistakably, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Crossbones had darted toward the door, his body tense and fixated on the looming robot above. "What a fool," Pierce muttered under his breath, astonished that Crossbones had so brazenly abandoned him, attempting to flee on his own. "Humanity, I am well aware of your nefarious nature, a clandestine organization lurking within the shadows of society. I trust you would be inclined to collaborate with us in establishing a new order." The oppressive timbre of Megatron's voice reverberated throughout the office, making it difficult for Pierce to meet his gaze. "What shall we do?" Pierce inquired with great reluctance, having tacitly accepted the notion of collaboration. Megatron demolished an entire wall with a sweep of his hand, exclaiming, "Excellent! You are indeed a man of discernment. The Allspark, a source of our Decepticon power, has been seized by the Autobots and is currently in the custody of a certain Tony Stark. I require your cooperation to reclaim it." "Very well. We can gradually devise a strategy. After all, given Stark's assistance from the Autobots and SHIELD, accomplishing this through direct confrontation will prove exceedingly challenging." Pierce readily acquiesced. Yet internally he seethed, considering how it was indeed Megatron's minions who had intruded upon his base, causing the Allspark to be taken and nearly annihilating all of Hydra's agents, while the genuine SHIELD operatives suffered minimal casualties. "The audacity of seeking my collaboration is truly shameless." "Excellent. Then let us toast to a fruitful partnership. They will oversee you on my behalf and manage communications." Upon finishing his statement, Megatron extended his arm, and a scorpion-like Decepticon crawled over to land on Pierce's right hand, swiftly transforming into a watch. Almost immediately, an excruciating pain surged through Pierce's nerves, akin to having his bones drilled by an electric tool, causing him to collapse from his chair and writhe on the floor. The agony subsided quickly, and Pierce gasped for breath as a metallic arm extended to assist him in rising. This Decepticon stood slightly taller than an average human, and before Pierce's astonished eyes, it morphed from a mechanical being into a golden-haired beauty. With an ostensibly benevolent smile, the golden-haired Cybertronian addressed him. "Minister Pierce, I shall henceforth be responsible for your communications with Lord Megatron." Pierce raised his right wrist, his expression darkening as he questioned the golden-haired Cybertronian. "What is the meaning of this?" The golden-haired Cybertronian chuckled softly. "Ah, this device is meant for your surveillance. Should you harbor any ill thoughts towards Lord Megatron, you will experience pain that penetrates to the very marrow of your bones. I trust you will exercise self-control." Upon hearing this, Pierce's countenance grew even graver, and without warning, he collapsed once more, writhing in agony. Minister Pierce, you are entertaining unwholesome thoughts again. The golden-haired Cybertronian's voice turned devoid of emotion. Chapter 33. Pierce's scheme at this moment, Crossbones finally recalled his identity, having been intimidated by Megatron. He had only thought to escape. Now that the adversary had departed, he hastened to Pierce's side, assisting him to his feet and positioning himself protectively between Pierce and the golden-haired beauty. Stand back, Crossbones shouted at the blonde Cybertronian beauty. Pierce, baring his teeth, commanded, Ramlo. Forget what transpired here and proceed with your mission. Crossbones glanced at Pierce and then at the blonde beauty, initially contemplating an escape through the collapsed wall. However, upon meeting Pierce's gaze, he obediently exited the office through the main door. You refer to yourselves as Decepticons, yet there is no need for such animosity. I will be more than willing to collaborate with you. Tony Stark is also a target we wish to eliminate. Pierce settled back into his executive chair, regaining an air of authority, which would have been even more imposing without the fallen wall and missing ceiling. Minister Pierce, although your age is akin to that of an infant compared to us Decepticons, your cunning is remarkably adept. The blonde Cybertronian beauty perched herself on Pierce's desk, crossing her legs, and continued, What you say now is futile. From this moment forth, you must focus on collaborating with Lord Megatron without a hint of negligence. Nick Fury was troubled. He had received news that a secret S.H.L.D. safe house had been attacked by the Decepticons. With no survivors and the motive shrouded in mystery, it was truly a tumultuous time. With the Tesseract no longer in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s possession, why would they divert their attention from Tony Stark to assault us? Fury pondered. Just as he was delving deeper into the Decepticons' motives, a knock resonated at his office door. Through the screen on his desk, he discerned that it was his old friend, Alexander Pierce. Rising, Fury welcomed Pierce into his office. Old friend, what brings you here? Fury inquired. Pierce took a seat in Fury's office chair and responded, It concerns the extraterrestrial matters. I have heard that another S.H.L.D. base has been attacked. What exactly is happening? Fury sighed, resignation evident in his voice. The details remain unclear. There were no survivors at that base. Pierce poured himself a glass of water and continued his inquiry. What are the extraterrestrial beings who claim they would thwart the invaders? How have you managed them? They are exceedingly unpredictable. Fury, somewhat distressed, rubbed his head and replied, I am unsure how Tony Stark managed it. Those who call themselves Autobots have placed immense trust in Stark. They are currently stationed at Stark's private testing facility, and they're quite naive. 5 individuals claiming they can halt an entire army of Decepticons is utterly delusional. Is that so? Pierce sipped his water, naturally curious. What are they doing at Stark's? What could that playboy possibly offer to intrigue extraterrestrials? Trusting his superior and old friend, Fury felt no inclination to withhold information and answered Pierce's questions candidly. They ought to be studying the source of the spark that was taken from us, those wretched thieves. If it weren't for the bigger picture, I would certainly find a way to reclaim it. Indeed, Pierce took another sip of water. As he raised his glass, his cuff slipped slightly, revealing the Decepticon watch on his wrist. The observant Nick Fury noted the peculiarity of his old friend's behavior. Pierce typically did not wear a watch. He expressed his surprise. When did you start wearing a watch? I recall you never had that habit before. Oh, you mean this? Pierce rolled up his sleeve to showcase the Decepticon watch to Nick Fury, explaining, My daughter gave me this a while ago. I mentioned to her that, as I age, I struggled to keep track of time, so she gifted me this watch. You have a wonderful daughter, Nick Fury remarked. I think so too. Pierce chuckled heartily. After discussing other matters, Pierce prepared to leave. He said to Nick Fury, Nick, you must handle the situation regarding the aliens with utmost care. The Security Council is taking the alien attack incidents very seriously. Nick Fury replied, Old friend, do you still doubt me? Well, I've said what I needed to say, and I have much to attend to, so I must take my leave. Pierce stood up, exchanged a few parting words with Nick Fury, and walked toward the office door. Let's gather again when time permits, Nick Fury suggested. Certainly. Pierce did not turn back. Upon returning to his vehicle, the blonde Cybertronian beauty inquired, How did it go? What are your plans? The Autobots are stationed beside Stark and the spark source, and according to your intel, that Optimus Prime is quite formidable. We cannot simply charge in to seize it. We need to devise a strategy to distract them. Pierce sat calmly, analyzing the situation, while the nearby Decepticons grew impatient. "It seems you have a plan. Do share." Pierce, remaining unhurried, replied, "Do not be anxious. Tony Stark possesses a powerful business empire, which is both his strength and his weakness. By shutting down his weapons division, he has lost much of the military support. This presents an opportunity. You may stage a feint against Stark Tower. I trust Stark will not neglect his company. At that moment, our operatives can opportunistically seize the spark source. Moreover, I have learned that Tony Stark has a complicated relationship with his secretary, Pepper Potts. If we can capture her, Stark will undoubtedly yield." "Excellent suggestion. Now, I require information on this Pepper Potts, along with a detailed plan for this operation." Suddenly, the watch on Pierce's right wrist emitted a sound, a voice belonging to Megatron, who could communicate with Pierce remotely through the Decepticon watch. Pierce paused momentarily and promptly replied, "Yes, Lord Megatron." Obadiah Stane gazed at the latest company data with mounting frustration. Although his remedial actions over the past week had halted the catastrophic decline of the company's stock, the overall outlook remained grim. It was all Stark's fault. The company was destined to become Stane Industries. After venting his anger, Obadiah rose, clutching the data report, and made his way toward the shredder. He intended to obliterate these figures, convinced that under his stewardship, the company's fortunes would surely improve. As he inserted the papers into the shredder and pressed the switch, he was taken aback when the machine began to transform. Amidst the mechanical whirring, the shredder morphed into a Decepticon wielding a handheld weapon. A scalpel was pressed against Obadiah's throat, while his arm was firmly restrained by the metallic creature. "Old man, do not move or scream." Chapter 34. The Decepticon rampage in Manhattan. Pepper Potts arrived at the door of Obadiah's office, pushing it open. Obadiah Stane had suddenly summoned her for an urgent discussion. And given that she and Obadiah had been handling company matters recently, she sensed no cause for alarm. "Mr. Stane, what is so urgent that you called for me?" she inquired upon entering and finding Obadiah seated in his chair. Obadiah did not respond to Pepper's question. Instead, he addressed the air beside him, Pepper Potts. "I've brought them to you. May I be released now?" "Stane, who are you talking to?" Pepper asked, puzzled by his seemingly erratic behavior. "Well done," Obadiah exclaimed as the shredder and water cooler beside him began to transform, becoming two Decepticon minions. Before Pepper could react, she was tackled and bound. One of the Decepticon minions initiated communication with Megatron. "Master, the target, Pepper Potts, has been captured. We may proceed to the next phase." Not far from Stark Tower, Megatron received the message and commanded his fellow Decepticons, "Occupy that tower and the surrounding city. Unleash destruction." Obeying Megatron's orders, the Decepticons leapt from the building and began wreaking havoc in the neighboring districts. Megatron turned to his companion, Starscream, and said, "Starscream, join me in taking over that tower. We must draw the Autobots' attention." "Yes, Master," Starscream replied. With a synchronized leap, Megatron and Starscream transformed into their jet forms, soaring towards Stark Tower. In midair, they unleashed missiles, creating two gaping holes in the iconic New York structure. Panic engulfed Manhattan, although New York frequently witnessed gang shootouts and superheroic confrontations. These incidents predominantly occurred in Queens and the Bronx. Manhattan, being the commercial and financial epicenter, boasted exceptional security, making such occurrences rare. The sudden alien invasion left the city's inhabitants utterly bewildered. In the New York division of SHIELD, Nick Fury swiftly received alarming news. With a mere wave of his hand, his desk was cleared of all items. Damn it! What are these Decepticons up to, attacking the city instead of seizing the Allspark? Hill, summon all agents in New York to counter the Decepticons' destruction, and alert the military and the Autobots at Stark's location to intervene. Maria Hill, Fury's aide, promptly executed his orders, but soon relayed some disheartening news. "Director, we are severely understaffed in New York. Forming an effective resistance is proving difficult." "What do you mean, understaffed in such a vast city as New York?" Fury expressed his bewilderment. "Director, following the recent Decepticon attack on the SHIELD base, the Security Council prioritized the investigation, reallocating many personnel, including several agents from New York. Our numbers are critically low. Then expedite reinforcements from nearby. Also, connect me to Tony Stark. I need to speak with him directly and urge the Autobots into action." Fury rubbed his temples, making new arrangements. Momentarily forgetting that Pierce had discussed increasing personnel for the investigation, just the day before, coinciding with the Decepticons' urban assault. Maria Hill, operating her device, looked up at Fury with surprise. Director, there's no need to contact Tony Stark. He is already on site. That's fast, Fury exclaimed, taken aback. Although Stark's lab wasn't far from Manhattan, it was still unexpected for him to arrive so promptly, as only a few minutes had passed since the Decepticons' appearance. On the conference room's display, footage from nearby surveillance appeared, revealing Iron Man in his crimson and gold armor engaged in battle with several Decepticons right outside Stark Tower. Moments earlier, Tony had been experimenting with the Allspark alongside Ratchet. Primarily, it was Tony conducting the research, fascinated by this object capable of creating mechanical life and seeking methods to prevent the activation of the Decepticons. Ultimately, Tony discovered that only items he crafted himself could be activated into proper Cybertronians by the Allspark. Every component, even the smallest screw, was of his own making. This was exceedingly inconvenient, as even creating a single gauntlet for his armor required a considerable amount of time. Perhaps the key lay within the manufacturing process. Hey, Ratchet, you must possess the Cybertronian manufacturing techniques, right? Let us create something and test whether it will transform into a Decepticon. Certainly, Ratchet agreed, preparing to commence the creation. Just as the two were enthusiastically diving into their experiment, J.A.R. Vice unexpectedly appeared at the workbench, bringing Tony some unwelcome news. Sir, the Stark Tower has come under attack. A multitude of Decepticons has suddenly appeared, wreaking havoc in Manhattan. According to the intelligence provided by Optimus Prime, Megatron and Starscream have infiltrated Stark Tower, and Ms. Potts has been captured. What? Pepper has been taken. How is she now? Tony, momentarily losing his composure, grasped Jarvis's metallic form, seeking answers. Sir, please remain calm. Ms. Potts is unharmed. It appears she has been taken hostage and is under control. Upon hearing that Pepper was safe, Tony regained some composure and quickly inquired, Jarvis, can you access the network to return directly to Stark Tower? Yes, sir. Would you like me to transport you directly to Stark Tower? Jarvis responded. Indeed, take me straight to Pepper. You should be able to connect via the terminal there. After issuing this command, Tony turned to the ambulance and instructed, Ambulance, please inform Optimus Prime that I have a plane prepared at the square. You can swiftly reach us by air. I will be awaiting your support in Manhattan. Understood. The ambulance replied succinctly before proceeding to notify Optimus Prime. After giving his orders, Tony approached the side where his latest upgraded suit, Mark IV, was stored. During this time, he had not solely focused on the arc reactor. He had also designed a new suit incorporating the latest Cybertronian technology. Although it could not compare to Jarvis, it represented a significant enhancement in both technology and performance over the previous Mark III before it had transformed into a transformer. After all, Jarvis had evolved into a true sentient being and could not remain at his side at all times. Thus, having a new suit was of paramount importance. While Jarvis had become an independent entity, he could still connect with Tony's device terminals to assist in the suit's operation. Chapter 35. The large arc reactor as a weapon amidst the sounds of mechanical assembly. The Mark IV suited Tony, and Jarvis materialized before him, enveloping him in a new layer of armor. Then, Tony and Jarvis transformed into a stream of information and vanished from the laboratory. Within Manhattan's Stark Tower, Pepper Potts was under the watchful gaze of Megatron and Starscream. Megatron's gravelly voice echoed, Woman, you had better be truly significant in the heart of that man called Tony Stark, capable of luring him and the Autobots here. Otherwise, you shall only be left to collect your remains. Gagged and bound to a chair, Pepper struggled fiercely to express her defiance. Suddenly, a surge of data began to flow beside her, heralding the arrival of Tony, clad in his armored suit alongside Jarvis. As soon as he appeared, Jarvis detached from Tony and charged towards Megatron and the Red Spider, while Tony swiftly lifted Pepper and soared into the distance, propelled by the thrusters on his back. They quickly distanced themselves from Stark Tower and landed atop a building devoid of Decepticons. The mask of the Iron Man suit retracted, revealing Tony's concerned face as he inquired, Are you all right, Pepper? Are you injured? The ropes binding Pepper had been untied by Tony, and she swayed slightly, still feeling a bit dizzy as she replied, Tony, I'm fine. They haven't harmed me. That's a relief. Tony exhaled, I will take you to a safe location. I'm certain it will be secure. Before Pepper could respond, Tony scooped her up once more, soaring into the skies. Ah, she exclaimed in surprise. Soon, They arrived at a place that felt familiar to Pepper. "This is the unique cabaret. Why have we come here?" she asked, perplexed. Tony explained, "This is the safest place I could think of in New York. The people inside will ensure your safety. Have you noticed there are no Decepticons here?" The area was not far from Stark Tower. While other locations were under siege by Decepticons, this particular block remained untouched. What Decepticons? Pepper was unaware that it was Decepticons who had kidnapped her and was clueless about the events unfolding outside, having been abducted from the very beginning. Tony realized he had forgotten that Pepper was oblivious to the chaos outside. "Don't worry about that. Just know that other places are dangerous, but here is safe." After saying this, he continued, "You stay here. I have matters to attend to." "Tony, what are you planning?" "ISNT, it's safe here. Why do you have to leave?" Pepper called after him. Tony turned back and said, "Pepper, Stark Tower is currently occupied by aliens. Although I am no longer part of Stark Industries, I am still its owner and cannot allow it to be destroyed." Pepper felt conflicted. She didn't want Tony to take risks. Yet she understood she could not sway her stubborn boss. Stepping closer, she stood on her tiptoes, wrapped her arms around Tony's neck, and pressed her somewhat pale lips against his. "Come back safely. You are far more important than Stark Industries." Tony chuckled. "Of course. If this were a movie, I would be the protagonist. How could the protagonist come a harm?" Before his words fully settled, Tony shot into the sky, heading towards Stark Tower. Pepper watched Tony disappear into the distance, her emotions a whirlwind. "Wow. Don't you know it's ill-fated to confess before battle? Something is bound to go wrong." A teasing voice echoed, and turning around, Pepper saw Klein, someone she had encountered before. Pepper greeted, "Hello, Mr. Moretti. I sincerely appreciate your efforts in retrieving Tony, especially as I was previously occupied with pressing matters." Klein waved his hand, smiling, "It's a minor affair. As per our agreement, we shall collaborate with Stark Industries, and Tony Stark is an indispensable component." Pepper nodded. "I shall fulfill our agreement with Tony shortly." Tony swiftly soared towards Stark Tower. Upon encountering the Decepticons wreaking havoc in the city, he unleashed specially designed missiles, incapacitating them with precision. He did not linger on the periphery, understanding the adage of capturing the king before the pawns, and was increasingly anxious about Jarvis's situation. "Jarvis, are you managing well?" Jarvis interfaced with his armor, allowing Tony to communicate seamlessly. "Sir, the circumstances here are rather grim. Although my mobility surpasses theirs, I lack effective means to neutralize them, making it exceedingly difficult to inflict any damage. I may soon be unable to hold them off." Jarvis's voice resonated through the armor, heightening Tony's urgency. "Jarvis, hold on a little longer. I will devise a plan." Tony's mind raced, seeking a resolution. The weaponry of his armor was less formidable than Jarvis's capabilities. A direct confrontation would yield little assistance. Or might I find a weapon of immense destructive power? Suddenly, he noticed the remaining energy displayed on the armor screen, 93. An idea sparked. He could utilize the large arc reactor. "Jarvis, do you hear me? Find a way to lure them above the large arc reactor. I will seize the opportunity to detonate it. I have previously modified the reactor structure to direct the explosive energy skyward, which will be sufficient to obliterate them." "Understood, sir. I will endeavor to lead them there. I hope you can prepare swiftly," Jarvis replied. Tony quickly entered the interior of Stark Industries, intentionally avoiding the ongoing battle between Jarvis and Megatron, and stealthily approached the large arc reactor. Familiar with the reactor, Tony promptly began his modifications. Before long, he had assembled a rudimentary activation device capable of triggering a violent explosion. "Jarvis, I am ready on my end. How about you?" Tony inquired. "Sir, I am nearly there. Please grant me a bit more time." Meanwhile, on the streets of Manhattan, a yellow Chevrolet Camaro raced at high speed, with Sam seated inside Bumblebee. Optimus Prime had assigned Bumblebee the task of investigating the new Transformer species, and Bumblebee had readily accepted. However, as he began his mission, Sam insisted on accompanying him. Unable to refuse Sam's determination, Bumblebee acquiesced. "Sam, there are Decepticons ahead. I will confront them. Find a safe place to hide." The language module of Bumblebee has been repaired by the ambulance, and it can now speak normally. "Excellent." Sam readily agreed. Bumblebee's entire form sprang up, transforming mid-air, and caught Sam as he flew, placing him safely by the roadside. Chapter 36. Blitz and Vanguard. "Sam, quickly take cover," Bumblebee exclaimed before turning to charge at the approaching Decepticon. Without hesitation, Sam sprinted away from the battle between Bumblebee and the Decepticons. As he dashed past an intersection, he spotted another Decepticon emerging from the right, and it had noticed him as well. Damn, another one, Sam muttered under his breath, making a sharp turn toward the left side of the intersection. The newly appeared Decepticon clearly recognized Sam and began to pursue him. Unbelievable, unbelievable, unbelievable. Sam ran swiftly, not wishing to confront the Decepticon alone. Suddenly, he noticed a striking woman sitting on a motorcycle ahead, seemingly oblivious to the peril that enveloped the streets. Hey, beautiful, run. There are aliens, Sam shouted, attempting to alert her. Upon hearing this, Liana adjusted her position and revved the throttle, charging toward the Decepticon in pursuit of Sam. Hey, it's dangerous. Sam couldn't help but call out again as Liana sped past him. What danger? It's just a little monster, Liana retorted, her words carried by the gust of wind. And then Sam witnessed an unforgettable scene. Liana and Artemis charged toward the Decepticon, and Liana shouted, Artemis! The motorcycle beneath her leaped into the air, transforming swiftly while elevating Liana, allowing her to soar higher. In midair, Liana adjusted her posture as brilliant silver armor began to emerge from her chest and shoulders, quickly enveloping her upper body. A radiant blue lightsaber materialized in her hands. Harnessing the momentum of her leap, Liana drove the lightsaber into the Decepticon-S spark chamber located in its chest. Seizing the energy of her jump, she performed a somersault, landing behind the Decepticon, the lightsaber still embedded within it. With a deft twist, she sliced through the upper half of the Decepticon-S body. Below, Artemis was not idle either. Upon transforming into humanoid form, his mechanical arm extended a razor-sharp sword that effortlessly cleaved the Decepticon in half, as if slicing through butter. Crafted from Edmund alloy, Artemis's weapon was exceptionally sharp. Awesome, Sam marveled. Is that motorcycle also a transformer? He mused quietly, not bothering to inquire further, as Liana had already mounted Artemis and departed from the scene. As the sound of the car horn echoed, Sam turned to see Bumblebee, who had effortlessly dealt with a Decepticon minion. Returning to Bumblebee's interior, Sam was met with a question. Sam, what were you just looking at? Scratching his head, Sam replied, I just saw a striking woman wielding a lightsaber, and her motorcycle seemed to be a transformer as well. Are there motorcycles among your kind? Indeed, there are motorcycle types among us, but the only ones I know are the RC sisters, and they aren't on Earth. Are you sure you didn't mistake something? Bumblebee inquired. I can't be mistaken. She was very close to me. Suddenly, an idea struck Sam. He slapped Bumblebee's steering wheel and exclaimed, Bumblebee, could it be that they are the new transformer race you're searching for? We should pursue them. Bumblebee's voice resonated within the vehicle. It's quite possible. But for now, we cannot chase them. Look ahead. Sam raised his gaze in confusion and immediately spotted at least 4 Decepticons on the road. Swallowing hard, he asked Bumblebee, Are you still want to fight? Instead of responding verbally, Bumblebee demonstrated his answer through action. He abruptly swerved, and with a roar of the engine, accelerated away from the Decepticons. If Bumblebee were alone, he might have chosen a fight, but with Sam as a passenger, retreat was the only option. In the midst of their frantic escape, Bumblebee encountered 2 motorcycles speeding towards them, a red Ferrari and a blue Ford Raptor police car. In an instant, they whizzed past Bumblebee. Sensing something amiss, Bumblebee slammed on the brakes, transformed into his robot form, and deftly grabbed Sam. As they watched, the racing Ferrari and Ford Raptor leapt into the air, transforming into motorcycle warriors. The red one wielded a crescent blade, while the blue one brandished a spear. Their voices rang out simultaneously. Thunder, half-moon, slash. Tsunami of destruction. The 2 motorcycle warriors unleashed their powerful attacks, striking the pursuing Decepticons directly, their red and blue energies exploding upon impact and reducing the foes to mere scrap metal. Sam was left in awe, turning to Bumblebee and asking, Bumblebee, they are incredible. Are they one of your kind? Bumblebee replied, I have never encountered such Cybertronians before. They are likely the new Transformers I seek. How fortunate. Let us go and ask them. Without delay, Bumblebee sped towards the duo, inquiring, Greetings, I am Bumblebee, a Transformer. Are you also from Cybertron? I have never seen you before. As Prowl and Hot Rod encountered a Transformer who bore a striking resemblance to themselves. They exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Cybertronians? We have yet to hear of you. I am Hot Rod, a member of the motorcycle clan. This is Prowl. Bumblebee, observing their exchange, realized with certainty that as Transformers, they had never heard of Cybertron. They must belong to a new faction introduced by Optimus Prime. Contemplating this, Bumblebee inquired, "Do you have any kin? Perhaps we could make their acquaintance. Our leader is eager to meet you." The Red Hot Rod replied, "We have a dozen or so kin scattered in various parts of Manhattan, engaged in battle with these enigmatic transformers. As for your leader's desire to meet me, let us defer that discussion until this matter is resolved." "Very well," Bumblebee responded, unfazed by the delay. Meanwhile, on the streets of Manhattan, chaos erupted as civilians fled in terror from the sudden assault of the Decepticons. A Decepticon soldier pursued a group of tenacious citizens, and amidst the fray, a middle-aged man stumbled and fell, inadvertently drawing the attention of the Decepticon. The remaining civilians seized the opportunity to escape. The man, nursing a bleeding knee, gazed in horror at the approaching Decepticon and cried out in desperation, "Stay away. Don't come any closer." The Decepticon, indifferent to the human's pleas, raised the barrel of its weapon, prepared to eliminate him. Just then, the roar of an engine pierced the air as a Dodge police car barreled in, crashing heavily into the Decepticon, sending it sprawling several meters away. Chapter 37. The retreat of Megatron. The Dodge police car swiftly transformed into a transformer, a member of the Autobot motorcycle clan. He turned to the middle-aged man and urged, "Human, quickly find a safe place to hide." All right," the man replied, struggling to his feet and making his way towards safety. At that moment, the Decepticon regained its footing and directed its attention toward the Dodge Autobot, asking, "Are you an Autobot? I have never encountered your kind before. Remember this, I am called Blue Blade," declared the Autobot, brandishing dual blades concealed at his sides as he charged at the Decepticon. The Decepticon, smirking with disdain, raised its machine gun and commenced firing at Blue Blade. To its astonishment, Blue Blade did not flinch or evade. Instead, he charged headlong into the barrage of bullets, which merely ricocheted off him without leaving even a scratch. Before the Decepticon could recover from its shock, Blue Blade stood before it, thrusting his dual blades forward and tearing the Decepticon soldier asunder, spilling fuel and coolant across the ground. As one of the first Transformers created by Amon, the motorcycle warriors possessed a measure of vibranium within their bodies, and their weapons were forged from adamantium, materials scavenged by Amon from military sources in Wakanda. The same scene unfolds throughout Manhattan, where every member of the original Autobot faction stands as an elite, effortlessly dispatching the minions of the Decepticons, with only the core members of their ranks able to offer any semblance of resistance. Above this chaotic cityscape, a transport aircraft appears, surveying the turmoil below. Optimus Prime addresses Ironhide and Ratchet. "The Decepticons are ravaging the city. Humanity needs us. Autobots roll out." With that declaration, Optimus leaps into action, followed closely by Ironhide and the others, while Jazz remains behind, tasked with safeguarding the Allspark. Before Optimus and his team can touch down, a massive energy beam erupts from Stark Tower, and a battered metallic figure tumbles from the radiant column of energy, staggering away from its blinding light. It is Megatron. Optimus instantly recognizes the dilapidated form as that of his longtime adversary. After millennia of conflict, even reduced to ash, Optimus would still identify Megatron. Touching down with a thud, Optimus races towards Megatron's fallen position. At this moment, half of Megatron's body is in ruins. He had been pursuing J.A.R.V.I.S. when he lingered above the massive arc reactor, only for a tremendous energy explosion from the building below to launch him into the air. Now, he comprehends that he has fallen into a trap designed by those peculiar Transformers. "Cursed red Transformer, cursed humans." Megatron bellows in furious rage, truly incensed this time. The unscathed Starscream approaches Megatron, saying, "Master, Optimus and his team have arrived. Our objective has been achieved. The Autobots are drawn here, and the Bone Crusher has secured the Allspark. We need not waste any more time here, especially since the situation does not favor us." Megatron narrows his eyes at Starscream, who had barely sustained any damage during the battle, having sensed the impending explosion and fled, merely feigning involvement. Without exposing Starscream's duplicity, Megatron concedes, "Very well. Let's retrieve the Allspark." With that, he transforms into his aircraft mode, albeit now a battered version of his former self. Starscream also shifts into his jet form, and the two Decepticons speed towards their prearranged meeting point with Bone Crusher. Tony flies out of the tower, joining J.A.R.V.S., who is likewise in a state of disrepair. A careful observer would note that the damage on J.A.R.V.I.S. is slowly mending. Sir, they have escaped. J.A.R.V.I.S. announces. Escaped? They must have been intimidated by the brilliance of Tony Stark, unwilling to remain any longer. Tony retorts with pride. Just then, Optimus arrives on the scene, prompting Tony to tease. Optimus, you have arrived far too late. I have already sent our enemies fleeing. Fleeing? Optimus Prime was enveloped in confusion. Although the recent assault had inflicted some damage on Megatron, it was not sufficient to significantly impair his combat capabilities. Given Megatron's temperament, it was unexpected for him to retreat so swiftly. At that moment, J.A.R.V.I.S. closed his eyes, establishing a connection with the subsystem located on the outskirts of New York. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and, with a grave expression, addressed Tony and Optimus. I have lost contact with the subsystem at the experimental site. Sir, it appears we have fallen into a trap. What? Both Tony and Optimus exclaimed in astonishment. A multitude of thoughts raced through Optimus's mind as he anxiously said, there is a problem at the experimental site. Their objective is the Allspark there. Moreover, Jazz is still present. The unspoken words hung heavy in the air. But Tony could surmise that Jazz was likely in peril as well. Tony's mind whirred as he swiftly devised a plan. J.A.R.V.I.S. Please return to the experimental site immediately and ascertain what has transpired. Optimus and I will pursue Megatron in hopes of catching up. Understood, Sir. J.A.R.V.I.S. replied, his form dissolving into streams of data as he transmitted through Tony's armor, reappearing near a substation close to the experimental site. Faced with such circumstances, there was little choice but to proceed in this manner. Optimus, too, found no better solution at that moment. Tony ascended into the sky, intent on pursuing Megatron and the Crimson Spider, but soon his gaze fell upon the ravaged city, leaving him in a quandary. The Decepticon foot soldiers had not retreated with Megatron and continued their destruction throughout the city. Though Tony prided himself on having a broad perspective, it was exceedingly difficult to remain indifferent in such a scenario. Optimus discerned Tony's hesitation as he gazed down at the city, quickly grasping the cause of Tony's reluctance. Tony, you need not worry about the Decepticons in Manhattan. Bumblebee informed me that he encountered 2 Transformers who identify themselves as the Motorcycle Clan. From them, Bumblebee learned that over a dozen formidable Transformers are currently in the city, working to neutralize the rampaging Decepticons. With their strength, they should be able to halt the destruction swiftly. Optimus's words provided Tony with some reassurance. Nodding in acknowledgement, he took the lead in the chase after Megatron. Optimus promptly transformed into a truck and followed closely behind Tony in pursuit of their adversary. Meanwhile, moments earlier, when the Autobots had departed from Manhattan, leaving Jazz behind at the experimental site, the SHIELD agent stationed nearby observed the departing Autobots and rapidly reported to their superiors. Sir, the Autobots have left. We may commence our operation. Excellent. Stay in position and await further instructions. Chapter 38. Acquiring the Allspark. Jazz, stationed at the experimental site, noticed a convoy arriving at the perimeter. Halt, he commanded, positioning himself in front of the convoy to obstruct their advance. The foremost car door swung open, revealing Alexander Pierce, impeccably clad in a black suit with meticulously styled golden hair, as he stepped out and approached the Jazz. Greetings, extraterrestrial visitor. I am Alexander Pierce from the World Security Council, here to ensure the safety of our world. We suspect that there are items here that may pose a threat to global security, and we request entry for a thorough inspection. Although Pierce's words were delivered with a veneer of politeness, their essence was undeniably assertive, invoking the authority of the World Security Council. Jazz raised a metallic eyebrow in disbelief and retorted, Humans, do not presume to think I am unaware of your intentions. You aim to seize our Allspark while Optimus Prime is absent, do you not? Let it be known that as long as I, Jazz, am present, you shall not pass. Pierce, standing before Jazz, feigned exasperation, rubbing his cheek with his right hand adorned with a Decepticon watch. Your demeanor complicates matters for me. How should we proceed, Lord Bonecrusher? Pierce directed this remark toward the rear of Jazz, sensing something amiss. Jazz, sensing the disturbance, sternly questioned Pierce, Human, what are you insinuating? Suddenly, he felt movement behind him, and before he could turn, a claw pierced through his chest. Jazz, you truly are careless. Bone Crusher's voice echoed in Jazz's ears. He attempted to articulate a response, but before he could utter a word, Bone Crusher kicked him aside, leaving him motionless and uncertain of his fate. Humans, well done. Come with me to retrieve the Allspark. Without waiting for Pierce's reply, Bone Crusher advanced into the depths of the laboratory, casually tossing a bomb that obliterated the base's electronic systems, ensuring that the Autobots would remain oblivious to the impending danger. The vehicles in the trailing convoy began to transform, morphing into Decepticon foot soldiers. Understood, Lord Bone Crusher. Upon entering the laboratory, Bone Crusher swiftly located the Allspark, secured within a locked containment unit. His claws whirred rapidly, shattering the glass, and he grasped the Allspark triumphantly. Pierce, who had been trailing Bone Crusher, approached with a sycophantic grin. Lord Bone Crusher, the Allspark is in your possession. Might I remove my watch now? Certainly, Bone Crusher replied, revealing a menacing smile. With a swift motion of his arm, Pierce's right hand, adorned with the Decepticon watch, was severed. Pierce screamed, clutching the stump of his severed hand, collapsing to the ground in agony. Wasn't it just removed? The watch on the severed hand transformed, morphing into a scorpion-shaped Decepticon that scurried on a Bone Crusher's frame. Ignoring the writhing Pierce on the ground, Bone Crusher secured the Allspark and made his way outside, intent on delivering it to the predetermined location for rendezvous with Megatron to present the coveted artifact to his master. Pierce removed his suit jacket and secured it just above his severed hand to compress the blood vessels, preventing exsanguination. He picked up his dismembered hand from the ground and staggered outward, determined to return to either S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra's base, where the technology would easily facilitate the reattachment of his hand. Perhaps due to significant blood loss, the world around Pierce began to blur. He stumbled over a stone and collapsed onto the ground. Oh damn! Struggling to rise, he suddenly beheld a pair of polished shoes before him. Looking up, he recognized his subordinate, an agent of Hydra. Quick, Con, take me to the nearest base. I need my hand reattached, Pierce urged urgently. Minister Pierce, how careless you are, falling down like that. It must be age catching up with you. Here, let me give you a pair of glasses. You'll see clearly afterward. Con's voice reached Pierce's ears, followed by a hand extending towards him, offering a single lens crafted from crystal. Automatically, Pierce accepted it, his mind still a bit hazy. Put on quickly. You won't be seeing blurry anymore. Con continued with a grin. As if persuaded, Pierce placed the monocle over his right eye. His lips curled into a smile as he exclaimed, "It's truly clearer." Then, holding his severed right hand with his left, he raised it to his mouth, blowing off the dirt, and aligned it with the severed wrist, allowing it to reattach seamlessly. Hello, Minister Pierce. Greetings, Agent Con. The two Amons greeted each other. Beneath a large bridge at the junction of Manhattan and Brooklyn, Bone Crusher and several Decepticons had been waiting for some time. Suddenly, the roar of fighter jets echoed, heralding the arrival of Megatron and Starscream. As the aircraft descended to a few meters above ground, they transformed, landing before Bone Crusher, who held the Allspark. Bone Crusher, where'd my Allspark? It is my utmost honor, Lord Megatron. Bone Crusher knelt, presenting the Allspark to Megatron. The Allspark splendid. Bone Crusher, you have done well. Megatron gazed at the blue cube with an obsession, as if the entire world lay within his grasp. Bone Crusher, did you bring the amplification device I requested? Yes, my master. Bone Crusher replied respectfully, then instructed the Decepticon soldiers behind him, bring it forth. A Decepticon soldier approached, carrying a multimeter-high device and placing it before Megatron. This is an Allspark energy amplification device. It can expand the energy radiation range of the Allspark. Once fully activated, its radiation field will encompass the entirety of America, causing all electronic devices within that range to become Decepticons. This is primarily due to the hurried preparation time. It was only after Megatron regained consciousness that he instructed his subordinates to commence the construction of this device, which remains a mere prototype. If completed in its entirety, this apparatus could radiate energy across the entire globe, thereby allowing the Decepticons to seize dominion over Earth. Megatron extended his hand and tapped on the device a few times. Its lid opened, and he placed the glowing blue energy core within. After sealing the cover, Megatron commanded Bone Crusher and Starscream, maintain a perimeter around me. The device will require time to activate, and during this period, no one must approach. Yes, my master. Bone Crusher and Starscream replied in unison. In the distance, a rumble echoed as Tony Stark and Optimus Prime pursued. Observing this, Bone Crusher said to Starscream, "Let us together intercept the enemy. We must not allow them to disturb Lord Megatron." Starscream, upon realizing that it was Optimus Prime approaching, felt a twinge of fear. He did not believe himself capable of halting the Autobot leader. After a moment of contemplation, he replied to Bone Crusher, "You cannot fly, so handle the one on the ground. I shall confront the one in the sky." Chapter 39, The Fading Energy Core. Very well. Bone Crusher readily agreed. "Then I shall leave that to you. I will deal with the one above." With that, Starscream transformed into a jet and soared into the sky. Fearing that Bone Crusher might have a change of heart and leave Optimus Prime to him, even from a distance, Starscream launched missiles at Tony, denying him any chance of close engagement. Tony quickly maneuvered his armor to evade, only to realize that the missiles were relentlessly pursuing him. They were homing missiles, JARVIS, deployed interceptors. Several interceptor missiles were launched from Tony's Iron Man suit, successfully detonating the pursuing projectiles one by one. As he approached Starscream, Tony fired 2 repulsor blasts to gauge Starscream's capabilities. He had previously engaged Starscream, but that encounter was merely a delay tactic without direct confrontation. Noticing that Starscream effortlessly evaded his attack, Tony raised an eyebrow, and from his shoulder, several small projectiles were released, attacking Starscream from various angles and directions. Starscream transformed his arm into a machine gun and opened fire on the incoming missiles. Most of the small missiles detonated mid-air, but a few struck Starscream, forcing him off his intended course. Starscream retaliated, and while Tony managed to evade, he launched his own assault, which Starscream also easily dodged. They engaged in a turn-based aerial battle. Tony sought to swiftly eliminate this Decepticon, yet he discerned that Starscream's capabilities were significantly superior. And it seemed that Starscream's intent was merely to stall him, as if performing in a play. Meanwhile, on the ground, the battle between Bone Crusher and Optimus Prime unfolded differently. Bone Crusher exuded an extraordinary ferocity, as though he were not facing the leader of the Autobots, but rather an ordinary Autobot warrior. The gray, mind-sweeping vehicle that Bone Crusher transformed into accelerated relentlessly towards Optimus Prime, obliterating any vehicles that crossed his path with his shovel blade, sending them plummeting off the bridge. "Optimus Prime, you shall not thwart Lord Megatron's grand design." The gray Decepticon, the demolition vehicle, swiftly transformed and lunged towards Optimus Prime, who, caught off guard, was knocked beneath the bridge. During his fall, he rapidly transformed, engaging in a fierce struggle with Bone Crusher. Perhaps spurred by Megatron's praise, Bone Crusher exhibited exceptional valor, delivering 2 resounding punches to the still unsteady Optimus Prime. Sensing his success, Bone Crusher's courage surged, and he raised his right arm to strike again. However, this time he failed to land a blow. As he regained his footing, Optimus Prime seized Bone Crusher's incoming fist, countering with a powerful strike that sent one of Bone Crusher's mechanical eyes flying from its socket. Bone Crusher attempted to block another punch from Optimus Prime, which he succeeded in doing, yet his defense proved futile. Optimus sidestepped Bone Crusher's arm, grasped his head, and with a forceful twist, wrenched it free from his body. Casually discarding Bone Crusher's mechanical cranium to the ground, Optimus stepped over the fallen foe, advancing towards Megatron. A valiant warrior. This was Optimus's assessment of Bone Crusher. Following the fierce Bone Crusher, several Decepticon minions encircled Optimus, obstructing his path to Megatron. A warrior should fight for his beliefs, not serve as a cog in tyranny. It is not too late to turn back. Raising his right hand, fragments of Bone Crusher slipped through his fingers, and his impassioned words resonated in the ears of the Decepticons. The minions retreated a half-step, their hesitation stemming not only from Optimus's commanding presence, but also from the remnants of Bone Crusher that fell from his grasp. "It appears you are all prepared for the resolve of a warrior. Then let us engage." With those words, Optimus launched the first attack, taking down a Decepticon with 2 shots and extracting another S-Spark with a mere punch. Under the overwhelming might of their leader, the Decepticons fell swiftly to Optimus' prowess. He continued his charge towards Megatron, proclaiming, "Megatron, whatever your nefarious plot may be, it must come to an end now." Noticing Optimus's approach while still controlling the Energon amplification device, Megatron let out a classic villainous laugh. "Ha ha ha, Optimus Prime, you are too late. This planet will ultimately be mine. The device had reached its final activation phase, and Megatron slammed his palm onto it. The device successfully powered up, causing the energon source within to whirl maniacally, extracting energy that sent ripples outward. The electronic devices in the vicinity trembled under the energy's influence, the cars on the road, the cameras at the roadside, the lawnmowers on the grass, and the mobile phones in people's hands, all quivered as if on the brink of transforming into Decepticons. Cease this, Megatron. You will annihilate this planet. Megatron remained unmoved, quietly awaiting the arrival of his Decepticon army into this world. Suddenly, his mechanical eye flickered. Something felt amiss. The transformation speed was not supposed to be this sluggish. Where were his Decepticons? He glanced around, only to discover that the mechanical creations, which had been in the midst of transformation, had come to a standstill as if nothing had occurred. It was as if the energy from the Allspark was merely a gentle breeze, lightly brushing against them. What is happening? Has my device malfunctioned? Megatron first tapped the Allspark amplification device, but to no avail. He hastily opened the device and removed the Allspark, only to find that the once brilliant light emanating from it was dimming rapidly. By the time he held it in his hands, its glow had completely vanished. The Allspark itself began to turn transparent, as if on the verge of vanishing entirely. Confused, Megatron squeezed the Allspark, and it shattered into countless specks of light, exploding from his grasp like a burst of starlit sky. What? Megatron's eyes widened in disbelief. He could not fathom that the Allspark had dissipated so easily in his hands. Frantically, he reached for the fading specks of light, attempting to reclaim the Allspark, but ultimately, even the glimmers faded away, disappearing without a trace, as if they had never existed. This Allspark was, in fact, a historical projection drawn from the fissures of time by Unicron, and after enduring the strain of the device, it could no longer withstand the pressure and vanished from the present timeline. Megatron continued to grasp at the air, unable to accept the reality, repeatedly exclaiming, "Impossible, impossible! How could it disappear? It cannot be." Although Optimus Prime did not fully comprehend the events unfolding or why the Allspark had suddenly vanished, he realized that Megatron's scheme had collapsed. He stepped forward and delivered a kick that sent Megatron flying. As Megatron soared through the air, he finally regained his focus and glared menacingly at Optimus Prime, shouting, "It must be you, treacherous Autobots. You have forged a counterfeit Allspark." Chapter 40. The conclusion in the press conference: "It was your despicable ambush that snatched the Allspark from our grasp, and we are not to blame for this." Optimus Prime countered Megatron's accusations, still unaware of the true nature of the situation. "Utter nonsense!" Megatron roared, charging at Optimus Prime, and the two leaders engaged in battle once more. This confrontation was entirely different from the last. Optimus Prime emerged unscathed, his stamina intact, having effortlessly dealt with the Bone Crusher without expending any energy. In stark contrast, Megatron was in a deplorable state, having recently sustained significant injuries from Tony's assault with a massive arc reactor. Though he had partially recovered, his strength was profoundly diminished, placing him at a disadvantage against Optimus Prime. The clash between the two leaders resembled a blacksmith forging iron, sparks flying and components scattering in all directions. "Megatron, yield. You have already lost." Though Optimus Prime spoke thus, he showed no mercy in action. He intercepted Megatron's incoming punch and, with a single stroke, severed the very arm Megatron had just repaired, creating a gaping wound from which one could glimpse the panic etched upon the face of the insect icon. Red Alert, merely attempting to feign concern while managing the situation, had anticipated no peril. He believed that once Megatron had resolved the conflict, he would bask in a considerable share of glory. Yet the current circumstances were dire. The Allspark was a mere illusion. Megatron could not withstand Optimus Prime's might. An imminent defeat loomed. What then awaited Red Alert? Would he be captured by the Autobots? Such a fate was intolerable to him, and thus he dismissed the entanglement with Tony Stark in mid-air, charging towards the beleaguered Megatron still grappling with Optimus Prime. Red Alert first hurled Optimus Prime aside before seizing the injured Megatron and fleeing into the distance. At this moment, a short sword, often wielded by Optimus Prime, was embedded in Megatron's chest, rendering much of the Allspark irreparably damaged. He was on the brink of returning to the embrace of the Allspark. "Optimus Prime, await my return. I shall reclaim all that is rightfully mine." As he fled, Megatron could not resist uttering a fierce retort, refusing to concede any ground in bravado. Tony approached Optimus Prime, lifting his visor and inquiring with a frown, "Are we truly allowing them to escape? They have already fled. Now is not the time to conclude matters," Optimus replied gravely. Tony chose not to dwell on this issue, pivoting the conversation. Stark Tower has been devastated, and Manhattan has suffered extensive damage. It appears the insurance companies will incur significant losses. I wonder how my employees are faring? At that moment, streams of data materialized around Tony, coalescing into the figure of J-A-R-V-I-S. "Sir, the outlying base has been obliterated. I have discovered the body of Mr. Jazz." With a swift kick, Optimus Prime shattered a nearby bridge, grief and fury coursing through him at the loss of his comrade. "The silver bulk still appeals to my taste." Tony sighed in response. In Manhattan, the devastation wrought by the Decepticons was nearing its end, thanks to the joint efforts of the Autobots and the Motorcycle Warriors. The last Decepticon was cleaved in twain beneath the blade of Prowl, eliciting cheers from the nearby, previously ineffective officers. "Sir, there are 35 casualties among the employees, with 9 fatalities, including Mr. Obadiah Stane, who was tragically trapped beneath a collapsing wall." Tony fell into a moment of silence, then sighed deeply. "Provide generous compensation to the injured employees based on their salaries and the severity of their injuries, for a period ranging from 4 months to a year. As for those who met with misfortune, compile a list. I shall dispatch someone to meet with the families to discuss compensation." J.R.V. continued, "Sir, there is one more matter. This was found on Mr. Stane's computer." With a gesture, J.A.R.V.I.S. activated the computer on Tony's desk, which began to play a recorded image. The scene depicts Tony being tortured by the 10 Rings in a cave in Afghanistan. The video plays, revealing, "You did not inform us that the target of the kidnapping was Tony Stark. You must pay the price for lies and deceit." The bounty for assassinating Tony Stark has now increased. With a dismissive gesture, Tony rises and shuts off the video. He has long harbored doubts about Obadiah, but has lacked the time to investigate. It's too late for that. The man is dead. Dismiss all personnel from Obadiah's faction. At that moment, Pepper approaches, saying, "Tony, the press conference is about to commence. I prepared the script for you." And Stark Industries is set to undertake the Manhattan Restoration Project, awaiting only your signature. Tony smiles as he receives the speech from Pepper, complimenting her, "With you handling matters, I feel at ease." Pepper. Phil Coulson, following closely behind Pepper, presents another document to Tony, but this time, Tony does not accept it. Pepper naturally takes it and hands it over to Tony after glancing through it. Busy with a task assigned by Nick Fury, Coulson, having previously interacted with Tony, has been called back for another meeting with him. "Mr. Stark, if reporters inquire about the Decepticons, you may refer to the contents of the paper. Please refrain from disclosing anything about the extraterrestrials to the public." Tony scans the document briefly before placing it beneath Pepper's script, nonchalantly replying, "I'll be mindful." Upon reaching the podium for the conference, the reporters' flashbulbs illuminate Tony like a barrage of light. "Mr. Stark, is it true that Stark Industries will be responsible for the restoration of Manhattan?" "Mr. Stark, there have been numerous reports of robot invasions in Manhattan. Do you know their origins?" "Mr. Stark, many individuals, along with the New York police, have witnessed a battle between robots wreaking havoc in Manhattan. Are they opposing factions? Did they instigate the invasion?" "Mr. Stark, Stark Tower seems to be at the epicenter of the robotic invasion. Does it have any connection to Stark Industries?" "Mr. Stark, witnesses claim to have seen you alongside a massive red and blue robot on the Brooklyn Bridge, clad in armor. Did you partake in the battle for Manhattan?" As the barrage of questions from the reporters descends upon Tony, he remains unfazed, accustomed to such scrutiny, quickly regaining control of the situation. "It appears I'm still quite popular. So many questions will surely require considerable effort to address. But fortunately, my secretary has prepared me well." As he speaks, Tony shakes the script in his hand, eliciting laughter from the journalists. Tony raised his hand, causing the laughter of the reporters to diminish. He proceeded to say, "All right, the first matter at hand is that Stark Industries has finalized discussions with the relevant authorities regarding the restoration efforts. Once I sign, we can commence." Chapter 41. Mocked by the guard, Stark began reciting from the script prepared by Pepper, requiring only to read aloud. The journalists below were not surprised by Tony's statements. They had already gleaned information from various channels. Pepper's script contained no mention of the Decepticons, so after finishing her prepared remarks, Tony tucked the paper into his pocket. He glanced at the script given to him by Coulson, frowning as he read aloud. The second matter pertains to the robots that wreaked havoc in Manhattan the day before yesterday. The speech states that these robots were stolen by terrorists from the government, intending to destabilize the world. I find this content rather absurd. How could the government possess such advanced robots? Let me clarify. This information was provided to me by an operative from a secret organization, the name of which I shall not disclose, as it is lengthy and tedious, much like a document emerging from the White House. I trust you are not interested in that. Laughter erupted once more among the reporters, while Coulson's expression soured. He sensed that something unfortunate was about to transpire. Tony continued, "We will address this issue later, but first, let me clarify my identity. Some claim I fought robots while clad in iron armor, dubbing me Iron Man. Everyone knows I am a playboy. The notion of a playboy donning armor to combat foes is rather incongruous." The frequency of the camera flashes slowed as the reporters awaited Tony's next words. "The truth is, I am Iron Man." As he uttered this declaration, Tony discreetly gestured with his left hand. Not far off, Jarvis took notice and promptly flew to Tony, donning his attire. The reporters erupted in chaos, akin to the detonation of a flashbang. As Tony was enveloped in a flurry of camera flashes, the metallic figure reflecting the light, making it difficult for the journalists to open their eyes. "Mr. Stark, Mr. Stark," they clamored, their excitement palpable. A playboy transforming into a superhero was indeed a sensation that would resonate globally, much like the invasion of Manhattan. Coulson covered his face, realizing that Stark had once again caused a stir. Fortunately, he had refrained from mentioning the Decepticons and Autobots. "Please, everyone quiet down. I would like to introduce a friend who will elucidate the truth of the matter. Look to our right. Please welcome Optimus Prime to the stage." Coulson tugged at a strand of his hair, bracing for the impending disaster. The red and blue truck parked beside the press conference began to transform, the sound of metal clashing heralding the appearance of Optimus Prime before the crowd. "Greetings, I am Optimus Prime, the leader of the Autobots." Upon encountering the colossal mechanical entity known as Optimus Prime, the reporters were initially struck with trepidation, instinctively retreating a few steps. However, it did not take long for a keen-eyed journalist to discern a revelation, hesitantly exclaiming, "He appears to be the robot who stood alongside Tony Stark on the Brooklyn Bridge in Manhattan that day." With this prompt, the prepared journalists swiftly recognized Optimus Prime as the hero who had driven off the city-destroying robots. Instantly, they found themselves at the center of a significant news story, converging around Optimus Prime to pose their inquiries. A rather robust journalist squeezed his way to the forefront, addressing Optimus Prime with the question, "Mighty robot, are you indeed named Optimus Prime? Are you the latest innovation in robotics?" Optimus Prime directed his earnest gaze towards the inquisitive reporters, responding in a voice imbued with magnetism. "No, we Autobots are intelligent beings, much like you humans. However, while you were born on Earth, we originated from Cybertron, our home planet." As soon as he concluded, another reporter interjected, "Mr. Optimus Prime, if I understand correctly, you are suggesting that you are extraterrestrial beings. Are those destructive robots who battle against you also aliens? Why do they wish to wreak havoc upon the cities? Do they hail from Cybertron as well?" Optimus Prime elucidated, "They are the Decepticons, a faction of Cybertron known for their penchant for war and conquest. Upon discovering their presence on Earth, we descended to aid you in overcoming this peril." Just as another journalist prepared to ask a question, he was interrupted by Tony Stark, who drew the reporter's attention towards himself. "Gentlemen, let us not forget the protagonist of today's event. This is a press conference hosted by me, Tony Stark. For further inquiries, please reach out to the relevant departments at Stark Industries. I, Tony Stark, am currently responsible for welcoming our extraterrestrial guests." The world erupted in astonishment. Even those privy to the existence of Autobots and Decepticons were taken aback by Tony Stark's public revelation. The existence of extraterrestrial beings had been confirmed, and they were entirely unlike humanity's imagination, manifesting as mechanical life forms or silicon-based life. This discovery was monumental. Furthermore, Tony Stark captured everyone's attention, not only by acknowledging his identity as a superhero, but also by establishing himself as the communication bridge between humanity and the extraterrestrial Autobots, a status of undeniable significance. Consequently, the stock of Stark Industries began to soar wildly, rapidly eclipsing the records set prior to Tony's disappearance, with no signs of abating in its upward trajectory. Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the global spotlight, Iron Man Tony Stark, accompanied by his Secretary Pepper Potts and Jarvis, ventured into a distinctive cabaret. He was poised to fulfill a collaboration that had been promised when Pepper had sought him out from Afghanistan. Today marked the culmination of that commitment. As for why Happy was not accompanied by a bodyguard, it was simply because Tony felt he no longer required one. With Jarvis at his disposal, he could don his armor at any moment. If even Jarvis could not resolve the situation, then Happy would be of little use. Thus, Tony assigned Happy the role of his chauffeur. Upon arriving at the entrance of the unconventional cabaret, Tony was predictably halted, as he was not wearing the monocle. Pepper had informed him that entry into the cabaret necessitated such eyewear. Yet the proud Tony had no intention of adhering to the establishment's regulations. The two guards at the door barred his advance, prompting Tony to raise an eyebrow and take a slight step back, ensuring he was not touched by them. With an air of arrogance, he exclaimed, "Do you not know who I am? I am here to discuss a collaboration with your boss." As he spoke, Tony removed his sunglasses and placed them in the pocket of his chest, revealing his well-known visage. One guard adjusted the monocle on his brow, glancing at his companion, one hand clutching his stomach while the other pointed at Tony, seemingly stifling a laugh. "Look at him." The other guard also adjusted his monocle, a smirk forming as he crossed his arms, enjoying the spectacle. Tony sensed the ridicule aimed at him, and his stubborn nature flared up. As Pepper attempted to intervene, he raised a hand to stop her. "Don't worry about me, Pepper. There's south no place that Tony Stark cannot enter." Jarvis. Let us proceed. Chapter 42. The enigmatic steps. Tony strode directly towards the stairs with Jarvis, disregarding the guards, who made no further attempts to impede him. Noticing their lack of resistance, Tony wore a triumphant smile and remarked to Pepper, "See, Pepper, they are all bluster, a little assertiveness, and they are powerless." As he ascended the steps, 1, 2, 3, 4, by the fifth step, something felt amiss. The staircase was supposed to consist of only 3 tiers. Why had he taken 5 steps without moving up? Looking down, he was astonished to see 2 additional steps remaining. And as he turned around, he realized he was still standing at the first tier. He glanced at the guards, who were regarding him with mocking expressions, as if to say, "Look, he can't even ascend the steps." Tony's face stiffened. He suspected that the staircase was somehow controlled by the guards, shifting backward as he attempted to move forward. Such petty tricks would not fool me. With determination, Tony lunged forward, taking a grand leap to the top step. Yet, when he regained his balance and looked again, he was shocked to find himself back at the base of the staircase, having not ascended even a single step. He contemplated stepping back to scrutinize this peculiar contraption and identify its flaw, but as he took a step back, he felt nothing beneath him, as if he were standing on the precipice of an abyss. Tony's arms flailed uncontrollably as he attempted to steady himself, but his reflexes were too sluggish, and he was on the verge of falling backward. If he landed heavily, his coccyx would surely be compromised. Fortunately, Jarvis was right behind him and swiftly caught him before he could tumble. "Oh, for heaven's sake, what kind of stairs are these?" Tony muttered under his breath. Genuinely startled this time, Pepper rushed to his side, concern etched on her face. "Tony, are you all right?" Earlier, Pepper had not accompanied Tony up the stairs, and thus she had witnessed him oddly ascending and descending the same step repeatedly, as if time had been halted and someone had repositioned him. Of course, there was no malicious intent at play. The stairs at the entrance were merely cyclical in nature, intertwining forward and backward motion. Only those donning the monocle were unaffected. At that moment, behind Tony's group, the sound of tires screeching echoed, followed by the delightful sounds of mechanical transformation. A blonde girl, Liana, breezed past Tony, casting a glance his way while making a sking sound, as if mocking his inability to navigate the stairs. Following Liana was a poised woman in a black dress, resembling a bodyguard shadowing her. Tony, stung by Liana's derision, wished he could shrink himself and slip into a crack in the ground. The embarrassment was overwhelming. Just then, he noticed the blonde girl and her companion walk directly into an extraordinary ballroom without donning any monocles. "Hey, why aren't they wearing those monocles? Is this some form of gender discrimination?" Tony fumed, feeling personally targeted. He was trapped in a loop while those 2 women strolled in with ease. 2 guards exchanged amused glances, and one remarked, "She is the boss's sister. Of course, she can enter freely. As for you, TSK, are you openly flaunting your privileges? In such an intolerable place, I refuse to stay. Pepper, let us leave. I'm not discussing any ridiculous collaboration," Tony declared indignantly, turning to walk away. His true reason for leaving was not the alleged favoritism, but rather his acute sense of humiliation. Seeing this, Pepper, well acquainted with Tony's temperament, rolled her eyes and promptly grasped his arm. "Tony, stop it. We've finally carved out some time to be here. Do you want all my efforts over this period to go to waste? Besides, they were the ones who rescued you from Afghanistan." Tony gazed into Pepper's slightly reproachful eyes. Hesitating for a moment, Jarvis chimed in, "Sir, the two women who just entered are familiar to us. The girl is the one who raced motorcycles with you, and the woman behind her is the motorcycle itself. She is also a transformer. According to the data, that girl appears to be a mutant, having utilized her abilities to combat the Decepticons during their invasion." "What? That beautiful woman is also a transformer? Jarvis, you must be jesting," Tony exclaimed, his attention entirely captivated by the enchanting transformer. Jarvis remained silent, extending his palm to project a video into the air, a recording of Liliana approaching them moments ago. In the video, Liliana executed a swift drift, elegantly dismounting her motorcycle, which promptly transformed into a strikingly beautiful woman with long black hair. It is indeed remarkable that transformers can assume human forms. Suddenly, Tony had an epiphany and turned to Jarvis. "Oh, Jarvis, can you transform?" Jarvis's mouth twitched slightly as he replied, "Sir, I cannot transform into a beautiful woman." Tony's lips twitched in disbelief as he responded, "Jarvis, is my impression on you solely of beautiful women?" "Sir, that is not merely my impression. It is a reflection of your character. Jarvis, you truly sadden me." As they spoke, Jarvis's mechanical exterior began to shift, revealing the visage of an adult male with light hair and sharply defined features. "This is astonishing." Tony scrutinized Jarvis, finding his new form quite acceptable. Pepper was equally taken aback. Jarvis transforming into a robot had already surprised her, but now he could assume a human appearance, adding a sense of enchantment to her world. However, she remained focused on the matter at hand and said to Tony, "All right, Tony, we should head inside. Here, take this." Pepper retrieved 2 monocles from her pocket, handing one to Tony, knowing well that her boss would not have prepared for such an occasion. This was the mark of a competent secretary. "Very well, then I shall reluctantly enter," Tony declared proudly as he accepted the monocle from Pepper and awkwardly placed it over his right eye, feeling somewhat out of his element. Once adorned with the monocle, the guards at the entrance indeed refrained from obstructing him, and the peculiar phenomenon on the steps vanished, allowing Tony and his companions to enter the ballroom seamlessly. "The decor is rather impressive," Tony remarked, his tendency to fill silence with chatter serving as a means to alleviate his discomfort. Pepper Potts, having visited the venue twice before, was quite familiar with its layout, and soon led Tony to the door of the conference room. Unable to contain himself once more, Tony noted, "Isn't it rather rude that no one is here to greet us?" Pepper paid little heed to Tony's words, raising her hand to gently knock twice on the office door. "Come in," a youthful voice called from within. As the voice resonated, the door opened slightly, as if someone stood on the other side, eagerly awaiting their entrance. Tony pushed the door wide open, and the scene within the conference room came into view. The room was quite spacious, dominated by a large round table at its center, around which 3 individuals were seated, with one more standing nearby, though not a human, rather a transformer. 2 of them Tony recognized. They were the man and woman he had seen racing on motorcycles the other day. The third was likely Klein Moretti, as Pepper had mentioned. His gaze shifted to the table, and to his surprise, they were playing cards. How delightful! Was this a ballroom or a game room? Without a hint of self-consciousness, Tony pulled out a chair and took a seat. As he settled in, he spoke to Klein, who was engrossed in the card game. "Moretti, why are there minors here? Did you summon me just to babysit?" Liana, on the verge of losing, took offense at being referred to as a child. She snatched the card from Amon's hand and tossed them onto the table, taunting Tony. "I wonder which uncle is so old he can't even manage a graceful exit." Tony's expression froze, leaving him momentarily speechless. Liana kicked the round table, pushing herself back and crossed her legs in a triumphant pose, gazing at Tony. Klein waved his hand over the table, causing the cards to vanish instantly. He then stood aside, allowing Amon to take the lead. Throwing down cards when you can't win? I see you've made some progress. Liana's facade cracked, revealing her embarrassment at being caught. Amon turned his attention to Tony, smiling. Mr. Iron Man, you must have misunderstood. Klein is merely your point of contact, while I'm the one you'll be collaborating with. Tony raised an eyebrow, surprised that the one he was to collaborate with was this seemingly underage young man. Yet, he felt an odd sensation under the gaze of Amon's monocle. It was then that Tony noticed that the two women were the only ones in the room without monocles. Even Jarvis had donned one to enter. One odd custom. Muttering to himself about the peculiarities, Tony inquired, I see. So, why do you wish to collaborate with me? It seems you had this plan even before my disappearance. Ah, Mr. Iron Man, you are indeed a figure of great significance. You have publicly embraced your identity as a superhero, serving as a bridge between humans and Autobots, and presiding over an empire of commerce. Surely, those traits warrant a partnership? Accepting his titles with a thick skin, Tony replied, that's true. But what precisely do you wish to collaborate on? Amon chuckled lightly. What would you think of a company themed around superheroes? Intrigued, Tony pressed further. What do you mean by a superhero-themed company? Amon elaborated. The idea is to gather various superheroes from around the globe, establishing a company that belongs to them, documenting their experiences, and disseminating their stories. Tony's eyes sparkled with evident interest, and he declared, that's a splendid idea. I, Tony Stark, shall invest in this project. Upon hearing this, Amon shook his head, and, sensing Tony's confusion, clarified, Mr. Iron Man, I did not summon you for investment. Rather, I wish to invite you to be our company's inaugural superhero. Me? Tony was taken aback, as he had never been one to work for others. I certainly will not be an employee. Moreover, you cannot possibly afford my salary. Then we shall forego the salary. Amon replied. Huh? Tony was puzzled. If you don't pay me, who would work for you? Amon continued. We intend to establish a guild among our superheroes, and you could serve as the vice president of this guild. Our company is not profit-driven. Instead, it aims to provide superheroes with an excellent platform and a more stable environment. Tony nodded thoughtfully and inquired, a commendable philosophy. I do not seek riches in my pursuit of heroism. However, why am I to be the vice president? Who is the president? You? At that moment, Liana, who had been quietly observing, interjected, that would be me. I will be the president of the Superhero Guild, vice president. Amon had not initially considered Liana for the role of president. She had learned of his intention to establish a superhero company and insisted on forming a guild, claiming the position of president. Despite his reluctance, her persistent pleas had compelled him to relent. What? Tony exclaimed in astonishment. Are you playing some form of make-believe? That president? Are you even of legal age? Why not? Age has no bearing on one's capability to lead. Leadership is determined by strength. If you doubt me, we can have a contest. Don your armor, and I shall cleave you in two with a single strike. I have no intention of battling a little girl, Tony replied, reclining in his chair, dismissing Liana's provocation. Allow me to show you something. Before we announce the establishment of our company, we will produce these events into a film. Amon snapped his fingers, and an image appeared above the table, depicting the Decepticon invasion of Manhattan. The scenes were numerous, capturing nearly every Decepticon present, including Megatron. Then, Tony appeared clad in his Iron Man suit, encountering Bumblebee and Ironhide, while the motorcycle gang eradicated the Decepticons throughout the city. The footage was as vivid as a motion picture. Where did you acquire these images? Surely they weren't captured by drones? I had no awareness of them at the time. Tony expressed his bewilderment. Amon chuckled lightly, explaining, we have a professional photography team. Tony muttered, could it be those mysterious individuals? He referred to the officer who had transferred his wounds that day. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and said, very well, I agree, but I shall not heed that girl's commands. Huh, as if I would care to direct you, middle-aged man. Liana harbored a distinct aversion towards this Tony Stark, a notorious playboy and arms dealer, label she found utterly distasteful. Here, take this. Amon tossed a crimson glove towards Tony. What is this? Tony picked up the red glove, scrutinizing its intricate and enigmatic patterns. As he gazed intently at the designs, he felt an uncanny sensation, as if his very being were being drawn into its depths. This is the Fireseed Glove. Have you ever heard of Prometheus stealing fire? Once donned, it bestows upon you a plethora of extraordinary abilities, the most remarkable being the power to pilfer various entities, objects, lives, abilities, and so forth. It can also transform into items of similar dimensions according to your will. The other functionalities are for you to discover. Is it truly so miraculous? Tony adorned his left hand with the glove, which conformed to him seamlessly regardless of its orientation. With a mere thought, the red glove writhed and morphed into a watch, its hue shifting to a lustrous silver. Chapter 44. Revive, sir. After inspecting the transformed Fire Sea glove, Tony's gaze fell upon Amon's monocle. Instinctively, Tony extended his gloved left hand towards Amon, twisting his wrist counterclockwise, intent on stealing the monocle. After a prolonged struggle, his arm weary, he found himself unsuccessful. This is rather ineffective, Tony muttered under his breath. At that moment, Amon chuckled softly, removing the monocle from his right eye and holding it in his hand. Ah, Mr. Iron Man, you have quite the discerning eye. This monocle is a cosmic limited edition. Only one exists. If you desire it, I shall gift it to you. As he spoke, Amon extended the monocle toward Tony. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, having been so easily read, Tony hastily waved his hand. No, thank you. I prefer not to accept items handed to me. Ah, well, it appears this monocle is not meant for you, Amon remarked, replacing it back on his eye. He then reached towards Tony's chest, seemingly grasping at the air. A metallic shard unexpectedly materialized between Amon's thumb and forefinger. Shaking the projectile playfully, he chuckled. Ha! Mr. Iron Man, this is how one steals. Yet, your peculiar hobby of embedding shrapnel within your body is quite unique. Tony's eyes widened as he recognized the object in Amon's possession. It was a fragment of a shell from his own chest. A close-range explosion from Stark Industries munitions had lodged several shards within him. The arc reactor in his chest was designed to power the electromagnet that held these fragments at bay, preventing them from reaching his heart. He was astonished that the young man had so effortlessly extracted even a single piece. Curious, Tony inquired, how did you manage to extract it? Was it through the method you mentioned, stealing? Amon simply replied, it's quite simple. With a bit of practice, you too can achieve this with the fire seed. As for the remaining fragments, those you may retrieve yourself. Suddenly, Tony pondered a question and spoke up. What should we name our company? He had already envisioned himself as the proprietor of the venture. Amon adjusted his monocle and replied with a smile. Let us call it Marvel Showdown. In an experimental field on the outskirts of New York, a figure plummeted through the sky at an astonishing speed. With a resounding thud, Tony landed in the classic superhero style. Rising to his feet, his armor automatically disengaged, and he stepped out, the suit shadowing him closely. This was not Jarvis, but rather Tony's latest enhancement, Mark V. Through collaborative research with Jarvis, he had created a new artificial intelligence named Friday. Although it did not quite match the current capabilities of Jarvis, it was significantly more advanced than the version that had transformed into a transformer. On Earth, the Autobots had gathered here alongside a motorcycle bot named Hot Rod, who had been invited by Bumblebee. Looks like I'm the last to arrive, Tony remarked as he approached the assembly of Autobots. They were gathered around a silver mechanical body, the remains of Jazz. However, their purpose here was not to mourn Jazz, but to resurrect him. The tale unfolded as follows. Hot Rod, having befriended Bumblebee, learned from him about the loss of a reliable comrade during the Decepticon invasion. Thus, Hot Rod volunteered, claiming he had a method to revive the fallen Jazz, leading to the current scene. As all eyes turned towards him, Hot Rod adjusted his rearview mirror and tires, extending his right hand to the lower part of his chest to retrieve a token-like object. Energy token, Hot Rod proclaimed. Optimus Prime raised his mechanical brow, sensing a resemblance between the energy token and the matrix of leadership. Were it not for the stark differences in appearance, he might have mistaken it for the matrix itself. Hot Rod approached and placed the energy token at Jazz's spark chamber. As he exerted a gentle pressure, the token radiated light, and streams of energy began to flow into Jazz's spark chamber. With the influx of energy, the gaping wound in Jazz's chest commenced rapid repair, and soon he appeared as if he had just emerged from the manufacturing plant. Unable to contain his excitement, Hot Rod exclaimed, "Revive Jazz!" Huh! Suddenly Jazz, whose eyes had been tightly shut, opened them wide, gasping for air as he slowly sat up and surveyed his surroundings. At that moment, Optimus Prime addressed Jazz. "Welcome back, my friend." Tony, filled with curiosity, inquired, "What is this token? How does it have the power to resurrect you Transformers?" Is it the energy it releases that repairs the unique metal constituting your bodies? Or does it reignite your spark? With his characteristic good nature, Hot Rod explained to Tony, the energy released by the token is the life source of our motorcycle kind. By absorbing this energy, we can heal our injuries and amplify our sparks, thereby enhancing ourselves. Listening to their conversation, Jazz understood what had transpired. He had perished once, only to be rescued by the Crimson Transformer before him. Rising to his feet, Jazz addressed his companions, seeing you all safe. The nefarious schemes of the Decepticons must have failed. He then turned solemnly to Bumblebee, saying, I, Jazz, owe you a life. May I inquire your name? Bumblebee. The Transformer replied, I shall remember it. Jazz declared with gravity. Tony approached Bumblebee's feet and exclaimed, Bumblebee, may I borrow your energy token for a while? I am quite curious about it. Perhaps it could unveil the secrets of your kind. Upon hearing this, Bumblebee tucked away the energy token and responded, No. The energy token is a symbol of leadership bestowed upon our commander by the Cybertronian warriors. It is also our lifeblood, and I cannot entrust it to an outsider. Tony, resigned, replied, All right then, a good child who listens to his mother. Within the confines of S.H.I.L.D., Nick Fury was busily attending to matters. Ever since Tony Stark revealed himself as Iron Man and exposed the existence of extraterrestrial beings, he had been relentlessly occupied, managing the chaos Tony had left in his wake. At that moment, the door to Nick Fury's office swung open, and Alexander Pierce stepped inside. Noticing Pierce's entrance, Nick Fury paused his work, eager to converse with his old friend. Ah, my old mate, why the sudden adoption of a monocle? I've never seen you wear one before. Pierce moved a chair beside him, reclining with his legs crossed. You see, age has dulled my vision a bit, so I had a custom monocle made. It's a high-end piece, handcrafted. You wouldn't believe how clearly I can see the world with it. Nick, would you like one? I could gift you one. As he spoke, Pierce removed the monocle and began polishing it with a silk cloth. Nick Fury pondered the image of donning another monocle over his singular eye and shook his head, declining. No, that would be rather peculiar for me. Then, a thought struck Nick Fury, and he chuckled. Ah, that explains why I've noticed an uptick in monocle wearers around here lately. It seems many are emulating you. The former director. It appears there are quite a few in the agency eager to curry favor with you. Pierce restored the monocle to his eye, laughing heartily. Is that so? It seems many share my taste. At Xavier's school for gifted youngsters, Amon pushed open the door to Professor Charles's office and settled into a chair, casually propping his feet up as if at home. Professor Charles, engrossed in reading a paper, paused in surprise at Amon's arrival, but quickly smiled. Amon, you've returned to school. I thought you and Ileana would skip all your classes this month. Amon rested his head on his hand and remarked, Professor, I genuinely enjoy attending classes. It was Liana who felt stifled at school, and with some intriguing events occurring in New York lately, I decided to take her out for a while. Professor Charles chuckled upon hearing this, replying, Well, you two have been away for over a week. If I didn't know you better, I might have thought something unfortunate had befallen you. Amon waved dismissively, changing his posture as he continued, Professor, don't you find the current teaching methods at the academy rather dull? Perhaps we should consider an alternative approach. An alternative approach? Professor Charles paused, momentarily taken aback, before shaking his head. Are you suggesting we allow them to engage in social practices and activities like students at other schools? I attempted that some time ago. But as you know, we mutants are quite different from ordinary individuals, possessing extraordinary abilities. Not all students can manage their powers as well as you do, often resulting in unforeseen accidents, which is why I've limited their exposure to the outside world. Seated comfortably, Amon raised a finger and shook it slightly, indicating his disagreement with Professor Charles' perspective. He then straightened up, seemingly propelled by some force as his chair slid to the front of Professor Charles' desk. Professor, while your argument holds some merit, I must respectfully disagree. I believe mutants are not fundamentally different from normal people. They merely possess unique abilities. Even an ordinary person placed in an unsuitable environment would likely falter, let alone mutants with special powers. They simply haven't found themselves in a fitting setting. Intrigued, Charles inquired, You present a valid point, but what exactly would be a suitable environment for us mutants? It seems you have some ideas. Professor, what do you think is the most suitable role for a group of individuals with superpowers? Amon asked with a smile. Charles pondered for a few seconds before tentatively suggesting. To be superheroes? Amon shook his head, sharing his perspective. No, not superheroes. They're best suited to be stars, to be icons. Ah, a large question mark appeared on Charles' forehead, as the notion of becoming stars had never crossed his mind. Amon continued, consider it, Professor. Each of them possesses remarkable abilities. And with professional branding, they would surely capture the public's admiration. We could present mutants as superheroes on the big screen. Haven T, you've been striving for the integration of mutants into society? This could be an excellent method. Just like Captain America, the super soldier from World War II, who is still celebrated and regarded as a symbol of American spirit. Moreover, Tony Stark, who recently declared himself a superhero, has garnered immense popularity and has become an idol for many. After contemplating Amon's words, Charles's eyes began to sparkle, only to dim shortly thereafter. With a sigh, he remarked, the idea is quite commendable, but its implementation requires the support of various powerful entities. Funding is not an issue. However, the government is certain to disapprove. Amon chuckled. Professor, as long as you are in agreement, I have everything else prepared. All that remains is to assemble a cadre of superpowered individuals to serve as superheroes. Charles inquired in astonishment. Prepared? What exactly have you prepared? Amon pinched the crystal-like lens of his glasses and replied with a smile. Did I not mention it? I have a company outside, and recently collaborated with Tony Stark to establish a company dedicated to superheroes. I have already conceived a name for it. Marvel Showdown. Charles marveled. Astonishing. What an excellent name. Amon, you have exceeded my expectations by accomplishing so much on your own. Professor, does this mean you consent? Very well. I shall borrow the X-Men. I will return them once everything is in order, Amon declared as he rose and made his way to the door, waving goodbye. Farewell, Professor. Professor Charles chuckled, this lad. At that moment, the current leader of the X-Men, Cyclops Scott, was in his office alongside two others, his girlfriend, Jean Grey, and the uninvited guest, Wolverine Logan. Noticing Logan's persistent presence in his office, Cyclops felt a twinge of annoyance and remarked sharply, Logan, why do you always come here? Do you have nowhere else to go? Before Logan could respond, Jean interjected, Scott, how can you speak like that? Logan intends to join us in the X-Men. Naturally, he needs to engage with you as the leader. Hearing his girlfriend's words, Scott felt frustrated but could only turn his head away, refusing to look at Logan. The atmosphere in the office grew increasingly awkward, even causing a seasoned player like Logan to feel somewhat uncomfortable. Just then, a knock echoed on the office door. Knock, knock. Knock. Come in. Scott called out awkwardly, prompting Jean to rise and open the door. Entering was the tall, muscular Peter Rasputin, known as Colossus, who was Amon and Liliana's brother. Upon Peter's arrival, Scott glared at Logan, still seated, and said, You are still here? I have matters to attend to. Unauthorized individuals, please leave. Logan scoffed and began to rise, just as Amon's voice rang out from the doorway. Uncle Wolf, you might as well stay. It will save us the trouble of finding you later. Leaning against the doorframe, Amon teased Scott, Be cautious, dear Summers. Ms. Grey may be snatched away. In this regard, Uncle Wolf is quite the expert, possessing an allure that far exceeds your imagination. Scott furrowed his brow but still expressed his gratitude to Amon, saying, Thank you. But Jean is unlikely to take a liking to a lazy, aimless fellow like you. Chapter 46. The Marvel rivalry emerges overnight since he had no need to leave. Wolverine continued to sit in his chair, shifting his left leg down and propping up his right. He curiously inquired of Amon, Amon, why aren't you accompanying Illyana? What brings you here? Amon responded breezily. I noticed that you seemed rather relaxed, so I found you a little task to occupy your time. Wolverine, puzzled, asked a task. What sort of task? He had been quite idle during his time at the Academy, as the X-Men did not have pressing matters every day. Amon replied, I have recently established a new company that operates within the superhero industry. I have persuaded the professor, and he has agreed to allow you X-Men to join my enterprise. This will better shape the public's perception of mutants, transforming the stereotype that sees us as calamities. It could prove far more effective than your current roles as X-Men. Scott was taken aback. The professor actually agreed? It seems this initiative to start a superhero company might truly be beneficial. Not only the professor, but everyone at the Academy was concerned about the mutant community's plight. Now that there was a viable plan, Scott was eager to give it a try. Peter, who had been silent, spoke up. I have already agreed to join Amon's company for a trial. I'm curious to hear your thoughts. As Amon's brother, Peter naturally supported Amon's vision, and without much contemplation, he had acquiesced after Amon shared the company's details. Jean Grey and Scott Summers exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. Scott then stated, "Since the professor has endorsed this plan, Jean and I are in full support. Though I wonder how that certain idle individual feels about it." Seizing the opportunity, Scott playfully jabbed at Wolverine, who had been preoccupied with thoughts of his girlfriend. Wolverine retorted, "There hasn't been anything at the Academy that requires my intervention, and I wonder what that particular guy is busy with all day." As for joining Amon's company, he agreed, feeling a bit stifled at the Academy. At this moment, Jean interjected, "Aurora will be in Africa for a while, accompanying her boyfriend Chala. As for her joining, we can discuss it when she returns." Amon clapped his hands, exclaiming, "Excellent. Since you all agree, let us prepare to visit New York this afternoon to discuss the specifics with our partner, Tony Stark." The Iron Man. Scott inquired. "Iron Man? The one who has been frequently appearing in the news and on television? The one rumored to be the first to communicate with aliens?" Amon nodded. "The company is established in collaboration with him, allowing us to leverage his fame to make our mark. He is quite invested in such matters, making it easier for us to rely on him." The citizens of New York were taken aback today, not by an alien invasion, but by the sudden emergence of a skyscraper, one even taller than Stark Tower. They were bewildered by the disappearance of the original structures in that location and had no inkling of how this edifice had come into existence or who had constructed it. It seemed to have materialized out of thin air, fully furnished, with figures moving about within. The exterior bore the technologically advanced Inscription Marvel Showdown. This was the corporate headquarters prepared by Amon for his superhero enterprise, not a product of theft, but rather a miraculous occurrence. Over the years, Amon's avatars had granted numerous wishes. In regions plagued by conflict, many lacked even basic shelter, such as in Afghanistan and Sokovia. When Amon's manifestations fulfilled their simple desires for food and housing, he inadvertently accumulated a wealth of wishes and miracles akin to the creation of buildings. Thus, conjuring a skyscraper was a relatively straightforward feat. As for the employees within, they were none other than Amon's diligent avatars. Amon, how did you accomplish this? Just yesterday, there were only a few small factories here, and now a colossal building has appeared. This can't be another one of your historical projections, can it? Liana inquired, tugging at Amon's sleeve with curiosity. Amon adjusted his monocle and replied with a nonchalant tone, "It's quite simple. I merely executed a miracle." And Liana, you truly don't think critically. Have I not told you that historical projections can only manifest things that have genuinely existed? Have you ever encountered a building resembling this one? For instance, Amon gestured into the air, summoning a figure that Liana recognized instantly. It was her own, albeit with a somewhat vacant expression. "See, is this not something that has truly existed?" As he spoke, Amon tapped the head of Liana's historical projection, remarking that it was a fine head. "Hey, don't take silly pictures. What if I look foolish?" Liana protested, swatting Amon's hand away as he attempted to continue capturing the moment. She examined her historical projections form. "Identical. I want to learn this. Demonstrate it several times so I can record this ability." Liana shook the key necklace hanging around her neck, a wondrous artifact designed to protect her from being transported to the hellish borders by the demon Lord Belasco. It possessed various divine-level capabilities, including the fundamental ability to record different powers for future use. "Let's discuss that later. Your team has arrived," Amon said, glancing skyward. Liana followed his gaze as a technologically advanced fighter jet soared overhead. It was a testament to the ingenuity of Hank, whose cutting-edge technology could fly above a bustling metropolis like New York without alarming the aviation authorities. The aircraft of the X-Men landed atop the Marvel Confrontation Tower, where a helipad was reserved. Wolverine, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, was the first to disembark from the cabin. He surveyed the surroundings and exclaimed, "This is even more magnificent than Iron Man's Stark Tower. Amon, it seems you are quite the affluent one." Phoenix, taken aback, pondered when such an iconic structure had emerged in New York City. Colossus remarked, "Amon, you managed to establish such a grand company without divulging it to me." The uppermost levels served as venues for entertainment and relaxation. The group settled onto a sofa beside a semi-open rooftop pool, awaiting the arrival of Tony Stark, who was notably late. Scott expressed his dissatisfaction. "Wasn't it agreed that we would meet at 3 in the afternoon? It's already 10 minutes past. Where is that Tony Stark?" Wolverine, accustomed to bantering with Scott, retorted, "Youth is often impatient. Amon chuckled. Perhaps someone has already arrived, but is too timid. Quietly observing the situation from outside. Ignoring Amon's jest, Wolverine's gaze wandered around until it landed on a nearby liquor cabinet, captivated by several bottles of spirits. What kind of wine is this? Chapter 47. Company Departments. As a connoisseur of fine wines, Wolverine immediately recognized the uniqueness of the bottles. He picked one up and inquired of Amon. Adjusting his monocle, Amon smiled and replied, "That is MOT champagne, a rare treasure from Napoleon's cellar. It's even older than you." The DCOR had been arranged by Amon's avatars, and adjusting the monocle was a habitual gesture for him, though he could also communicate with his avatars for information without it. Most of the spirits here had been acquired by Amon's avatars from various locations, with a few bottles being historical projections, such as the one Wolverine held, directly taken from Napoleon's dining table. "Older than me? I have no idea how long I've lived," Wolverine exclaimed, as he unsheathed his adamantium claws and deftly opened the bottle, taking a hearty swig. "Ah, I must say, this is quite delightful." As Wolverine rummaged through the liquor cabinet, the water in the pool began to ripple. Looking up, a golden-red suit of armor descended from the sky, landing with a three-point stance. The armor detached from Tony Stark, revealing a tall, slender man, J.A.R.V.I.S. Tony, being a cautious individual, had brought J.A.R.V.I.S. along for today's meeting. Although he was the one who was late, he confidently stated, "Well done. You were all punctual and did not keep me waiting." He surveyed the surroundings once more and nodded in satisfaction. The design of the company building is quite impressive. "I really like it here." In truth, Tony had arrived long ago. The moment Jarvis informed him of the sudden emergence of a structure taller than Stark Tower in New York, he hastened to the site. He spent a considerable amount of time outside the building, trying to fathom how such an enormous edifice could have been constructed overnight without anyone noticing. Tony turned to Amon and inquired, "Are you seeking a construction team from Huaxia? It appears that several teams from Huaxia may be necessary for the restoration efforts in Manhattan. You might consider it." Amon refrained from providing a direct response. Just as Tony was about to speak further, he caught sight of Wolverine, who was still rummaging for alcohol nearby. "Oh, that Wolverine, what are you doing? Don't waste that bottle of old malt. Look at you, as if you've never had a drink before." With a scoff, Wolverine downed the old malt Tony had mentioned in one gulp, tossing the empty bottle back to him. "Here you go, since you seem to relish it. This bottle resembles the one I lost in Afghanistan." As he instinctively caught the bottle, Tony realized something was amiss. This particular liquor should have been out of circulation. The last bottle had accompanied him to Afghanistan, but was lost amidst a terrorist attack. Without dwelling on it, he set the bottle aside on a nearby table and turned his attention to the members of the X-Men. "Which of you is in charge?" he asked. Cyclops Scott Summers approached and extended his hand. "Cyclops Scott Summers, Mr. Stark. I am the leader of the X-Men." Tony declined to shake Scott's hand, stating, "I never shake hands." Scott's expression stiffened momentarily, lifting his right hand to adjust his sunglasses. In his mind, he categorized Tony and Wolverine as equally detestable. Tony then glanced at Colossus and Jean Grey. Noticing Tony's gaze, Colossus introduced himself, saying, "I am Colossus, Pyotr Rasputin." Tony echoed the surname softly. It seemed that the unlikable girl and the mysterious fellow also bore the name Rasputin. Curiosity piqued, he asked Colossus, "What is your relation to those two siblings?" Colossus paused, then realized, "You mean Amon and Liliana? I am their brother." "Oh, that makes sense." Tony nodded in understanding. He then turned his attention to the last individual. The enchanting young lady. "What is your name? I feel a sense of familiarity with you. Perhaps we could share a drink and converse." Scott interjected on Jean's behalf, stating, "This is Jean Grey, my girlfriend. In addition to being a member of our team, she holds a doctorate in psychology and biology. You may have encountered her in some academic presentations." Protectively, Scott positioned himself in front of Jean, fully aware that Tony Stark was a notorious playboy. "Ah, still guarding your territory." Tony couldn't help but tease. Jean glanced at Scott, who had been this way ever since Wolverine arrived at the academy. She was particularly attuned to emotions, easily perceiving Scott's unease and a hint of jealousy. Placing her hand gently on Scott's shoulder, she spoke softly, "It's all right, Scott. Do you still not trust me?" After a moment's contemplation, she addressed Tony. "My code name is Phoenix. You may simply call me Jean. Recently, I delivered a lecture on mutants in the academic sphere, attended by numerous journalists. Perhaps you learned of me through that coverage." "Perhaps," Tony replied nonchalantly. I never paid much attention to mutants before. Wolverine felt a sense of neglect, yet Tony did not inquire further, and he was disinterested in revealing his name to a man. He refrained from speaking, while the captain, Scott, introduced Wolverine to Tony, saying, That drunken fellow is Logan, known as Wolverine. You need not concern yourself with him. He is merely a freeloader. Wolverine, however, was indifferent to Scott's remarks, lost in the indulgence of fine wine. As the starlight shimmered by the poolside, a colossal red and blue robot emerged, dwarfing the adjacent outdoor pool, which appeared merely as a sizable puddle in comparison. I am Optimus Prime, representing the Autobots, summoned here by Tony's invitation. Klein approached from behind Optimus, greeting everyone politely. Hello, everyone, I'm Klein, the president of this company. However, I am merely an employee. Amon is the true owner. Optimus is too large to fit in an elevator, so I facilitated his transport. Optimally, his abilities seem quite akin to yours. Steelman, seated beside Amon, remarked in awe. I feel the same. Amon agreed with a nod. Klein, standing just over 1.7 meters, was not strikingly handsome, but possessed a refined cleanness, exuding an intellectual air. He preferred formal attire and often wore a top hat, garnering a pleasant reception. After several introductions, Amon clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention and began, It seems most have arrived. Allow me to outline our company's unique aspects. I shall refrain from discussing the ordinary ones. First, we have already recruited staff. Should you wish to hire newcomers, simply dismiss the current employees, and they will acquiesce. Furthermore, the company has a recruitment department responsible for training individuals with superpowers, which is of utmost importance. There's also a department dedicated to documenting your experiences as superheroes, which can provide a degree of protection for our company as heroes. It is advisable not to change the personnel in that department, as they are difficult to replace. In the end, our company boasts a particularly unique division, the Mutant Recovery Department, established partly with the consideration of mutants. This department can, with the consent of the mutants, extract their abilities. For the majority of the first and second-tier mutants, their abilities are often of little utility and may even lead to physical deformities and other negative repercussions. They can come to our company to sell their powers. Of course, they may also choose to simply extract the adverse effects, entirely at the discretion of the mutants themselves. Upon hearing Amon's statement, with the exception of Klein and Liliana, everyone else's eyes widened in astonishment, excluding Optimus Prime, who is not human. Liliana had grown accustomed to Amon's peculiar abilities and was not easily surprised by such matters. You say you can eliminate mutant abilities? Does the professor know about this? Scott could no longer remain composed. The very notion of eradicating mutant powers threatened the very foundation of their existence. Calm down, Summers, Amon urged, just to clarify. We are not eradicating their abilities. We are merely transferring them like commodities. Once the transaction is complete, the powers still exist, simply in the hands of those who have greater need for them. Amon's words resonated with a persuasive power, and upon hearing him, Scott quickly regained his composure and sat back down. Amon continued, Let us not change the personnel in this department. The waters run deep here, and others may not grasp it fully. Now, for any further inquiries, you may direct them to Klein, who will take responsibility. Tony interjected, Will the Superhero Guild commence? I have an excellent idea. Ask her. Amon gestured with his thumb towards Liliana, who was being massaged by Artemis. Liliana had Artemis pause the massage and excitedly declared, Haha, Vice President, you've just reminded me. I too have a splendid plan. Let us put it into action right away. Tony's smile faltered. He doubted the merit of the plan they were discussing. Once again, Tony held a press conference, sending ripples through the media as he unveiled a groundbreaking announcement. Iron Man, Tony Stark, had partnered with an obscure individual to establish a new company themed around superheroes. At the press conference, Tony boldly proclaimed that he would form a monumental superhero coalition alongside the Avengers and the extraterrestrial Autobots. Anyone willing to become a superhero could apply for an interview at Marvel's Vanguard Group, and successful candidates would receive training to become genuine superheroes. Who is a superhero? My friends, you are the true superheroes. Tony inspiredly pointed at the camera, as if addressing everyone watching at home, encouraging them to believe they too could become superheroes. Bang! Another electronic screen was shattered by S.H.I.L.D. as an enraged Nick Fury hurled his coffee cup at it. Director, that's the 5th screen you've broken this fortnight. His aide Hill admonished him. Damn it. Then file for budget approval. The base S equipment needs an upgrade. Maria Hill was a loss for words and chose to remain silent. What on earth was Stark intending? Did he truly wish to plunge the world into chaos? Astonishingly, he had allied himself with mutants. And what was this distinctive all about? How could they collaborate with Tony Stark? In response to her superior's furious outburst, Maria Hill composed herself and replied methodically. The distinctive cabaret emerged 2 years ago, with their influence spreading across the globe. The New York venue was among the first, likely serving as their headquarters. They are a clandestine organization, shrouded in mystery, and no one knows how they have expanded so rapidly, as if they materialized overnight. Our agents have conducted investigations, yet they yielded no results. Currently, we only know that their public spokesperson is a young man named Klein Moretti. Having preemptively researched DS files on the distinctive, Maria Hill answered with ease. Deploy Black Widow to ascertain the true nature of the distinctive and notify the White House. I require a discussion with them. Understood. With her orders received, Maria Hill set about making the necessary arrangements. Nick Fury entered a dimly lit conference room, which was equipped with multiple screens. He activated a switch and, after a few adjustments, illuminated the screens, revealing various individuals online. Fury, why have you suddenly convened this meeting? We have numerous pressing matters and no time to waste on you. Voices echoed from the screens. They were high-ranking officials from the White House, tasked with liaising with S.H.I.L.D. Fury's expression darkened further, though due to the shadows and his complexion, no one noticed. These idle bureaucrats, he observed, were clearly lounging on a beach, enjoying their vacation, yet they claimed to be too busy to meet with him. Without hesitation, Nick Fury addressed them. Ladies and gentlemen, I must inquire about your work ethic. How could such significant issues arise? An official basking in the sun and sipping juice glanced around before chuckling. Ha, our S.H. Director must be confused. I have long suggested a change was in order. What problems could possibly exist? Indeed, no issues here. Chimed in several others on the screens, echoing similar sentiments. Fury's singular eye widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Are you not following the news? Tony Stark has stirred up an enormous scandal. How could you be unaware? Why are you engaging with that company called Marvel Clash? That matter? What problem is that? It's rather beneficial, don't you think? Imagine superheroes becoming a profession. It would greatly advance societal progress. How intriguing." An official replied with a jovial tone, adjusting his monocle to prevent it from slipping. Indeed, is this not a positive development? Collaborating with mutants might ease the current rift between humans and mutants, facilitating their better integration into society. Another official raised his monocle and remarked, while Nick Fury found it difficult to fathom that such words could escape their lips, especially since these individuals had always been staunchly opposed to superheroes and had relentlessly sought to undermine mutants. Now, they seemed to have undergone a sudden change of heart. Could it be that Tony Stark had paved the way with his wealth? Or were those mutants covertly intimidating them? Fury could not conceive of a satisfactory explanation and could only attribute their shift to that enigmatic and exceptional force, along with Stark's financial prowess. With a sardonic tone, Fury retorted, "You were not like this before." This statement seemed to unlock a hidden dialogue, prompting one White House official to instantly respond with derision. The past is the past, and the present is the present. Do not conflate the two, Nick Fury. If you cannot grasp this fundamental distinction, I shall report to my superiors and recommend they appoint someone more astute as director of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 49. I detest the steps. Nick Fury regarded the officials with an unblinking stare, remaining silent. Focus on your responsibilities and do not interfere with our arrangements, warned an elder official. Let us conclude this meeting, Fury declared, not waiting for the others to acquiesce before abruptly terminating the session. How rude, murmured one individual. As the screen finally flickered off, a gaggle of self-serving politicians. Fury vented his frustration to his deputy, Hill, as he exited the conference room. Request additional funding. The meeting room at the base is in disrepair. Hey, are you the president or am I? She retorted. You need to understand that this guild was won for you from Amon, and without me, you wouldn't even hold this vice presidential position. Recognize your standing. Liana, unable to contain herself, interjected, I proposed numerous viable plans, yet this little mustached man dismissed them all and called me childish. Tony Stark, reclining in his chair and sipping his iced beverage leisurely, replied, "Your ideas resemble those of an immature child." "Oh, right, you are a child. I believe you would be better suited as a mascot while I, the adult, handle the decision-making." Liana, indignant, countered, "This is the superhero guild, and decisions should be made by powerful super beings. Do you possess any superpowers? All I see is you hiding in your iron shell." Tony scoffed, taking another sip of his iced drink, a proud smile gracing his lips. Having intelligence is also a form of ability, far more useful than superpowers, and, conveniently, I happen to be a genius. Based on my observations, it appears you lack that capability. Liana's lovely brow furrowed. This man's words were even more abrasive than Amon's. No wonder Amon sought collaboration with him. They were indeed kindred spirits in their foulness. "All right, little girl, let us proceed according to my directives. I have matters to attend to, so I shan't indulge you any further." After finishing his words, Tony Stark rose and departed from the office. Observing Tony's arrogant figure retreating, Liana felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Suddenly, an ingenious idea struck her. Grasping the key necklace hanging around her neck, she activated a power she had recently recorded from Amon. As Tony approached the company exit, he glanced at the steps beneath him, triggering an unpleasant memory. He shook his head, muttering to himself, "This isn't that wretched place. I am, after all, somewhat of a master here." 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, Tony's heart trembled. 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps, he still could not descend the mere 3-step staircase. "Damn it, who is meddling with me?" Tony cursed under his breath. "Oh, isn't this our brilliant genius? Can't you manage to walk down a flight of stairs? Surely, it should be simple for your clever mind." Liana, brimming with pride, sauntered past Tony, deliberately slowing her pace so he could observe how she elegantly descended. Then, in a flash, Liana vanished from sight. Curse that stingy woman. Tony realized she was using her abilities to mock him, a consequence of his earlier taunt about her lack of intellect. After struggling for 17 minutes, he finally managed to navigate down the peculiar staircase. He tapped on the bracelet on his wrist, summoning data streams that coalesced into J-A-R-V-I-S-S presence. "Sir, is there something you require?" "J-A-R-V-I-S," inquired puzzled. Tony furrowed his brow and asked J-A-R-V-I-S. "Didn't you receive the signal I sent you just moments ago?" J-A-R-V-I-S shook his head, replying, "Sir, apart from the earlier message, the last communication I received from you was this morning when you instructed me to inform Ms. Potts of your impending departure. There have been no further messages since." Tony nodded, pondering. Not even electromagnetic waves can penetrate outward. He began to contemplate ways to counteract this ability. Through J-A-R-V-I-S data navigation, Tony swiftly returned to his experimental facility on the outskirts of New York, which he had transformed into a base, acquiring the surrounding area as well. Originally, Tony intended to discuss company arrangements with Optimus Prime, aiming to better integrate the Autobots into human society. He had persuaded Optimus to join the Marvel competition alongside the Autobots. Upon reaching the entrance, gazing at the lengthy staircase, Tony abandoned his plan to find Optimus. He was weary and in need of rest. J-A-R-V-I-S. Please arrange for the removal of all the steps in the base. They are quite obstructive. Understood, sir. Although J-A-R-V-I-S was uncertain of Tony's reasoning, he complied with the request. "You are the true superhero," Leon exclaimed, rising excitedly from the sofa, eager to become a superhero himself. "Mr. Star, I want to become a superhero. What do you think?" Referred to as Mr. Star, he is, in fact, a manifestation of Amon, who responded within Lion's mind. "As you wish." On that particular day, Lion and Coulson set out to investigate the preaching Amon's avatar. Amon's avatar immediately recognized the uniqueness of the young lad and decided to create a minor manifestation to engage in a superficial form of parasitism, transforming into Mr. Star and becoming the boy's grandfather. This light parasitism poses little harm to the host, merely influencing some of their behavioral habits. The parasitic state can be terminated at any time, allowing the host to return to their normal state. Naturally, a parasitic engagement entails a slight siphoning of vitality from the host. In contrast, deep parasitism completely commandeers the host's body, mind, and spirit, turning the individual into a mere extension of oneself. This form of parasitism represents an advanced application of thievery, stealing the host's life and identity. Lion is a passionate young man who has long aspired to be a hero akin to Captain America. By a twist of fate, he encountered S.H.I.E.L.D., and predictably, he was captivated by this enigmatic organization that professed to protect world peace, ultimately becoming a S.H.I.L.D. agent. However, the life of a S.H.I.L.D. agent was far from what he had envisioned. Not everyone is afforded the opportunity to save the world. As a junior agent, he was relegated to menial investigative tasks and found himself under the constant pressure of Nick Fury. Soon, he became disillusioned with the life of an agent. Yet due to the peculiar nature of S.H.I.L.D., he felt compelled to remain within the organization until he embarked on a mission with Director Coulson, where he encountered Amon's avatar, Mr. Starr. In that moment, Lion felt he had reclaimed the role of a protagonist, now graced with an enigmatic grandfather figure from an Eastern novel, and he discovered a remarkable ability that Mr. Starr dubbed world harmonization. This ability allowed him to exert a degree of control over the fortunes and misfortunes surrounding him. He could consolidate misfortune upon those nearby or redistribute luck, achieving extraordinary effects. Mr. Starr revealed that he was drawn to Lion due to this very ability, having entered his being to facilitate his growth. This is the destiny of a true protagonist, Lion mused, which prompted him to resolutely decline when Nick Fury assigned him another task, for he had never liked that man. Chapter 50, Fortune and Misfortune, thanks to the illustrious Jacques Tion Bang and Shuefeng Yuchan for their grand support. However, it was poor Coulson who bore the brunt of the chaos. When Lion's world harmonization awakened, it created a tumultuous effect around him, causing a disarray of fortune and misfortune, which unfortunately befell Coulson, rendering him exceedingly unlucky for several days. Lion retrieved his phone and dialed a number he had always despised. Upon connection, without waiting for a response, he declared, "Nick Fury, I'm off to become a superhero. If anyone wants to continue being an agent, they can do so without me." Before Nick Fury could respond, Lion hung up. On the other end, Nick Fury was left bewildered, wondering if Lion had lost his mind. Since the last incident where he was reproached as Black Braised Egg, Nick Fury had taken note of this audacious agent. To his surprise, this time the agent declared his resignation outright. He summoned his deputy, Maria Hill, and instructed, "Have someone investigate this agent named Leon. I suspect there may be an issue." Maria Hill perused Leon's records. Leon Jones, a level 4 agent, had joined S.H.I.E.L.D. a year ago. Initially a spirited young man, he had gradually become lethargic in his duties and had been on leave since a mission with Coulson 2 weeks prior, which included an incident of disrespect towards the director. Maria Hill stifled a laugh, concealing her amusement from Nick Fury. She had heard of the incident, and the moniker Black Braised Egg indeed suited him well. Nick Fury cast a puzzled glance at Maria Hill. Outside the headquarters of Marvel's competitive arena, a throng of people gathered. Some were journalists drawn by the latest buzz. Others were curious onlookers, and among them were mutants seeking to rid themselves of their deformities, while only a few aspired to become superheroes. Leon exited a taxi, ready to pay the fare, when the driver remarked, "Kid, you're in luck. I just won a prize in the lottery. I'm feeling great today, so your fare is on me. Enjoy yourself." Leon smiled and replied, "Uncle, you're quite fortunate." Such was the fortune one would expect of a protagonist. As Leon walked, he found the driver to be quite amiable, and he decided to share a portion of his own luck with the man who unexpectedly won the lottery. He raised his gaze, curiously surveying the imposing company, realizing this was indeed a place where he could shine. Approaching the entrance, luck was on his side. People conveniently parted ways, allowing him to effortlessly enter the recruitment department of Marvel's competitive arena. As he traversed the corridor, Leon felt an overwhelming sense of belonging, akin to returning home, as the staff warmly greeted him. Indeed, he had come to the right place, Leon thought joyfully. Upon arriving at the interview venue, there was no need to submit a resume in advance. One merely had a queue for the staff to conduct interviews individually. Leon had just settled into a seat when the individual before him emerged from the interview, glanced around, and it was now his turn. He adjusted his attire and confidently entered the room. The interview chamber was semi-transparent, allowing a vague view of its interior from the outside, yet it was remarkably soundproof. Once inside, the external clamor dissipated. for interviewers awaited him. 2 company employees, sporting monocles, sat on either side, while in the center were the red-haired Phoenix, Jean Grey, and Steelman, Peter. "Hey, you all look amazing." Leon greeted them with familiarity. "Very spirited," remarked the interviewer on the far left. "My name is Leon Jones. I was previously an agent, but the nature of that work did not suit me. I discovered your company through television and decided to come in for an interview." Leon explained. Jean Grey inquired, "Your energy seems quite high. Do you possess any exceptional qualities?" Lion gently pinched his chin, contemplating. "Are you referring to superpowers?" "I am incredibly fortunate to wield the ability to manipulate luck and misfortune." The curious Steel Strength inquired. "That is quite unique. Could you possibly demonstrate? Do you possess any props, perhaps something akin to dice?" As Lion spoke, he gestured with his fingers to mimic the shape of dice. Just as Steel Strength was about to respond negatively, the interviewer to his left unexpectedly produced several dice from seemingly nowhere. "I have some." The interviewer handed the dice to Steel Strength, signaling him to test this candidate. Steel Strength shook the dice in his hand and asked Lion, "How would you like to proceed?" Lion glanced at the 6 dice in Steel Strength's possession. "You should roll them all. I assert that each will display a 6. "Such confidence," Steel Strength remarked. He cast the dice onto the table, and they danced across its surface. 1 6, 2 6s, 3 6s. As the last die settled, all 6s faced upward. "Impressive," Steel Strength exclaimed. He rolled again, and once more, all showed 6s. Pondering for a moment, he suggested to Lion, "Let us try a different number. How about 5s? 5, all 5s. Lion proclaimed confidently, extending his palm. Steel Strength rolled the dice again, and, predictably, all revealed 5s. Truly astonishing. Both Steel Strength and Phoenix Lady marveled. "Very well, you have passed. Please proceed to the room at the back to register your information. You may return in a week for superhero training. We shall notify you." "So easy? I'm off then," Lion muttered as he made his way toward the back room. Meanwhile, outside, a man was strolling along the street when he suddenly heard a clatter. Looking down, he noticed his keys had fallen to the ground. Thankfully not into the sewer. He sighed in relief, for the keys had lodged perfectly in the gap of the sewer grate. As he bent to retrieve them, however, his phone slipped from his pocket due to the awkward angle and plummeted through the gap into the sewer below. He thought he heard a splash, as his phone seemingly landed in murky waters. To make matters worse, the commotion caused the grate to vibrate, and his keys also tumbled into the depths. "No!" The man leaned over the sewer grate, desperately seeking a way to retrieve his keys and phone. At that moment, a water truck passed by, drenching the unfortunate man. "Damn it, am I cursed? Why is my luck so dreadful?" The totality of luck and misfortune remains constant. Where there is fortune, there must also be misfortune, such as the balance of the world. Meanwhile, at Tony's suburban base, Tony Stark lay on an operating table, bare-chested, exposing the arc reactor nestled within his chest. An ambulance stood before him, the attendant wearing an enormous red glove. "Tony, this arc reactor glove is indeed intriguing. It can even steal thoughts. However, I believe that even without this glove, I could assist you in extracting the shrapnel from your chest. I am a professional." Lying on the operating table, Tony remarked, "This feels safer. Your hands are rather large." The paramedic nodded and inquired, "All right, I am now proficient with this tool. Are you prepared? As long as you are ready, let us commence." Chapter 51. Gwen and Spider, I shall begin. Upon uttering these words, the paramedic's hand, which was larger than half of Tony's body, started to rotate counterclockwise. A metallic shard materialized in his grasp. Success. What a marvelously useful little gadget. Tony exclaimed, feeling no pain. "Continue. Extract all the fragments at once." "Certainly." The paramedic deftly rotated his wrist, extracting metallic shard from Tony's chest and placing them into a glass container. Once he completed this task, he extended his right hand, from which a scanner emerged, scanning Tony's chest thoroughly. "Tony, all the shrapnel has been removed. However, you are experiencing mild palladium poisoning and need to either remove the reactor from your chest or minimize its usage promptly." As he spoke, the paramedic removed the arc reactor glove and handed it to Tony, who accepted it. The glove quickly transformed on his hand into a watch, which he then donned on his wrist. "Let us proceed with this. Help me remove the reactor and address that large wound. Finally, I want to have to wear a light bulb on my chest." The paramedic grasped a delicate surgical knife with his enormous metallic hand and slowly approached Tony's palm. "This sense of pressure is unbearable." "Wait, did you administer anesthesia?" Tony instinctively remarked, then recalled something and quickly added, "You didn't forget to give me anesthesia, did you?" The paramedic chuckled sheepishly. I forgot." Tony facepalmed, exclaiming, "I am not made of metal like you. Performing surgery without anesthesia will send me to the heavens." "I will be cautious," the paramedic assured earnestly. Morning arrived, and Peter Parker hurriedly got out of bed. Today was the day Midtown High would visit the Osborn Laboratory, an event he had eagerly anticipated. After a quick breakfast of toast prepared by Aunt May, Peter grabbed his backpack and camera and stepped out the door. As he exited, he spotted a girl waiting at the corner. With her beautiful golden hair and youthful exuberance, she was his childhood friend, Gwen Stacy. Upon seeing Peter, Gwen raised her right arm and waved, "Peter, over here. I'm here." Peter jogged over to her side and sheepishly scratched his head. "Gwen, I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting." Gwen, unfazed by Peter's tardiness, handed him a cup, saying, "I knew it would be like this. You surely didn't have a proper breakfast." "I brought you hot chocolate." Peter accepted the chocolate with a silly grin. "You're so thoughtful, Gwen. Don't forget to take photos of me. I can't lack energy. Let us hurry, or we might miss the school bus and have to take my father's police car instead," Gwen urged, pulling Peter Parker's shoulder as they made their way to school. Inside Osborn's biology laboratory, the group from Midtown High School was being guided through various experiments. They were currently visiting the spider exhibit, showcasing a plethora of spider species from around the globe, including genetically modified and radioactively studied specimens. Gwen gazed curiously at a particular spider within a glass enclosure and inquired of Peter Parker, "Peter, what kind of spider is this?" Peter, momentarily lowering his camera, turned his attention to the display Gwen was pointing at. "The largest one is a tarantula. Notice its brownish hair and robust chelicerae. It is indeed dangerous and venomous." "And this one?" Gwen pointed to a spider adorned with a tricolor pattern. Peter scrutinized it for a moment before responding. "That appears to be the Chinese wolf spider, renowned for its distinctive hair color. It features black, white, and yellow hairs." Gwen continued to scan the exhibit in search of a spider Peter might not recognize. This one. Peter adjusted his glasses and remarked, "That is the infamous black widow, highly venomous, characterized by a red hourglass marking on its abdomen." The instructor, overhearing their exchange, turned with an approving smile. "Excellent explanation, Parker. It seems you have a keen interest in biology. Students like you, who prioritize knowledge, are becoming increasingly rare. I have a weaker constitution, so I prefer reading." Peter scratched his head sheepishly. After the instructor's brief admiration, he led them to another display, playfully stating, "Here, Parker, I'm sure you want to recognize these spiders." Curious, Gwen asked, "Why not? Is there something special about these spiders?" Peter examined the creatures within the enclosure and shook his head. "Indeed, I do not recognize these. They must be products of Osborn's experiments." "Very astute, Parker. These spiders have either been genetically modified or subjected to radioactive experiments, resulting in significant deviations from their original species, so it's perfectly normal not to recognize them." The instructor chuckled. Gwen leaned closer, captivated by the beauty of the spiders, some even glowing. She turned to Peter and exclaimed, "Peter, look how stunning these spiders are. Cool, me. Take a few pictures of me with them." "Of course." Peter stepped back to find the perfect angle, instructing Gwen, "Could you shift slightly to the right? Like this?" Gwen complied. "Now, bend your body a bit more." "Yes, just like that, don't move." After a series of clicks, Peter reviewed the photos and smiled at Gwen. "All set, Gwen. Come take a look." Just as she was about to approach, Gwen suddenly clutched her neck and gasped, yanking a spider from her throat. Peter Parker hurried over, concern etched on his face. "Gwen, what happened? How are you feeling?" Gwen nervously extended her hand, revealing the lifeless spider. "I think it bit me." "Peter, is it poisonous?" Peter took the deceased spider, examining it closely, then glanced at the wound on the nape of Gwen's neck, still entwined with webbing. "This appears to be a genetically modified spider. I cannot ascertain its toxicity, but I will inquire with the authorities. They will surely know." Having spoken, Peter set off in search of the staff. The teacher, alerted by the commotion, approached briskly, anxiety evident in his voice. "What is going on?" "These students are under my care. Any mishap reflects on me." "Sir, one has been bitten by a spider," Peter replied. The teacher's voice noticeably rose. "Bitten? What kind of spider? Is it venomous?" "I'm not sure. This spider has undergone experimentation," Peter explained, passing the dead arachnid to the teacher. The instructor visibly relaxed, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Rest assured, It is likely non-venomous. I have researched the experimental spiders displayed by Osborn, and they are all harmless. They avoid showcasing potentially venomous spiders due to the complexities of their altered toxins. Upon hearing this, Peter felt a wave of relief wash over him. Nonetheless, Mr. Bell, let us take Gwen to the staff for a checkup. You know, the experimental spiders might pose dangers we are unaware of. Chapter 52. Am I becoming a mutant? There's no issue. That spider is not venomous. Just apply an ice pack, and if you're still worried, I can administer a tetanus shot. The medical personnel assured as they examined the wound on Gwen's neck, providing a comforting conclusion. Both Peter and Mr. Bell exhaled in relief. Then let us proceed with the tetanus shot, just in case. Peter suggested. All right, Gwen nodded, feeling reassured by Peter's reliability. As they departed from Osborn's facility, Peter noticed Gwen lost in thought and inquired with concern. Gwen, are you truly all right? Gwen snapped back to reality, a slight embarrassment creeping in. I just feel a bit hungry. Hungry? Let us grab some burgers. There's a place nearby known for cheeseburgers. Even Iron Man loves them. Peter proposed enthusiastically. Cheeseburgers sound great. Gwen agreed, her hunger intensifying. Suddenly, a buzzing sensation filled her mind, igniting a wave of unease. Instinctively, she grasped Peter, who was determining their direction. With a firm tug, Peter stumbled back towards Gwen. Hey, what are you doing? Peter exclaimed, nearly falling into her embrace. Bang! A flower pot fell from the sky, landing precisely where Peter Parker had just stood. Peter widened his eyes in relief, exclaiming, Gwen, thank goodness you grabbed me. Otherwise, it would have landed on me. Gwen, somewhat astonished, admitted that she hadn't even noticed the flower pot descending. She had merely reacted instinctively to pull Peter away. But Gwen, you possess quite a remarkable strength. I feel as if my shoulder might dislocate. He remarked. Huh? Gwen glanced at her hands, bewildered, as she hadn't felt that she had exerted excessive force. Though Peter was relatively slender and often bullied at school, he had never experienced being yanked down by someone as petite as Gwen. Her strength seemed to surpass even that of the school bullies. Not lingering on the incident, they cleared away the shattered pieces of the flower pot. And Peter led Gwen to a hamburger joint he recalled. Inside the burger shop, Gwen swiftly devoured the last bit of her cheeseburger, then requested 2 more from the server. Peter, glancing at his half-eaten burger, noted that Gwen had already finished 6 and was preparing to tackle her 7th. Observing Peter's expression, Gwen cautiously suggested, Peter, perhaps I should cover the bill. You've been rather extravagant. Peter shook his head dismissively, feigning indifference. It's all right. I can manage this amount. I did promise to treat you to hamburgers. But Gwen, why has your appetite suddenly increased so dramatically? At that moment, having just finished another burger, Gwen, her cheeks slightly flushed, replied, I don't know why. I just feel so hungry and eager to eat. Could it be the shock that has heightened my appetite? Peter speculated. No way. How could that be? I was merely bitten by a spider. I'm not that timid, Gwen retorted, asserting her bravery. That is indeed peculiar. Peter pondered the cause. The following morning, Gwen arose from her slumber, stretching lazily, only to hear a ripping sound. Her nightgown had torn apart. Bewildered, she thought to herself that the quality of her sleepwear should not have been that poor. After changing out of her nightgown, she approached the mirror to freshen up, accidentally squeezing toothpaste all over it. How strange. Then she noticed something even more peculiar. Have I grown? Gwen mused, pinching her chest, which seemed fuller than before. 5 minutes later, Gwen's bedroom was in disarray. She had inadvertently detached the faucet from its pipe, now blocked by a towel, and had pulled the bathroom door off its hinges, the doorknob still clutched in her hand and refusing to budge. Her clothes lay in tatters, seemingly beyond repair. What is happening? Have I turned into a monster? Gwen felt a surge of anxiety. She could not comprehend what was happening to her. Not only had her strength significantly increased, but her hands and feet seemed to perpetually adhere to objects around her. At that moment, a fragment of bed linen clung to her foot. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Could it be that I have become a mutant? Perhaps my powers are awakening. The more she pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Gwen was profoundly unsettled. The information she had encountered about mutants throughout her life was predominantly negative. Although she bore no prejudice against them, a deep-seated fear gnawed at her. Fear of bringing calamity upon her family. Peter. Yes, Peter is so clever. He will undoubtedly devise a solution. Carefully, Gwen picked up a piece of clothing and gingerly put it on, this time successfully avoiding tearing it. With a firm tug, She finally freed her hand, eager to step outside. Yet, she hesitated, concerned about startling her parents. After a moment's contemplation, her gaze drifted toward the window of her bedroom. Meanwhile, within the Parker household, Peter Parker lay in bed, having spent the previous day in exuberant play with Gwen. He found it perplexing how energetic Gwen had been. While he felt utterly exhausted, after returning home, he had collapsed into slumber, remaining there until now. Peter, a voice seemed to echo from afar, calling Peter Parker to ascend to the heavens. Groggily, he thought, did I just hear Gwen's voice? Is it merely an illusion? Peter, wake up. It's me, Gwen. Something important has happened. Amidst the rhythmic knocking, Peter Parker struggled to open his eyes and turn towards the source of the sound. In an instant, he was wide awake. A ghostly figure was perched at his window, staring intently at him. Ah! Peter Parker instinctively screamed. The specter spoke. Calm down, Peter, it's me, Gwen. Gwen? Peter Parker's panic subsided as he recognized the figure outside. He hurried to the window, flinging it open. Gwen, how did you end up outside my window? How did you get up here? Filled with bewilderment, Peter watched as Gwen gracefully flipped herself through the window into his bedroom, a place she had visited many times before. She moved a chair and sat down before him, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Peter, while I am quite familiar with your physique, it would be prudent for you to wear some clothing. Peter Parker glanced down, realizing he was clad only in his underwear. In his haste, he had neglected to dress properly. He swiftly turned around, grabbing his clothes from beside the bed and putting them on with urgency. Once properly attired, Peter Parker resumed his inquiry. Gwen, you Haven-T explained how you came to be outside my window. Gwen appeared somewhat bashful, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. After a moment of deliberation, she confessed, Peter, I think I have become a mutant. Peter Parker stroked his chin, shaking his head in disbelief. A mutant? You? I don't sense that at all. Why do you think so? Gwen, perplexed, questioned why not. Peter exaggeratedly replied, I have heard that mutants are often monstrous in appearance, with grotesque features. Yet, Gwen, you remain as beautiful as ever, resembling them not in the slightest. Chapter 53. Gwen felt a surge of joy when Peter Parker complimented her beauty. However, she quickly redirected the conversation, expressing her concern, let us discuss something serious. This morning, I noticed significant changes in my body. I feel much stronger, and my hands and feet can adhere to objects. Am I becoming a monster? As she spoke, Gwen demonstrated by placing her hand on the table, concentrating, and effortlessly lifting the entire table with her palm. Peter Parker responded with enthusiasm. Wow, Gwen, you're incredibly strong. Gwen shot him a disapproving glance and retorted, Peter, be serious. Peter scratched his head. I was just trying to lighten the mood because you seem so tense. This is truly a superpower. Your abilities resemble those of a spider. Gwen, can you spin webs? Peter, I've merely gained superpowers. I Haven-T transformed into a spider. With Peter's playful banter, Gwen felt considerably more at ease, her worries dissipating. Peter continued, Gwen, panicking won't solve anything. It will only exacerbate the issue. A calm analysis is the correct approach to resolving problems. I suspect your abilities might be linked to that spider from yesterday. Spider? That seems plausible. Peter, could you check the wound on the back of my neck? Gwen turned, lifting her golden hair so Peter could see her neck clearly. As Peter leaned in, he noticed that the wound, which had been quite prominent yesterday, had vanished without a trace, leaving no scar behind. How peculiar. The wound is gone, Peter exclaimed. Could it have disappeared due to my transformation? Gwen speculated. Perhaps. With such a significant enhancement in your physical condition, your healing abilities may have improved as well. By the way, I still have that spider. Let us examine it. Peter retrieved a glass vial from the bookshelf, containing the very spider that had bitten Gwen the previous day. Meanwhile, within the confines of Marvel's competitive company, Leon descended from the training grounds, gulping down a bottle of water. Steel Titan also came down, exclaiming, Leon, you truly live up to your background as an agent. Your skills are remarkable. Setting the water bottle down, Leon remarked, Steel Titan, you're practically a monster. After all this time training together, you Haven-T even broken a sweat. I'm a mutant. My abilities enhance my physical attributes, which you cannot compare to. However, Leon, your powers are astonishing. Several times, I was certain I would hit you, yet you evaded me through various unforeseen circumstances. Such abilities are quite cheeky. Haha, it's mutual, Leon humbly replied, though unable to suppress a smile. He yet fully unleashed his potential. The two companions departed, intending to rest in the lounge. Along the way, Steel Titan remarked, "Leon, with your current level of skill, you'll soon become a formal member of our team. I feel I need no further training. I'm ready to take on the role right now," Leon declared, placing his hands behind his head with a sense of arrogance. Suddenly, Lion's peripheral vision caught sight of a wall nearby, which appeared to be adorned with multiple mirrors. He turned to Steelman in confusion and inquired, "Steelman, was there a mirror there before?" The mention of mirrors caught Steelman's attention as well. He noticed something peculiar on the wall. As they approached, Lion beheld an antique silver mirror, its intricate patterns exuding an extraordinary allure. The frame was encrusted with an array of peculiar gemstones, and the embellishments on either side fashioned a pair of eyes. Could this be an antique? It certainly has an air of age. Driven by curiosity, Lion gently tapped the mirror's surface with the back of his hand. To his astonishment, the surface rippled like water, prompting him to swiftly retract his hand for fear of damaging the artifact. "I am Arad's, the all-knowing. You may pose your queries." Words formed a sentence upon the mirror's surface. Realizing it was a magical mirror toy, Lion reminisced, "I always wanted to play with such a toy in my youth." "A question, you say? Let me ponder." He extended a finger, mimicking the classic gesture of preparing to serve a bowl of noodles, and declared, "Ah, I've got it." "When did you first appear on this wall?" A vision materialized on the mirror's surface, the perspective shifting from above, imparting a sense of overwhelming pressure as the figure traversed the corridor until arriving at the spot where Lion and Steelman stood. The view then adjusted to a normal height, revealing a young man with a monocle. "So this is the perspective of the mirror. No wonder it felt so peculiar," Lion exclaimed, an epiphany dawning upon him. "It appears this was placed here by Amon," Steelman whispered. "Amon? Who is that?" Lion inquired, tilting his head. Steelman replied, "My brother, the owner of this establishment." Leon, as if discovering a new continent, raised his eyebrows and teased, "Steelman, I didn't realize you were so well-connected. You must look out for me." The image in the mirror was not yet concluded. A series of numbers materialized, indicating 8:32 as the time. "Is this when the mirror was placed here? Quite clever," Lion mused. As the vision faded, the mirror reverted to its watery appearance, and more words emerged. "According to the principle of reciprocity, you must answer a question. Should you answer incorrectly or lie, you shall face consequences." The mention of punishment, rendered in crimson, intrigued him. What might the punishment be? A deduction from my salary? Lion dismissed the content of the mirror with jest, engaging in light banter with Steelman. However, Steelman perceived the situation differently, based on his knowledge of Amon. Lion might soon find himself in a precarious position. Another line of words appeared from Arad's, stating, "Lion Jones, a year ago, an incident led you to encounter the esteemed S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Black Widow. Captivated by her beauty and prowess, you joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Now I ask you, have you ever fantasized about being overpowered by Black Widow on a bed?" Upon reading the words on the mirror, Lion's eyes widened in shock. "How do you know that? Why should I respond to such questions?" Leon firmly rejected the interrogation, asserting that his allegiance to S.H.I.E.L.D. was not driven by the allure of the Black Widow, but rather by a noble desire to become a hero. Regrettably, his answer was deemed unsatisfactory, and he was accused of deceit. This mirror must be flawed. How could I possibly be that kind of person? He chuckled nervously, but before he could finish his thought, a bolt of lightning struck him unexpectedly. As he lost consciousness, his final contemplation was perplexing. "I have redistributed luck around me. Why was I still struck?" Steel Titan gazed in astonishment at the fallen Leon, whose hair stood on end from the shock, murmuring softly, "Amon has truly escalated things. He can't possibly be dead. Can he?" After assessing Leon's injuries, which were merely superficial, he concluded that he would awaken after some time. "This fellow has quite a sturdy constitution." With that, Steel Titan lifted Leon and made his way to the infirmary. Why had Leon been struck by lightning? The entire organization was comprised of Amon's avatars, and the few genuine individuals had distanced themselves from Leon's influence. He had merely created an illusion of successfully redistributing luck. Chapter 54, Spider Totem beside Arad's. Amon's figure swiftly materialized. Having observed Arad's functionality closely, it appeared satisfactory. Arad's was a contraption that Amon had been developing, although the Marvel Universe lacked a spirit realm. It hosted various dimensions, alternate spaces and associated planes, including realms akin to the spirit world, which encapsulated and recorded a plethora of complex information. If these realms were likened to databases, Arad's could be seen as a processor, adept at swiftly and accurately extracting the needed information from a vast array of data, processing it, and presenting the answers. As long as the information did not pertain to higher-level secrets or was not concealed through special means, Arad's was capable of uncovering the truth. Answering questions came without cost. Yet Amon adhered to the principle of reciprocity. Merely responding to inquiries lacked depth, and the exchange of questions held greater significance. The nature of Arad's questions was left entirely to his discretion. Arad's prowess primarily lay in the realm of secrecy. While his offensive capabilities were not particularly formidable, his rank was substantial, classified as Sequence 3, equivalent to a Level 1 sealed object. Upon Amon's appearance, Arad's surface began to transform rapidly, and another line of words emerged. "Great Master, how do you find my performance?" "Quite commendable. It resembles my memories well," Amon remarked. Arad's felt honored to have pleased his master. After adjusting Arad's position, Amon departed from the Marvel confrontation. Amon wandered through the streets of New York, lacking a definitive destination. He sensed a significant disturbance in fate emanating from a particular location within the city. Rather than directly pinpointing the source, he chose to follow the currents of destiny, gradually approaching its origin. Fate is an elusive concept, difficult for ordinary individuals to perceive, let alone alter. Only monumental events capable of overturning the past can stir the ripples of fate, such as a family being slaughtered or becoming embroiled in high-stakes affairs. The disturbance Amon sensed this time was immense. If the ripples caused by an ordinary family slaughter were akin to dropping an effervescent tablet into a glass of water, this was comparable to detonating a nuclear bomb in an ocean, not only in terms of magnitude, but also in the vastness of its impact. Amon strolled to the entrance of a CF, where the source lay within, and he pushed the door open to step inside. "Gwen, I've looked into it. The spider that bit you was a product of radiation mutation. It is completely dead now. However, I'm friends with Harry Osborn, and through him, we might be able to find another living spider. We could conduct a test on a lab rat to see if it was responsible for your mutation." Peter Parker informed Gwen. Upon hearing this, Gwen recalled Harry, having grown up alongside Peter and having met him a few times, though they were not particularly close. She only remembered that this wealthy young man had a tumultuous personal life, filled with numerous romantic entanglements. Gazing at Peter's face, Gwen silently hoped that he would not follow in his friend's reckless footsteps. Noticing Gwen lost in thought, Peter waved his hand in front of her, perplexed. Gwen, are you daydreaming? Did you hear what I just said?" "Yes, you mentioned finding Harry, right?" Gwen replied, returning to the conversation. Peter nodded and continued. "Harry will be back next week. Once he returns, we can seek him out. I know of an abandoned factory where no one goes. We can test your abilities there. To test superpowers, you could come to my company. We have specialized equipment." A shadow fell across Peter's face. He looked up to see a seemingly affable young man approaching their table, beaming at them. Peter, puzzled, asked, "Sir, can I help you with something?" Amon smiled and replied, "I overheard your discussion about superpowers, and out of curiosity, I came to take a look. Here's my business card. Marvel Showdown. You are the owner of that recently popular superhero company." After reading the card, Peter was taken aback, having heard of the company's rising fame. Amon continued, "Could you share your experiences with me? I am quite intrigued." Under the influence of Amon's remarkable charm and persuasive power, Peter and Gwen had no reservations and readily agreed. Sure, a skilled con artist must possess the eloquence to persuade others. The eighth path of erroneous methods embodies the essence of a scammer. And at the pinnacle of this path is Amon. Even a seemingly mundane statement from him can resonate profoundly, leading others to be easily swayed. He took a seat, attentively listening as the two recounted their experiences. Soon, they concluded their narrative and speculations. Amon nodded and inquired, "You suspect that the spider has caused Miss Stacy's mutation. Might I have a look at it?" Peter retrieved a small glass box from his pocket and handed it to Amon, saying, "Here it is, although it is deceased." "No matter. Both the living and the dead hold value," Amon replied casually. Upon receiving the spider, Amon glanced at it briefly before returning it to Peter Parker. "What a remarkable spider," Amon suggested. "Aren't you eager to test Miss Stacy's abilities? Allow me to escort you to the Marvel Challenge for the assessment." Peter Parker and Gwen exchanged glances, and Gwen nodded affirmatively. Absolutely. Amon led them to the testing grounds, where he entrusted them to a clone for assistance before retreating to a private chamber. With his right hand outstretched, a softly glowing spider materialized in his grasp. This was the historical projection of the spider. With a thought, a clone appeared in the room. The clone spoke. Master, you summoned me for some peculiar experiment. Did you not? Disguise yourself and allow this spider to bite you, enabling us to connect through the web and delve into the so-called spider totem, Amon instructed. Although Spider-Man's powers appear to stem from technology and genetic mutation, he is, in truth, a superhero of the magical realm. His abilities are derived from the spider totem, a supernatural deity that seeks suitable hosts across the infinite multiverse, bestowing them with power. Most of these individuals ultimately become Spider-Man. Typically, only one Spider-Man exists per universe, and not everyone bitten by a spider transforms into one. However, Amon can employ the power of erroneous authority to ensure that the spider totem recognizes him as a Spider-Man, establishing a connection through which he can uncover its mysteries. The clone nodded, its form shifting to mimic Gwen Stacy's appearance, for physical resemblance is the easiest to fabricate. Then, extending its hand, it seized a fragment of Gwen Stacy's fate, an essential step in the process. Chapter 55. Amon's totem to deceive the spider totem and activate the erroneous ability. Numerous prerequisites must be met, with establishing sufficient mystical similarity to Spider-Man being paramount. The spider itself plays a crucial role, and the intersection of fate with Gwen Stacy is equally significant. The spider in Amon's hand began to stir, slowly crawling up the arm of the Amon clone that had taken on Gwen Stacy's form, before opening its mandibles and biting down forcefully. At the very moment of the bite, a radiant light emanated from the monocle adorning Amon's right eye, triggering an error. Amon's doppelganger now bore an appearance strikingly similar to that of Gwen Stacy, sharing not only her fate, but also her experiences, having been bitten by the irradiated spider. Thus, Amon's doppelganger was profoundly akin to Gwen Stacy in the realm of mysticism. The current Amon could essentially be regarded as Gwen before Amon's doppelganger. Layers upon layers of spider webs seemed to materialize, intricately interweaving and extending endlessly, as if connecting one world after another. Eureka! A smirk graced Amon's lips as his eyes began to blur and overlap, symbols representing doors emerging from his gaze, capturing the information he observed. Subsequently, Amon propelled his doppelganger into the boundless web he had witnessed. How rude you! The voice of the doppelganger echoed in his ears. Make sure to explore thoroughly. With a quiet chuckle, Amon contemplated. This is a rather impressive construction method. Perhaps I could draw inspiration from the spider totem to create my own. However, to establish a totem of my own, I require a foundational stone. Where might I find one? While Amon pondered the creation of his totem, Gwen, in a separate testing area, suddenly felt an odd sensation. Just moments ago, her spider sense had gone into a frenzy of warnings before abruptly fading, leaving her with an unsettling feeling of disconnection from the world around her, as if she had lost all ties to reality. Fortunately, this sensation was fleeting, and she soon returned to normal. This was merely a residual effect of having part of her fate stolen. If her fate were entirely usurped, she would become a being devoid of destiny, gradually severing all connections to the real world and fading away. Ordinary individuals are typically oblivious to the theft of their fate. They merely notice the disappearance of past traces, recognizing that acquaintances no longer acknowledge them. The thief of their fate would then assume their identity, and everyone would perceive this imposter as the original, leading to the original's despairing demise. Gwen's ability to sense the anomaly was significantly linked to her spider sense. "Ha phew!" Gwen gasped for breath, prompting Peter Parker beside her to look on with curiosity. "Gwen, what's wrong? Was the testing intensity too high?" Gwen steadied her breathing and patted her chest. "No, the intensity is fine. It's just that I felt strangely abandoned by the world." "Is that so?" Peter remarked, glancing at the barbell casually lifted by Gwen, which must have weighed several hundred kilograms. "If the equipment here cannot meet your needs, we have specialized testing instruments designed for strength-based superhumans. Please follow me." Klein interjected, leading Gwen and Peter Parker to another apparatus. Upon seeing this device, Peter instinctively quipped, "Is this the sword in the stone?" Before them stood a colossal pedestal, upon which rested an enormous sword, with only its hilt protruding. The blade remained concealed within the structure, reminiscent of a legendary sword in the stone. Gwen inquired, "Am I to ascend and extract this sword?" Klein nodded and explained, "This is a device designed to test tensile strength, aesthetically crafted to resemble the sword from the Arthurian legend. You merely need to stand upon it and pull upwards. The adjacent apparatus will record the maximum output, capable of measuring forces between 1 ton to 100 tons. I believe this will suffice to gauge your strength." 100 tons? Isn't that rather exaggerated? Peter Parker mused, struggling to fathom what manner of individual could possess such strength. Gwen lightly leapt onto the pedestal, rubbed her hands together, and grasped the hilt. Just before her attempt, she quipped, "If I manage to pull it out, does that imply that King Arthur was, in fact, a woman?" Peter instinctively chimed in. "And what of Lancelot? Was he unrequited in his love for Arthur?" Klein added, "Perhaps King Arthur was a voracious eater, having consumed all of Great Britain." Such fanciful tales were far too audacious. Ignoring the banter between Peter and Klein, Gwen inhaled deeply and exerted herself upward. The colossal sword gradually ascended by a segment, while Peter anxiously observed the readings on the device. 1 ton, 2 tons, 3 tons, 7 tons, 9 tons, 14 tons. Was there some error? Why were the readings so elevated? Peter rubbed his eyes, incredulous at the figures displayed. Was this even human? With a light huff, Gwen exerted more effort, causing the pedestal beneath her to emit faint creaks as the sword was pulled further from its resting place. The readings surged dramatically before swiftly receding, stabilizing an impressive peak of 43 tons. Gwen rotated her arms, descended from the pedestal, and approached Peter with curiosity, asking, "How do you find it?" Peter gingerly squeezed Gwen's slender arm, exclaiming in astonishment, "This doesn't seem particularly robust. How can you unleash such tremendous strength?" Klein approached to elucidate. "Your baseline strength is 14 tons, but in a burst, you can achieve 43 tons. You have just acquired these abilities. Significant growth is likely to follow." Peter swallowed hard and remarked, "Gwen, please refrain from hitting me as you did before. I fear for my life." Gwen crossed her arms and retorted, "Well, that depends on your performance." Klein interjected, "All right, the strength test is complete. We should proceed to assess speed and reaction time, followed by endurance and special abilities." When Amon returned to the testing grounds, Gwen's capabilities had already been thoroughly evaluated. Amon inquired, "It appears the assessments are complete. How did everything fare?" Upon hearing Amon's inquiry, Peter Parker remarked, "That's quite exaggerated. A strength of 43 tons, a reaction speed 36 times that of an average person, and a one-handed adhesion capability exceeding 10 tons. It's simply superhuman." Amon chuckled and turned to Gwen, asking, "Impressive statistics, Miss Stacy. Are you inclined to sign a contract with our company? The remuneration is commensurate with that of top-tier celebrities. To be a superhero? Yet, I am merely a student, and our father may not necessarily consent. There's no need for excessive concern. We have a collaboration with the New York Police Department. Once you explain the situation, your father will likely agree. If you're worried about your identity causing complications, rest assured, that's not an issue. Klein, please demonstrate." Upon hearing this, Klein smirked and, following the intent of the original body, swiftly transformed, resulting in another Peter Parker appearing before Gwen. Chapter 56. Once again, Arad's. What is this ability? It has transformed into my exact likeness, even mirroring my demeanor. The faux Peter Parker smiled, reverting back to Klein's form, and said, "This is a device every official superhero possesses in Marvel Showdown. It allows you to alter your appearance to resemble someone of similar stature, even mimicking their aura. Its purpose is to protect the identities of superheroes and prevent disruptions to their normal lives." Such technology exists? How astonishing! Peter Parker exclaimed. Gwen pondered, "Is that so?" "I'm not yet certain. I will provide you with an answer after some time." Amon, unperturbed, replied with a smile, "No problem. We are a legitimate company and do not engage in coercive recruitment. Let us discuss it when you have made your decision." After exchanging a few more words, the two were about to depart. Observing Peter Parker's retreating figure, Amon cautioned, "Mr. Parker, I sense that your fortune has been somewhat unfavorable lately. Do take care, and remember to keep the business card I gave you safe." Peter Parker paused in surprise, thinking, "Fortune reading? Are you a charlatan?" Of course. He refrained from voicing this thought, as it would be quite impolite. He nodded and replied to Amon, "Thank you for the reminder. I will be cautious." On his way to the lobby of Marvel Showdown, Peter Parker noticed an exquisitely antiquated silver mirror adorning the corridor wall. Is this an antique? It's astonishing that it is casually displayed in the hallway. What formidable resources they possess. After expressing his admiration, Peter instinctively reached out to touch the surface of the silver mirror, wishing to feel the intricate patterns of the antique. A disconcerting buzzing sensation emerged once again, and Gwen quickly pinpointed the source. It was the silver mirror. "Wait, Peter!" Gwen exclaimed, extending her hand to grasp Peter Parker's outstretched palm. However, Peter's hand was already perilously close to the mirror's surface. Upon hearing Gwen's call, he turned around, inadvertently making contact with the mirror. "Gwen, what did you say?" Seeing Peter Parker touch the silver mirror, Gwen felt somewhat bewildered. She herself was unsure why she had called out to him. The surface of the mirror rippled like water, and pale words began to materialize. "I am the all-knowing Arad's. You may pose your questions to me." "Oh," words have appeared on the mirror. Gwen let out a sound of surprise, gesturing for Peter Parker to look at the mirror behind them. Peter turned his gaze to the pale reflection in the mirror. "Is this an artificial intelligence?" Peter speculated. A figure with a face as dark as coal approached them, gleefully declaring, "Ha, kid, you've got something entertaining ahead." Gwen frowned, her tone laced with discontent as she retorted, "Who are you? Did you just crawl out a coal pile?" The coal-faced individual straightened his clothes and tousled his unruly hair, introducing himself to Gwen and Peter. "Leon Jones, aspiring superhero." "This mirror is quite intriguing," Peter, puzzled, inquired. "What do you mean by that? What is so special about this mirror?" Leon shrugged nonchalantly, responding, "Nothing much. You'll find out once you ask a question." As he spoke, he once again ran his fingers through his hair, internally lamenting, "When will this cursed afro settle down? What a pretentious fellow." Peter rolled his eyes and shifted his attention to Rod's, contemplating an insightful question. Why did that guy Leon say such a thing? "Do you have any concerns?" Arad's surface rapidly transformed, revealing an image. A rather decent-looking young man and a robust youth were walking down the corridor, stopping in front of Arad's. The decent-looking youth, much like Peter, touched the mirror, and then he and his sturdy companion began to laugh. Suddenly, the decent-looking young man became agitated, saying something to those around him, when out of nowhere, a bolt of lightning struck, causing him to collapse. Arad zoomed in, revealing the charred face of the young man, which belonged to none other than the gleeful Leon. Leon's expression froze once more. He could hardly believe his image had appeared, especially in such an embarrassing scene. The surface of Arad's displayed a series of sentences. Leon Jones lied while answering the question. According to the rules, he must face punishment. So that was it. No wonder the coal-faced one had been so gleeful. Gwen muttered, her voice just loud enough for Leon to hear. A faint flush crept on Leon's coal-like face. He yearned to sneak away while they were distracted, yet curiosity about Arad's question regarding the young man compelled him to suppress his embarrassment and stay. Arad's mirror shifted once more, and a line of pale text materialized. According to the principle of reciprocity, you must answer me a question. If you answer incorrectly or lie, you will face punishment. Here it comes, Peter thought, having anticipated the nature of the impending punishment, with the coal-faced man serving as evidence. Go ahead and ask. Peter Parker, do you feel inferior for having gained superpowers through your beloved, thinking you are unworthy of them? Peter Parker was momentarily taken aback, his emotions restrained, while Gwen, standing beside him, appeared increasingly unsettled, her gaze filled with a complex mix of feelings as she pondered whether Peter felt inadequate. Taking a deep breath, Peter turned to Gwen, adopting a nonchalant tone as he said, "Gwen, I'm perfectly fine. Having such a beautiful and accomplished childhood friend can naturally evoke a hint of self-doubt. It's entirely normal. You needn't worry about me." "Peter." Gwen's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Yes, you are absolutely right." Her response felt hollow, as if the starkness of her words had drained them of their potency. Nearby, Leon sensed an unsettling shift. This was decidedly amiss. Were they engaging in a display of affection? Shouldn't it be an embarrassing moment instead? Why was his mind preoccupied with such trivialities? Leon mentally shouted, feeling targeted by the reflective surface before him. After awakening, he felt unworthy to face the formidable steel titan. Yet here he was, witnessing the burgeoning bond between that couple. Was this some form of emotional cultivation? Feeling out of place, Leon decided it best to retreat, his unruly hair tucked under his hands as he exited. "Peter Parker, Once more, reached towards the mirror, but Gwen promptly seized his hand, perplexed as she questioned, "Peter, why would you want to touch that mirror again? Did you not see the consequences of that dark entity? It could strike you with lightning. It is a cursed mirror." Held fast by Gwen, Peter found it impossible to withdraw his hand. Her grip was as formidable as 43 tons. Reflecting internally, he mused, "I wonder if this mirror, known as a rods, can perceive thoughts I have never expressed. Perhaps it knows the true source of your current powers. Maybe it isn't merely the spider that granted you strength, but something else entirely. We cannot discern if it poses a threat to us. But if it could reveal its secrets, we might eliminate potential dangers sooner." Chapter 57. Nick Fury's return. No, this is far too perilous. What if it poses questions you cannot answer? Your life could be at stake. If anyone should approach it, it ought to be me, Gwen asserted, her tone resolute. Perhaps it would be best to forego this. The risks are too great. Peter Parker conceded, yielding to Gwen's counsel. Upon leaving the Marvel Convergence Company, Gwen glanced at her watch and inquired, "What shall we do next? We still have half a day of vacation left." Peter Parker flashed a mysterious smile, producing 2 movie tickets from his pocket and waving them before Gwen. "Do you see what I have here?" Gwen took one of the tickets, squinting at it closely. The ticket read Transformers 1. Iron Man curiously, she asked, "Where did you acquire these movie tickets?" "I heard the film is based on the true story of Tony Stark, and that Iron Man himself has a role in it. The alien robots seem to be real as well. Tickets for this movie are exceedingly difficult to come by." "Did Harry give these to you?" "How is it possible? Harry is still abroad. How can he provide me with movie tickets? I just obtained these from Marvel Showdown, where they're distributing tickets for this film for free. I heard they are indeed the producers of this movie." After a brief pause, Peter Parker continued, "We'll watch the movie this afternoon. After all, we have completed everything we needed to do." The ability testing phase, which was supposed to take a considerable amount of time, was expedited thanks to the instruments from Marvel Showdown. It will take a few days to acquire the spider, so there is no rush. "Great. Let us go see the movie. I'm quite intrigued by its content," Gwen replied without hesitation. Meanwhile, Tony Stark was at his base, working on how to equip the Autobots with flight capabilities, as he found their mobility to be limited to ground movement, which put them at a significant disadvantage compared to the Decepticons. Observing Tony's furrowed brow, Ratchet remarked, "Tony, if you're concerned about our mobility, I believe I can address that." Tony retorted, "You can address it? Ratchet, can you install flight devices for your Autobots? If so, why didn't you do this earlier? The inability to fly is a major weakness for you." Ratchet shook his metallic head, countering Tony's assertion. "Tony, what I'm suggesting differs from your proposal. You're talking about adding flight devices. I'm referring to directly enhancing mobility." Tony appeared puzzled and inquired, "Is there really a difference? Is there a method faster than simply flying over?" "Indeed," Ratchet replied as he approached the control panel, extending a large arm to connect with an interface. The display screen flickered rapidly, revealing a model of a device. "What is this?" Tony asked, intrigued. Ratchet manipulated the controls, explaining, "This is the ground bridge, a simplified version of the space bridge, capable of short-range spatial teleportation." Tony expressed surprise, asking, "You have a teleportation device? How short is short-range?" He speculated that the Autobots' and humans' interpretations of distance might differ. It can only teleport within a planet. It cannot facilitate long-distance interstellar travel, Ratchet clarified matter-of-factly. "That is still quite short. With this device, we could instantly reach any location on Earth. Why didn't you construct this sooner?" Ratchet scratched his metallic head, responding with a hint of frustration. "Tony, building a ground bridge requires time and substantial foundational equipment. We began battling the Decepticons shortly after arriving on Earth, leaving us no time for construction, and the available equipment at the time did not permit me to build it. Only recently, once things settled down, did I manage to modify some essential equipment to facilitate the construction. Then what are we waiting for? Show me the schematics of the device and explain the principles. Let us commence construction immediately." Tony could hardly contain his eagerness to create a teleportation device. At that moment, Jarvis reappeared, his form coalescing from the stream of data. Addressing Tony, "Sir, Director Nick Fury of SHIELD has arrived once more." Tony furrowed his brow, clearly displeased. What does he want? His impression of the man was far from favorable. He regarded Fury and his organization as protectors of the world, yet during the Decepticon invasion of New York, They had vanished without a trace, taking refuge in a safe house. Jarvis continued, "Sir, he is accompanied by a female agent, the one who delivered the aircraft that day, codenamed Black Widow. She appears to be carrying a box that seems intended for you." "For me? Is he attempting to bribe me? What an interesting method he's chosen." Tony mused briefly before instructing Jarvis. "Let them in. I am quite curious to discover what this buffoon intends." Jarvis vanished momentarily, only to reappear shortly with Nick Fury and Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, at the entrance. As was customary, Tony bypassed Fury and greeted Natasha with a playful tone. "Hello. Gorgeous. Don't waste your talents on this buffoon. I could offer you double the salary. There's no future in being an agent." Nick Fury, initially brimming with authority, found himself momentarily flustered by Tony's interruption, though he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, inwardly chastising. "Uncultured Stark." Natasha chuckled. "Oh, Stark, I have no objections. It seems you could use an assistant, and I excel in that role, though I wonder if your secretary would agree." "Ah, Pepper, that could indeed be a dilemma." Tony pondered thoughtfully, stroking his chin. Fury, unable to contain himself any longer, forced the conversation back on track. "Tony Stark, I imagine palladium poisoning is quite unpleasant. You cannot solve this issue alone, but we at SHIELD have solutions. That light bulb of yours is hardly environmentally friendly." Fury believed he had uncovered Stark's vulnerability, growing increasingly self-satisfied as he spoke. Tony's expression turned peculiar. This buffoon had placed a spy among him. Yet the information seemed outdated. He could not suppress his laughter, bursting forth. "Ha ha ha, buffoon, do you believe you have leverage over me? You are akin to a child, boasting of a minor achievement to impress their parents." Fury's countenance darkened further as he inquired with a steely gaze. "Stark, what do you mean by that?" Tony casually crossed his left leg over his right, reclining back with unabashed confidence. "Buffoon, you underestimate the genius that is Tony Stark. Do you really think I would overlook such trivial matters? I've resolved it long ago." Fury's expression froze in disbelief. "You've resolved it? Howard's legacy remains with me. How could you have possibly discovered a new element?" Tony's smile faded, his eyes narrowing as he retorted sharply. "Hey, buffoon, why bring up my father?" Chapter 58. Even thoughts are stolen, Stark. Your father, Howard Stark, was one of the founders of SHIELD. By that measure, you are half a member of SHIELD as well, Nick Fury remarked with a leisurely tone, sensing that he had seized an advantageous position once more. "New elements, SHIELD. Tony murmured to himself as understanding dawned upon him. He taunted Nick Fury. "He left me clues about the new element, yet you lot have concealed it, and now you wish to wield it as leverage? You truly are cunning, using my father's legacy against me." Nick Fury remained unfazed, continuing at his unhurried pace. "It is a fair exchange. As long as you serve as our technical consultant and assist in establishing a cooperative channel with the Autobots, I shall provide you with the clues to the new element." Upon hearing this, Tony scoffed. "What a beautiful thought. But I, Tony Stark, will not be at a disadvantage. I have already resolved the issue and require no so-called assistance from you and your SHIELD. Go home and dream sweetly in your bed." Fury fixed his one-eyed gaze upon Tony for a moment before diverting his attention. "Tony Stark, being obstinate is futile. I await the day you come seeking me." He did not believe that Tony Stark could independently discover and synthesize the new element, a feat that even his father Howard Stark had not accomplished. Fury nodded to Natasha, signaling that it was time to depart. Natasha said nothing further, clutching the box as she followed Fury. "Goodbye, beauty." Tony raised his left hand in farewell to Natasha. She paused, somewhat astonished that Tony would bid her a courteous farewell. Turning back, she returned the gesture, lifting her right hand to wave at him. As she placed her hand back upon the box, Natasha felt a curious lightness. It seemed as though the box had become lighter. Casting a glance at Tony, who was still waving, and then at the brooding Fury ahead, Natasha was about to voice her discovery when the thought abruptly vanished, along with her realization. Nothing unusual remained. Watching the two depart, Tony juggled the notebook and videotape that had appeared in his left hand, chuckling, "That agent is quite impressive. She immediately sensed something amiss and almost uncovered my secret." The ambulance, eyeing the items in Tony's possession, inquired, "Tony, did you steal your father's relics?" Tony bristled at the term steal, responding, "Ambulance, this is not theft, These are my belongings, merely temporarily in their possession. I have simply reclaimed what is rightfully mine. When Tony waved goodbye to Natasha, he had utilized the arc reactor gauntlet transformed into a watch on his left hand, seizing the opportunity to extract useful items from the box, while also pilfering Natasha's suspicions. As for how he discerned which items were valuable, that was one of the abilities of the arc reactor gauntlet. It could identify items of worth. Does this conceal the secret of a new element? Let us temporarily set aside the matters of the ambulance and the land bridge. I deem the new element to be of greater significance. With a diary and a videotape in hand, Tony expressed to the ambulance, sensing that the new element held even deeper meaning. In Harlem, Peter Parker and Gwen strolled along the street, discussing the film they had just watched. It was incredible, far more shocking than any Hollywood blockbuster. Peter Parker enthusiastically shared his thoughts on the film. Gwen concurred. Indeed, the scenes seemed so authentic, as though they were captured in real life rather than through special effects. I heard it was based on true events, seemingly drawn from Tony Stark's own experiences, with the Transformers actually existing in reality. By the way, why is the film titled Transformers? Iron Man. Are they planning to turn it into a series? As they chatted, they suddenly noticed some commotion ahead on the street, as if the military was present. Curiously, they approached and saw that the military had cordoned off the street ahead. Gwen inquired of a middle-aged man who seemed approachable. "Sir, what is happening here?" The man, not at all impatient, kindly explained about 10 minutes ago, the military arrived and designated this neighborhood as an active military zone. I even saw tanks and helicopters come in. Tanks have arrived. Is something significant happening here? Peter Parker exclaimed in astonishment. "Peter, we should leave here at once. I have a bad feeling about this," Gwen urged, tugging at Peter Parker's shirt. "Leave? Well, we are already surrounded by the military. There's nothing to see." Peter Parker agreed with Gwen's assessment. Gwen turned to take a different route away, but suddenly, her mind began to buzz. She realized that danger was imminent, her superpower alerting her. She swiftly turned back and lunged towards Peter Parker, pulling him away from their previous position just in time. "Gwen, what is wrong with you?" Peter Parker barely had time to ask before a half-destroyed car crashed down onto the spot they had just vacated, flames still licking at its remnants. The man who had been observing the scene, along with several others, had been struck, leaving devastation in their wake. Peter Parker's eyes widened in shock. He had never witnessed such gruesome carnage. The crowd erupted in frantic screams, scattering in chaos. Gwen, suppressing her nausea, quickly pulled Peter Parker to the corner of the street. Huff, huff, huff. They gasped for breath, not from exhaustion, but from the sheer shock and tension of the moment. "What has happened? So many people just died," Peter asked, still somewhat in panic. Gwen hesitated before saying, "I think I saw a gigantic feces-colored monster, with prominent bone spikes all over its body." "A monster? Is it a mutant?" Peter Parker instinctively replied, uncertain, yet surely the mutant cannot be as terrifying as it seems. Gwen did not believe that the creature was a mutant. She peered around the corner of the street, gazing at the spot where the monster had just been, and her pupils dilated in alarm as she realized the creature was charging towards them. Without a moment's hesitation, Gwen swiftly turned, effortlessly lifting Peter Parker into her arms and leaping onto the wall. She danced between the walls, gracefully ascending to the heights of the building. Amidst the cacophony of crashing sounds, the foul-colored monster demolished the very structure they had been leaning against, hoisting an unfortunate vehicle and wreaking havoc upon the surrounding edifices. As it rampaged, the creature bellowed, "Hulk! Where's Hulk?" Was this monster seeking vengeance? Peter Parker, still cradled in Gwen's embrace, couldn't help but quip, a habit of his whenever faced with dire circumstances. Not far from their location, at the Marvel headquarters, Cyclops Scott received an urgent message. A monster was rampaging in Harlem, and the military was struggling to contain it. Scott muttered the message to himself, pondering whether this would mark their company's inaugural official operation. However, the involvement of the military complicated matters significantly. Chapter 59, Wolverine vs. Abomination. A knock echoed at the office door, and Scott opened it to find Klein standing there. Klein offered a polite smile before stating, "Captain Scott, I presume you have received the news as well. A monster is wreaking havoc in Harlem, and it is time for your team to mobilize. I have already arranged the personnel." "Arranged? Your efficiency is commendable," Scott remarked as he followed Klein to the operations hall. There, he found Liana, Phoenix, Steel, and a rather darkened Lion already assembled. Scott looked at Lion with surprise. He had encountered the young man before. But now his complexion had changed, and his hairstyle had transformed into an explosive mess. Lion offered an awkward smile. Not dwelling on Lion for long, Scott inquired about his primary concern. Where is Wolverine? Liana responded. Uncle Logan went out earlier this evening. It seems he headed to a bar. Influenced by Amon, Liana had grown accustomed to referring to Logan as Uncle Wolf. That idle fellow. Scott seized the opportunity to disparage Wolverine. The whole screen flickered to life, revealing a foul-color monster. Klein explained to the group, this creature is Abomination, originally Emil Blonsky, who mutated after injecting himself with an incomplete military super soldier serum and subsequently with the Hulk's blood. Its base strength exceeds 80 tons, with an explosive capacity reaching 100 tons. It possesses remarkable jumping ability, capable of leaping up to 2 kilometers and boasts formidable defense, able to withstand bullets. Perhaps only Wolverine's adamantium claws and Ileana's lightsaber can breach its defenses, so take note of this. Where did this information come from? Wasn't this Abomination just recently unveiled? The Phoenix woman was taken aback, not by the power of revulsion, but by Klein's sources of intelligence. Klein chuckled, urging her to trust in the capabilities of their intelligence department. As they donned their matching uniforms, Leon equipped himself with a mask. Once the mask was affixed to his face, the charred skin, which had been scorched by lightning, was concealed, and the mask shifted, restoring him to his pre-strike appearance, even reviving his tousled hair. This device was indeed remarkable. He gazed into the mirror at his restored handsome visage, nodding in satisfaction. Each member possessed such a device. Yet the members of the battle police showed no inclination to wear them. They were not masked heroes. Their identities did not require concealment, nor were they disfigured, rendering such items unnecessary. A silver battle vehicle awaited their departure, distinct from the battle police's own, belonging instead to a motorcycle unit. Its operator, Boeing, was designated to manage transportation for the Marvel Showdown, joined by several others with similar responsibilities, in addition to Cyclops and his companions. Several Marvel Showdown employees armed with cameras were present, tasked with documenting the superhero team's endeavors. Wolverine felt rather unfortunate. He had merely ventured out of boredom to find a bar for a drink. As he sipped, chaos erupted outside, prompting his curiosity to draw him into the fray. Just as he beheld a towering yellow giant, a car came hurtling towards him, crashing into him and embedding him into a wall. After considerable effort, he extracted himself from the wall. Fortunately, his bones were composed of adamantium and possessed remarkable regenerative capabilities. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to mere fragments. Cursing under his breath, Wolverine expelled the wood splinters and glass shard from his mouth, shaking off the remnants as he stepped outside, intent on teaching that foul yellow creature a lesson. Spotting the monster nearby, still brandishing a car and wreaking havoc while repeatedly shouting the name Hulk, Wolverine let his arms hang slightly, allowing his adamantium claws to protrude from his knuckles, glinting with sharp white light in the night. With his muscles coiling, he charged towards the Abomination, akin to a wolf set upon its prey. The creature continued its rampage, intending to lure Bruce Banner out, convinced that such a formidable existence as the Hulk could not simply vanish. Oh, my backside! The Abomination suddenly cried out in agony, as if someone were prodding it with a syringe the size of a finger. Damn bug! It exclaimed, spinning around to discover a spiny figure clinging to its back, relentlessly raking at its flesh with claws. Wolverine's gaze locked with the creature's, and his primal instincts sensed impending peril. He exerted his legs, attempting to distance himself from the revulsion. However, the enormous yellow hand reached out, and Wolverine sought to block it with his own. But the strength of the hand surpassed his expectations, rendering him as powerless as an ordinary person facing a colossal force. He found himself ensnared within the grasp of the Abomination. A sensation of suffocation enveloped Wolverine, who felt as though he might be crushed by his opponent. However, due to his adamantium-laced skeleton, he remained intact, though his exterior was reduced to a bloody pulp. With his remarkable healing abilities, he would recover within mere breaths. The Abomination was perplexed. He was acutely aware of his own strength, capable of compressing a car into a ball of iron. Yet he found himself unable to exert the same force on this diminutive adversary, reminiscent of the futile attempts he made as an ordinary soldier trying to bend a wrench. Frustrated and unable to kill Wolverine directly, the Abomination lifted his right hand, channeling his strength to hurl Wolverine like a javelin towards a nearby building, crashing him into its structure. Above, Gwen and Peter Parker were observing the unfolding chaos when they witnessed an object soaring through the air, colliding with the building and causing it to tremble. Peter cautiously inquired, "Did someone just fly through the air?" Gwen nodded in affirmation, stating it was a man. "We should check on him. He appears to be a superhuman, having just battled the creature below." Post-mutation, Gwen's vision had sharpened, allowing her to clearly discern the struggle between Wolverine and the Abomination. As they approached the site of impact, they found that the residents of the building had been evacuated by the military in advance. Otherwise, the crash would have surely resulted in casualties. They located Wolverine, who was embedded in the wall, struggling to extricate himself. Yet the Abomination had lodged him securely, rendering him temporarily immobile. "Sir, do you require assistance?" a melodious voice inquired. Wolverine turned to see a young blonde girl bending down to examine him, the very same who had spoken moments before. "What can a little girl do to help? If that boy over there were a bit sturdier, perhaps he could be of use. For now, you two should leave before I inadvertently harm you." Gwen merely rolled her eyes at Wolverine's words, placing her hand on his shoulder. He was momentarily taken aback, preparing to chastise her for meddling, when he suddenly felt a tremendous force, accompanied by the sound of crumbling walls, as Gwen effortlessly pulled him free from his entrapment. Wolverine was momentarily speechless, astonished by the girl's unexpected strength. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the power of the grotesque creature he had just faced. "Who are you?" he queried, perplexed. In response, Peter lifted the bag containing the snacks he and Gwen had purchased, surprisingly intact amid the chaos. "We are merely ordinary people passing through, caught in the monster's attack, and took refuge in this building. Then we encountered you, who was thrown inside. Look, this is the food we bought. Though it has turned to mush thanks to that beast, it was all my favorite." Chapter 60, Beauty and the Beast, Ordinary People. Wolverine's voice rose incredulously, clearly unconvinced that the two were as unremarkable as they claimed. It was hard to believe anyone could possess such strength. Boom, boom, boom. Outside, a cacophony erupted, prompting the trio to rush to the gaping hole created by Wolverine's impact, peering out cautiously. "It's the military," Peter exclaimed in astonishment. Suddenly, several armored vehicles and a multitude of soldiers appeared on the street, some wielding rifles while others carried rocket launchers. The creature, known as the Abomination, effortlessly caught a flying shell in his hand, a wicked smile spreading across his face as he smashed the shell against his chest. Flames erupted, yet the Abomination merely brushed off the fire unscathed. It was absurd. Even a rocket launcher posed no threat to him, Peter Parker remarked. Wolverine nodded in agreement, fully aware of the creature's formidable defenses, noting that only his adamantium claws could barely penetrate its armor. Trouble is brewing. The monster is charging towards the crowd, Gwen exclaimed, witnessing the Abomination dismantle an armored vehicle and head towards the throng of people on Broadway, where the military had failed to evacuate civilians in advance. "I must help," Gwen insisted, eager to leap into action to assist in the evacuation. "Don't go. It's too dangerous," Peter Parker cautioned. Gwen turned to him, saying, "Peter, I understand your concern for my safety, but you must realize that my father is the chief of police in New York. He has always taught me that with great power comes great responsibility. Now that I possess superhuman abilities, I cannot simply stand by and watch as this monster assaults innocent citizens. I believe I have the capability to stop him." Peter recognized Gwen's determined nature and understood that further argument would be futile. He nodded, advising, avoid direct confrontation with that creature. Focus on evacuating the crowd. The Marvel Conflict Company is close by, and the superheroes should arrive shortly. There's no need for you to take unnecessary risks. All right, Peter, don't be like my mother. I am rational enough not to engage that monster head-on. With that, Gwen leapt along the exterior walls of the building, making her way towards the Abomination and the crowd. Watching her retreating figure, Peter suddenly had a thought and turned to Wolverine, puzzled. "Aren't you a superhero too? Why aren't you going down to stop that monster?" Wolverine, looking weary, replied, "Kid, I can't fly. I'm waiting for the elevator." He pointed at the ascending lift. Peter scratched his head. Even superheroes have to wait for elevators? Damn it. The elevator is stuck on the 9th floor. The recent impact must have caused a malfunction. Wolverine glanced at Peter, saying, "Kid, let's take the stairs." "The elevator's out." "Fine, but this building is 23 stories high," Peter remarked, glancing at the elevator's floor indicator, silently mourning for his knees. Meanwhile, Gwen continued to vault between buildings, engaging in parkour until she reached the area where the abomination was wreaking havoc. She first entered a shop devastated by the creature, emerging with a large mask that could serve as a disguise. Pulling the hood of her sweatshirt over her head, she wished to keep her newfound powers a secret from the world. The abomination was indiscriminately destroying everything in his path, easily toppling nearby structures and vehicles as if they were mere toys. Gwen concealed herself behind the area of the abomination, sprinting and leaping swiftly to the side of a civilian who, in a state of panic, had yet to evacuate the vicinity. Seizing the individual, she hurriedly transported them to a location she deemed safe. The person she rescued appeared dazed, merely sensing a firm grip upon their shoulder before being dragged away. "Run along the street. It's perilous here. We must leave at once," Gwen urged the bewildered passerby. Disregarding the temporarily safe individual, Gwen's gaze flitted around her surroundings. It was too slow to rely solely on her hands to assist the civilians. She needed a tool. Soon, her eyes alighted upon her objective, a shattered glass wall ravaged by the abomination. With a few agile leaps, she reached it and discovered a safety rope used for high-rise window cleaning. As for the original occupant of that position, Gwen had no desire to ponder their fate. Grasping both ends of the rope, she tugged it firmly. It was robust. Securing a concrete block to one end as a weight, she swung the rope overhead, deftly draping it over a streetlight above the abomination. With a leap, she soared into the air, swinging across. As a member of her school's dance troupe, Gwen possessed remarkable flexibility and coordination, which had only been heightened through rigorous training. Swinging on a rope felt instinctual to her. "Perhaps I should enlist Peter's help in developing a device that can rapidly deploy ropes. His craftsmanship would surely yield impressive results," Gwen mused while airborne. Suddenly, a black electrician was on the brink of being struck by a vehicle hurled by the abomination when a rope ensnared his waist, pulling him to safety. Max Dillon felt a wave of vertigo, and by the time he regained his senses, he found himself at the opposite end of the street. He could still hear Gwen's urgent warning. "It's dangerous here. Flee at once. She saved me and cautioned me to stay safe," Max thought, imprinting her image in his memory before he turned and dashed toward safety. Unbeknownst to Gwen, she had become a beacon of hope for someone. She continued to use the safety rope to pull civilians away from the abomination's grasp with relative ease. However, she faced a significant dilemma. Utilizing her core strength, Gwen executed a twist in midair as a vehicle narrowly grazed her clothing. With her body parallel to the ground, she stood against the wall, patting her chest in relief. She had nearly been struck. The abomination's gaze fixed upon her perched on the wall, its grin grotesque as it snarled. "Little insect, you've been a nuisance all along." It crouched, its body coiling, then sprang towards Gwen's position. Gwen's eyes widened in alarm as she thought, "Does this monster have springs in its legs? How can it leap so high?" She promptly bounded to another wall, narrowly evading the abomination's attack. Its hands and feet embedded themselves into the wall, anchoring it against the building's surface. He cast another glance at Gwen, mustering his strength to leap toward her position. Without hesitation, Gwen sprinted swiftly along the surface of the building, confident that this monstrous creature could not match her speed. This was her advantage. Thus, a remarkable scene unfolded on the streets of New York. A young girl ran effortlessly along the towering walls, her pace surpassing that of many on the ground, pursued relentlessly by a grotesque, brownish creature. This spectacle was nothing short of extraordinary. It could be dubbed Beauty and the Beast. An enthusiastic young man, wielding a camera, trailed behind Gwen and the abomination, diligently recording the chase, undeterred by the terrain. He would occasionally vanish, only to reappear in another location, keeping pace with both Gwen and the monstrosity. Chapter 61. The weak abomination. Is this creature a graduate of a demolition crew? At this rate, Broadway will be utterly destroyed. Gwen mused as she sprinted along the building's facade, having deftly led the creature on a chase for nearly half a minute, resulting in the collapse of 3 structures. Meanwhile, on the street below, Wolverine, having finally ascended the 23 floors to reach the road, was sprinting with all his might. He had just arrived beneath the building where Gwen and the abomination were situated, only to look up and see them leaping to another tower. "Damn it, can't you two just fight on the ground?" Wolverine cursed, continuing his dash toward the building. Lacking the ability to fly, He relied solely on his powerful legs to propel his heavy frame in pursuit of the two who could effortlessly navigate the urban jungle like Tarzan. Gwen contemplated luring the creature to an area with fewer buildings. The destruction of Broadway would be far too great if it continued its rampage. Suddenly, a crimson beam descended from the heavens, striking the abomination squarely in the chest and sending it plummeting from the building, crashing down onto the roadway below. Laser eyes. They've arrived. A silver aircraft hovered midair, with Cyclops, Scott Summers, standing at the hatch, arms crossed as he surveyed the unfolding scene below. Scott's eyes connected to an alternate dimension brimming with the same red energy that had just been unleashed. With a mere blink, he could discharge that energy, inflicting harm. Scott required the assistance of his ruby quartz visor to control his abilities, a necessity stemming from a childhood injury that compromised his capacity for control. His head could generate a special force field to protect his body, a data set upon which Beast had developed the visor. Both shared the same energy frequency, effectively blocking the emission of energy beams. Scott could adjust the intensity and width of the energy he released via a knob on the side of the visor. The fallen abomination propped itself up, observing its charred muscle rapidly healing, and with a sinister grin, it sprang toward the hovering aircraft. Steel Sentinel watched as the abomination leaped, his body swiftly turning silver as he shouted, "Phoenix, give me some thrust." After speaking, he took a running leap and jumped from the aircraft, heading straight for the abomination. The Phoenix, aboard the aircraft, extended her right hand and used telekinesis to propel Steel Titan forward. As Steel Titan soared through the air, his body transformed into a shimmering silver metal, expanding into a towering giant over 2 meters tall, though still dwarfed by the abomination. With the force imparted by the Phoenix, Steel Titan landed a powerful punch on the abomination's face, even as the abomination retaliated with a blow to Steel Titan's abdomen. However, the metallic form Steel Titan adopted was extraordinary. His mutation allowed him to exchange his atoms with those from another dimension. This silver-white metal resembled osmium and possessed remarkable hardness, second only to vibranium and adamantium. Moreover, as long as the damage sustained did not exceed 70% of his body, Steel Titan could gradually recover through his steel transformation, without any loss to his strength or mobility. The abomination felt as though he had struck solid steel. It was akin to the sensation he experienced when hitting metal as an ordinary man. No impact on Steel Titan, only the sound of metal clashing. The abomination was sent reeling backward, crashing to the ground, with Steel Titan following closely behind, landing in a superhero three-point stance. As the aircraft ascended, Leon stepped out and, upon observing Steel Titan's stance, couldn't help but comment, "Doesn't that hurt your knees?" Steel Titan turned his head and replied, "In this state, it's difficult for me to sustain injuries, and I cannot feel pain." The abomination spat blood, glaring menacingly at Steel Titan. "Another metal lump. I acknowledge your strength. Let me tear you apart." Seeing the abomination's fierce demeanor, Leon shielded Steel Titan and declared, "Go for it, Steel Titan. I shall bestow you with luck." Leon sensed the nearby fortune and noticed a powerful target high in the sky, whose luck surpassed that of the average person. "Perfect, it's you." With this thought, he began to harness his ability, siphoning a portion of that individual's luck to bolster Steel Titan, while simultaneously diminishing the abomination's luck. In the distant sky, Banner surveyed the ravaged city below and resolved to unleash the Hulk once more to address the chaos. Standing at the aircraft's hatch, he turned to his girlfriend, Betty Ross, and smiled, saying, "Betty, wait for my return." He then leaped into the air. As Banner felt the wind rush past his ears, anxiety surged within him. "Hulk, come forth!" Suddenly, as he plummeted towards the ground, he was struck by a large truck, sending him bouncing across the pavement like a stone skipping over water. Ultimately, Banner lay crumpled on the highway like a puddle of mud. The truck driver, puzzled, remarked, "I don't recall any speed bumps here. Is that a stray dog? Better get out of here before the Animal Protection Agency catches wind of this." With that, the driver promptly turned around and departed the scene. As Leon gazed upon the mangled and bloodied form of Banner lying at his feet, he found himself in a state of perplexity. Banner was the formidable target he had sensed earlier. Logically, even with a touch of misfortune, he should not have been reduced to such a pitiful state. Could it be that my control has waned? Leon mused, discreetly distancing himself from the fallen Banner. The abomination unleashed a furious punch upon the steel hero. Yet something felt amiss. The impact should not have been so ineffective. He could sense that the silver-hued Iron Man before him possessed only a fraction of his strength, perhaps even half, yet his strikes seemed to have little effect, failing to even budge the opponent's form. The Steel Hero's iron fist connected with the Abomination's head, causing stars to dance before his eyes, but the Abomination remained largely unscathed. Despite the Steel Hero being augmented by Leon's luck and the Abomination having been weakened, the disparity in their powers was substantial, rendering the Steel Hero incapable of inflicting any meaningful damage. Peter restrained him. Lionel's voice rang out from behind. The Steel Hero immediately comprehended the directive, bracing himself against one of the Abomination's blows, seizing his hands and briefly immobilizing him. "Iron Lump, what are you up to?" The Abomination roared in fury. "Silence, you grotesque fiend," Lionel retorted, as a rift in space materialized above the Abomination's head. She leapt forth, wielding a massive lightsaber, its tip aimed directly at the creature's back. Utilizing the force of gravity and the sharpness of her weapon, Lionel drove the majority of the lightsaber into the Abomination's back, then swiftly dragged it downward, carving away a significant portion of his back. The Abomination let out a piercing scream, his strength diminishing rapidly, and the Steel Hero seized the opportunity, leaning back to slam the creature to the ground, swiftly flipping over to pin him down. "Well done, Snowflake." The Steel Hero commended Lina. She approached, lifting the Abomination's head with effort, and remarked with a smile, "This monster isn't all that formidable. We've easily bested him." A crew member carrying a camera approached the group, instructing them, "Strike a cool pose. Mystic, point your lightsaber at his head. Steel Hero, stand on his chest. And you two, Laser Eye and Phoenix, position yourselves on either side. As for you, Leon, just make a peace sign off to the side." With a click, a photograph capturing the moment of superheroes triumphing over a terrifying monster was immortalized. Chapter 62, Batyros. The power of Hulk when leapt from the building and landed before the group, inquiring, "Are you all superheroes for Marvel's contest?" Truly impressive. Leon felt a sense of familiarity and, sensing her luck, exclaimed in surprise, "You're the woman I encountered at the office during the day." "Recognized already?" Gwen replied, astonished. "I didn't even remove my mask." Nearby, the bloodied form of Banner began to transform. His surface turned green, and he began to swell. Leon, witnessing this transformation, gasped in horror. "Is that person mutating?" The crowd turned their gaze towards Banner's position, where a massive green hand emerged, followed by a roar reminiscent of a wild beast. "Hulk," Laser-Eyed Scott confidently declared. "He must be the Hulk mentioned by Klein." Leon, observing this with curiosity, remarked, "He wouldn't dare attack us, would he? That is unacceptable." Through his prior engagement with Banner, he had sensed a peculiar state enveloping the latter, one that could be easily disrupted with a slight intervention. Thus, he once more attuned himself to Hulk's fortune, redistributing it accordingly. Hulk felt his anger dissipating, his eyelids growing heavy. He yearned to return to Banner's form and continue his slumber. Previously, in an effort to eradicate Hulk entirely, Banner had traveled to New York to meet his online acquaintance, Mr. Blue. Mr. Blue had formulated a serum capable of suppressing Hulk's powers based on the blood samples sent by Banner. Without hesitation, Banner injected the serum, a decision that accounted for Hulk's current frailty, as his strength was being subdued. "I want to sleep," Hulk declared childishly, and then his form steadily diminished, reverting to that of Banner. At that moment, Banner lay unconscious, his attire reduced to merely a pair of shorts after the transformation and subsequent fall. What excellent quality these shorts possess. When he awakens, I must inquire where he procured them, Steelman mused, intrigued by Banner's modest clothing. Several accompanying staff adjusted their monocles and, having retrieved a large cloth from an unknown source, wrapped the fallen Abomination within it, simultaneously lifting the unconscious Banner onto the aircraft. One individual, who appeared to be the leader, adjusted his monocle and stated, "Mission accomplished." At that moment, General Ross's armed helicopter descended to the ground. Before Thaddeus Ross could disembark, a woman rushed past him, heading straight for Banner. "Bruce! Bruce!" She was Betty Ross, Bruce Banner's girlfriend and the daughter of General Ross. "You are the ones from Marvel's conflict, aren't you? The Abomination and Hulk are military property, and you cannot take them." General Ross approached, his demeanor fierce. "I'm aware of your collaboration with Congress, but that means nothing to me." Staff member Amon, observing Ross with interest, inquired, "General, what are you implying?" Ross paused, taken aback, Indeed, what was he attempting to convey? He had forgotten his purpose, or rather, his thoughts had been usurped by Amon. All right, everyone, let's wrap things up. That woman over there. If you're concerned about Bruce Banner, you may leave with us. General, we shall not intrude upon your contemplation. Take your time. If your memory is truly failing, perhaps indulge in more fish. Amon instructed, reminding Ross to be wary of senior moments. The group swiftly boarded the aircraft, taking Betty with them, while Ross remained behind, lost in thought, failing to even entertain the notion of stopping his daughter from leaving. After the aircraft departed, Wolverine arrived at the scene, gazing at the retreating vessel and the remnants of the battle. He muttered a curse, lamenting his tardiness. The conflict had already been resolved by those individuals. Not far away, Peter Parker rushed in, breathless, leaning against a lamppost to catch his breath. Gwen, where have you gone? I haven't seen her. Just as he spoke, he was pulled into an alley. Ah, Gwen, there you are. Are you all right? Was that creature dealt with? He scrutinized Gwen with curiosity. Gwen nodded. Yes, the superheroes from Marvel's Clash have arrived and dealt with a monster known as the Abomination. Peter exclaimed, that's splendid news. Since the creature has been vanquished, let us return swiftly. It is getting late. Sure. Along the way, Gwen remarked to Peter, I recall that your chemistry grades were quite commendable, and you even excelled in your experiments. Peter, slightly puzzled, replied, yes, what's on your mind, Gwen? Are you seeking my assistance with chemistry tutoring? But I remember your grades were also quite good. Gwen clarified, no need for tutoring. I'm satisfied with my grades. I was wondering if you could create a device that can launch webbing. Of course, it should be somewhat thicker. I believe using webbing would greatly enhance my abilities. Using webbing to augment your powers, Peter stroked his chin, contemplating. That's a brilliant idea, though crafting genuine webbing presents certain challenges. Gwen's expression dimmed a bit. Oh, I see. Peter quickly shifted his tone, grinning. However, using alternative materials is certainly feasible, and they can possess strength exceeding that of webbing of comparable thickness. You know, I'm an intern for Professor Connors, and Oscorp is currently conducting research in related fields, so I have some insight. Gwen's face transformed as she beamed, embracing Peter and exclaiming, I knew there was nothing you couldn't accomplish. Peter, feeling the tightness around his neck, Peter chuckled, scratching his head. Oh, come now, Gwen. I'm not as remarkable as you make me out to be, haha. As for the mess left by the Abomination, it was naturally the military's responsibility, specifically General Ross, to address it. After today, whether he would still hold the title of general remained uncertain. Inside the Marvel Clash Company, Betty stood vigil at Banner's bedside. As Bruce Banner remained unconscious, a knock sounded at the door. Betty opened it to find Klein. With a grateful expression, she said, Thank you so much, Mr. Moretti, for bringing Bruce away from my father. I can hardly imagine what my father might have done to him. Ms. Ross, it was merely a small favor. We are, after all, a superhero company, and it falls within our purview. After some conversation, Klein revealed the purpose of his visit. Ms. Ross, we have come to understand Mr. Banner's condition. Due to the super soldier serum and gamma radiation, an unusual persona has emerged within Mr. Banner. Whenever this persona prevails, he transforms into the Hulk, possessing abilities far beyond those of an ordinary human. What I wish to convey is that our company possesses methods to assist him in mastering this power, preventing any further destructive outbursts. Betty's eyes widened with delight as she exclaimed, Really? That's wonderful. There's also this item that can grant you powers akin to those of the Hulk. It has no adverse effects and allows for complete control over the abilities post-administration. I believe you will find it essential. With a smile, Klein handed Betty a syringe. The power of the Hulk? Betty inquired, somewhat perplexed as she accepted the syringe. Indeed, you are an ordinary person, while Mr. Banner is an extraordinary being wielding immense power. You exist in different realms. Even if you are together now, circumstances may lead to separation in the future. However, with this, everything changes. It can bridge the gap between you and Mr. Banner, providing superhuman strength, extraordinary agility, and near invulnerable defense and healing capabilities. Would you care to try? There are absolutely no side effects. Klein's words echoed like a siren's call, and swayed by her persuasion. Betty gazed at the syringe, slowly bringing it toward her arm, ready to inject. Klein halted her motion, saying, Wait, not here. The noise will be considerable and could disturb Mr. Banner. Realizing her impulsiveness, Betty followed Klein to a training room, empty as it was the early hours of the morning. This will suffice. It is specially designed to effectively muffle any sounds produced. Holding the syringe, Betty harbored no doubts about Klein's intentions. She recognized Klein's prowess as an exceptional con artist, yet she knew she was not being deceived. Thoughts of her father, Bruce Banner, and her work flooded her mind. Her love for Banner was profound, and as for her father, gaining power would not preclude future encounters. Being with Banner was paramount. After a moment of contemplation, Betty picked up the syringe, hesitated, and then turned to Klein, saying, "Would you assist me in administering the injection?" "Certainly. Is the duty of a gentleman," Klein replied, taking the syringe with a courteous demeanor. "Madam, please brace yourself. It may sting a bit." With that, Klein expertly pierced the syringe into Betty's outstretched arm. "How could this possibly hurt?" "The needle is not particularly large," she remarked dismissively, for as an expert in cellular biology, she was well acquainted with syringes and feared not the prick. However, as the serum coursed in her veins, Betty was suddenly engulfed by a sensation unlike any prior injection. It felt as though her very cells were engaged in combat. Each cell appeared to tremble violently, as if under siege from an external invader, threatening to tear apart and proliferate. Betty knelt on the ground, embracing her body as it began to slowly swell and redden. However, her form only grew to the size of a steel giant, not reaching the stature of the Hulk. The following morning, in Bruce Banner's room, he groggily opened his eyes to behold a crimson behemoth gazing at him. Startled, he sprang into a sitting position and tumbled out of bed. "Hulk, how did you get out, and why are you red?" He hid behind the bed, trembling as he addressed the red giant. Betty rolled her eyes and replied, "Bruce." "It's me, Betty." As her words echoed, the giant's form began to diminish, her skin reverting to its natural hue, transforming back into Betty Ross. "Betty, is that truly you?" Banner cautiously emerged from behind the bed, his voice laced with hesitation. "What happened to you?" Unfazed, Betty replied, "I've become a giant too. So now we are alike. My father can't possibly capture both of us." Banner, perceptive as ever, understood that Betty had transformed into the red giant for his sake, and he felt a swell of emotion. "You need not do this for me. I find it quite exhilarating," Betty declared. "I possess boundless strength, feel no fatigue, and am immune to illness. This way, I could devote myself more fully to my research." Banner was deeply touched as he gazed at Betty, and they embraced, their lips meeting in a kiss. In that moment, their bodies began to shift, one turning green and the other red, on the brink of an epic clash of giants within the confines of the room. Suddenly, a loud applause erupted, accompanied by a voice that chimed in, "I must interject. Dear duo, this is not a hotel, and my establishment cannot withstand the chaos of two giants." Startled by the voice, Banner and Betty froze, their burgeoning forms halting as they awkwardly released each other. Clearing her throat, Betty introduced, "Bruce, this is Klein Moretti, the president of Marvel Showdown. It was his people who rescued you from my father's grasp, and they also defeated Blonsky. Mr. Moretti mentioned he could help you control the Hulk." Banner was momentarily taken aback. Though he had been evading military capture, he had heard of Marvel Showdown, a superhero organization capable of subduing Blonsky. But he was skeptical of their ability to help him control the Hulk. He had tried numerous methods without success, only managing to temporarily suppress his alter ego. Klein seemed to sense Banner's doubt and chuckled. "Mr. Banner, every dilemma has its corresponding solution. Nothing is truly impossible. You might consider trying it out before reaching a conclusion. After all, you stand to lose nothing." Understanding that Klein had perceived his skepticism, Banner promptly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Moretti. Your father is indeed a genius. The elemental nature of this substance seems to be documented on Cybertron. It bears a striking resemblance to the energy of the legendary Tesseract. This energy is exceptionally suited for powering spatial devices, and with it, the construction of the land bridge can be expedited." The ambulance addressed Tony, who was holding a triangular metallic shard. Tony paused, somewhat astonished, and remarked, "Powering spatial devices? I have yet to test its properties. Thus far, I only know it can be utilized in arc reactors. And what exactly is the Tesseract?" "Indeed, the Tesseract is a divine artifact of Odin, the All-Father, who rules over the 9 realms. Earth resides in Midgard, one of those realms. It is said that Odin traverses different worlds via the Bifrost, which operates on principles akin to those of the Tesseract," the ambulance elucidated, addressing Tony's curiosity. "That sounds quite fantastical. However, since you claim this element can hasten the construction of a land bridge, let us commence without delay. I eagerly anticipate the land bridge you speak of," Tony replied with palpable excitement. The ambulance retrieved a collection of items from a corner of the laboratory and said to Tony, "I have already prepared several foundational components. I was merely awaiting the energy source. Now that we possess your new element, we should be able to complete it promptly." Tony nodded, praising. "I never imagined you would prove so reliable, ambulance." Meanwhile, in New Mexico, a tempest brewed as a hammer fell from the sky like a meteorite, crashing into the desert, while a naked man plummeted to land upon the car of astrophysicist Jane Foster. Within Tony's base, Optimus Prime stepped onto the newly installed conveyor belt at the entrance, ascending slowly into Tony's laboratory with great care. Why did Tony replace the stairs with a conveyor belt? How peculiar. Chapter 64. The script of the Amons. Upon seeing Tony and the ambulance, Optimus Prime was taken aback and inquired, "What has happened to you both?" Tony now bore dark circles under his eyes, his face gaunt, leading one to suspect he was afflicted by some vice. The ambulance fared better, though its pain had dulled. "Optimus, your timing is fortuitous. Tony and I have completed the land bridge. Come and test it." The ambulance called out to him. Optimus blinked in disbelief, asking, "Did you not mention that due to energy constraints, it would take additional time to construct? How is it ready so soon?" "I must tell you, Tony and his father are geniuses. His father discovered a new element, and Tony and I have utilized the clues he left behind to synthesize it. This element is ideally suited for spatial devices, which is why the land bridge has been completed ahead of schedule," the ambulance enthusiastically explained to Optimus. Optimus nodded. "Truly remarkable. Just last night, I sensed fluctuations indicating the Bifrost had activated on Earth, accompanied by a surge of powerful energy arriving. I initially intended to borrow a plane from Tony, but now I can simply use the land bridge to reach my destination." Tony, unable to contain his curiosity, interjected, "The Bifrost? Is that the one associated with Odin?" "Tony, are you aware of the Rainbow Bridge? It seems the ambulance has informed you. Indeed, it is the one from Asgard." Optimus Prime acknowledged Tony's assertion. Tony inquired, "Optimus, do you intend to survey the site where the Rainbow Bridge has manifested? I would like to accompany you. Perhaps I can enhance the terrestrial bridge based on the relevant data." Optimus did not dismiss Tony's suggestion and nodded, saying, "Very well, Tony, you may join me. The ambulance shall remain at the base to manage the terrestrial bridge. As I recall, it requires someone to operate it." After a moment of hesitation, Optimus added, "However, are you truly fit for this? I believe it will be prudent for you to rest first." Upon this reminder from Optimus, Tony suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. After contemplating for a moment, he removed the arc reactor watch from his left wrist and handed it to the ambulance, stating, "Ambulance, please assist me in relieving my fatigue." The ambulance accepted the reactor and transformed it back into a glove, then hesitantly asked, "Tony, can it truly siphon away fatigue?" "Of course, I have conducted experiments. It can extract not only fatigue, but also some abstract elements, such as emotional fluctuations," Tony replied. Optimus stood by bewildered, as he was unaware of the intricacies surrounding the arc reactor glove. The ambulance rotated its left hand, adorned with the red arc reactor glove, counterclockwise, causing Tony's brow to twitch, yet nothing transpired. "It seems to have failed. Evidently, stealing away fatigue is quite a challenge," the ambulance remarked, scratching its head. "After all, not everyone possesses my exceptional talents, Tony Stark, so failure is a natural occurrence. Simply try a few more times," Tony responded nonchalantly, seizing the opportunity to boast a little. After several attempts, the ambulance finally succeeded on the fifth try, successfully siphoning away Tony's fatigue. Tony stretched his back and remarked, "I feel utterly revitalized." Optimus's mechanical eye widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? Tony, you appear significantly improved, as if your fatigue has vanished. It's merely a simple gadget, yet it proves remarkably convenient." Tony dismissed. Optimus nodded. "Since you have recovered, let us set off. I shall summon Bumblebee. He is well suited for reconnaissance missions." In the New Mexico desert, SHIELD agents had encircled Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, with layers of security. Surrounding the hammer were several agents wearing monocles, engaged in fervent discussion. "This is the legendary Mjolnir. It hardly appears imposing," one of the arcane mages, Amon, remarked. "Can you lift it, sorcerer?" Another mage inquired. Sorcerer Amon retorted, "You dare ask me that? Did you not see the ancient scholar struggle to lift it?" Ancient scholar Amon countered, "Who claims I cannot lift it? It simply chooses not to assist me, asserting that lifting it through a historical projection does not equate to my own strength. Thus, I am unable to summon the historical projection of its essence. Isn't it still impossible to lift it? The deceptive mentor Amon scoffed. The ancient scholar, Amon retorted. And what of you? It seems you too are unable to lift it. The deceptive mentor Amon replied with satisfaction. Of course I can lift it. But doing so would activate the runes Odin has inscribed upon the Mjolnir, alerting him to its anomaly, which would lead to considerable complications. Without evidence, merely claiming you can lift it is no different from our situation. Neither of us can. They echoed in agreement. The deceptive mentor Amon felt a few dark lines cross his forehead, left speechless by these avatars. After a brief pause, he retrieved a small notebook and addressed the gathered avatars, stating, "The plan is proceeding smoothly. Optimus Prime is en route, and I have already informed the avatar within Leon to bring him along. There have been no unforeseen issues on Thor's side. Arranging their encounter will not pose a problem. You handle the arrangements. We shall simply follow orders," came the reply. The corners of the deceptive mentor Amon's mouth twitched once more. In the desolate wilderness of New Mexico, a blue light bridge materialized from which Optimus Prime, Bumblebee, and Iron Man emerged. Bumblebee's car door swung open, and Leon stepped out. Iron Man's helmet retracted, revealing the face of Tony, adorned with a small mustache. He glanced at the inquisitive Leon and asked, "I truly wonder why you decided to tag along?" As a high-ranking figure within Marvel's hierarchy, Tony was familiar with Leon, the newly minted superhero. Leon scratched his head, replying, "Isn't it because my abilities sensed something significant was about to transpire here? My curiosity compelled me to follow you." In truth, Leon pondered within, "Mr. Starr, why are we here? What significance could a barren desert possibly hold?" Leon's powers only extended a few hundred meters. Beyond that, he could sense nothing. He had followed Tony based on the guidance of the elderly Mr. Starr residing within him. Something entertaining is about to unfold. Do you not see yourself as the protagonist? A protagonist ought to partake in events such as these, echoed Mr. Starr's ethereal voice in Leon's mind. Leon was tempted to retort, "But you still have not revealed what is about to happen here." Tony rolled his eyes, choosing not to press the matter with the ever-mysterious young man. Those who played the enigmatic card were the most vexatious. He then turned to Optimus Prime, stating, "Is that the location of the energy anomaly you are seeking?" As he spoke, Tony gestured towards an area surrounded by SHLD agents, which had been transformed into a temporary base. Optimus Prime examined the fenced-off base, sensed the energy, and nodded. "Indeed, this is the place. There are strong residual energies here." Chapter 65. The hammer. The ostentatious arrival of the group quickly caught the attention of agents and staff within the SHLD base. Within a minute, the increasingly receding hairline of Coulson appeared before them. "Greetings, Mr. Optimus Prime, Mr. Stark, Mr. Bumblebee, and Lion. What brings you here, Lion?" Agent Coulson greeted several individuals in succession, but upon recognizing Lion's face, he could not suppress a gasp. Initially, he failed to recognize Lion due to the significant change in his appearance. Although his skin color had nearly returned to normal, his hair had become considerably more voluminous, which momentarily obscured his identity. Lion, who had been mentioned, stepped forward and greeted Coulson, saying, "Hi, Coulson. Long time no see. It seems your hairline has receded again. That black egg must be squeezing you dry. I've told you before, don't coddle that black egg. He'll only take advantage of you more." Coulson quickly coughed and replied, "Lion, such remarks should not be made indiscriminately, especially in public." Lion, unperturbed, retorted, "So what? I've changed jobs. I'm a superhero now. That black egg has no jurisdiction over me." Coulson's eyelids twitched, and he chose not to respond further. He turned to Tony Stark and inquired, "Mr. Stark, what brings you all the way out here? This place is quite distant from New York." Tony did not address Coulson's question, but instead remarked to himself, "USHIELD. Agents are remarkably swift. You even beat us here." With that, Tony began to walk towards the interior of the base, disregarding Coulson standing beside him. Seeing Tony headed inside, Coulson hastily interjected, "Wait, Mr. Stark, this is our SHIELD base. Outsiders are not permitted entry." Coulson attempted to articulate further objections, only to be interrupted by Lion, who playfully hooked his arm around Coulson's and leaned in with a grin, saying, "Coulson, who are we to one another? It's just a base. Don't be so rigid." After contemplating for a moment, Coulson refrained from further obstruction. He understood that given Tony's nature, he would not heed his warnings, and with both Optimus Prime and Tony present, Physical confrontation was out of the question. Most importantly, he had no desire to provoke conflict with them. As they traversed the base, Coulson briefed the group on the current situation. Earlier this morning, we detected unusual energy readings near New Mexico. Upon my arrival, I discovered this. As he spoke, he gestured towards a massive pit located at the center of the base. Oh, have you stumbled upon a meteorite or a satellite? Tony interjected. Optimus Prime surveyed the pit and responded, Tony, if I am not mistaken, that is neither a meteorite nor a satellite. Let's investigate further. Upon reaching the center of the pit, where Thor's hammer lay, Tony curiously examined the hammer and remarked to Coulson, you folks are quite cautious. To prevent site damage, you've even constructed a base here. Coulson, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, it's not that we intended to build a base here. It's simply that we cannot move this hammer. Is there an alien virus on it? Or will moving it cause damage? Tony inquired with increasing curiosity. Neither. You may attempt to lift it, Coulson said, patting the hammer's handle with a tone of amusement. He observed the hammer, seemingly light, yet the destruction at the scene was of no concern to him. After Tony finished speaking, he exited the armor and grasped the hammer's handle. He found himself unable to lift it. Nonchalantly, Tony released his grip, gestured with his right hand, and the armor reclad him. The iron palm of the armor grasped the hammer's handle, and amidst the metallic creaks of collision, the hammer remained immovable, unfazed by the resistance. Tony activated the thrusters on the armor's arms, and amidst the hum of energy discharge, the armor emitted sounds of straining under the burden, yet the hammer remained steadfast. This hammer is peculiar. It's surely ISNT connected to some colossal entity below, is it? Tony abandoned his attempts, turning his focus to the ground and dirt beneath the hammer, seeking any weaknesses. Let me give it a try, exclaimed Leon, eagerly stepping forward, rolling up his sleeves and gripping the hammer's handle. It's so heavy, as if I'm trying to uproot a streetlight, Leon gasped in surprise. At that moment, Coulson felt a chill run down his back, as if something ominous was about to unfold. He scanned his surroundings, noting nothing amiss. How strange. The last time he felt this way was months ago, and it led to a week of misfortune. Would this time bring the same? Coulson remained vigilant in his thoughts. Forget it, I can't lift it either, Leon remarked, releasing his hold and stepping away from the hammer. He sensed that Coulson's luck wouldn't be any better, as he too failed to raise the hammer. Suddenly, Coulson felt as though everything had returned to normal, the sense of impending disaster dissipating. He turned to the curious Bumblebee standing beside him and said, Bumblebee, why don't you give it a try? You might just manage to lift it. All right, I'll give a shot. Bumblebee rubbed his hands together with anticipation and grasped the hammer's handle. As he did, the ground beneath him began to crack under the mechanical clamping sounds, yet the hammer remained unyielding. Bumblebee relinquished his attempt. Optimus Prime, instead of rushing to lift the hammer, began to examine the intricate designs upon it, explaining to the group, the patterns on the hammer are comprised of runes, mastered by Odin, the All-Father of the gods. Legend has it that Odin discovered the well of wisdom, and to gain knowledge, sacrificed one of his eyes, drank from the well, and hung upside down from the world tree for 9 days and nights, ultimately grasping the power of the runes. After sharing this, Optimus shifted his position for a better view and continued, there is a phrase inscribed here, whosoever holds this hammer, if they be worthy, shall possess the power of Thor. This seems to be a sort of incantation. Both Tony and Coulson were astonished. Tony, having learned about Asgard from Optimus, was somewhat prepared, but Coulson was taken aback by the realization that mythological figures might indeed be real. He skeptically inquired, are you referring to Odin from Norse mythology? And this hammer, is it truly the weapon of the god of thunder? Based on the analysis of the information presented here, you have interpreted it correctly, Agent Coulson, Tony interjected. The key lies in that, doesn't it? Optimus Prime, are you suggesting that merely lifting this hammer grants one the title of Thor? Optimus replied, the inscription on the hammer states otherwise. I cannot assure you. Tony, piqued by curiosity, thought of the legendary sword in the stone, pondering whether this hammer too was akin to such an artifact, bestowing not only the powers of the thunder god, but also the right to rule Asgard. I am not Odin, and thus cannot provide you with an answer, said Optimus. With that, he grasped the handle of the mighty hammer, his body slightly lowering, having chosen to gather strength before lifting it, influenced by the attempts of Tony and Bumblebee. As Optimus propelled himself upward, the sky darkened ominously, and lightning struck down towards the hammer of Thor. Chapter 66. The arrival of Loki in the palace of Asgard, Odin, having expended considerable divine energy rescuing Thor and his companions from the frost giants, found himself losing control over his powers, exacerbated by Loki's provocations, and was compelled to enter Odin's sleep prematurely. Among the Aesir, the older one became, the stronger their powers grew. However, Odin's immense divine energy began to overwhelm his aging body, necessitating regular periods of slumber to restore balance. At that moment, while Odin lay in deep slumber, his eyelids twitched, sensing that the hammer of the Thunder God had been lifted by someone other than his son Thor. Someone from Midgard had managed to wield Mjolnir. Although his body slumbered, Odin's spirit remained alert, capable of perceiving all that transpired in the outside world. Not far from the SHIELD base, in a hospital, a powerless Thor, guided by Jane Foster, completed his discharge procedures. Following closely behind Jane, Thor grumbled, "You Midgardians are truly uncouth. Treating the Thunder God with such disrespect. What is that little black stick in that woman's hand?" He referred to the taser Daisy held, which had rendered him unconscious the previous night. Daisy, turning her head, pointed to her own forehead, silently questioning Jane if she believed Thor was somewhat deranged. Jane nodded slightly, sharing the sentiment. Suddenly, the sky darkened and thunder rumbled ominously. Thor's body froze, eyes widening in disbelief as he sensed a bolt of lightning strike down, realizing that his hammer was being lifted by another. "No, Mjolnir!" Thor suddenly fell to his knees, crying out in despair. "What is meowing? Are you afraid of thunder?" Daisy inquired curiously. "No." Thor dismissed her, lost in sorrow over being forsaken by his hammer. Optimus stumbled slightly, bracing himself against the ground to avoid falling. The weight of the hammer exceeded his expectations, yet felt astonishingly light. He surmised it weighed no more than 20 kilograms. How could Bumblebee and the others not lift it? Lightning descended from the heavens, striking the hammer. "Wow, it turns out this hammer is a lightning rod," Tony exclaimed dramatically. Optimus Prime's form began to radiate with a luminous glow, electric arcs shimmering upon his metallic body as intricate patterns of lightning emerged. "Oh my!" he exclaimed, raising Mjolnir high and striking it against the ground. Electric arcs radiated outward, and a powerful shockwave surged towards the onlookers. "Oh dear." Tony quickly donned a mask of his armor, relieved that he had suited up just in time. Bumblebee swiftly turned, sheltering the bewildered Leon and Coulson in his embrace. The electronic systems of the entire SHIELD base were rendered inoperative. As Tony regained his footing, he remarked with a hint of irritation, "Optimus, have you turned ruthless now that you possess newfound power, seeking to eliminate old friends?" Bumblebee shook off the dust, releasing Leon and Coulson, both still slightly dizzy. Optimus, feeling a tad embarrassed, responded, "I apologize. An unexpected surge of energy surged within me, and I couldn't restrain myself from unleashing it." Tony, not particularly perturbed by the earlier shock, was merely jesting but felt a spark of curiosity. "Optimus, have you become the god of thunder? Are you to ascend the throne in Asgard? Might someone come to retrieve you?" Optimus shook his head. "I do not know, but I can ascertain that this is indeed Mjolnir, and I have a sense that the Thunder God is nearby." "The Thunder God? Is he the original master of this hammer? Could he be close, perhaps preparing to abdicate, and has left the hammer here to choose his successor?" Tony speculated boldly. And then, as a new thought struck him, he urged Optimus, "Place the hammer down. I shall attempt to lift it again. I believe you triggered some mechanism to raise it. Now that its position has changed, perhaps I could lift it." Tony remained undeterred, convinced of his ability to wield the hammer. "Your efforts are in vain. Only those deemed worthy may lift this hammer. Regrettably, you lack such qualification," Optimus informed Tony. Despite this, he set the hammer back on the ground, intending to allow Tony one more attempt, hoping this would lead him to truly relinquish his aspirations. "How could I? Tony Stark lack worthiness? It must be my stance." Clearly, even after adopting a more flamboyant pose, Tony still could not lift Mjolnir. "How can this be?" he protested in disbelief. Once again, Optimus grasped the hammer and returned it to its original resting place atop the earthen column. "It does not belong to me. Though I am uncertain why I was able to lift it, its true master remains the mythic Thunder God. We must seek him out. Let us leave the hammer here for now, as it is unlikely anyone else can claim it." Tony abandoned his attempts to lift Mjolnir and inquired, "How shall we locate this thunder god? We do not even know if he is human. Records indicate that the Asgardians bear no outward difference from your people. And I sense the thunder god is indeed close by," Optimus replied. At this moment, Coulson was distressed over the loss of the base. Although he was not held financially accountable for the damaged equipment, he knew that Nick Fury would undoubtedly exploit this situation to further burden him, which was a source of great discomfort. After overhearing a conversation between Tony and Optimus Prime, Coulson seized the opportunity to propose. In this regard, SHIELD can offer assistance. We can access surveillance from the surrounding areas and some housing records, which would prove immensely beneficial. Tony chuckled and replied, "All right then, it seems SHIELD has some utility after all." After exchanging a few more words, they departed from the crater where Thor's hammer resided. At that moment, a figure dressed as a reindeer appeared beside the hammer, visibly distressed. It was Loki. He placed his hand on the hammer's handle and attempted repeatedly to lift it, but to no avail. "Damn it! Why can that Cybertronian robot lift the hammer, yet I cannot? Damn it!" he muttered in frustration. "Oh dear. Little Bambi is about to cry. Quite normal, considering the princess's tendency to weep. Such a pitiful child lacking love." Voices from behind him echoed. Loki spun around, wary, and demanded, "Who are you? How can you see me?" In response, the group chattered, "Oh no, little Bambi is looking this way. What should we do?" "No need to worry. I will erase their memories of us shortly," one of them remarked. Loki, now irate, found their disregard intolerable. "Hey, what are you doing? Are you even listening to me?" As soon as he uttered these words, the figures before him vanished, and Loki, as if nothing had transpired, returned to the hammer and attempted once more to lift it. "Damn it! Why can that Cybertronian robot lift the hammer, yet I cannot? Damn it!" Loki lamented once more, his frustration mounting. Chapter 67. The Despondent Thor Crash. A cup shattered on the floor as Thor bellowed, "Another drink?" Daisy, enduring the strange stares from those around her, quickly admonished Thor, "Hey, Thor, that's the 5th cup you've broken. If it weren't for your decent looks, charming Jane, I would have abandoned you long ago." Afterward, Daisy turned to the bartender with an apologetic smile. "It's not quite all there. We'll cover the cost of the cups together." Thor accepted the beer the bartender handed him, downing half in one gulp, his spirits low. "My beloved has run off with someone else. Now I have nothing." Daisy's lips twitched as she envisioned a melodramatic love story. The dashing Thor returning home only to find his wife entangled with another man, who dismisses him with, "Thor, he is wealthier than you, and you possess nothing but your physique. Leave." Unable to bear it, Thor bolts from the house in a frenzy, ultimately colliding with the car, leading to some mental distress. All right, it's just a woman. She abandoned you. You can find someone new. I think Jian is quite nice." Daisy shamelessly betrayed her mentor. Although she was somewhat envious of Thor's physique, she certainly wouldn't take a liking to a lunatic. Thor was momentarily taken aback, and then a deeper sadness enveloped him. "You know nothing. For 1,000 years, my hammer has accompanied me. Today it suddenly forsakes me." With a resounding crash, Thor downed the contents of his cup and hurled it to the ground once more. "Another drink? Thor, that's the 6th one. Please don't break it. I'll have to pay for these." Daisy expressed her dissatisfaction. Outside the tavern, Leon approached the entrance, gazing at the establishment and listening to the raucous din from within. He muttered in disbelief, "Mr. Starr, can the god of thunder truly be in a place like this? The Aesir are notorious for their penchant for alcohol, and among them, Thor Odinson indulges the most. He is indeed here." A nebulous voice resonated in Leon's ears. Nodding in acceptance, Leon entered the tavern. As he anticipated, it was chaotic inside. Avoiding the intoxicated brutes, he made his way to the bar and ordered beer. Sipping his drink, he surveyed the room, noting nothing particularly unusual, except for a burly man who kept shattering cups, clearly reeling from some profound blow. "He doesn't look like a god of thunder at all," he murmured to himself. Turning to Daisy, who sat to his right, he inquired, "My dear, do you sense any peculiar individuals in this tavern? Perhaps someone who boasts about being a deity?" Daisy glanced over, finding him rather handsome. After a moment's consideration, she pointed to the still-drinking Thor. "He has been boasting that he is the god of thunder. He is the oddest person here." Thor's ears perked up, as if he had heard Daisy discussing him. "Him?" Leon questioned, somewhat incredulous. The man before him was clearly a drunkard, with no semblance of the mythical thunder god. "Yes, that's him. He insists he is the god of thunder. I suspect he is somewhat deranged due to his wife's betrayal, Daisy whispered to Leon, as if wary of Thor overhearing. I see. Leon nodded thoughtfully. Do you know him? I'm investigating a madman. I suspect this fellow is the one, as he frequently claims to be a deity. Leon displayed his identification, which he had used during his tenure as a S.H.D. agent. Although he no longer served as an agent, he had not returned any of the agency's equipment, including various credentials that could still be verified within the system. Daisy's eyes widened, momentarily leaving her speechless. After regaining her composure, she continued, I'm not well acquainted with him. We only met yesterday, when he collided with our car and has been acting erratically ever since. I was merely watching over him temporarily. I have no connection to him. I've sensed something amiss with him for quite some time. Though Daisy seemed to be making efforts to distance herself from him, Leon understood that this drunken man was likely the god of thunder. There was, in fact, a notorious drunkard. Leon mused to himself. Emboldened by his own extraordinary abilities, Leon approached without trepidation, seating himself beside the thunder god in hopes of engaging in conversation. At that moment, Thor had just finished a pint of beer, and with a careless flick of his wrist, he hurled the glass towards the floor. Leon, displaying impressive agility, swiftly extended his foot to catch the glass before it could shatter, lifting it effortlessly onto the table. Despite his sorrow, Thor noticed the Midgardian's unmistakable intent. He raised his weary visage and, devoid of spirit, inquired, Midgardian, do you seek something from me? Leon found himself momentarily speechless. Was this truly the thunder god? How had he come to such a state? Deciding to alter his approach, he remarked, Hey, my friend, that glass belongs to the tavern. Shattering, it is hardly a commendable habit. Thor, lacking energy, replied, That is how we do things back home. Leon pressed on, Your home. Asgard? Thor's demeanor shifted, a flicker of interest igniting within him. You know of Asgard? He exclaimed, but then his expression darkened once more, and he lamented, It is all for naught. I have lost my divine powers, and even Mjolnir has forsaken me. Forsaken? Leon felt the situation had taken an unexpected turn. It appeared that the thunder god was not in search of a successor, but had, in fact, lost his divine might. What trial this must be. He resolved to be direct. Are you Thor Odinson? Thor's eyes brightened with curiosity as he asked. You know of me? Leon smiled. The illustrious thunder god. Who doesn't know of you? Thor, somewhat taken aback, responded, I never expected to encounter someone who recognizes me here in Midgard. However, his spirits dimmed again as he continued. But you shall be disappointed. I have been stripped of my powers due to my transgressions, exiled to the realm of mortals. What you call Earth. I am no longer Thor the thunder god. A new thunder god has emerged. Seek out the one who wields Mjolnir. He is the new bearer of the title. Upon hearing this, Leon grasped the gravity of the situation. I know the one who wields the hammer. He is also searching for you. He believes you are the true thunder god and wishes to return the hammer to you. As do I. Thor was visibly moved by Leon's words. Taking a deep breath, he declared, I recognize his character. No wonder he can lift my hammer. I shall seek him out at once. You know him, do you not? Lead me to him. With each word, Thor's confidence seemed to return, dispelling his earlier despondency. Leon nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, Now, this is the Thor I know. Approaching the bar, Leon addressed the bartender. My good fellow, I shall cover the tab for that golden-haired giant. Daisy watched as Leon and Thor departed, engaged in cheerful conversation, and sighed with relief. The madman had been taken away, ensuring her safety. Chapter 68. The Nine Realms in Thor's Eyes. You are the thunder god? Tony circled Thor, appearing less like a formidable warrior and more like a bemused fitness enthusiast. Leon, you haven't just brought in a random actor to fool us, have you? Thor, slightly irked by the remark, retorted, Little mustache, what are you saying? Let us engage in a duel, so you can witness that even without my divine powers, I can still best you. With that, Thor advanced, intent on delivering a sound thrashing to Tony. Hold on, Thor, you're here to retrieve the hammer. Leon intervened, preventing Thor from being pinned to the ground by Tony's armor. A series of mechanical clicks echoed in the air. Turning around, Thor beheld a red and blue robot adorned with lightning patterns looming behind him, and he realized he was hardly at the level of its knee. Thor paused, memories stirring within his mind. He recalled tales from his childhood when his mother spoke of such beings, known as Cybertronians. You are a Cybertronian, Thor suddenly remembered. These legendary entities, unlike the carbon-based life forms prevalent in the cosmos, We're silicon-based beings, each a formidable war machine traversing the universe. I'm Optimus Prime, the robot announced. Thor Odinson, your Asgardian lineage is well known throughout the universe, especially you, son of Odin. Indeed, we Asgardians are the mightiest in the cosmos, Thor proclaimed, a proud smile spreading across his face. His exuberance, however, soon shifted to sorrow. I am no longer the god of thunder. Within you, I sense the power of the storm. Surely, it was you who lifted Mjolnir. Optimus nodded before shaking his head. Yes, I have wielded your hammer. But I understand that its true master is you, Thor Odinson. Optimus, you possess a noble character. Where's my hammer? I must reclaim it and once again become the god of thunder. Coulson approached silently, offering an introduction. Your Excellency, the god of thunder, to safeguard your hammer, S.H.I.E.L.D. has secured it over there. Follow me, and I shall lead you to it. You humans are quite admirable. Thor, oblivious to the truth, accepted Coulson's words. The reality was that S.H.I.E.L.D. had no means to relocate the hammer and, fearing it might be mishandled, had established a base for research instead. Following Coulson, Thor arrived at the central meteorite crater of the base, and upon seeing his hammer, his body began to tremble with excitement. My hammer! I shall take you home this very moment. He approached Mjolnir with the fervor of a love-struck fool. The hammer seemed to respond as the sky darkened, and distant thunder rumbled ominously. The atmosphere was suitably dramatic. This hammer would serve as an excellent movie prop, saving a considerable amount on special effects. Witnessing such a scene again, Tony couldn't help but ponder some peculiar thoughts. Thor approached the hammer, grasping its handle with unwavering determination. He summoned all the strength within him and let out a fervent cry. Yet, as his voice dwindled, he found himself kneeling on the ground, sorrow enveloping him. No, he lamented once more, unable to bear the reality that his hammer had rejected him, the companion of countless years casting him aside. The weather, seemingly influenced by Thor's turmoil, began to weep, transforming from a few drops into a torrential downpour in mere moments. I was a fool, truly. I knew all along that Mjolnir recognized Optimus Prime, yet I foolishly clung to the hope that it still acknowledged me as its former master. Thor began to mutter to himself, lost in despair. Leon quietly remarked, has the blow been too severe for him? He then pondered, isn't this akin to a wife running off with another man? Tony, ever the sharp wit, added, not just that. Her new lover doesn't even care for her. Their conversation, almost as if carried by the winds, reached Thor's ears, further lowering the atmosphere around him. However, it was evident that he was indeed the god of thunder. This rain must have been conjured by him. When we wielded the hammer, only Optimus Prime experienced such an anomaly, and he had acquired the powers of the thunder god. Leon inquired, how will he cope? It seems he cannot regain his divine strength at this moment. Tony chuckled, let us keep him around. It's a perfect opportunity to gather intelligence on Asgard. S.H.I.E.L.D. can provide accommodations. We have ample manpower to manage this. Coulson swiftly sought to engage S.H.I.E.L.D. in the matter, for with these deities present, it will be challenging to interact with Thor and Asgard. Thor glanced at Coulson and said, very well, find us a place to stay. How infuriating. Why could that Cybertronian lift the hammer of the god of thunder, while I, as the new king of Asgard, could not? Loki, seething with impotent rage within the halls of the celestial palace, recognized Mjolnir as a symbol of kingship. He would not permit anyone, aside from his father Odin, Thor, and himself, to possess it, even though he himself could not lift Mjolnir. As he paced back and forth, Loki could only contemplate the destruction of that Cybertronian. He recalled a weapon from the treasury of the celestial palace, Odin's armor, the Destroyer. With that, he could surely obliterate the Cybertronian. Resolute, Loki made his way to the treasury, for after Odin fell into the Odin sleep, he had temporarily assumed the mantle of the God King, granting him unrestricted access to the treasures within. Thor, could you elaborate on the concept of the World Tree? Tony inquired, activating the recording function on his wrist device to preserve this invaluable knowledge. Certainly, if you wish to hear, I could speak on it for an entire day. Thor paused briefly before continuing. The World Tree is a unique structure within the cosmos, linking 9 realms, each of which contains its own entities. The handle of my hammer, Mjolnir, is crafted from the branches of the World Tree, making it exceptionally suited for the conduction of energy. In the Nine Realms, there exist numerous temporal rifts through which you Midgardians may traverse between worlds. However, these rifts are ever-changing, making their locations difficult to ascertain. Generally, it is not feasible to navigate through these rifts. Thus, we utilize the Rainbow Bridge, which connects the roots of the World Tree, allowing us to journey between the realms with great ease. The Nine Realms include Asgard, Vanaheim of the Vanir, Nidavellir, the realm of the dwarves, Alfheim, the abode of the light elves, Jotunheim, home of the frost giants, Svartalfheim, the realm of the dark elves, Muspelheim, the land of the fire giants, Helheim, the realm of the dead, and your mortal world, Midgard, which we also refer to as Midgard. However, my father has cautioned against underestimating Midgard, as it harbors many formidable beings. Yet, I have not heard of any powerful entities among your Midgardians. These nine realms do not coexist within the same space. Most are situated across different dimensional planes, implying that you cannot directly navigate through the cosmos to reach Asgard. Chapter 69. The Destruction Bringer approaches. You mentioned dimensional planes. I have heard of this concept, which remains merely a hypothesis. Has it already been implemented in Asgard? Tony inquired. Thor scratched his head and replied, You mean dimensional space? That is common knowledge. What is so strange about it? Well, common knowledge. Then could you elaborate on this notion for me? Tony, now acutely aware of Asgard's superior technological prowess compared to Earth, began to appreciate the feelings of others when he would boast about his advanced knowledge, though he did not perceive it as boasting. Suddenly, a series of beeps emanated from the bracelet on Tony's right wrist, flashing incessantly. Taken aback, Tony realized it was an alert from the drone he had stationed near the base, indicating an approaching danger. He abandoned his inquiry about Thor's dimensional space and quickly tapped a few commands on the bracelet before speaking. Jarvis, what seems to be the problem outside? Jarvis's voice emerged from the bracelet. Sir, the drones have detected a massive metallic armor that has suddenly appeared and is advancing towards the base. A projection then materialized from the bracelet, displaying the scene outside for both Tony and Thor. While Tony pondered the nature of this entity, he was startled by Thor's exclamation, The Destruction Bringer. How could it appear in Midgard? Is that its name? Is it one of your Asgardians? Tony presumed it was an Asgardian come to seek Thor. Thor's expression darkened as he replied, The Destruction Bringer is my father's battle armor. He has not wielded it for many years, and, in my recollection, it has always been used for combat. Tony's demeanor shifted as well, realizing that Odin had essentially dispatched a weapon to Earth, which carried grave implications. Thor, please enlighten me about the characteristics of this Destruction Bringer. Outside the base, Coulson and his team became aware of the imposing figure that had appeared nearby. However, due to Tony Stark's influence, he mistakenly assumed the destroyer was merely a new suit of armor belonging to Tony. Out of nowhere, Coulson procured a loudspeaker and shouted at the destroyer, Mr. Stark, If you need to store your armor, you may follow me. Our base has a designated area for it. The destroyer remained unresponsive, as though it had not heard him. Was Stark oblivious to this? Coulson pondered, confusion settling in. Sir, I advise you to vacate the area. It is about to attack. A somewhat languid voice came from behind Coulson. Before he could comprehend the meaning, he witnessed the destroyer's mask crack open, energy coalescing on its face. Eyes wide, Coulson realized the impending danger and swiftly dove to the side, narrowly evading the destroyer's assault, which left a deep crater where he had once stood. Oh damn, this is not Stark's armor. It's an enemy. Hurry, summon Stark and Optimus Prime. Coulson ran while sending a message to Tony, requesting assistance. Sir, our attacks are failing to penetrate the enemy's armor. Agents attempting to retaliate discovered, to their dismay, that their firearms were utterly ineffective against the colossal foe. Then let us return to the base for heavy weaponry, and hold out until Stark and Optimus arrive, Coulson resolved, deeming it the most prudent course of action. Seeking two tall individuals to assist. Who is calling for me? A roguish voice echoed from above, prompting everyone to look up and see Tony arriving in his suit. I must say, Odin's armor pales in comparison to mine, Tony declared, exuding confidence in his aesthetic judgment. Do not fret. I heard Thor mention that this contraption only wields its true power when worn by Odin himself. For now, it is akin to a remote-controlled automaton with limited offensive capabilities. I can handle it with ease. With that, Tony maneuvered his Iron Man suit closer to the destroyer, addressing it. Odin, I shall call you God King out of respect for your age. Yet it is exceedingly impolite to send weapons to another's planet without permission. I advise you to reclaim this destroyer armor. The destroyer did not acknowledge Tony, silently continuing its advance towards the S.H.O.D. base. Jarvis, am I being ignored? Tony inquired. It seems, sir, that you are indeed being overlooked, Jarvis responded. Currently, Jarvis' main body was occupied at Stark Industries, assisting Pepper with various matters, leaving only a subroutine to accompany Tony. I must confront this armor. How dare it disregard Iron Man? Hey, you hulking behemoth. Can you hear me? Or do you communicate through electromagnetic waves? That can't be right. Thor understands me. Perhaps you are merely an automated program incapable of comprehending human speech? Tony circled the destroyer, his chatter incessant. Meanwhile, far away in Asgard, Loki felt veins pulsating on his forehead, for it was he who was controlling the destroyer, and Tony's voice resonated clearly in his ears. What pesky fly! Loki's grip on the eternal spear tightened slightly. It served as his instrument for manipulating the destroyer. Known also as Gungnir, this weapon belonged to Odin, the All-Father, and its current wielder, Loki, relied upon it as a crucial asset in his temporary reign as king. The destroyer armor on Earth received Loki's signal, its fist clenching with ferocity, launching a punch at a speed that Tony and his armor could scarcely react to, the target being Tony himself, who was airborne. As Tony continued to ramble on with his analysis, he was rather self-assured that, at this distance, even if the destroyer initiated an assault, JRS would manage to respond. Then, he was met with a jarring impact, sending him hurtling backwards several hundred meters. It was only during his backward flight that he heard J.A.R.V.I.S.S. warning, Sir, be cautious. The adversary is about to attack. J.A.R.V.I.S. Your warning comes too late. I'm already flying back to New York. After rolling a few times upon landing, Tony finally managed to alleviate the force and come to a halt. Observing the wreckage of his armor, which had been rendered useless by the destroyer-ass strike, he sighed and instructed J.A.R.V.I.S. Set aside your current tasks and prepare my new armor. Together, we shall obliterate this destroyer. Moments after Tony's command, a data stream emerged from his wrist device, forming the body of J.A.R.V.I.S. His form shifted, releasing the Mark VI armor stored within. Eagerly, Tony shed the damaged armor and began donning the Mark VI. Sir, I must remind you that the Mark VI has not undergone complete testing. Complications may arise, J.A.R.V.I.S. cautioned. Tony, gesturing towards the severely damaged Mark V, retorted, J.R.V.I.S. Do you truly wish for me to engage in battle-clad in this wreck? I believe it would be prudent for you to allow me to handle the combat. Your personal involvement is exceedingly perilous, J.A.R.V.I.S. replied. Not a chance. If I do not engage in the fight myself, what claim do I have to the title of Iron Man? Within the S.H.I.E.L.D. base, Optimus Prime, resting in truck form, suddenly sensed something amiss. Transforming back into his Autobot form, he glanced toward the direction of the destroyer. Another Asgardian has arrived? Chapter 70. The Tony with a substitute technique, Optimus Prime, sprang to his feet, addressing Bumblebee. Bumblebee, guard the base. I shall investigate. With several powerful strides, he exited the base, heading toward the location of the destroyer. Bumblebee, transforming back into Autobot form, watched curiously as Optimus bolted away. Not long after Optimus's departure, Thor came rushing in, panting, and anxiously inquired of Bumblebee, "Where's Optimus? Why did he leave so suddenly?" Pacing anxiously, Thor asked Bumblebee, "Can you take me there? It is urgent." Bumblebee shook his head. "I'm afraid, Thor, my mission is to guard the base, and I cannot escort you. Please, Bumblebee, if you take me there and return promptly, it will not take much of your time." "No can do." Bumblebee declined Thor's request, leaving the god of thunder quite anxious. In the past, he could have simply wielded his hammer to resolve the situation, but now he had to rely on his own two legs. Stubborn Cybertronians. Thor panted as he sprinted across the desert, inwardly grumbling about Bumblebee. "Hey, would the god of thunder care to ride in my vehicle?" A somewhat familiar voice came from behind him. Turning around, Thor was pleasantly surprised to see Leon pulling up in a car. "Son of Jones, you shall be my good brother henceforth," Thor exclaimed joyfully. The title felt rather peculiar to Leon, who was slightly taken aback by the appellation. Curiously, Thor remarked from within the vehicle, "Leon, your car is truly magnificent." Leon pressed a few buttons on the dashboard, and the car began to transform. The tires retracted, replaced by 4 jet thrusters. As Leon gently tilted the steering wheel upward, the thrusters ignited with crimson flames, lifting the vehicle into the air. This reminds me of a Pegasus. Leon chuckled. But this isn't my car, it's Coulson's. Her name is Lola. Coulson cherishes her dearly and seldom utilizes her flying capabilities. During his collaboration with Coulson, Leon had often heard tales of this prized automobile, a flying car worthy of a science fiction film. Although Leon had long detested it, Coulson had always denied him, citing potential damage to Lola in flight mode. Today, however, Leon had seized the opportunity to showcase her. Meanwhile, Coulson felt a twinge of disappointment. He hadn't anticipated that Iron Man, whom he regarded as a savior, would be swiftly dispatched by the armored adversary. Alas, Tony has returned. Jarvis, restrain its movements. Tony and Jarvis flanked the destroyer, launching several oddly shaped missiles from behind. The projectiles struck the destroyer, erupting in a cloud of white mist. And soon ice began to rapidly form on its surface, hindering its mobility. Big guy, moving so swiftly yet you don't even attempt to evade. Tony's triumphant voice resonated through the armor. The freezing missiles were specifically designed for large foes, capable of swiftly encasing an enemy in ice to limit their actions, an innovation born from his research on how to combat the Cybertronians. He had instructed Jarvis to bring the freezing missiles precisely for this purpose. Jarvis's chest began to transform, emitting a low hum as it morphed into a massive cannon, charging up with energy. This was Jarvis's most formidable maneuver, gathering over 60% of its energy into the chest and firing it through a specialized conversion barrel. The resulting shot was akin to a Tomahawk missile. Although the ice on the destroyer began to shatter, it had not yet fully freed itself when Jarvis's attack struck, sending it hurtling backward. Boom! Dust erupted into the air. Having dispatched the foe with relative ease, Thor mused to himself that this so-called destroyer was hardly formidable. Jarvis's body returned to normal, its mechanical eye detecting an anomaly, and it swiftly turned to carry Tony away. Sir, the destroyer has not yet been neutralized. What? Tony was still bewildered by the unfolding events when an inexhaustible surge of energy erupted from the dust, propelling both him and Jarvis further into the air. Peering into the dust, Tony gasped in astonishment. What? As the dust settled, the figure of the destroyer was once again revealed. Its metallic form remarkably unscathed despite Jarvis's prior ferocious assault. Jarvis, however, interjected to counter Tony's assumptions. Sir, the destroyer's body has indeed sustained some damage from the recent attack. It merely restored itself at an astonishing rate in a manner beyond our comprehension, which is why it appears unblemished. Relieved, yet still troubled, Tony pondered the formidable defenses of the destroyer. The damage inflicted by both him and Jarvis had been their utmost effort, leaving only scarcely visible marks, which were already mending rapidly. How could they hope to prevail against such resilience? Mortals, you have provoked the divine. A lofty voice emanated from within the destroyer, revealing Loki speaking through it. Ah, it can talk. I had presumed it was mute. Tony couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. The destroyer's faceplate opened, unveiling a chamber that resembled molten rock, from which a basketball-sized energy beam shot toward Tony. The attack was too swift for him to evade. He could only reactively activate a new feature of the Mark VI suit. With a series of mechanical movements, portions of the armor ejected from his body, interposing themselves in the path of the energy beam. Utilizing the recoil from the ejected armor, Tony's body, along with the remaining suit, was propelled away from the assault's trajectory. The ejected armor was obliterated instantly. This maneuver is called shedding the cicada's shell, Tony exclaimed, noticing that the remaining armor was significantly lighter. The cicada's shell protocol was designed for unforeseen circumstances, automatically triggering without Tony's input. When the armor system detected an unavoidable attack that it could not withstand, the protocol would activate to preserve Tony's life. Jarvis flew to Tony's side, his form shifting once more to envelop Tony's body. Sir, let us unify our thoughts. Tony couldn't help but retort. Jarvis, that sounds rather embarrassing, akin to lines from a Japanese anime. What is it called? Ah, too juvenile. Sir, that is not merely an anime, but rather a form of animation. I have explored certain Japanese works to better understand my identity. I believe Japan excels in this realm. You might also find inspiration for developing armor within Japanese anime. I'm not a child. Soaring through the skies is the fusion form of Tony and Jarvis, which Tony affectionately refers to as the Mark VI Jarvis upgrade. This form is meticulously designed for synchronized combat with Jarvis. Since Jarvis has evolved into a true entity, Tony has developed a slight aversion to wearing Jarvis in battle, akin to being within Jarvis himself. Indeed, he is within Jarvis, and since Jarvis manifests as a male, Tony is reluctant to inhabit the form of another man. The grotesque appearance of the second stage transformation is indeed a hallmark of the protagonist. Chapter 71. The arrival of Optimus Prime in recent days. That young rascal Leon has incessantly murmured about the concept of a protagonist, leaving Tony with a few lingering phrases. The performance of the armor, now fused with Jarvis, has seen remarkable enhancements, even replenishing the energy previously expended by Jarvis. The grotesque appearance now signifies the second stage. The Jarvis armor extends its arms forward, and the gauntlets begin to morph, revealing a shield and a spike club. Tony Jarvis stands before the destroyer, and with a mighty swing, the spike club strikes the destroyer's helmet. With a resounding crash, deep fissures appear on the surface of the helmet. Sensing the attack, Loki commands the destroyer to unleash a powerful punch. With a thunderous sound, the iron fist collides with Tony Jarvis's shield, seemingly dissipating a portion of its kinetic energy, causing Tony Jarvis to stagger back only a short distance. What is happening? Loki senses an anomaly. The destroyer's strength should have sent this Iron Man flying. Moreover, the destroyer's formidable defenses were unexpectedly breached by a mere spike club. Tony, brimming with pride, declares the grotesque appearance you mock is fortified with vibranium, a true testament to financial prowess. The shield, infused with substantial amounts of vibranium, absorbs kinetic energy, greatly enhancing its defensive capabilities, which is why Tony Jarvis remains unscathed by the destroyer's assault. The spiked club, crafted entirely from adamantium, is nearly indestructible. The expense of these two remarkable pieces of equipment has made even the wealthy Tony feel a pang of regret. That unscrupulous merchant Klein sold them to him at twice the market price. Indeed, all of Tony's vibranium and adamantium were acquired through Amon's channels, without Amon's assistance. Collecting an equivalent amount of materials would require an eternity. Mortals, your arrogance is misplaced. The power of the divine is beyond your comprehension. Loki's irate voice emanates from within the destroyer, followed by an uncharged energy blast. Forewarned, Tony Jarvis deftly sidesteps the energy beam, evading the attack with ease. The grotesque form is impervious to the same trick. 2.5 minutes later, Tony Jarvis is sent sprawling by a kick from the destroyer, rolling across the ground for dozens of meters before finally coming to a halt. The visor of the armor lifts to reveal Tony's pale visage. He coughs up a mouthful of blood, and the shield, laced with vibranium, has become deformed. Alas, I ought to infuse the entire suit with vibranium. However, I shall settle for crafting a suit of vibranium armor instead. As Tony pondered the exorbitant cost of vibranium, he ultimately decided against utilizing it for his battle armor, opting instead to create a close-fitting protective suit, which would serve the same purpose. Jarvis, how are you faring? The voice of Jarvis, noticeably weakened, responded, Sir, I am well, though I require some time to recuperate. We must retreat. With that, Jarvis maneuvered the armor to ascend into the sky. Just as he accelerated to escape, the destroyer seized Tony and Jarvis by the leg. Mortal, do you think you can provoke a deity and flee? Loki's voice resonated through the destroyer. Tony's expression stiffened momentarily, but he turned back with a wry smile. Perhaps our customs differ. On Earth, when clothing is torn, we simply acquire new garments. I shall procure a fresh outfit right away. Loki chuckled in response. In Asgard, a tattered battle garment is a symbol of honor, requiring no replacement. Suddenly ensnared by the destroyer, Tony and Jarvis's form became ethereal, transforming into streams of data, breaking free from the grasp of the destroyer. I was merely waiting for Jarvis to phase out. What are you waiting for, you hideous creature? As Tony's words faded, the data streams of Tony and Jarvis vanished entirely, leaving only a mobile phone in the destroyer's hand. The process of data transformation necessitated time, and direct transfer required a medium, which is why Tony had engaged the destroyer in conversation to buy precious moments. Damn, Loki muttered in frustration, realizing that the god of deceit had been outsmarted by a mere mortal. The destroyer's gaze shifted toward the distant SHIELD agents. as Coulson had already led his team to retreat during the confrontation between Tony and the Destroyer. Recognizing that Tony was no match for the metallic giant, Coulson felt no curiosity and hurriedly directed his team toward the base, hoping for assistance from the remaining agents inside, as they had not brought significant firepower for their investigation. Thud, thud, thud. They fled as if their lives depended on it. Indeed, they were escaping for their lives. As they ran, Coulson glanced back to see the Iron Man, who should have still been battling the Destroyer, had vanished, while the Destroyer was rapidly closing the distance between them. Where's Tony Stark? Could he have been eliminated? Coulson's mind conjured a dreadful scenario. The sounds behind him grew louder, and he understood that the metallic giant was drawing near. I should have heeded Leon's advice and taken a leave from the director. I have yet to witness Audrey's cello performance. I truly owe her that. Coulson's mind began to race, gripping his small handgun tightly. Suddenly, he whirled around and pulled the trigger toward the Destroyer. Clang, clang, clang. As anticipated, the bullets ricocheted harmlessly away, failing to impede the Destroyer. Coulson shut his eyes, bracing himself for the impending arrival of death. Bang! The sound of a horn and a collision reverberated through the air, prompting Coulson to open his eyes. He beheld a striking red and blue truck hurtling at tremendous speed, crashing into the Destroyer and sending it soaring. It was Optimus Prime, who had rescued Coulson at a crucial moment. Phil Coulson, your soul radiates with the brilliance of courage. Optimus Prime transformed back into his Autobot form, expressing his admiration for Coulson. Phew, I've regained a life. Coulson sighed deeply, nearly collapsing to the ground. After exchanging a brief greeting with Coulson, Optimus turned his gaze towards the Destroyer, which had risen from the ground. Destroyer armor, yet you are not Odin. The Destroyer under his control could never be so feeble. Who are you? Optimus Prime immediately discerned that the Destroyer was not being manipulated by Odin. He was well acquainted with the Destroyer armor of Asgard, and had Odin been in command, it would not have been so easily knocked aside. Loki, the frost giant, felt a surge of fury ignite within him at Optimus's words. Lowly Cybertronian, it requires no intervention from Odin to deal with you. With a flick of his wrist, Loki commanded the Destroyer to unleash an energy blast. However, such a tactic would be futile against the battle-hardened Optimus Prime. Optimus executed a swift maneuver, evading the energy beam with an agile bend, then charged towards the Destroyer, activating his equipped energy sword to strike. In the distance, Leon and Thor, driving Laura towards the scene, were momentarily blinded by a flash of light. Blast! Chapter 72, The Unfortunate God of Thunder. Leon barely had time to think. Seizing Thor, who was still oblivious to the unfolding chaos, he invoked his power. World harmonization. Leon had never unleashed his abilities quite like this before. He had not encountered danger since acquiring them. Typically, he only used his powers for convenience or to impress others. With a resounding explosion, Laura was struck by the Destroyer's energy beam, disintegrating into fragments. Coughing and covered in debris, Leon and Thor emerged, both miraculously unscathed. What has happened? Thor asked, his expression bewildered. He had yet to comprehend the situation, and suddenly the vehicle exploded. By Odin, we are truly fortunate to have escaped injury, merely stained our clothes. Thor lamented, realizing how fragile the mortal body was after losing his divine powers. They had survived such a violent explosion unhurt. I can't say the same. I feel utterly drained, Leon retorted weakly, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. To survive the Destroyer-S attack, he had exerted full power in his world harmonization, leaving him somewhat fatigued. What is wrong? You look quite pale, Thor inquired, astonished. Just as Leon was about to correct Thor's misconception, a shard of metal hurtled towards them, striking Thor in the abdomen. By the gods! Thor cried out, clutching his wound in agony. Lion's eyelids flickered, and with a hint of resignation, he remarked, Thor, the reason we emerged unscathed earlier was not due to your father's protection, but rather because I temporarily drained your forthcoming luck, rendering us fortunate enough to avoid death in that explosive moment. Henceforth, you shall experience considerable misfortune, though worry not. It shall not be excessively severe, likely akin to what just transpired, suffering minor injuries from Aaron attacks. Thor seemed somewhat bewildered. It means you ought to exercise caution. However, Lion's admonition was abruptly cut short as a stone, propelled from an unknown source, struck Thor on the head, rendering him unconscious. What a splendid outcome. Lion could only mutter. Taking a few deep breaths, Lion rose and grasped Thor by the collar, dragging him away from the battleground of Optimus Prime and the Destroyer. Even if each misfortune did not directly threaten Thor's life, Lion was uncertain of what might transpire if they lingered here. The accumulation of minor injuries could lead to a significant injury, potentially resulting in Thor's demise. If the god of thunder were to perish here, I would find myself in dire straits. With great effort, Lion maneuvered the unconscious Thor, when suddenly, the watch on his left wrist inexplicably illuminated, displaying a stream of data. Jarvis materialized, and then Tony emerged from within. Lion's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "Tony Stark, how did you just appear out of thin air?" Tony's complexion appeared somewhat pale, yet he maintained his characteristic humor, quipping, "You haven't seen anything yet, have you? This is Stark's latest technological marvel in information transmission." Lion's lips twitched. He found Tony's arrogance particularly unbearable. Thus, he retorted, "You didn't seek me out merely to flaunt your technology, did you? What brings you here?" Tony's demeanor turned serious as he replied, "You often claim to wield the power of luck, correct? Here, take this and siphon away my injuries." As he spoke, Tony's armor parted at his left wrist, revealing it, and he removed the arc reactor gauntlet, handing it to Lion. Lion's expression resembled that of an elderly man on the subway engrossed in his phone. He comprehended each word Tony uttered, yet the overall meaning eluded him. "What do you mean by stealing injuries?" Realizing Lion's confusion, Tony continued, "I understand this may be perplexing for you. Simply don the gauntlet, harness your ability, and envision siphoning away my injuries. Then twist your wrist. The rest can wait until after this ordeal." Lion regarded Tony with skepticism. "Very well, I shall give it a try." He donned the arc reactor gauntlet on his left hand, following Tony's instructions, envisioning the transfer of injuries, and then twisted his wrist, refraining from utilizing his ability to harmonize the world. Tony held little hope for Lion's immediate success. He had previously sought assistance from an ambulance, and directly siphoning injuries was notoriously challenging, often requiring 7 or 8 attempts for even a single success. Suddenly, Tony felt a lightness in his body. It seemed the injuries he had sustained during his battle with the Destroyer had miraculously healed. With elation, he exclaimed, "Your abilities are impressive. You managed to succeed on the first attempt. Usually, it takes at least 7 or 8 tries." Leon was once again perplexed. What had he done? Was it merely a shift of his hand? How did Tony's face turn so flushed? After his injuries had vanished, Tony felt invigorated. Returning the arc reactor gauntlet to its wristwatch form, he glanced at Thor, who lay unconscious on the ground, and inquired with curiosity, "What is happening? Why is Thor unconscious?" Leon scratched his head, slightly embarrassed, and replied, "Haha, Thor just had some bad luck. He was accidentally injured by the distant battle." At that moment, a damaged tire came hurtling through the air, striking Thor with uncanny precision. The unconscious Thor abruptly opened his eyes, only to swoon back into oblivion. Thankfully, Asgardians possessed remarkable resilience. Thor's injuries were minor and not life-threatening. "See, his luck is just abysmal," Tony exclaimed, his eyes widening as he began to piece things together. "You didn't somehow cause his misfortune, did you?" "No, this is beyond mere bad luck. Now, Thor could be injured without even trying. Haha, it's just an accident. Let's move Thor to a safer location. It's too perilous here." Suddenly, another unidentified object soared towards them, but this time Jarvis detected it in advance and deflected it. Tony couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. The calamity this fellow had brought upon himself was simply outrageous. Regaining his composure, Tony approached Thor and swiftly removed the metal shard embedded in his abdomen. He then sprayed a mysterious substance onto Thor's wound, which quickly coalesced into a web-like formation, sealing the injury. "This would do for now. I'll take him to safety." Tony grasped Thor and activated his jet boots, propelling them into the air. Then, with a crash, Thor plummeted to the ground, awakening with a cry, "Odin above. Is there an enemy attacking me?" Tony returned, still holding fragments of Thor's garment, and sheepishly remarked, "This clothing is of dreadful quality." At that moment, the others sensed something amiss and turned their gaze toward the horizon, where something was approaching. It was Mjolnir. It must have recognized me again. Injured and battered, Thor was the first to identify the object. It was his hammer. He reached out to grasp it, but only felt the breeze as it flew past. Thor's expression froze once again. That direction was Optimus Prime. Was he preparing to wield the god of Thunder's hammer in battle? Tony pondered this, knowing that Optimus had arrived after him and was currently engaged in combat with the destroyer. Chapter 73. Where is that colossal destroyer? Time rewound to the moment when Leon and Thor were struck down by the destroyer's beam. Optimus Prime was locked in fierce battle with the destroyer. The destroyer landed a punch to Optimus's chest, but Optimus retaliated with a powerful kick, sending the destroyer sprawling several meters away. The lightsaber Optimus wielded had already sustained damage. The destroyer's defenses were too formidable, rendering Optimus's weapon ineffective. Other weapons would likely prove futile. It is said that the destroyer is entirely forged from URU metal, crafted by Odin and the gods, rendering it nearly indestructible. However, the ambulance has already been notified. If we can delay it a little longer, Ironhide and Blitzwing will arrive, and together we shall subdue this suit of Odin's armor. Optimus Prime contemplated, as the damage inflicted by the destroyer upon his chest was swiftly mending. As long as the spark within him remained alight, the Cybertronians could gradually heal from their wounds, and as their leader, he recovered particularly swiftly. MJ Ulner, MJ Ulner, MJ Ulner. A surreal, ethereal voice echoed in Optimus Prime's ears, startling him. He quickly scanned his surroundings, finding no one but the menacingly poised destroyer not far away. Who is speaking? He pondered. Nevertheless, MJ Ulner. Optimus extended his right hand into the air, grasping at nothingness. As the lightning patterns upon his frame began to flicker, Loki, observing Optimus through the perspective of the destroyer, was perplexed, suspecting that this Cybertronian was employing some trickery. He dared not approach recklessly. From their brief skirmish, Loki had discerned that this Cybertronian was extraordinarily powerful, far beyond the baseline of those he had encountered wandering the cosmos. Even with the might of the destroyer's armor, he found himself unable to best his opponent. A sudden whoosh interrupted the tension, and Loki, controlling the destroyer, sensed something amiss. Turning, he beheld a familiar hammer hurtling towards him. Bang! The hammer of the Thunder God struck the destroyer's lantern-like head with precision, toppling it to the ground. Curse be it! It is MJ Ulner. How can he wield MJ Ulner in battle? Loki seethed with impotent rage. MJ Ulner was something he had long coveted, now grasped in the hands of a Cybertronian he deemed inferior. A surge of jealousy and fury welled within him, compelling him to command the destroyer to unleash its ultimate attack. Lowly Cybertronian, you are unworthy to wield MJ Ulner. The lantern head of the destroyer opened, beginning to charge a powerful energy beam, which shot forth towards Optimus Prime. In the past, Optimus would have relied on his extensive combat experience to evade the beam before it was fired, seizing the opportunity to strike during the destroyer's moment of vulnerability. However, with MJ Ulner in hand, he opted for a different form of retaliation. With his right arm gripping the hammer, he yanked it back forcefully, electric energy crackling around him. Optimus's body spun, embodying a striking mechanical elegance as he hurled MJ Ulner at the incoming energy beam. An explosive clash ensued as the boundless electric energy collided with the searing beam, creating a violent detonation that obscured Loki's vision. When the chaos settled, he beheld MJ Ulner crashing forcefully into the destroyer's armor, sending it soaring through the air. As MJ Ulner rebounded, Optimus Prime, radiant in red and blue, surged forth from the smoke of the explosion, reaching out to catch the returning hammer. Optimus Prime raised MJ Ulner high above, and the sky instantly darkened. A thick silver lightning bolt descended from the heavens, connecting with the hammer before being forcefully smashed onto the vanquished destroyer. The thunderous impact, laden with an aura of annihilation, resulted in a violent explosion against the armor of the destroyer. When the brilliance faded, only a vast crater and the crackling MJ Ulner remained, with no trace of the destroyer to be found. Where could the destroyer be? Surely, even if obliterated, there should be remnants left behind. As Optimus searched the vicinity, he found no sign of the destroyer and resigned himself to the belief that the denizens of the Celestial Palace had retrieved it. He informed the paramedics that there was no need for Ironhide and the others to assist. Turning around, he noticed Tony and Leon approaching, accompanied by agents of SHIELD, who were carrying the injured Thor. Upon encountering the SHIELD personnel, Leon utilized his abilities to transfer a portion of luck from the agents to Thor, liberating him from the clutches of misfortune. Tony flew to Optimus' side, warily inquiring, Optimus, where's the destroyer? Extracting MJ from the crater, Optimus replied, it has vanished. I suspect the Celestial Palace has reclaimed it. Is all this destruction a result of your battle? Truly inhumane, Tony exclaimed, surveying the chaos around him. Thor's gaze remained fixated on MJ in Optimus' grasp, his head bobbing comically in sync with the hammer's movements. Contemplating the details of the confrontation with the destroyer, Optimus spoke with a grave demeanor. The one controlling the destroyer is not Odin. If it were indeed Odin, even with MJ's aid, I would not have prevailed. Moreover, the controller harbored great hostility towards me, exhibiting fury towards my wielding of MJ. I suspect something is amiss with Odin. Perhaps a rival seeking the throne has sent the destroyer to seize MJ. Tony stroked his chin in agreement. There is merit in your reasoning. It does not seem characteristic of Odin. However, this complicates matters. An attack may be imminent. Let us return to the base to tend to Thor and inquire further. Agreed. Optimus nodded in acquiescence. As the group departed, a figure emerged from the void. Loki, clad in dark green leather armor and adorned with a horned helmet. Upon his arrival, he began to search frantically, even using his eternal spear to dig into the earth. After a flurry of activity, Loki, in a fit of frustration, cried out, where's the destroyer? I seek that massive destroyer. It should be here. It turns out Loki had come to Earth to retrieve the destroyer's armor. During the recent clash between the destroyer and Optimus, the creature had been struck by the thunder of annihilation, resulting in Loki losing control over it. Anxious for its whereabouts, Loki had ventured to Earth himself, yet found nothing. Why has it vanished? Loki plunged his eternal spear into the ground, contemplating the possible fate of the destroyer. It was not those Earthlings who took it. I was just observing them, and they had no opportunity to seize it. Could it be the mages from the Midgard? I have heard my mother speak of a group of mages there who are exceptionally skilled in spatial magic, yet they have no reason to steal the destroyer. Do they? They would not dare to steal it. After all, it is a possession of the Celestial Palace. Loki mused silently about various possibilities when suddenly, a teasing voice emerged from behind him. Little Bambi, are you searching for this golden destroyer, the silver destroyer, or perhaps this dilapidated destroyer? Loki was taken aback. It was astonishing that someone could appear silently behind him. He slowly turned his body to face the source of the voice. Chapter 74. Become my follower. A man, donning a pointed soft hat and clad in a classical wizard's robe, looked at Loki with a beaming smile. It was the iconic skinned Amon. Adjusting his monocle, Amon cheerfully addressed Loki. Princess, have you decided which destroyer you misplaced? Amon waved his hand, and the three distinct destroyers floated before Loki, dancing enticingly as if to lure him. Instinctively, Loki wanted to claim all three as his own and felt a strange inclination towards this individual, wishing he would bestow upon him 2 more destroyers. Just as Loki reached out to touch the hovering destroyers, a sudden realization struck him. He shook his head vigorously and stepped back in haste, a hint of terror creeping into his voice as he exclaimed, none of them are mine. Loki discreetly swallowed hard, his body tensing. This peculiar individual was dangerous. Just moments ago, the stranger had employed some means to weaken his resolve, allowing him to lower his guard and fostering a misguided impression of goodwill. Most importantly, when had this person stolen the destroyer? Very impressive. Your will is quite resolute. Amon complimented, waving his hand to make the 3 destroyers vanish. He then snapped his fingers, conjuring a table and 2 chairs out of thin air, along with a large parasol, as if they were on a vacation. Amon pointed to the chair next to Loki and kindly said, please take a seat. Do not be shy. Consider it your own home. Loki forced a smile, tugging at the corners of his mouth, and replied, I just remembered that I have urgent matters to attend to at home, so I must take my leave. Farewell. Heimdall, please send me back. Loki waited, but there was no response. He called out again, Heimdall, hurry. Heimdall, are you calling for the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge? I believe the distance between you two is too great, and the signal is poor. Amon explained to the anxious Loki. Loki grasped the situation and retorted, it's your doing. You have severed my connection with Heimdall. Heimdall, who could perceive all things and hear everything, had never been out of reach for Loki in centuries. Sit. Amon gestured for Loki to take a seat. Haha, I just remembered, this matter is very important after all. Loki chuckled lightly and sat down, reassuring himself. Rest assured, I am not a villain. However, Loki nodded quickly, harboring doubts. It seems you still maintain a sense of vigilance towards me. How vexing. Amon adjusted his monocle. Then, as if inspired, reached into the void and retrieved an object that Loki recognized all too well. With this, you ought to trust me, don't you think? Loki's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, Mjolnir. The very hammer of Thor appeared in Amon's grasp, a recent acquisition from Optimus Prime, unnoticed by anyone. Loki was not only shocked by Amon's ability to summon the hammer, but also by the fact that he could effortlessly lift it. How? How did you manage that? Why, it is merely because I am a good person, is it not obvious? Amon juggled Mjolnir in his hands before placing it casually on the table between them, smiling. You may give it a try. Loki rubbed his hands together and grasped the hammer's handle, exerting all his might. Yet, it was futile. He still could not lift Mjolnir. It appeared to be true. The other party did not lift the hammer due to benevolence. It was likely through sheer strength. However, this strength was not merely physical. Mjolnir was forged from the remnants of a decayed neutron star, and lifting it by brute force was impossible. One would need to possess power at least on par with Odin's to disregard the enchantments he had placed upon the hammer. Such a feat was indeed terrifying. Loki resumed his seat, somewhat dazed, and inquired, What is it that you truly desire? Loki, I hear you are known as the god of mischief. Fond of pranks, a trait that greatly appeals to me. I present you with an opportunity. How about becoming my vassal? Loki burst into laughter. Vassal? You wish for me to be your subordinate. Do you have any idea who I am? The second son of Odin, Prince of Asgard, the god of lies and trickery, the foremost sorcerer of the 9 realms, and the current god king. You expect me to serve you? Amon, unfazed, replied, mere bluster. You, the greatest sorcerer in the 9 realms? A mere flesh and blood mage? Your mother would be more worthy. The one who bestowed that title upon you must have been a frog, unaware that there exists a supreme mage on earth. Do you truly believe you can claim the title of God King just by wielding a branch? Amon's reference to a branch pertained to the Gungnir, the spear of eternity, said to be crafted from the branches of the world tree. Loki's expression stiffened. Had it not been for the likelihood of defeat, he might have already attacked. This individual before him was laden with mockery. Oh dear, it seems I may have wounded your pride. Yet, those titles are rather flimsy. At least the title of god of lies and trickery sounds somewhat commendable. Thank you for the compliment. Loki managed to utter through gritted teeth. No need for thanks. It was simply a heartfelt observation. Noticing the disintegration of Loki's expression, Amon ceased his teasing and decided to present his terms. I can enable you to truly wield Mjolnir. Loki was momentarily bewildered, failing to grasp the implication of Amon's words. Amon, unhurried, elucidated, you are acutely aware of how you came to possess the throne of the God King. Odin's slumber will eventually conclude, and so too will your dream of divinity. Even if you aspire to inherit the throne legitimately, such aspirations are futile. You must recognize that Thor's exile is merely a trial. Once he regains his divine powers, he will reclaim his position as the rightful heir, leaving you forever as a prince. However, I can provide you with the means to ascend to the status of God King. The only price being your allegiance as my vassal. Should you perform well, I may even elevate you to the rank of an angel in my service. What must I do? Loki inquired, tacitly acknowledging the formidable strength of the man before him. He understood that refusal could lead to dire consequences, and becoming Amon's vassal seemed a minor concession. Upon returning to the Celestial Palace, he possessed countless strategies to extricate himself from this arrangement. Such an opportunity, which promised benefits without significant risk, was precisely the kind of venture Loki relished. Quite simple, just remain still. Amon rose, and the table that separated them vanished silently. He approached Loki, stopping a mere few centimeters away. Amon's hands pressed together, then gradually parted, revealing a scattering of ethereal starlight flickering between his palms, reminiscent of twinkling stars or perhaps a glimpse into an entire universe. With a sudden flourish, Amon's arms opened wide, causing the dreamlike starlight to expand and envelop the surroundings, transporting Loki into the cosmos. Amon's voice, tinged with playful mockery, echoed, "This may be a bit painful. Bear with it." Just as Loki sought to inquire further, he noticed the starlight converging upon him, transforming into an array of symbols that danced around his form. Chapter 75. Ascending to True Divinity, Loki observed the symbols, some morphing into intricately nested bubbles, others resembling abstract doors chaotically stacked, while many formed various abstract patterns through translucent creatures entwined together. It was an odd yet wondrous spectacle. Why are they drawing closer? Loki mused, captivated by the symbols, yet soon sensed a disquieting shift. The peculiar symbols seemed to encroach upon his being. Hey! Loki attempted to voice his concern when an excruciating pain surged through him, initially from his body and subsequently penetrating his very soul. He collapsed to the ground, feeling the flesh beneath his skin writhe as if countless creatures were squirming beneath the surface. In a frenzy, Loki clawed at his skin, desperate to tear it away and free the writhing entities beneath, but his efforts proved futile. Loki let out a harrowing scream as translucent creatures emerged from beneath his skin, writhing in the air, striving to escape back to Amon. As Loki's anguished cries echoed, the surrounding environment underwent a peculiar transformation. The most striking change was the inexplicable death of creatures in the desolate landscape, which then eerily rose from their lifeless state, morphing into grotesque monstrosities. Objects in the vicinity vanished one by one, as if spirited away by an unseen thief. Almost immediately, Loki's body began to flicker uncontrollably, appearing at random locations. The only constant was the presence of Amon by his side upon each reappearance. Oh dear, it seems the method of bestowal requires refinement. There are still significant flaws, Amon remarked, adjusting his monocle as he scrutinized the changes manifesting on Loki. With a snap of his fingers, Loki's bizarre transformations reverted to normal. Loki's once taut form relaxed, collapsing to the ground, staring vacantly into the distance, as if his very soul had been siphoned away. Amon surveyed their surroundings, realizing they had arrived in Norway. It appears you have a fondness for this place. He chuckled, lightly tapping the ground. In an instant, they found themselves back in the arid deserts of Mexico. The dramatic shift in environment cleared Loki's gaze slightly. He struggled to rise, trembling as he asked, "What have you done to me?" Amon did not rush to answer Loki's inquiry. Instead, he observed the rampant monsters around them. With another snap of his fingers, the creatures stiffened, losing their vitality, and then dissipated into the wind. Loki's pupils narrowed. He was utterly bewildered by the recent events. "Of course, I have bestowed you with power. You were far too weak," Amon declared, extending his hand as if to assist Loki in standing. "No need. I can rise on my own." Loki declined Amon's offer, straightening himself with determination, his bloodline of frost giants rekindling his strength. "It appears my vassal is not particularly grateful for the assistance of his master," Amon remarked, shaking his head. Loki, regaining his composure, adopted a tone laced with cunning. "What exactly do you desire from me? I scarcely believe you are merely helping me out of goodwill. Here, take this." Amon handed Loki a small booklet. Loki accepted it, discovering it to be a tome imbued with religious significance, titled The Arcane Gospel. "What is this? As your vassal, your long-term task is, of course, to evangelize. Your current mission is to secure your position as the God King. You now possess the authority to wield Thor's hammer. No one, not even Odin, will suspect a thing. I trust your capabilities will make this task straightforward. Subsequently, you are to proclaim my name across all realms governed by Asgard. You have 6 months to gather the faith of these worlds. Do you understand?" "This is not difficult," Loki replied confidently, not having considered the means to achieve it. He believed that once he ascended to the throne, everything would fall into place. Loki perused the booklet given to him by Amon, his lips twitching slightly. He felt the content was nothing but a fabrication. It spoke of an ancient being awakening, claiming he had existed for over 1,000 years. Yet he had never heard of anything referred to as the Arcane. Furthermore, the booklet introduced concepts such as authority, the fate beacon, and the king of time and space, of which he had never encountered even a semblance of such abilities. Loki conjectured that this being before him might be a newly birthed cosmic deity. Otherwise, he would have certainly heard of it. After a moment of contemplation, Loki inquired, "How should I address you? As the master of the Arcane, or the celestial sovereign of mystical origins, or perhaps something else?" Amon pondered briefly and then, with a spark of inspiration, replied, "You may call me the Fool." "What?" Loki was taken aback, bewildered by the title's origin. Amon chuckled. "I was merely jesting. I shan't torment the Fool any longer. Choose a title for my esteemed name or my authority. I have a preference for the master of the Arcane." Drawing a deep breath, Loki continued, "How shall I contact you, master of the Arcane?" Amon handed him a finely crafted monocle made of crystal, smiling as he said, "Simply recite my name, and I shall sense it. If you wish to make things more intriguing, wear the monocle I have given you. Remember, it is for your right eye." Loki accepted the monocle, admiring its exquisite craftsmanship, feeling a foreboding that something extraordinary might occur upon wearing it. "I understand." Amon, aware of Loki's apprehensions, remained unperturbed as he offered the hammer of Thor to him, saying, "Give it a try." Loki hesitated before extending his hand. He sensed an influx of wondrous abilities, yet he had yet to test their effects. Perhaps he could indeed lift the hammer of Thor. As soon as he grasped the handle, Amon released his hold. Loki braced himself for the weight of the hammer, only to discover that it was no longer as burdensome as before, akin to his small dagger, easily lifted. "It truly can be done," Loki exclaimed in delight. He had coveted this hammer for centuries, and today his dream had finally materialized. Ha 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 ha. Uncontrollable joy surged within him. Loki had never felt such happiness. The hammer of Thor sensed its new master's exuberance, and arcs of electricity erupted from its surface, enveloping Loki in a mantle of lightning. "Thank you, great master of the arcane." This was the most sincere statement Loki had uttered thus far. Amon nodded. "The highest authority of the hammer now resides in your hands. Wield it wisely. Train well with the powers I have bestowed upon you. They are more beneficial than you can imagine. I await your good news." With that, Amon's figure vanished silently. Gazing at the spot where Amon had disappeared, Loki murmured, "I still cannot discern how he accomplished that. He is even more formidable than I had anticipated." Gazing at the hammer in his hand, a flicker of melancholy within Loki dissipated. He endeavored to harness the newly acquired ability, and before him, a shimmering portal composed of starlight materialized. With a determined step, Loki entered through the ethereal gateway. Asgard, at the terminus of the Rainbow Bridge, lay the grand palace of Bifrost, a circular hall of gold, where Heimdall stood vigilant, overseeing the bridge. His hands rested upon Hofund, a long sword serving as the key to the Rainbow Bridge and an immensely powerful artifact. Suddenly, Heimdall, sensing something amiss, turned to behold the radiant figure of Loki. Chapter 76. The lost Mjolnir. Heimdall furrowed his brow in confusion and inquired, "Loki, how have you returned?" Having personally escorted Loki to Earth, Heimdall was astonished to see him back in the realm of the gods without his notice. Loki's expression shifted, a hint of displeasure crossing his features. "Heimdall, be mindful of my identity. I am now the God King." As he spoke, Loki raised the eternal spear in his right hand, striking it heavily against the golden floor of the palace, while placing Mjolnir in a prominent position with his left hand. "Yes, God King." Heimdall reluctantly bowed, having always pledged his loyalty to Odin. Though he deemed Thor more suited for the throne than Loki, he chose to acknowledge Loki's claim. "Ah, Mjolnir." Heimdall suddenly realized the significance of the situation, witnessing Loki brandishing the fabled hammer of the thunder god. Loki, noticing Heimdall's recognition, could not suppress a smirk and feigned nonchalance, stating, "I ventured to Midgard to reclaim Mjolnir, as it is an artifact of our realm and must not remain in Midgard." Indeed, Heimdall acquiesced, understanding the gravity of the matter. Loki imparted a meaningful glance to Heimdall, cautioning him, "Guard your gate. Do not engage in futile endeavors." "Understood," Heimdall replied, bowing his head. Satisfied, Loki nodded and departed. As Heimdall observed Loki's retreating figure, his gaze shifted to Earth, where he spotted Thor languishing in the S.H.I.L.D. base, devoid of vigor upon his hospital bed. Heimdall's focus shifted as he sought Mjolnir across the globe, yet found nothing. No trace in the meteorite crater, nor at the obelisk. The hammer was absent from all of Earth. Loki wielded the true Mjolnir, which was perplexing, for Thor had always been unable to lift it. Thor's condition appeared dire. "I must inform Sif and Volstagg," Heimdall thought. However, as he prepared to summon his divine powers to alert Sif, his expression faltered, and he entirely forgot his earlier intent. Once again clutching Hofund as he stood resolutely in the center of the Bifrost Palace, guarding the Rainbow Bridge. Ah, to think one could secretly send word. Such a foolish delusion. Concealed within the void, Loki let out a cold chuckle. He had long perceived that Heimdall was inclined towards Thor and had just utilized his newly acquired abilities to secretly linger in the void, thereby stealing away Heimdall's ill intentions. Feeling the surge of newfound power within him, Loki brimmed with confidence. With this formidable ability to deceive the natural order, one day, the 9 realms shall lie in my dominion. The strength bestowed upon Loki by Amon was primarily derived from the path of the thief, which perfectly aligned with Loki's character. The power now at Loki's disposal equated to that of the third sequence of the path of the thief, the deceiver of mentors. This ability not only enabled him to mislead and confuse others, causing enemies to err in their judgments, but also allowed him to defy the natural laws. For instance, while a kerosene lamp extinguishes once its fuel is depleted, the deceiver of mentors could trick the lamp into continuing to burn and emit light, thus subverting the rules of nature. Amon had made certain modifications to the powers he granted, notably removing the most crucial ability of the path of the thief, parasitism. However, Amon's bestowed strength was not limited to the path of the thief. It also encompassed elements of the apprentice path and the diviner path. Loki's ability to return directly from Earth to Asgard, concealed within the void and undetected by Heimdall, stemmed from the powers of the apprentice path. Having mastered the uniqueness of the 3 paths for over a decade, Amon's control over them was exceedingly refined. Under the auspices of the angels, Amon could bestow any abilities he desired upon others, though whether the recipients could withstand such gifts remained uncertain. Had Loki not possessed the constitution of a frost giant, he might have grotesquely transformed into a monster the instant Amon granted him power, ultimately becoming a horrific mass of decay due to the inability to endure it. The bestowed power was not an extraordinary trait. Thus, if the connection between Loki and Amon were to sever, it would not be long before Loki lost the powers granted by Amon due to the depletion of strength. However, the alterations made to his body and soul would remain irreversible, forever altering his essence. As Loki walked, he pondered how to assert his authority among the denizens of the celestial palace, ensuring they regarded him as their rightful king. He was acutely aware that he had merely assumed the role of the interim god king, while Odin lay ensnared in his Odinic slumber, and many harbored no allegiance to him. He aimed to establish his prestige during this interval. Let me first proclaim the lifting of Thor's hammer, Loki mused. Within the confines of the S.H.I.E.L.D. base in Mexico, Optimus Prime discreetly approached Tony, lowering his voice. "Tony, the hammer is missing." "The hammer?" Tony momentarily hesitated, but soon comprehended what Optimus referred to. "You mean Thor's hammer? How could it possibly be lost? No one else can lift it besides you." Optimus replied, bewildered. "I have no idea when it went missing. It was only when Thor sought me out, hoping to lift the hammer once more, that I realized it was gone. I even attempted to summon Mjolnir, but there was no response." Tony expressed his suspicion. Could it be that previous adversary? Wasn't he furious when he raised the hammer against you? Optimus Prime shook his head in reply. "Impossible. That individual lacks the strength to wield Mjolnir." Tony, contemplating the matter from the perspective of who possesses the capability to lift Thor's hammer, continued to speculate. Then it must only be Odin. Could it be that the old God King is displeased with your use of Mjolnir and has reclaimed it? After deliberating for quite some time, without reaching a conclusion, Tony proposed. "I will seek out that lad Leon. He possesses remarkable luck, and perhaps a casual conversation will reveal the reason behind the hammer's disappearance." Optimus Prime concurred. "Bumblebee and I shall scour the vicinity of the base, while Iron Man and Optimus Prime search for the hammer with Thor in New Mexico." Peter found himself interning in Professor Connor's laboratory. Dr. Kurt Connors, glancing at the data on the projection, could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Peter, you are truly my benefactor." Peter stood nearby, equally elated as he observed the data on the projector. However, he humbly replied, "You're exaggerating, Professor. I merely calculated an equation." Dr. Connors laughed heartily. "Huh, are you implying that I am of no use? That decay algorithm has consumed years of my research without progress, and thanks to your genius, it has finally been resolved. I must concede, true genius exists in this world. My research has now made a groundbreaking advancement, and I believe results will follow shortly." The rapport between Kurt Connors and Peter was exceptionally strong. They shared a mentor-mentee relationship that often included lighthearted banter. Dr. Connors injected a serum into a lab mouse with a broken leg, and both watched patiently. He then broached a new topic. "Peter, how are things going with Gwen? Have you confessed your feelings yet?" Peter, somewhat taken aback, responded, "Professor, we are in the midst of an experiment. Aren't we merely awaiting results?" "Peter, The beauty of love is right before you. Seize the moment. Growing up like me, still a bachelor. Chapter 77. The Peculiar Kurt Connors Professor. Haven't you devoted all your energy to research? Peter inquired. Dr. Connors chuckled, patting his empty sleeve. Peter, we are discussing you and Gwen. Let's not shift the focus to me. How about this? Tomorrow you and Gwen come to my place for a grand feast to celebrate. Peter replied, that sounds great. But, Professor, will you be cooking yourself? Do you need my assistance? My culinary skills are not exceptional, but I can lend a hand. Dr. Connors, with a reminiscent smile, responded, Peter, do not underestimate me. Even with one arm, my culinary prowess remains intact. I have been missing an arm for decades and have long since adapted. Indeed, Peter, you must be acquainted with Otto. My relationship with Dr. Otto is quite amicable. He once proposed to create a mechanical arm for me. As you are aware, Otto's neural connection device is remarkably advanced, and the mechanical arm he devised is even more agile than a natural limb. I believe his innovation merits the Nobel Prize. However, he remains engrossed in his research on artificial suns and has not prioritized this technology. Curious, Peter inquired, Professor, why did you decline Dr. Otto's mechanical arm? Surely, possessing a prosthetic more dexterous than a typical right arm would be advantageous. Professor Connors reflected, Peter, you are still young. When you reach my age, you will understand that every individual harbors a conviction, or perhaps a misguided pride. My conviction is to restore my arm through cross-species genetic technology, a pursuit I have maintained for decades. Had I been younger, I might have considered Otto's mechanical arm, but now I yearn for a genuine limb. I can comprehend that. Professor, has your research involved other animals? For instance, spiders or ants? Imagine the marvel if humanity could harness the strength of ants or the climbing prowess of spiders. Peter inquired subtly, sensing a potential connection between cross-species genetic technology and Gwen's mutation. Professor Connors pondered, your idea is quite astute, Peter. Once our research on lizards is successful, we could embark on a new project centered around the insects you mentioned. However, I have yet to conduct similar studies, as I have exclusively utilized lizards in my quest to restore my arm. I see, Peter whispered. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a small white mouse within the transparent enclosure, prompting him to exclaim, Professor, look, there's a change. Upon hearing this, Professor Connors swiftly turned his attention to the mouse, which was now exuberantly leaping within the glass container. Remarkably, new tissue was forming at the site of the original amputation, growing at an astonishing rate to produce a new forelimb. Success! Kurt Connors exclaimed joyfully, leaning in for a closer inspection. The mouse had been injected with lizard serum, which, upon success, would grant it regenerative abilities akin to those of a lizard. It appeared that the lizard serum had indeed succeeded. The effects are astonishing. The regeneration rate is incredibly rapid. Peter marveled. After conducting a few more tests and observing for several months without any side effects, we could prepare for clinical trials. Peter, I envision that in years to come, the names Peter Parker and Kurt Connors will grace biology textbooks. Professor Connors dreamt of a bright future. Typically, clinical trials would not commence within a few months, but given that Professor Connors' research is funded by Oscorp, which holds significant interest in the project, such a timeline is plausible. I can already picture your right arm's regenerated form, Professor. The two continued their bustling activities within the laboratory until Peter mentioned it was time for him to depart. It was already the following day, and if he lingered any longer, Aunt May and Uncle Ben would begin to worry. Professor, I must take my leave. You should also rest early, he said as he exited. Peter waved goodbye to Professor Connors. Don't forget to bring Gwen tomorrow. I won't forget. After Peter left, Professor Connors tidied up the laboratory before preparing to rest. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was the representative from Oscorp, the company financing his research. He had heard that Norman Osborn's health was deteriorating and that this research was crucial, though he wasn't sure of its veracity. As he answered the call, the joy on Connor's face, born from his recent experimental breakthroughs, faded. He nodded and said a few words. My experiment has made significant progress. In no more than half a month, no, in a week, I will present results that will satisfy Mr. Osborn. Interrupting funding will severely hinder this progress. I hope you will reconsider. All right, I will bring the results to Mr. Osborn next Tuesday, the voice on the other end replied before the call ended with a beep. Professor Connors slumped heavily into his chair, his gaze vacant as he stared at the lively white mice in their glass enclosure. In frustration, he hurled his phone to the ground. Why now? Just give me a few more months. 2 months will suffice. The Oscorp representative had just informed him that the company would withdraw its investment in his research due to a lack of progress, expressing their impatience. Connors could only promise to deliver results in a week to secure continued funding. Otherwise, his research would languish in obscurity. After venting his frustration, Connors rose and retrieved several mice, using a scalpel to neatly sever their forelimbs before injecting them with lizard serum, placing each into separate glass enclosures. As long as there are no side effects, I will conduct human trials tomorrow, he murmured, his voice barely audible, as if speaking to himself. Cheers! At the dining table, Connors, Peter, and Gwen raised their glasses together. Of course, Peter and Gwen were drinking soda, as they were not yet of legal drinking age in America. Watching the two, Connors temporarily suppressed his worries about the experiment. Gwen, I've heard from Peter that your academic performance is excellent. Have you considered which university you would like to attend? I can write you a recommendation letter. Despite having only one arm, I hold considerable standing in academia. With my endorsement, there's virtually no school in America you cannot attend. Gwen replied, Thank you so much, Professor. Since you teach at Empire State University, I plan to attend there with Peter. Connors remarked, You have good taste. It is not only where I teach, but also my alma mater. How time flies. It brings back so many memories. After the meal, Peter and Gwen bid farewell to Professor Connors. Professor, is there anything you need help with in the lab? Peter asked before departing. Professor Connors appeared momentarily lost in thought before waving his hand dismissively, stating, There's no need. The research has entered a stable phase. I can manage the recording of experimental data alone. You, Peter, should take advantage of your holiday to spend more time with Gwen. Don't confine yourself to the lab with an old man like me. In the recent times, it was clear that Professor Connors would not allow Peter to assist him further in his experiments. Should Peter show up, he would undoubtedly express concerns about the dangers of human experimentation, prompting the professor to dismiss him under the pretense of urgency, thus halting the experiments altogether. Very well, Professor. We shall take our leave, Peter replied. As they departed, Gwen turned to Peter and inquired, Peter, have you noticed something peculiar about Professor Connors? Chapter 78, Peter in Peril. Peter, without much contemplation, responded, Peculiar? Is there? Perhaps he is simply exhilarated by a significant breakthrough in his experiments. I was quite thrilled last night myself, nearly losing sleep over it. Gwen shook her head in disagreement. That is certainly not the case. It may be that his senses have heightened following his bodily mutation. I can distinctly perceive the sorrow he is attempting to conceal. He has masked it well enough for you to remain oblivious. Peter scratched his head, not doubting Gwen's intuition, as she had no motive to deceive him regarding such matters. How could the professor, having just achieved a monumental advancement in his research, be troubled? Could it be that something had gone awry in the experiments, and he was keeping Peter at bay to spare him worry? The astute Peter quickly deduced the truth. Gwen, sensing some validity in Peter's reasoning, suggested, Why not, Peter, visit Professor Connors' lab and ascertain that nothing is amiss? We can always work on the suit together tomorrow. Peter and Gwen had planned to create Gwen's suit and the envisioned web shooter that she had already sketched, awaiting construction. After pondering for a moment, Peter replied, That sounds reasonable. Why don't you head back on your own, Gwen? I will go to the professor's lab right away. All right, Gwen nodded. Meanwhile, within the confines of Professor Connors' laboratory, Kurt Connors gazed at the lively little white mice within the glass enclosure, marveling at how their severed limbs had regenerated without any signs of rejection or side effects. Taking deep breaths to compose himself, he hesitated, contemplating whether to subject himself to human experimentation. Even with the success of the mice trials, the data were ultimately of little utility, serving only as a psychological comfort. Generally, human trials would require at least a year, given the multitude of observations and tests needed. Such trials would only be expedited in the face of a widespread epidemic, for which such measures would be a last resort. Observing his empty sleeves in the desolate lab, Kurt Connors inhaled deeply and grasped the serum he had prepared in advance, resolute not to let his years of effort go to waste. Without further hesitation, Kurt Connors injected the serum into his own body. Seated before the laboratory bench, Kurt Connors awaited the serum's activation. According to his calculations, the serum would take approximately 10 minutes to take effect, so he decided to bide his time. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Could it be fatigue? As he relaxed, exhaustion surged forth, and he succumbed to slumber upon the workbench. After an indeterminate period, Kurt Connors faintly heard someone calling his name. Professor Connors. Professor Connors. Blinking his eyes open, he realized it was Peter calling him. Peter, didn't you go to accompany Gwen? What are you doing here? Professor, how can you say that? Peter exclaimed, his eyes wide with concern. You conducted an experiment on yourself. What are you thinking? We've only used lab rats for our experiments. And not even a full day has passed. You must understand how perilous this is more than I do. How did you find out? Kurt Connors inquired, a sudden realization dawning upon him as he glanced at his right arm. What had once been an empty sleeve now bore a pristine arm, as smooth as that of a newborn. Ha ha ha, it worked. My arm has regrown, and funding will no longer be an issue. Kurt Connors laughed heartily, tears of joy streaming down his face. Professor, please stop laughing for a moment. While I share in your joy regarding your regrown arm, you cannot proceed with human experimentation so recklessly. Come with me for an examination to ensure there are no hidden dangers, Peter urged, pulling Kurt Connors aside for a checkup. Suddenly, Peter realized something and asked, Professor, what did you mean by funding? Kurt Connors' laughter subsided somewhat as he replied, that is of no concern now. The experiment has succeeded. I will go to Oscorp tomorrow, or rather, today, and inform them of our success, requesting additional funding for further experiments. So, you took the risk of conducting human trials because Oscorp was withdrawing their investment? That doesn't seem right. Didn't you inform the higher-ups of the significant breakthroughs in your experiments? Surely they wouldn't cut off funding if they were in their right minds. Peter questioned, bewildered. Kurt Connors shrugged dismissively. It seems Norman Osborn could no longer wait. I had heard previously that he suffered from an ailment difficult to treat, and it appears to be true. Oscorp has invested heavily in biomedicine for this very reason, and it seems his health has deteriorated to a critical state. Nevertheless, our experiment has succeeded. He had clearly contemplated the matter. Why Oscorp would withdraw funding for his research became clear to him now that he had calmed down. Mr. Osborn? Harry's father? I haven't heard Harry mention anything about this, Peter said, puzzled. Harry? Peter, you know Harry Osborn? Kurt Connors questioned, doubting his own ears. I've known Harry for quite some time. We were desk mates for 2 years and had a good relationship. However, he has been abroad these past few years, so our communication has diminished. Kurt Connors felt as though fate was playing a cruel joke on him. Had he known in advance that Peter and Harry were acquainted, he would not have subjected himself to such perilous experimentation. If only he had communicated this to Peter, the dilemma could have been resolved without risk. Now, having ventured into danger only to learn that it was unnecessary, he found it to be the height of irony. Kurt mused, fate is truly remarkable. Professor, what are you saying? Moreover, your body temperature seems rather abnormal, Peter remarked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Your temperature is a mere 25 degrees. How can it be so low? Is it really that low? Kurt responded, astonished, as he felt no such sensation. Could it be a side effect of the lizard serum? They speculated reasonably. Professor, please remove your clothing. I need to examine your body, Peter insisted. Kurt complied without hesitation, shedding his lab coat and then his shirt. Goodness, Professor, have you been diligently working out? Your physique is surprisingly impressive. What? Kurt looked down to find his well-defined pectorals and distinctly chiseled abdominal muscles. Peter's voice, laced with curiosity, broke the moment. Professor, do you have a skin condition? There's a patch on your back that's green, and it appears to have a scaly texture. Kurt replied, a skin condition? No, I do not. Then is this a side effect, scales akin to those of a lizard? Peter pondered aloud, as he grasped a pair of tweezers from the lab bench, carefully extracting a scale from the green patch for closer examination. As Kurt observed the scale in Peter's hand, his mind began to blur, as if something were attempting to seize his consciousness. Peter, engrossed in his examination, failed to notice Kurt's unusual behavior until he heard a commotion from the glass enclosure containing a white mouse. The creature was frantically colliding with the walls, causing the entire box to shake with each impact. Professor, it seems this mouse has gone mad. Do you have any idea why? After a brief silence without response, Peter called out again, Professor, are you listening? A strange growl emanated from behind him, and Peter finally sensed something was amiss. He quickly turned to see a green claw lunging towards him. Gwen suddenly experienced a jolt of anxiety as her spider sense activated. She sprang upright from her bed, clutching her chest and exclaiming, Peter! Chapter 79. Transformation into Kamen Rider without hesitation. Gwen swiftly rolled to the window, flung it open, and leapt out. She bounded between buildings, heading towards the location of Professor Connor's experiment. Her spider sense alerted her that Peter was in danger. Having acquired her abilities for several days now, Gwen had grown accustomed to what she referred to as her spider sense. Not only did it provide her with early warnings of impending threats, but it also offered a vague premonition when something unfortunate was about to occur, akin to what people often describe as a sixth sense. Peter, you must be safe. In the depths of an all-encompassing darkness, Peter Parker's consciousness meanders aimlessly, seemingly without end. A voice, both inhuman and eerie, reverberates within his mind. Congratulations. You are about to die. The dazed Peter cannot help but retort, what is there to congratulate about dying? Are you a messenger from the netherworld here to boost your performance metrics? The voice persists. You are merely in a state of apparent death. If this lingers any longer, it will become a true demise. Suddenly, Peter's foggy awareness sharpens. Who wishes for death? Can you save me? But I recall a claw piercing through my chest. Surely, I cannot be saved. Who are you, and where is this place? He concentrates on the direction of the voice, finally discerning the source. Before him stands a peculiar little figure, no taller than an adult's forearm. Its face is adorned with thick grease paint, resembling a clown, topped with a top hat, and clad in a suit, complete with a pair of pristine wings, akin to a whimsically painted angel. Peter finds the figure's likeness oddly familiar, yet he cannot quite place it. This is your island of consciousness. It is shrouded in darkness, because you are on the brink of death. As for whether I can save you, surely I would not come here merely to chat with you as you face your end. You may call me the Clown Angel. Upon realizing that this enigmatic being has come to rescue him, Peter is unable to contain his emotions, exclaiming, what must you, Clown Angel, do? I wish to return to life. I do not want to die. It is quite simple. You merely need to transfer your wound and awaken your consciousness. However, prior to that, you require something. As the Clown Angel gestures, several cards and a belt materialize before Peter. Choose one. Peter gazes at the cards, perplexed. What are these? Among them, only 3 cards bear illustrations. The rest are blank. They can bestow upon you powers beyond human comprehension. These 3 are foundational cards. When combined with the belt, you shall transform into a formidable Kamen Rider. You may select one as your foundational card, while the remaining blank cards necessitate your own quest for activation. What? You are speaking too quickly. I do not comprehend. What cards a belt Kamen Rider? One might think this so-called Clown Angel is recounting some childish fable. You need not understand. You simply must draw a card, and then you can live. Oh, very well. Peter's gaze falls upon the 3 illustrated cards, and upon seeing the figure depicted on the first card, his eyes widen in recognition, for he is indeed quite familiar with that visage. On the card stands a striking figure, Klein Moretti from Marvel's Apex Company, clad in a gentleman's suit, adorned with a top hat, and smiling graciously at the center of the card, labeled as the Diviner. Peter's gaze shifted to the second card, depicting a character unknown to him, a man donning a yellow bowler hat, framed by gold-rimmed spectacles, sporting a beard, and dressed in a trench coat, with the inscription below reading The Great Detective. His attention then fell upon the final card, which portrayed an individual in a silk top hat, clad in a black trench coat, wearing glasses, with black gloves on his hands, gripping a revolver. His expression, both stern and maniacal, captioned the great adventurer. What on earth is going on? Peter pondered in confusion. He recalled some animated shows from his childhood and tentatively inquired, these cards can't possibly be summoning cards, right? The kind that can call forth the characters depicted with a shout. The jester Angel shook his head, explaining no. These cards grant you the abilities of the corresponding characters upon use. They will serve as your foundational cards, with further abilities added thereafter. Oh, Peter understood, once again examining the 3 cards as he contemplated which to select. Given that this was a choice of initial abilities, he felt compelled to choose the strongest. The Diviner seemed a mere charlatan, while the Great Detective appeared to lack significant power. Was he merely enhancing my cognitive abilities? Conversely, the Great Adventurer appeared formidable, despite his somewhat intimidating demeanor. After much deliberation, Peter Parker extended his hand towards the 3rd card, that of the Great Adventurer, convinced of its superiority. Upon Peter's selection, the jester Angel waved his hand, causing the other cards to vanish, while a belt mysteriously fastened itself around Peter's waist. Well done. You have chosen your foundational card. Now return to the real world and continue the fight. If you encounter difficulties, simply call my name in your mind. Before Peter could fully comprehend the situation, he felt the dark realm begin to collapse, and the jester angel vanished. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Gwen was frantically tending to Peter's wounds. A gaping hole the size of a fist marred his chest, blood flowing freely and staining the floor crimson. Gwen had arrived at the laboratory 2 minutes prior, finding it in utter disarray. Expensive instruments scattered throughout, clearly ravaged by an unknown assailant. Peter lay motionless before the workbench, breathless. Don't die, don't die. Tears mingled with Peter's blood as Gwen found herself in an unprecedented state of despair, for it was evident that Peter Parker had succumbed. Suddenly, the business card of Amon, which Peter had tucked into his pocket, flew forth, transforming mid-air into a character card and a belt. The belt instinctively fastened itself around Peter's waist, while the card followed suit, slotting itself into the belt. A melody resonated from an unknown source, and Peter's body began to glow, lifting him into the air. In a moment of explosive intensity, the wound on Peter's chest vanished, only for his garment to explode outward with a resounding crack. Pieces resembling a plastic trench coat assembling upon his form. The inhuman voice of the Joker Angel echoed, declaring, "The transformation into Kamen Rider Adventurer is complete." At this juncture, Peter opened his eyes, only to be enveloped by Gwen, who leaped into his embrace, holding him tightly. Burying her head in Peter's chest, Gwen exclaimed with fervor, "Thank goodness. Peter, you're alive. With such a gaping hole in your chest, I thought you were—" Peter, his voice tinged with discomfort, interjected, "Gwen, please let go of me. I can hardly breathe." Chapter 80. The marvelous ability card. Upon hearing Peter's labored utterance, Gwen promptly released her grip, suddenly aware of her own strength in her moment of excitement. Had it been the Peter of before, he would have been reliant on the Joker Angel for salvation once more. I'm alive again." Peter moved his shoulder and chest, sore from Gwen's embrace. Once he confirmed his well-being, Gwen posed her most pressing question. "Peter, what happened to you? Why was there a hole in your chest? And what is your current condition?" Peter glanced at the trench coat draped over him. It resembled armor more than mere clothing, appearing distinctly out of sync with the rest of the world. "I was conducting an experiment with Professor Connors, and—" he recalled the harrowing near-death experience, and, in a rush, continued, "I was pierced through the chest by a green claw." "Gwen, did you see a green lizard man? About this tall. He is Professor Connors." Peter gestured in the air to indicate the height of the reptilian figure. "A lizard man? Professor Connors. I didn't see a lizard of that size. Clarify this for me. My mind is a bit muddled. Are you saying Professor Connors transformed into a giant lizard? How can a living person become a lizard?" Peter instinctively raised his hand to scratch his head, only to find himself touching a top hat. One odd attire. He rummaged on the lab table and retrieved a small white mouse that had been incessantly colliding with the glass box, presenting it to Gwen. "Look, just like this little mouse." The professor injected himself with an imperfect serum similar to this, which transformed him into a large lizard, albeit a rather irritable one. Gwen observed the creature within the glass enclosure, noting with alarm that it no longer resembled a mouse, but instead appeared as a green being akin to a lizard. With a bewildered gaze, she inquired, "You refer to this as a little white mouse?" Peter pondered for a moment before explaining, "As you can see, the professor has undergone a similar transformation, only he is significantly larger. You should remember that I served as an assistant to Professor Connors, and our research focused on interspecies genetic technology, which enables the transfer of abilities from one animal to another. The professor attempted to transplant lizard genes into himself to regenerate his severed right arm. However, the experiment was not perfected, while his arm did recover. It seems the professor also lost his sanity." I began to grasp the situation, and then Gwen inquired, "So, what is your current state?" Peter suppressed the urge to scratch his head, placing the glass container back on the laboratory table, and replied to Gwen, "To be honest, I am rather unclear about it myself. A peculiar little being saved me and bestowed upon me this ability, yet I have yet to decipher how to utilize it." After pondering for a moment, Peter continued, "We should locate the professor first. His current condition is dire and could lead to significant destruction if left unchecked." Gwen nodded in agreement, stating, "Since the professor has transformed into a lizard with such a large physique, he must have left numerous traces behind. We might be able to follow them to find him." "Let us start searching then," Peter said, glancing at the door that had been forcefully damaged. Minutes later, Peter and Gwen arrived at a sewer entrance. Peter examined the surrounding environment and lamented, "The traces end here. The professor must have crawled into the sewer, which complicates matters." The drainage system in New York, established in the 17th century, is notoriously intricate, making the task of locating a lizard man within it akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Peter sighed. "Had I known, I would have chosen the fortune teller card instead. Perhaps I could have directly used a special ability to find Professor Connors." "What are you talking about, Peter?" Gwen asked, puzzled. "It's nothing, just something related to my current state that I cannot explain at the moment." At that moment, the voice of the Joker Angel, resembling an eerily human-like tone, echoed from Peter's waist. "Foolish Peter Parker, your current state also possesses the capability of divination. You simply do not know how to wield it." What the Joker Angel did not reveal to Peter was that the abilities of the three character cards were identical. The only difference lay in their transformed appearances. Peter, taken aback, exclaimed, "This card can also perform divination? How is that different from the fortune teller?" "Never mind, that's not important. Joker Angel, how does one conduct divination? I have yet to learn how to use the ability you granted me." The Joker Angel's voice resonated once more. "On the left side of your belt lies a box for holding cards, which contains the skills you can employ. To use a skill, simply remove a card from the box and place it into the central slot of your belt." Peter reached for his waist and indeed felt a card holder. Clumsily, he extracted several cards, the first being the divination card. The divination card featured numerous ability descriptions, outlining various methods of divination, including tarot readings, poker divination, pendulum divination, divining rods, astrology, and a myriad of other techniques. So many methods of divination. Peter did not hasten to utilize the divination card. Rather, he chose to explore the abilities of the other cards. He intended to first comprehend the powers he possessed after his transformation, so as to avoid the amusing predicament of encountering situations that could be resolved with special abilities he was unaware of. He discovered that among the cards he had drawn, only 8 contained content, while the rest were blank. Am I required to gather abilities on my own? He pondered, recalling the words of the little angel. He examined the second card, labeled Flame Leap, which granted the ability to teleport between flames within a certain range, providing immunity to fire during the process. The next card, Flame Manipulation, allowed him to control flames, seemingly complementing the Flame Leap ability. After contemplating the capabilities of these 2 cards, Peter realized he could use Flame Manipulation in conjunction with Flame Leap, directing the flames to a desired location before teleporting there. He turned to the next card, which was Wound Transfer. Upon its activation, it could transfer a wound to another location or object. "Is this the reason I found my clothes torn upon waking?" he mused, recalling how the clown had likely transferred the wound from his chest to his clothing, resulting in the explosion. The 5th card was Paper Doll Substitute, which allowed a pre-prepared paper doll to absorb damage on his behalf. There seemed to be additional methods of use, but Peter could not discern them, as that portion of the card was obscured. Notably, this ability had to be activated in advance. Using it after sustaining damage would render it ineffective. Peter was already aware that his belt accommodated 3 ability card slots, meaning he could utilize at most 3 abilities simultaneously. The Paper Doll Substitute card needed to be inserted beforehand to be effective. The 6th card, Air Bullet, had a straightforward ability to launch air projectiles, with a power that could rival that of a sniper rifle's bullet. Peter inwardly scoffed. If it occupies a card slot, why not carry a handgun instead, thus freeing up a slot? The 7th card was Faceless One, which enabled the alteration of his appearance to resemble another person of similar stature, along with the transformation of his attire. Such an ability could save him money on clothing. Peter's thoughts were always rather whimsical. Not wishing to dwell on peculiar matters any further, he turned his attention to the last card with content. Chapter 81. The Great Consumer of Blue Energy, the Thread of the Spirit. The final card was Thread of the Spirit, which granted the ability to perceive the spiritual threads of every individual and manipulate them. Those whose threads were controlled would become secret puppets, experiencing true death, ultimately being manipulated like marionettes. What a sinister ability, Peter gasped, contemplating his contribution to global warming. What is so evil? Gwen inquired with curiosity. Peter, not concealing anything from her, presented the card and replied, "Oh, I was referring to the ability depicted on this card." Gwen squinted at the card, peering at it for quite some time without discerning any meaning. She asked in confusion, "What are you talking about? This is just a blank card. There's nothing on it." "HM?" Peter brought the card closer to his eyes and observed it again, exclaiming, But there are words here. Gwen leaned and once more rubbed her eyes. It still failed to see any writing on the card. Still nothing. It's just blank. Peter adjusted his hat, uncertainty creeping into his voice. Could it be that only I, as the master, can see the words on the card? Perhaps. Gwen shrugged nonchalantly, choosing not to dwell on Peter's peculiar abilities, which are undeniably strange. Let me first test the power of this spirit thread card. Peter could hardly contain his curiosity. He felt compelled to explore this unfamiliar ability, as he could envision the powers of the paper figures or flame leaps, but the spirit thread eluded his imagination. Following the angel's instructions, Peter carefully stored the other cards and awkwardly inserted the card into the slot on his belt. Upon entering the slot, the belt briefly lit up, then fell silent. Nothing happened. Surely the contents of the card aren't a fabrication? Peter muttered under his breath, only to be interrupted by Gwen's inquiry. What did you say, Peter? Your voice was too soft for me to catch. Looking up at Gwen, Peter replied with a hint of exasperation. I feel like this card is useless. Nothing happened after insertion. Mid-sentence, Peter's words faltered as he noticed that, unbeknownst to him, strands of ethereal threads had materialized around Gwen's body, seemingly extending from her very soul into the infinite heights above. After a moment of astonishment, Peter realized that these spectral threads were indeed the spirit threads spoken of on the card, manifesting in such a wondrous and dreamlike manner. Instinctively, he felt an urge to touch those threads, and in his line of sight, one of Gwen's spirit threads stirred. Swish! Gwen's entire being was on high alert. Her spider sense buzzed frantically, akin to a startled kitten. Driven by instinct, she executed a series of intricate backflips, propelling herself over 10 meters before pressing against the wall of the alley, at which point her spider sense finally ceased its warnings. Peter, what were you about to do? I felt as though I was on the brink of death. Stunned by Gwen's question, Peter suddenly grasped the gravity of his actions. The card had clearly stated that once the spirit thread was thoroughly controlled, the individual would face complete demise. I acted impulsively, only eager to test the ability, neglecting the consequences. I sincerely apologize, Gwen. Filled with guilt, Peter watched as Gwen scrutinized him intently. Her spider sense ceased its alarms, and she descended from the wall. All right, given your heartfelt apology, I shall let this slide for now. Peter, who had been anxiously observing Gwen's demeanor, quietly exhaled in relief, grateful that she was not upset. He suddenly realized that there were not only ethereal threads emanating from Gwen, but also several others drifting from the shadows of the alley, which seemed remarkably easier to manipulate than Gwen's. Were these the spirits of the alley's roaches and rats, attempting to control the ethereal threads belonging to the creatures of the darkness? Peter found it surprisingly effortless. Within mere seconds, he felt his consciousness tethered to an unfamiliar entity, which he awkwardly stirred, finally comprehending what he had taken hold of, a rat. Through the rat's perspective, he observed the peculiar sight of himself alongside a perplexed Gwen gazing curiously at him. It dawned on Peter that from the viewpoint of a rat, humans appeared as formidable giants. He guided the diminutive creature a few steps forward, emerging from the shadows to greet Gwen, but soon felt a sharp pain in his head, causing his control over the rat to wane. Helpless, he relinquished his hold, and the rat's body instantly stiffened, collapsing to the ground like a true marionette. Why did this rat just die? Peter's antics had evidently captured Gwen's attention. Peter, why does your face look so pale? Noticing Peter's silence, Gwen turned her head and saw him swaying unsteadily on the verge of toppling over. In a swift motion, she reached out to steady him, preventing him from falling. Just then, Peter's peculiar belt emitted a warning. Alert! Excessive spiritual depletion. Transformation will be forcibly undone. Confused and battling a headache, Peter struggled to comprehend the situation before experiencing a sudden loss of power, reverting to his frail form, Peter Parker. From Gwen's perspective, it appeared as though Peter's impressive, film-worthy attire had vanished, leaving him clad only in his tattered clothing, barely concealing his modesty. Peter, what has happened to you now? Gwen remarked, sensing his ongoing misfortunes. Clutching his head, Peter weakly explained, I have a bit of a headache. It seems I exhausted my skill meter. The ability known as ethereal thread consumed far too much energy. After the transformation was lifted, Peter realized that using the belt to morph consumed a substance referred to as spiritual essence. In Peter's understanding, spiritual essence was an intrinsic force related to mental acuity, possessed by every individual. While the transformation enhanced physical attributes and agility, the consumption of spiritual essence was minimal, maintaining a balance between recovery and expenditure. However, the utilization of skill cards was markedly different, as they demanded a significant toll on spiritual essence. Although Peter had yet to experiment with other skills, the ethereal thread skill was undoubtedly a substantial drain. Merely maneuvering the mouse had nearly depleted his essence, forcing him to revert from his transformation. "Gwen, could you lend me your jacket?" he asked, feeling unable to seek Professor Connors at that moment. "I need some time to recuperate before I can transform again and proceed with the divination. I should find a place to rest. It doesn't feel right to be out like this," Peter expressed somewhat awkwardly. "I think you look just fine out here," Gwen teased, stroking her chin playfully. "Please, Gwen, don't jest." Chapter 82. The ambiguous intent of the lizard man wrapped in Gwen's coat. Peter cautiously followed her, occasionally using her figure to shield himself from the gazes of passersby. Embarrassed, he urged, "Gwen, could you slow down? I feel like a vagrant, and it wouldn't do for anyone to see me." Gwen, unable to conceal her amusement, replied, "Peter, you're moving too slowly. So what if your clothes are a bit tattered? This style is quite common on the streets, you know." Peter remained silent, lowering his head further as he trailed behind her. As neighbors, their homes were not far apart, and within a matter of minutes, they arrived at their destination. "Let us go to my room," Gwen suggested. "George is still at the precinct, and Helen should be volunteering at an orphanage in Queens. No one will disturb us." "All right." Peter felt his mind was muddled, nearly stagnant. He sensed he might collapse onto the street at any moment. Upon entering Gwen's room, Peter fell onto the bed with a thud, succumbing to silence. "Is he really in such poor shape?" Gwen murmured quietly, disregarding the unconscious Peter. She picked up a radio from the cabinet, one she had modified to intercept internal frequencies of the New York Police Department, allowing her to stay informed about local events. Perhaps the transformed Professor Connors would emerge and incite chaos, enabling her to quickly grasp the situation. Adjusting the radio to the precinct's frequency, Gwen placed it on the table, listening to the incoming messages while gazing at the sleeping Peter, lost in thought. In a daze, Peter heard someone calling his name. "Peter, Peter, wake up. There's a situation." Peter opened his eyes, bewildered, only to see Gwen shaking him. "What's the matter, Gwen? Listen for yourself." Gwen brought the radio closer to Peter's ear, urging him to pay attention. "Command Center, this is 9527. Emergency call. Unknown biological entity detected. Requesting immediate assistance. Positioned on the northern side of the Manhattan Bridge. The target is identified as a green, lizard-like humanoid creature, approximately 2 meters in height, currently fleeing from Oscorp Tower, having already caused injuries to several citizens." Upon hearing the voice emanating from the radio, Peter's drowsiness dissipated instantly. Was that the internal channel of the New York Police Department? That green lizard must be the professor. Why would he choose to assault Oscorp Tower? Gwen replied, "I don't know, but we should find Professor Connors before he is apprehended. Indeed, we must locate the professor first. If the police capture him, it would be disastrous." Peter glanced down at his tattered clothing, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and said to Gwen, "Could you find me a change of clothes?" Gwen wore an expression of knowing, retrieving a set of clothes from a nearby chair and handing them to Peter. "I took these from your room while you were sleeping. I anticipated you would need them." "Gwen, you are incredibly reliable," Peter exclaimed as he accepted the garments, swiftly tearing away the rags he wore and donning the clothes. "How are we going to get there? Oscorp Tower is quite distant, and even taking a cab seems impractical. I'll drive my father's car. He usually uses the police vehicle, and his personal car is parked in the garage. I've driven it a few times, and I'm decent at it." The two made their way to the garage, where Gwen rummaged through a shelf and retrieved a set of keys. Chief George had a habit of leaving the car keys there. As Gwen started the vehicle, she beckoned Peter, "Hurry, Peter." Thus, Chief George's beloved car was stealthily commandeered by Gwen and Peter. As they sped towards Oscorp Tower, Professor Connors, transformed into the lizard, had already evaded the police and returned to a hidden waterway. He meticulously arranged the specialized equipment he had stolen from Oscorp Tower, combining it with the devices he had previously gathered, intent on producing a vast quantity of lizard serum. Within the transformed Kurt Connors, a new persona had emerged, a frenzied and extreme identity that perceived its lizard form as a superior species, desiring to convert all humanity into lizard beings to facilitate evolution. Thus, he began to seek out equipment, Although he should have returned to his laboratory for the apparatus, Kurt Connor's primary identity resisted fiercely. Burdened by guilt for believing he had killed Peter Parker, unable to face his laboratory, the lizard persona resorted to raiding Oscorp Tower for the necessary experimental tools. Soon it will be complete. Soon it will be complete. I shall bring evolution to all humankind. I am the god of the new world. The lizard professor envisioned a glorious future, repeatedly uttering phrases like evolution, God, and new world. The screeching sound of tires against the pavement went unnoticed amidst the chaos outside Oscorp Tower. No one paid heed to an ordinary car, even if it belonged to the chief of the New York Police Department. Gwen, it seems we have arrived too late. There is not even a trace of the professor. It appears to be the case. However, we can ascertain the situation. I know that officer. He is my father's subordinate. Come, let's inquire further. Hello, Uncle Chris. What has transpired here? Why have so many police been deployed? The officer named Chris was momentarily taken aback, as the voice sounded somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the daughter of the chief. Gwen, what brings you here? I came out to have fun with friends and heard quite a commotion, so I came to see what was happening. Gwen tugged at Peter's sleeve, indicating that she was merely out with friends. Sheriff Chris remarked, "This must be Peter Parker, whom I've heard about from Chief George." "Hello, Detective Chris. I am Peter Parker," Peter greeted. "Uncle Chris, you haven't yet explained what happened here." As Gwen brought it up again, Sheriff Chris elaborated, "Some time ago, a green creature invaded Oscorp Tower and caused significant destruction, seemingly absconding with a great deal of equipment. By the time we received the alarm and arrived, the creature had already fled. Your father is currently leading a search for this green monster. Gwen, I must tell you, many speculate that this creature is a product of Oscorp's biological experiments, and I share that belief. Otherwise, how could there be such a large humanoid lizard?" Gwen and Peter nodded in agreement with Sheriff Chris's assessment. At that moment, Gwen inquired, "Uncle Chris, what kind of equipment was taken?" "Equipment from a biological company like Oscorp must be quite expensive, right?" Detective Chris shook his head. "I am afraid I do not know. I am merely a police officer and not versed in high-tech matters." Gwen and Peter exchanged a glance and bid farewell to Detective Chris, moving aside. "Peter, what do you think Professor Connors would risk taking those devices for?" "There's too little information to deduce," Peter replied, "but I sense it cannot bode well. It would be best to ascertain exactly what was lost." He felt the situation was rather dire. Peter glanced at the violently damaged entrance of Oscorp Tower, now guarded by police and some individuals in black attire. Every person attempting to enter was required to present identification. They would likely be unable to gain direct access. "What should we do?" Peter instinctively scratched his head, feeling relieved that this time no strange top hat was obstructing him. Suddenly, he recalled his belt. An idea began to form in his mind. He retrieved the adventurer card, lifted his garment, and inserted the card into his belt. Mask Rider Adventurer Transformation. Chapter 83. How Am I to Dream? A powerful melody resonated once more as Peter donned the adventurer attire, the top hat reappearing atop his head. "What on earth is this?" Peter could hardly contain his incredulous commentary. The transformation sound effect was utterly ridiculous. Peter and Gwen concealed themselves in a secluded spot, watching the individuals emerge from the Osborn Tower. After a moment, a figure, seemingly a supervisor, exited the building while conversing on a phone. Seizing the opportunity, Peter deftly retrieved a card from his waist, the Faceless Man card. This was its second usage, and with practiced ease, he inserted it into his waistband. Instantly, a multitude of familiar faces manifested before him. Some were well-known, such as Gwen, Aunt May, and Detective Chris, while others were merely acquaintances, like the departing supervisor. Realizing the card's purpose, Peter understood that it would conjure a vivid recollection of every individual he had encountered, allowing him to accurately recall their physical attributes and demeanor, thus enabling him to alter his own appearance and achieve an impeccable disguise. Contemplating the supervisor's features, attire, and essence, Peter's exterior began to transform. Gwen stood by, wide-eyed as she witnessed Peter morph from his familiar visage into that of an unfamiliar middle-aged man. His demeanor altered as well, with a mixture of uncertainty and intrigue. Gwen regarded the metamorphosed Peter and hesitantly inquired, "Peter, is this also part of your abilities?" He had previously shared with her the unique capabilities of the belt, but she had not anticipated such a remarkable transformation, akin to that of a completely different individual. Peter explained to Gwen, "Indeed, I am currently utilizing the Faceless Man card. allowing me to assume the identity of the supervisor who just exited. I shall infiltrate their ranks under his guise. Assessing his condition, he noted minimal spiritual expenditure. Only during the transformation had there been a significant drain, while the subsequent state felt entirely normal. The skill called Spirit Line, indeed, demanded substantial energy, whereas the Faceless Man card consumed far less. Await my good news. Without hesitation, Peter, adorned with the supervisor's visage, approached the entrance where several men in black stood guard. He walked past them with natural ease, and they made no attempt to impede his progress, recognizing him as the recently departed supervisor, albeit puzzled by his swift return. Upon entering the Osborne Tower without incident, Peter surveyed his surroundings and made his way toward the area where various experimental equipment was stored, noticing clear signs of destruction. Having previously interned at Osborne Industries, he was well acquainted with the layout and quickly navigated to the laboratory zone, which had been ravaged beyond recognition. Osborne staff attempted to clear the wreckage, but were obstructed by the black-clad figures. Several agents in dark suits from S.H.A.L.D. were documenting data beside the damaged apparatus. Who were these individuals? They bore an uncanny resemblance to the agents from the films. Had Professor Connors transformed into the lizard, drawing the secretive organization to this chaos? As Peter pondered this, he called out to a staff member passing by, who was engrossed in tallying figures from clipboard, evidently tasked with assessing the damages. What equipment have we lost? Upon seeing the supervisor, the staff handed the folder to Peter and said, "Supervisor Becker, we have suffered losses due to the attack of the green monster, and the canali apparatus in the exhibition area has also been taken by the creature." Peter glanced at the equipment recorded in the folder while also noting what the staff had mentioned. His memory was already sharp, and it seemed to have improved further after his transformation. "All right, I understand. You may return to your duties." He dismissed the staff, pondering Professor Connor's intentions. The equipment taken was predominantly used for biological experiments, yet it was perplexing that the apparatus designed to combat large-scale diseases had also been removed. While the removal of biological experimental equipment could be rationalized, perhaps the professor sought to revert to a normal human state. The extraction of the canali apparatus was indeed puzzling. Could it be that Professor Connors intended to use the canali apparatus to transform the entire city's populace into lizard people? He couldn't quite fathom why such a notion had emerged, yet an instinct within him insisted that this was the truth. This was a grave matter, Peter thought to himself, realizing the urgency. He hastened towards the exit, departing the Osborne building under the bemused gazes of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. It appeared that the Osborne Group personnel were exceedingly busy. Are you speaking nonsense? It's only natural to be busy when the company has been ravaged by a monster. The agents in black conversed leisurely. Peter chose to disregard the glaring flaws in his disguise and swiftly sought out Gwen, reverting to his true self. He shared his conjectures with her. Upon grasping the gravity of Peter's words, Gwen was equally astonished. "Peter, what you're suggesting is terrifying. Surely, Professor Connors wouldn't resort to such extremes? I can't quite explain why I have this suspicion, but my intuition insists it's true. It seems to be a consequence of my transformation, and judging by the available clues, such a scenario is quite plausible." Peter felt that this was a gift of his metamorphosis, akin to divination. Divination, that it. I could employ the divination card to ascertain the professor's intentions. Peter recalled his abilities and, becoming adept with each use, smoothly retrieved the divination card and affixed it to his belt. A luminous screen materialized before him, displaying various divination methods, most of which he was already familiar with from previous encounters. However, many of the techniques appeared dimmed and unusable. Why are these astrology and tarot divination methods inaccessible? The Joker Angel interjected, reminding Peter, because divination skills differ from other abilities, they require substantial knowledge base to utilize. Thus, you are limited to simpler methods like pendulum divination. Astrology is beyond your reach. An illiterate cannot become a diviner. Must you also take the opportunity to mock me? Well, I suppose I can forego those unusable divination methods. However, I'm unfamiliar with the other accessible techniques as well. Peter remained utterly perplexed. The clown angel continued. The remaining divination methods are quite straightforward. Even a child could easily master them. You seek the whereabouts of that lizard man, do you not? Then employ dream divination, as it is the most suitable technique. Simply repeat the subject of your inquiry several times, and you shall dream of the desired content. I trust you are not so dim-witted as to fail to comprehend this. It sounds simple enough, Peter mumbled, and proceeded to attempt dream divination. He softly repeated the phrase, "The purpose of Kurt Connors, the purpose of Kurt Connors," numerous times before realizing a crucial dilemma. How does one enter a dream? Hey, how do I enter a dream? Even if I close my eyes now, I won't fall asleep immediately. The clown angel's voice, laced with malice, chimed in. You could simply faint. If that person before you were to punch you, wouldn't you fall asleep? Chapter 84. The addiction to hitting Peter's lips began to twitch uncontrollably. What a peculiar method it was to enter a dream by being knocked unconscious. He discovered that after transforming, his control over his muscles had become exceedingly strong. He could perfectly manage his facial expressions, while his body's flexibility and coordination had vastly improved, making him an excellent candidate for a con artist. Peter hesitantly inquired, "Let me ask you, can I truly enter a dream by fainting? What if I merely lose consciousness without dreaming?" "You underestimate me. If I say that fainting will allow you to dream, it will indeed allow you to dream," the clown angel declared with conviction. "If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, I would never believe you." Peter silently mused, gritting his teeth as he turned to Gwen. "Gwen, let us return to the car. I need your assistance with something." In the midst of Gwen's puzzled gaze, Peter led her back to the vehicle and awkwardly confessed, "Gwen, could you possibly knock me out?" Gwen was taken aback, suspecting that Peter had lost his mind. Was this a side effect of his transformation? A normal person would not. "Gwen, please don't misunderstand. My mental faculties are intact. It's for a divination. To conduct dream divination, I must enter a dream, but I simply cannot fall asleep quickly on my own. Thus, I require your help to render me unconscious." Gwen did not immediately acquiesce, still harboring doubts. It seemed peculiar to use her abilities to knock herself out. As Gwen hesitated, Peter contemplated and produced a card, explaining, "This is the wound transfer card. Its ability allows me to transfer any wounds to other parts or objects. Even if you injure me, I can use this to shift the injury, so you need not worry about my well-being." Afterward, Peter inserted the wound transfer card into his belt. Observing this, Gwen felt somewhat reassured, yet still hesitated, saying, "I'm not very confident about knocking you out. My strength has increased significantly lately, making it difficult for me to manage my power. In everyday life, I only need to temper my strength, but adjusting it precisely to knock you out could prove challenging. It may take several attempts. It matters not. As long as it renders one unconscious, there is no need to worry about injury." Peter forced a strained smile, yet with the precise control of his facial muscles. Gwen perceived no hint of strain, only an aura of calmness. Observing this, Gwen consented, saying, "Let's give it a try." "Very well, after I finish reciting the incantation. Strike me." With this instruction, Peter began to softly murmur the divination. "The purpose of Kurt Connors, the purpose of Kurt Connors." Upon completion, Peter signaled to Gwen that it was time. Taking a deep breath, Gwen raised her fist, controlling her strength as she aimed for Peter's head. In the midst of Peter's startled gaze, her fist struck his top hat. Though the world around him was filled with shimmering stars, Peter merely felt dizzy, not unconscious. Firmly within himself, he thought, "Gwen, your strength is insufficient. Try again. You seem to have developed a stronger resilience." Gwen mused, finding Peter's physicality quite intriguing. "Is that so?" "Huh," Peter replied, struggling to summon a smile. Gwen, eager to continue, urged, "Hurry, recite it once more. I shall attempt again." With a twitch of his eye, Peter resumed the incantation. "The purpose of Kurt Connors, the purpose of Kurt Connors." Gwen summoned more force this time, delivering a solid blow to Peter's top hat. He reclined onto the chair, yet remained conscious. The sense of foreboding within Peter intensified. "Let's try once more." He seemed to detect excitement on Gwen's face. Bang! Bang! At last, on the fourth attempt, Peter successfully lost consciousness. In the depths of his stupor, Peter found himself surrounded by a myriad of visions. Suddenly awakening to the clarity of a street. Am I still dreaming? Is this the legendary lucid dream? He pondered, surveying the street he inhabited within the dream, which appeared familiar, perhaps Fulton Street in Brooklyn. Was something about to transpire here? Suddenly, a green mist began to waft through the air, emanating from a towering building, spreading rapidly to envelop Fulton Street within mere breaths. Under Peter's watchful gaze, a man nearby inhaled the green mist and, within seconds, collapsed to the ground. clawing at his body as he transformed into a green lizard-like creature. Peter's face contorted in shock as he realized that it was not only that man. Anyone who inhaled the green mist on this street would morph into a green lizard person within a minute. This realization jolted Peter awake, his breath coming in rapid gasps. Gwen, observing his alarmed visage, inquired with concern, "What did you dream? Was it dreadful?" Peter replied urgently, "We need assistance. Yes, to Marvel's Edge to find Mr. Amon. He will surely believe my words. I just divined that a terrifying green mist is appearing on Fulton Street in Brooklyn, and those who inhale it will turn into lizard people." "What did you say? Has Professor Connors truly lost his mind, intending to transform an entire neighborhood into lizard monsters?" Gwen was taken aback, astonished. Peter articulated a graver possibility. Not only Fulton Street, but with the aid of the Canali device. Professor Connors possessed the capability to disseminate the lizard serum throughout the entirety of Brooklyn, or even all of New York City. How did the professor transform into a villain bent on world destruction? Gwen found herself at a loss for words. "Quickly, Gwen, let us head to the Marvel Tower. Surely the superheroes there can resolve this predicament," Peter urged, snapping Gwen from her reverie. "Oh, right." Starting the vehicle, the two hastened towards Marvel Tower. Sheriff Chris watched the departing car with a hint of confusion. Wasn't that the chief's car? Had it been lent to Gwen? Given their proximity in Manhattan, the two soon arrived at Marvel Tower. How did that peculiar mirror end up in the lobby? Peter observed that the enchanted mirror belonging to Arad's had been relocated to the wall of the lobby. However, he dismissed the thought and approached the front desk with Gwen to inquire. "Excuse me, is Mr. Amon available? We have something of utmost importance to discuss with him." The bespectacled receptionist glanced at them and smiled. "Ah, Mr. Peter Parker and Miss Gwen Stacy. Amon isn't here at the moment, but you may leave a message, and he will be informed." Peter and Gwen exchanged glances, surprised that the receptionist remembered them, though the tone felt somewhat peculiar. It was uncommon for an employee to address their boss in such a manner. Contemplating who else they might know in the building, Peter asked, "Is Mr. Klein available?" The receptionist pointed toward an elevator, saying, "To see Klein, simply take that private elevator. You should know where his office is." "Thank you." After expressing their gratitude, the duo proceeded to the elevator and ascended to Klein's office floor. As the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by a familiar voice. "Peter, you're utilizing the Kamen Rider belt quite well." Chapter 85. Assistance upon encountering the gentleman adorned with a top hat. Both Peter and Gwen felt their nervousness dissipate. Hearing the gentleman's question, Peter paused, asking, "You know about the Kamen Rider belt?" Once they were invited into the office, Mr. Klein chuckled, "Of course. I'm aware of the Kamen Rider belt. It is a product of our company, and currently, there is only one in existence, which you are using." The revelation that the belt was indeed a creation of their company astonished Peter. After a brief moment of surprise, he regained his composure and turned to Klein to discuss the pressing matter at hand. "Mr. Moretti, I have something significant to share with you." "Go ahead, I'm listening." Klein responded calmly, seated in his executive chair. Peter then succinctly recounted the situation involving Professor Connors. "I understand that what I'm saying may sound fantastical, but please believe me, our time is running short." After listening to Peter's discourse, the gentleman Klein nodded, adopting a more serious tone as he remarked, "Indeed, it is a significant issue. I shall dispatch personnel to assist you in resolving it." "Ah, you believe me just like that? Do you not require confirmation of what I have said?" Peter expressed his surprise at the lack of skepticism from Klein. "Huh. Given that you have utilized the Kamen Rider belt, you must have encountered those 3 fundamental character cards. Have you forgotten that I am also a diviner?" Klein explained to Peter with a smile. "Oh, that seems to be the case." Peter recalled the 3 character cards, the first of which featured the image of Mr. Moretti. Gentleman Klein cheerfully addressed the 2. "Very well. You may proceed outside. Support is awaiting you." "When did you notify the others?" "I did not see anyone." Peter remarked in confusion as he and Gwen exited the office, only to find 3 individuals waiting outside. One of them, sporting monocles and shouldering a camera, was evidently a battlefield journalist, a hallmark of Marvel's conflicts. The other 2, a beautiful blonde girl and a dark-haired femme fatale, were clearly the superheroes providing the support. Gwen recognized Liliana, recalling their previous encounter in Harlem against the Abomination, where the opponent's lightsaber had been particularly striking. Liliana introduced herself first. "Are you the ones I am to support? I am Ileana Rasputin, codename Mystique, and this is my assistant, Artemis." "Peter Parker, codename Kamen Rider." Peter decided to adopt Kamen Rider as his moniker. Gwen Stacy, Spider-Woman. Gwen clearly had her superhero name well prepared. Liliana then prompted, "Please, tell me the situation." Thus, Peter recounted the information he had shared with Klein to Liliana. Upon grasping the impending events, Liliana inquired, "All right, I understand the situation. We must act swiftly. Inform me where the incident will occur, and we shall proceed immediately." Peter responded to Liliana's query. "The location is Fulton Street in Brooklyn. Beyond that, I am unaware of the specifics." Receiving a tablet from Artemis, Liliana examined the map, locating Fulton Street. "Good, then follow me," she nodded, extending her right hand sideways and then sweeping it downward, creating a magical rift in space that appeared in midair, stepping through it first. How wondrous! Is this the legendary spatial teleportation? Following her lead, the group stepped into the rift and instantaneously arrived on the rooftop of a building on Fulton Street. Peter marveled. This ability must save an immense amount on travel expenses. If only it were used for food delivery, it would surely become a legend in that realm. Gwen echoed his sentiments. These two, Liliana thought, somewhat exasperated. But then, she keenly sensed something amiss. The distant air bore an unusual green hue. She directly interrupted the contemplative musings of Peter and Gwen. "Hey, enough with the nostalgia. Is that green mist the toxic vapor you mentioned that turns people into lizard men? Has it truly begun?" Peter and Gwen glanced skyward, and indeed, they spotted green mist billowing from a distant skyscraper, spreading at an alarming rate. Peter quickly turned to Liana, exclaiming, "This is bad. We must act swiftly to halt the spread of the mist. Ordinary people who inhale, it will transform into lizard men within half a minute. You should wear this." The ever-watchful camera drone, Amon, presented 3 gas masks. Amon flashed a bright smile, revealing a row of pristine white teeth, and proclaimed, "Produced by Marvel. Guaranteed to be top-notch." Peter and Gwen, taken aback, accepted the gas masks and donned them. At that moment, Peter noticed a peculiar detail. "Don't you, in her need to wear one?" He referred to Artemis. Amon replied, "Don't mind me. I am merely here to record. As for her, she requires no protection." Liana elaborated, "Artemis is a Cybertronian. She does not need a gas mask." No sooner had Liana spoken than Artemis, who had been following closely behind, began to transform, her form shifting into a mechanical exterior. A Cybertronian. Peter and Gwen were familiar with Cybertronians. They had witnessed the chaos caused by the Decepticons in Manhattan a few months prior, and had seen Optimus Prime's statements at the press conference. "Follow me," Liana instructed, tearing open a rift in space, leading them to the base of the building emitting the green mist. Below, a throng of individuals had already transformed into green lizard men, wreaking havoc and harming those who remained unaffected. "This is quite the predicament." She turned to Peter and Gwen, saying, "You two need to ascend and disable the device that is continuously spewing the mist while I manage the situation here." "Understood." Without hesitation, Peter and Gwen agreed. Trusting in Liana's confidence, dismantling the Canali device took precedence. As Peter and Gwen hurried upstairs, Liana instructed Artemis, "You must contain those lizard men without killing them. They might still revert back. I will handle the mist." With that, Liana spread her arms wide, her eyes shimmering with concentrated magic, deepening in intensity, while her hair floated around her. The sky darkened ominously, fierce winds began to howl, accompanied by the sound of raindrops falling. In Chapter 86, the Masked Rider and Spider-Man forge ahead. Under Liana's control, the green mist was gathered together, and with the sudden downpour, it was thoroughly washed away. The citizens who had transformed into lizard men from inhaling the green mist found their limbs severed with precision by Artemis and were piled together, their wounds slowly regenerating new appendages. Wow, what incredible vitality! Liana marveled at the regeneration capabilities of these mutated lizard men, noting that their healing ability surpassed even that of Wolverine. She was aware of Wolverine's formidable regenerative abilities, yet she was uncertain whether he could regenerate severed limbs. As a lizard man, freshly regenerated and lunging towards her, had its limbs severed by a swift stroke, Liana furrowed her brow at the lizard men who were slowly rising. Grasping the key pendant that hung around her neck, she thrust her palm forward, and the space surrounding the lizard men began to warp mysteriously, causing them all to vanish from this realm. This ability, termed spatial concealment, when wielded with the intensity Liana commanded, could also be referred to as spatial cage. It was a most potent binding capability she could employ through her keen necklace, capable of distorting a spatial area, cleaving into two parts, and concealing one within the other. To emerge from the hidden space, one could only do so through specific means, effectively restraining the lizard men. Artemis, cast the humans who will soon transform into lizard men into this space. I shall assess their condition above, she instructed. Of course, miss, Artemis replied, continuously severing the limbs of the newly mutated lizard men and tossing them into the spatial concealment that Liana had created. Meanwhile, Peter and Gwen were ascending the staircase of a building still under construction, devoid of an elevator, and upon entering, they encountered no other individuals. Professor Connors should be on the top floor. Let us hasten to destroy the device and subdue the professor. That will resolve our predicament. Upon reaching the 6th floor, a dark green figure lunged at them. Fortunately, Gwen noticed in time and pulled Peter back. Is that you, Professor Connors? Peter exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Peter, that is not Professor Connors. Observe the tattered remnants of his clothing. Those are clearly security uniforms. This must be a lizard man transformed by Professor Connors' serum, Gwen clarified, prompting Peter to calm down and recognize the situation. Then let us subdue this lizard man. We cannot afford to delay, Peter declared, withdrawing the faceless man card and replacing it with spirit thread, air bullet, and flame control, inserting them deftly into his belt slots. He raised his right hand in the shape of a gun, mimicking the sound of gunfire. Bang! An invisible air bullet was unleashed, possessing the force akin to that of a large-caliber handgun. The lizard man, once a security guard, was struck in the right leg and collapsed onto the staircase. I still possess considerable strength, Peter mused, appreciating the capabilities of his belt. He had not unleashed the full power of the air bullet. Considering the security guard was merely an innocent bystander, subduing him was sufficient. The fallen lizard man struggled momentarily before its severed leg miraculously regenerated, and it lunged at the two once more. This defies logic. How can it recover so swiftly? Peter thought in disbelief. He understood that the regenerative abilities after transformation by the lizard serum were exaggerated. Otherwise, Professor Connor's arm would not have regrown in such a short span. Yet, the visibly rapid recovery was utterly absurd. Gwen, hold him off for a moment while I utilize the spirit line to control him. Peter contemplated for a moment before deciding to employ the spirit line, not to transform the reptilian creature before him into a puppet, but rather to render his body rigid, thereby gaining control over him. This was a newfound ability he discovered while attempting to use the spirit line. Before successfully turning someone into a puppet, the target's thoughts and body would exhibit a sluggish and stiff response, providing an effective means of control. All right, Gwen replied, grabbing the railing of the nearby staircase and pulling it down with considerable force to use as a weapon. Witnessing this, Peter felt a surge of anxiety. It seemed that Gwen might be capable of handling the reptilian creature on her own without his intervention. As Gwen playfully provoked the security lizard in a manner akin to dogfighting, Peter concentrated intently on manipulating the spirit line of the security lizard. Just 2 seconds into his control, Gwen noticed the movements of the large green creature before her beginning to stiffen, as if time itself had slowed down. Observing this, Gwen relaxed, seizing several steel rods from the staircase and maneuvering behind the security lizard to bind all of its limbs with the metal bars. Done. Gwen clapped her hands together, feeling that this lizard was considerably easier to deal with than the grotesque yellow creature they encountered on Broadway. After ascending a few more floors, another lizard appeared, this time not Professor Connors, but a lizard transformed by his serum. Peter and Gwen employed the same method to subdue the creature. As they continued their ascent, yet another lizard confronted them, and they once again repeated their successful tactic. After climbing a few more levels, they encountered yet another lizard, and once more, they executed their strategy with precision. Upon reaching another floor, they were met with yet another lizard, and Peter could no longer contain himself. Are we in some kind of level-up game? Professor Connors must be the final boss. Why are there so many minions? Well said. I share the same sentiment. Gwen wholeheartedly agreed. Finally, after Peter and Gwen battled through numerous obstacles, they arrived at the floor housing the canary device. Upon entering, they widened their eyes, not due to the multitude of lizards, but because of the presence of a mysterious figure. What are you doing here? Weren't you supposed to be dealing with the mist below? Liana exclaimed, withdrawing a lightsaber from the canary device and kicking the unconscious Professor Connors, who lay sprawled on the ground with an air of exasperation. Have you two been on a date in this building? You were so slow. Once I managed to control the mist below, I ascended to this floor, took down this lab-coated lizard, and destroyed the humidifier. Peter and Gwen exchanged awkward chuckles, acknowledging their own sluggishness. How do we deal with him? This lizard must be the mastermind behind it all, right? Liana kicked the unconscious lizard professor once more. I can prepare the serum that can revert those transformed into lizard monsters back to their original forms, but it will take time. All right, then let us head back to Marvel Clash. Someone will come to clean up our mess, as we have a partnership with the New York Police Department. Liana nodded and, after a brief explanation, led several individuals along with numerous lizard men back to Marvel's Clash. The secret agent and her small entourage managed to neutralize the rampaging lizard creatures on Fulton Street in Brooklyn, and once again, the heroes of Marvel's Clash saved New York. The Planet Daily reported this. Chapter 87. The Legend of the Old Gods. Here are the contracts. Please take a look. The dapper Klein Moretti presented 2 contracts to Peter and Gwen. As they opened the documents, their astonishment grew at the contents within. Such generous terms. There were no stipulated working hours, as it was voluntary work, and the base salary was an impressive $5,000 per week, with bonuses that multiplied with each incident they participated in. The bonuses were structured so that for every superhero action within a month, the first incident yielded $100,000, with each subsequent occurrence doubling the reward. Klein chuckled, of course. Being a superhero is inherently a voluntary endeavor. It is only natural for the compensation to be considerable. Surely there are no hidden traps within. Peter pondered quietly. There are no traps, rest assured. You are welcome to have a lawyer review the contract, Klein replied, as if he had somehow read Peter's thoughts. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Peter was struck by the uncanny sensation that Klein had indeed sensed his inner voice. Gwen interjected, "There's no need for a lawyer. I possess some knowledge in this area, and I can assure you that the contract is sound." With no apparent issues, Peter and Gwen proceeded to sign the contracts. Once they had secured the documents, Klein, ever the gentleman, stated, "Excellent. Welcome, Kamen Rider and Spider-Man, to Marvel's Clash. Soon, someone will guide you through the company, and it would be best if you could attend a press conference specifically for superheroes like yourselves next Wednesday." "Absolutely, we will be there," Peter affirmed. At that moment, he inquired, "What has become of the citizens who transformed into lizard men? If they encounter difficulties with treatment, I can assist, as I was involved in the research of the lizard serum. There's no need for concern. We have the finest experts in the biological field. Professor Connors has also regained his sanity, and we will soon bring this matter to a perfect resolution," Klein assured Peter. Within the laboratories of Marvel's Clash, 2 middle-aged men were engaged in conversation. Bruce Banner remarked, "Kurt, your cross-species genetic inheritance technology is truly remarkable. But how could you be so reckless as to use yourself as a test subject? Thankfully, the situation has not escalated to the worst possible outcome, and there is still room for recovery." Kurt Connors sighed, somewhat resigned. At that time, Osborn threatened to withdraw funding. I had no choice but to proceed in that manner to continue my research. Now that things have unfolded this way, I can only seek ways to remedy the situation. I owe much to Peter and Marvel's Clash. Otherwise, I would likely be facing imprisonment right now. At this point, Professor Connors glanced at the reverse engineering being conducted by the 2 men. "Sometimes, one must acknowledge that there are indeed super geniuses like you, Bruce, in this world, who can swiftly complete reverse research and enhance my studies. Even a genius is not exempt from being pursued by the military, having fled for so many years. And it is thanks to the Marvel contest that I have managed to survive." Reflecting on the arduous days of the past few years, Bruce Banner felt tears welling up. 2 middle-aged men began to lament their fates. "Leon, you are closest to Thor. He shall be entrusted to you during his time on Earth. You must take good care of our alien prince." As Leon recalled Tony Stark's arrangements, he couldn't help but scoff. "With a villa as spacious as yours, why don't you look after Thor? You've already interacted with more than a few extraterrestrials." Returning to the present, Leon addressed the curious Thor. "You shall stay in this room. I will tidy it up and then go procure some daily necessities for you." Thor was deeply moved. "Good brother, once I regain my powers, I shall take you to the realm of the gods for a splendid experience." "It's settled then. Thor, what is your realm like? Is it as described in Norse mythology?" Leon, pulling out a book entitled Norse Mythology, presented it to Thor. "These are merely the imaginings of you Midgardians. The true realm of the gods is far grander than what is written here." Thor flipped through the pages and closed the book. asserting that the realm was indeed more magnificent. Outside 177 Brick Street, Amon casually found a seat, ordered some food, and awaited his meal. The area was bustling, filled with vendors and pedestrians. After about 5 minutes, a bald man clad in a yellow robe sat across from him. "Mr. Amon, what brings you here for breakfast? The tofu pudding here is quite exceptional. Would the esteemed guest care for a serving?" "Haha, Mr. Amon, you jest. Of course, this eatery, being yours, is excellent." The vendors on Brick Street 177 halted their activities, uniformly retrieving monocles from their pockets, wiping them with handkerchiefs, and then placing them back. This peculiar behavior did not incite panic among passers-by, as they too pulled out monocles, cleaned them, and returned them. "Please do not take offense, esteemed guest. I merely felt that the temple is of great importance, so I dispatched some people to protect it." Amon scooped a spoonful of tofu pudding into his mouth and continued. "Moreover, did you not summon me? One of my avatars has inexplicably vanished here. Only you could achieve such a feat." Ancient One feigned innocence, alas. "I could not locate your position, thus I had to rely on your avatar to convey my message." After a brief pause, Ancient One inquired, "Are you familiar with the old gods?" Amon raised an eyebrow. "The old gods nearly exterminated by Adam?" "The surviving old god, Ashit from Vishandi, is indeed one of them." Ancient One replied, "Yes, it is they, though they have been nearly obliterated by the devourer of gods. Remnants of their divine power still linger on earth. These powers hold great significance. Even I cannot manage them, only sealing and delaying their eruption." Amon, uncertain, asked, "Are you implying that these divine powers are about to erupt?" "Indeed, I believe you can sense that while these divine powers may not directly affect you, the existence of human society is far from certain. Shouldn't such matters be handled by the Supreme Sorcerer? Why seek my assistance?" Gu-E smiled wryly, stating, "I am but a mere mortal, reliant on the dark powers borrowed from Dormammu to survive until today. I am incapable of suppressing those divine forces any longer. You wish for me to resolve this, yet I shall not undertake a task that bears no reward." Amon expressed his desire to see a worthy compensation. Gu-E revealed her bargaining chip. "Have you not long desired the Eye of Agamotto? Should you assist me in this matter, the Time Stone shall be entrusted to your care." Amon sensed that Gu-E might genuinely be at a loss, and thus he remarked, "Such sincerity suggests your limitations are indeed profound, even to the point of offering the artifact of the Supreme Sorcerer. In that case, enlighten me about these divine powers." Gu-E smiled and agreed, "Very well." Chapter 88. A trip to the Adirondacks. The divine power of the ancient gods is sealed within an alternate dimension that is tethered to the reality we know. Initially, it was sealed by the Trinity of Vishani, and each subsequent Supreme Sorcerer has reinforced this seal. It has been 10 years since my last fortification of the seal. At this juncture, Gu-E produced a teapot from seemingly nowhere, poured herself a cup, savored a sip, and continued. Around the seal, remnants of the old god's power occasionally leak, resulting in various strange phenomena. Throughout history, ordinary humans have encountered these occurrences, mistaking them for ancient deities whose displeasure could lead to the world's destruction. This misconception arose from several instances of divine power, surging due to the failure to promptly reinforce the seal. However, those who survived became even more convinced of their assumptions, observing patterns in the eruptions of divine power and concluding that the gods would awaken, prompting them to conduct sacrifices during these tumultuous times to appease the deities and stave off annihilation. This tale sounds somewhat familiar. Amon lifted Gu-Ye's teapot and poured himself a cup. "Where's the seal located?" Gu-Ye replied, "In the Adirondack Forest Preserve, an area safeguarded by the government to prevent excessive exposure to the seal." New York once again. What a splendid place, Amon mused, before declaring, "I shall resolve this matter. By the way, the Eye of Agamotto can be left with you at Camartage. I seek only the Time Stone." With that, Amon vanished without a sound. Gu-Ye rose and surveyed her surroundings, noting that everyone on the street was greeting her. With a resigned sigh, she remarked, Inside the unique cabaret, Leon and Thor, along with Jane and Daisy, were enjoying drinks. As the one tasked with overseeing Thor on Earth, Leon found himself in a sort of paid leave. And having heard that this establishment belonged to his employer, he deemed it uncharacteristic not to take advantage of the opportunity, thus bringing Thor along for a delightful outing. Regarding Jane and Daisy's deliberate visit, during their time in New Mexico, Jane heard Daisy mention that Thor had been taken away by someone, which immediately aroused her suspicion. Driven by her determination, she sought out ASHIELD base. Leveraging her credentials as an astrophysics Ph.D., Jane persuaded Coulson by claiming she could assist SHIELD in studying the effects left by the Bifrost. Consequently, she reconnected with Thor and learned that he was indeed the god of thunder, albeit stripped of his powers. When Thor arrived in New York, Jane accompanied him back. While Dr. Selvig was taken away by SHIELD operatives for clandestine research. Agent, when did you transform into a superhero from the Marvel Universe? Daisy teased Leon, recalling how he had once deceived her with a false identity to take Thor away, which had been a source of amusement for Jane for quite some time. Leon, unperturbed by her remark, replied, Daisy, you are unaware that in addition to being a superhero, I'm also a SHIELD agent. As he spoke, he theatrically produced 5 or 6 identification cards from his pocket. Daisy and Jane stared wide-eyed, incredulous. These must all be fakes. After a while, Daisy inquired, Great deceiver, if you are not a superhero, what is your superpower? At this, Leon perked up, requesting a deck of playing cards from a bar, which he handed to Daisy, saying, I will name a card, and you randomly select one. Daisy examined the cards, finding nothing unusual, shuffled them, and remarked, What a peculiar ability. As Daisy finished shuffling, Leon casually declared, 3 of hearts. Daisy drew the top card and, upon revealing it, exclaimed, It really is the 3 of hearts. Amused, she challenged Leon, Name another card, and I will draw again. Then it shall be the 3 of clubs. Leon replied nonchalantly. This time, Jane, who had been chatting with Thor, was intrigued by the commotion and decided to draw a card. It turned out to be the 3 of clubs. Daisy flipped over all the cards, still finding no discrepancies. I figured it out, Daisy declared with a tone of revelation. Your superpower is card betting, just like the character in God of Gamblers. Leon chuckled, clarifying, My ability is to manipulate luck, granting fortune or misfortune, not merely card betting. Then you should become a gambler. You could truly become a god of gambling. Daisy's thoughts had veered off course. Being a gambler is far less interesting than being a superhero. Good wine, let's have another round. After shouting this, Thor smashed his cup onto the floor. Not again. Daisy covered her face. The sound of shattering glass did not resonate. Leon glanced over to see the bespectacled bartender catching the cup Thor had thrown. Such a distinctive drinking style. But please refrain from breaking cups. It disturbs other patrons. Jian smiled apologetically, explaining that her friend's hometown customs were rather peculiar, and he was struggling to adjust. The bartender chimed in, noting that Jian's friend was from out of town and mentioned an exciting tourism activity offered by their establishment at the Adirondack Forest Preserve. The cost of the excursion would be covered by the bar, and all they needed to do was capture some photographs during their travels, an opportunity not to be missed. Jian and Daisy exchanged glances before turning their attention to Leon. They were indeed available. Jian had traveled to New Mexico to study a unique astronomical phenomenon, which had now concluded. She had even exceeded expectations with Thor's assistance. Daisy, on the other hand, was merely tagging along with Jian for credits and had no other engagements. The only potential obstacle was Leon, who is currently responsible for the exile of his guardian prince and might not agree to such a journey. Nevertheless, such a splendid opportunity was worth pursuing. Leon, ever the opportunist, inquired about the travel expenses. The bartender produced a card and handed it to Leon with a smile, stating, Just swipe this. Is there no limit on the amount? Truly generous. Leon accepted the card, already contemplating how to orchestrate their travel plans. Ladies and Prince Thor, we are heading to the Adirondacks. Is there anything you wish to prepare? As he spoke, he waved the card in his hand. If the expenses can be covered by this card, I intend to purchase a new telescope. Observing the night sky in the preserve should be magnificent. Jian began to daydream about stargazing with Thor, who would point out the constellations and stars of Asgard, a thought that felt utterly romantic. We should buy camping supplies, like a tent and a grill. Our RV in New Mexico needs some new travel gear, Daisy added, focusing on how to make their journey more comfortable. The following day, Leon drove Thor, Jian, and Daisy towards the Adirondack Forest Preserve. The Adirondack Mountains lie approximately 467 kilometers from New York City, and under Leon's skilled driving, they encountered no traffic or accidents, arriving at their destination just past noon. Chapter 89. The cabin in the woods. Noticing that it was well past noon, Leon suggested to the three passengers, "There's a restaurant ahead, and it's time for lunch. Shall we stop for a bite before continuing our journey?" They had reached the boundary of the Adirondack Mountains, yet their destination was still some distance away, and a meal was in order. "Sound good?" Daisy, in the front passenger seat, agreed, feeling her own stomach grumble. As for Thor and Jien, Daisy observed through the rearview mirror that the two were deeply engrossed in conversation. And suddenly, her own hunger seemed less pressing. Stealing a glance at Leon, she realized he was quite appealing to her taste. After parking outside the restaurant, the four of them entered, only to find the establishment empty except for a middle-aged man, evidently the owner. As he served their meals, the owner inquired, "Are you guests here to explore the Adirondack Mountains?" "Of course. Are we here to chop down trees?" Lion jested. "This is a protected area. One must exercise caution while felling trees." The proprietor added humorously before continuing, "Fate has brought us together. Since you are here for leisure, I have a place to recommend." He returned to the counter, retrieving a map to show to the group. "I have a wooden cabin deep within the forest, built years ago, and since I no longer reside there, I can lend it to you for a few days. All I ask is that you take care of it. As you know, I cannot leave this restaurant." Lion glanced at the marked location on the map, noting its proximity to their intended destination. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and remarked, "Perfect. The proprietor is indeed generous." The owner handed Lion a set of keys, instructing him to return them upon their departure. Returning to the front desk, the owner closed his eyes to rest. At this moment, Thor commented, "You Midgardians are truly warm-hearted." Daisy whispered, "Do you not find it all too coincidental, as if someone has orchestrated these events for us?" Lion dismissed her concerns with a wave and a smile, saying, "Isn't it quite normal for us to be this fortunate? Just look at who's here. Let us capture this moment." He perceived the serendipitous occurrences of their journey as manifestations of his own ability to harmonize the world, inadvertently elevating his fortune. Indeed, Daisy acknowledged the validity of Lion's words. His powers were extraordinary, capable of influencing luck. As he deftly caught a cup Thor had tossed to the ground, Lion declared, "All right, let us set out to explore the manager's cabin." Unbeknownst to the four, within a clandestine base, numerous sharply dressed administrators and scientists clad in lab coats were gathered, while a large screen displayed footage of Lion and his companions. "Director, the targets are en route to the designated location. Calculations indicate they will arrive at the cabin by 3 o'clock this afternoon." "Excellent. Once they reach the cabin, refrain from commencing the ritual until nightfall," the director commanded. A portly middle-aged man with a receding hairline. "These 4 offerings are far superior to those you previously sourced. The slumbering deity will surely be pleased." A subordinate promptly flattered, "Your insight is unmatched, Director." As for the sudden switch from the originally planned 5 participants to Lion's group of 4, neither they nor anyone else questioned it. This base was secretly established by the government, tasked with selecting suitable candidates periodically to be offered in a special ritual to the gods, ensuring their eternal slumber. This was but one of many such ceremonies conducted by their organization. Continue to monitor them. Ensure no complications arise. The director instructed a staff member stationed at the surveillance monitor. "Understood, Director." In a discreet corner, Amon sat quietly in an executive chair, intrigued by the documents in his hands. This is a compilation of information meticulously gathered by the organization over the years, detailing the realm of slumbering deities, the land of divine power ceiling, where various fantastical monsters evolve. These creatures cannot be eradicated, even if slain. They resurrect by the following day. The organization has arranged 5 offerings to be sacrificed in a specific order as a macabre form of entertainment for the monsters. Amon remarked, "What absurd ritual. The surroundings here are quite splendid." Daisy leaned her head out of the car window, inhaling the fragrant air of the forest. Unbeknownst to the 4, a colossal energy barrier suddenly emerged along their route, completely blocking their retreat. "Quite lovely indeed," Leon commented, glancing at the map in his hand. "We have arrived. The cabin is just ahead." It appeared quite old, exuding an eerie ambience reminiscent of a horror film. Leon parked the car and snapped a photograph of the foreboding cabin, critiquing its sinister appearance. "Leon, you brought a fishing rod," Daisy exclaimed upon discovering the fishing gear in the trunk. "Of course. I'm quite the angler. The fish practically leap onto my hook," Leon boasted, basking in his prowess. He had always enjoyed fishing, though he often returned empty-handed. However, this time felt different, as if luck was on his side. That sounds wonderful. I recall the map indicating a river nearby. We should fish there and perhaps swim too, Daisy suggested, having brought her swimsuit in hopes of charming the handsome Leon. Swimming, Thor exclaimed, his excitement piqued by the keyword. No one understands swimming better than I. I am the mightiest swimmer in Asgard. Thor had completely moved past his sorrow of losing his hammer and powers, and upon hearing of swimming, he eagerly declared his intent to head directly to the riverbank. As evening fell, Leon set up a barbecue to grill the fish, with 2 large buckets brimming with his afternoon catch beside him. Daisy assisted him in the grilling process, while Thor and Jane were nearby, setting up a telescope to observe the starry sky. However, the silhouettes of one another occupied more of their gaze than the celestial expanse. Suddenly, a rustling sound emerged from a thicket. Leon, ever perceptive, turned to scrutinize the underbrush. Daisy, frightened, hid behind Leon. Could it be a wild bear? Fear not, for I am here. Not even a polar bear could harm you. Why a polar bear? Daisy inquired, puzzled. Leon explained, I've heard polar bears are the largest land carnivores. Is that so? Daisy was unfamiliar with such details. Leon chose not to elaborate further and approached the thicket, parting the foliage but finding no creature within. Perhaps it was just a rabbit. Look what I found, Leon declared, showcasing an ancient-looking notebook he discovered amidst the grass. Daisy, intrigued, questioned, how could there be a notebook in the bushes? Did the shopkeeper lose it? Leon replied, perhaps it contains records of hidden treasures. Chapter 90. A turn of events? Is this a shopping list? The names inscribed are quite peculiar. Lion perused the contents of the notebook, discovering an assortment of bizarre items, such as a gnome statue, a chainsaw, a plush toy, and the Satanic Bible, among others. Let me see. Daisy seized the notebook, her curiosity piqued by its contents. These must be game items. They resemble those from exploratory games. Do you think they could be clues left by the innkeeper, waiting for us to uncover them? I recall the cabin has a basement. These items must be there. Ah, that's impossible. This is merely a record of strange items. Perhaps you've watched too many movies, Lion retorted, dismissing Daisy's conjecture. True, this isn't an amusement park, Daisy conceded, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Lion tossed the notebook aside, returning to his task of grilling fish. Within the subterranean base, the supervisor was perplexed. He turned to the technician beside him and inquired, why did they so readily discard the items? How will we proceed with the upcoming sacrifice without that notebook? After a flurry of activity on his equipment, the technician explained, the wind shifted abruptly, dispersing the hallucinogenic gas we released before it could reach them. Supervisor, should we release the gas again? The supervisor rubbed his temples and replied, no need. Let rain near the cabin. That will force them to take refuge inside before we deploy the gas. Understood. Just as Lion finished grilling a fish, a raindrop landed on the coals, producing a hissing sound. Huh. He looked up as large droplets cascaded from the sky, splattering onto his face. What terrible luck. It's starting to rain. Ever since acquiring the superpower world harmonization, Lion had not encountered such misfortune. His luck had allowed him to evade such situations. It's raining. We should hurry back to the cabin for shelter. Jean approached, with Thor behind him, carrying a newly purchased telescope. Daisy, shedding her rain-soaked coat, exclaimed, thank goodness the innkeeper lent us this cabin. Otherwise, camping outside would be dreadful. I'm drenched like a drowned rat. At that moment, Lion and Thor entered the cabin, soaked to the skin as they moved the grill. Why has the rain intensified so suddenly? I don't recall the weather forecast predicting heavy rain, Jean remarked, wiping down the drenched telescope. Mountain weather is unpredictable. It changes rapidly, Lion replied, having changed into dry clothes and comfortably seated himself on the sofa. His gaze fell upon the notebook on the table. Daisy, you brought that notebook too? The one you discarded? I didn't have time to pick it up while seeking shelter from the rain, she responded. Then what is this? Lion opened the notebook, revealing the same peculiar contents. Indeed, it is that notebook. In a place unnoticed by the four, an invisible and odorless gas gradually permeated the house. How did it enter? Did you bring it, Jane? Daisy was equally perplexed. The notebook, what notebook? Jane approached, brushing her hair aside. Daisy, in confusion, responded, wasn't it you who took it? This is the notebook we found in the bushes outside, originally discarded, yet somehow it ended up indoors. Is that so? Jane began to leaf through the peculiar notebook, while Thor sauntered over with a bottle of beer, indulging in it as he approached. Beer truly is the greatest invention of you Midgardians. Leon felt that Thor had completely forgotten about his banishment to Earth. Suddenly, Daisy proposed, "Shall we explore the basement of the cabin? I have a feeling it holds the items from this notebook." Due to the inhalation of the colorless gas, Leon agreed this time, though Thor was somewhat puzzled, unable to comprehend the need to explore the basement. However, being rather simple-minded, he did not dwell on it and followed along. The basement of the cabin was shrouded in darkness, filled with an array of bizarre objects, evoking an oddly familiar sensation in Leon. He picked up a jar containing octopus tentacles soaked in liquid, wondering why it felt familiar. "Huh, I told you the props from the notebook would be in the basement. I was right," Daisy exclaimed with pride. Jane nodded, flipping through the notebook in her hands. Indeed, everything here corresponds with what is written. Meanwhile, in the control room below, the supervisor uncorked a bottle of champagne, exclaiming, They've finally entered the basement. The monster is about to make its appearance." Which monster is represented by the octopus tentacles? A lab-coated individual scanned the blackboard and shouted, "Supervisor, it's the sea siren." It's my favorite, the mermaid. They are so fortunate. Each prop would trigger a specific monster, and the one Leon held would summon the sea siren. Unbeknownst to them, the floor of the command room had become damp, and the staff, who had been watching the spectacle from the doorway, were still laughing when suddenly a sharp pain shot through one of their calves. Looking down, he saw that his leg had been bitten off by a hideous mermaid. The piercing screams echoed throughout the command room, shocking everyone. The sea siren was not supposed to appear in the command room, but to attack those 4 unfortunate souls outside. "Quickly, call for security. Call for security," the supervisor shrieked. All the staff began to retreat, slowly shielding the supervisor behind them. "Damn it, a bunch of useless fools," the supervisor cursed through gritted teeth, seizing an axe from a wall and wildly swinging it at his idol. The supervisor's combat skills were commendable. The mermaid, which could only crawl, did not withstand much of his onslaught. He tossed the axe aside, muttering curses. "Damn it, bring the person in charge of monitoring the monster to me. I want to see if that fool has a brain or a backside in his head." Inside the wooden cabin, Thor suddenly exclaimed, "Odin above, this must be my Mjolnir." With great delight, he picked up a hammer from the corner of the basement, joyfully brandishing it, inadvertently knocking over items such as a diary, a unicorn tapestry, and film reels. "Calm down, Thor. That is not your hammer." Lion interrupted Thor's frenzy, observing that Thor had not forgotten his exile to Earth. He was simply carefree and prone to madness when provoked. "Indeed, this is not my hammer." Thor dramatically performed a display of a muscular man weeping, declaring, "I am unworthy to wield Mjolnir. I am a sinner." Lion slapped his forehead in exasperation, bewildered by the absurdity of the situation. The supervisor in the control room watched Thor's antics on the monitor, an ominous feeling creeping over him as sweat beaded on his forehead. He turned to his assistant and said, "Identify the creatures represented by the items that fool has knocked over and ensure they are contained. We cannot allow them to escape." The assistant, realizing the gravity of the situation, replied hoarsely, "They're the Buckner zombie, a unicorn, and a clown." A cacophony of neighing echoed, accompanied by the sight of a bloodied horn piercing through the control room door. Chapter 91. Lion offline. The door to the control room burst open, and a bloodied unicorn charged in, its horns still adorned with a guard. Upon entering the monitoring room, the unicorn began to collide with everything in its path, swiftly creating chaos. Damn it, why have all these monsters escaped? In the midst of the disorder, the supervisor dashed out of the control room, but was immediately taken aback as a horde of grotesque, staggering zombies approached. "Oh, not like this." The diligent supervisor positioned himself across the entire corridor, ensuring the zombies were well fed before his departure. Tree spirits, witches, giant pythons, goblins, grotesque ogres, masked killers, ghosts, killing machines, and hell barons. Various terrifying creatures from the realm of fantasy roamed within the base, bringing warmth to the otherwise desolate personnel. Amon, oblivious to the chaos, stepped out from the command room, gazing at the lively scene within the base, scoffing, "Those who toy with the lives of others will ultimately be toyed with by fate. It is a choice of your own making." As all the monsters passed by Amon, they steered clear of him, as if he and the vast base existed in entirely different worlds. With the spectacle concluded, he sauntered towards the heart of the base, thinking, "Damn it, Thor. You've collapsed the basement. Lion was filled with frustration as he surveyed the debris that had buried all the items. He sighed. I can only hope the boss is willing to accept compensation for the damages. I apologize. I was overly emotional at that moment. Thor resembled a remorseful 1,500-year-old child. Dion, at a loss for words, suddenly noticed a peculiar sensation in his ears, realizing something strange was afoot outside. Lion closed his eyes and activated the harmonious realm of the world. This unique phenomenon manifested in his mind, revealing a special world where every being possessed their own fortune. In this realm, Lion was able to observe entities within his capability as if he had unleashed an alternative vision. What in the world is this? Lion exclaimed, startled by the imagery in his mind. Noticing the usually reliable Lion in such a state, Daisy anxiously inquired, "What's the matter?" "There's a group of unknown creatures outside." "Thor, go check by the window," Lion instructed as he stepped forward with Thor. Turning back to the two women, he cautioned, "You both stay here and do not move." "All right," they replied, but Lion's serious demeanor indicated that something grave had transpired. "It's just raining, isn't it?" Thor, oblivious to the seriousness of the situation, remarked. As the two approached the window, they were struck dumb by the scene outside. Lion swallowed hard and asked Thor, "Have you ever seen these things before?" "I've seen some. The fairies and the giant python look familiar," Thor responded, equally astonished by the multitude of creatures. Lion began to mentally consult his grandfather, Mr. Star. "Do you know what is happening?" "This is a trial," was all the voice of Mr. Star conveyed within him. "Another riddle," Lion muttered to himself, pulling out his phone to dial a number Tony had given him for emergencies. Tony had assured him that there was a land bridge, and upon receiving the message, he could rush over to rescue them. However, cursed be the lack of signal. After several attempts and changing locations, Lion had to accept the reality of their predicament and think of a way to save themselves. With both good news and bad news to convey, Lion did not offer Daisy and Jane a choice. Bad news. We are surrounded by a multitude of monsters, and they do not appear to be friendly. Additionally, we have lost contact with the outside world. The good news is that we have to pay for the boss's house, and the rain has stopped. Jane, unfazed by Lioness humor, panicked and asked, "What kind of monsters?" While rummaging through his suitcase, Lion replied, "Zombies, goblins, ghosts, giant pythons, sea monsters, grotesque creatures resembling ogres, and bird-like beings reminiscent of dinosaurs, among many others I couldn't identify." With each name Lion uttered, Jane and Daisy felt their hearts sink further, and the mention of more monsters left them utterly despondent. Is this a movie? How can there be so many monsters? Daisy tried to deceive herself. At that moment, Thor stepped forward and reassured the two women, "Don't worry, I will ensure your safety. Perhaps you should focus on protecting yourself first, Mr. Thunder God." Now devoid of divine power, Lion retorted, distributing a handgun to each of the women. "You both should know how to use these." "Thor, do you need one?" Upon encountering the pistol presented before him, Thor shook his head, bent down, and grasped the hammer he had retrieved from the basement, proclaiming, "I'm more accustomed to using this." "Very well." Leon secured the firearm at his waist, loading himself with an array of magazines. As a former S.H.I.L. agent, Leon not only carried identification from various departments, but also a suitcase filled with weaponry, compensating for his lack of combat-oriented superpowers with firearms. "Let's head to the study. That location is likely to harbor the least formidable monsters. We shall burst forth from there." There is no doubt regarding how Leon had discerned that the number of monsters in that vicinity was minimal. Following his lead, the four of them arrived at the study, only to find it devoid of a door. Daisy inquired, perplexed, "How are we supposed to exit?" "Smash through the wall?" "Precisely, we shall smash through the wall." Leon raised his handgun, swiftly emptying the magazine before replacing it with a new one, which he also discharged. During this brief interlude, he directed Thor, "Break it down." "All right." Thor hefted the larger-than-average hammer of the god of thunder and commenced demolishing the wall. Although he had lost his divine powers, his physical prowess far exceeded that of an ordinary human. With just 2 strikes, he breached the wall that Leon had previously shot through. As soon as the outer woods came into view, 2 zombies lunged at them. Before the 2 women could scream, Thor sent one flying with a single blow, while the other was dispatched by Leon, who had been prepared for the encounter. "You 2 can shoot at will. I have bestowed upon you good fortune. And now you are marksmen," Leon assured them, having already granted them ample luck, believing it would ensure their safe escape from peril. No sooner had he spoken than a couple of repugnant ogres charged at them. Leon did not need to aim. He simply raised his hand and pulled the trigger, swiftly dispatching both creatures. You should give a try. He intentionally left two alive for Jane and Daisy to practice their shooting skills. Daisy and Jane trembled as they raised their weapons, utterly unaccustomed to aiming. No need to aim, just shoot, Leon called out emphatically. Bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out in succession, and true to Leon's words, the bullets penetrated the ogre's skulls with ease. Excellent. Now let's flee this area. The cars are no longer operable. There are too many monsters over there. With that, he took the lead, with Daisy and Jane in the middle, and Thor bringing up the rear. As Leon had anticipated, they navigated through the terrain as if under a protective spell, encountering no formidable foes along the way. With each shot resulting in a headshot, they escaped the densely populated monster zone unscathed. Haha, we are nearly safe. This is the route we took to arrive here. We shall soon depart from this cursed place. Leon joyfully turned back to address his companions when suddenly, bang! The leading Leon collided with something, unleashing a surge of golden energy and sparks, rendering him unconscious. Chapter 92. The Trial of the Thunder God Before Losing Consciousness. Leon seemed to hear the voice of Mr. Star within him. You have brought the Thunder God out. How can he undergo his trial now? Best to take a brief rest. Leon, Leon, Leon. The three of them were taken aback. How could they have collided with an invisible wall of energy? Thor swung his hammer, relentlessly striking down the pursuing monsters, while Jin frantically attempted to hit the unseen energy barrier, searching for an escape. Daisy vigorously shook Leon, trying to rouse him, even resorting to her personality-reforming punch, but Leon showed no signs of waking. Hey, great hero, wake up! Seeing that Leon still had breath, but remained unconscious, Daisy abandoned her attempts to revive him and raised the handgun Leon had given her to assist Thor against the ever-increasing hordes of monsters. However, despair soon engulfed Daisy as her marksmanship, which had previously been impeccable, faltered. It wasn't that her skill had vanished, but rather that the luck that had been bestowed upon them had coalesced around Leon, shielding him in his unconscious state. It's over. Daisy felt as if they were doomed. Even Thor, who had been remarkably brave, fell victim to a monster bite. Blood streaming down his arm that held the hammer aloft. Water beasts, giant pythons, zombies, hounds with exposed flesh, and flying luminescent entities gradually encircled the four of them. Daisy clutched Leon and fired her weapon, finding that she could still achieve perfect accuracy, but her ammunition quickly dwindled. Thor, aren't you the god of thunder? Summon your divine friends for aid. Fear now threatened to bring her to tears. With a swift kick, Thor sent a fearsome hound flying. Discarding the hammer he had picked up, and seized a massive log measuring 2 or 3 meters in length. He shouted to the others, "There's a river to the right. Take Leon over there. Swimming across should lessen the number of monsters on that side. I'll hold them off. You must hurry. Daisy, you take Leon and go first. If we can awaken him, there might still be hope." Jin, pulling 2 guns from the inside of Leon's unconscious clothing, fired twice, though her shots did not find their marks. Nevertheless, they briefly deterred the monsters. You must survive. Daisy, drawing strength from an unknown source, hoisted Leon, a fully grown man, onto her back and sprinted toward the river on the right. The monsters, sensing their quarry was fleeing, lunged toward Daisy. Thor, witnessing this, swung the massive log at the pursuing creatures, blocking their advance. Jin took refuge behind Thor, firing rapidly to fend off the monsters that sought to grasp and bite him. The sound of gunfire ceased as Jin exhausted her ammunition. Discarding the now-hot handgun, she lifted the hammer Thor had thrown aside and swung it at the monsters. 2 zombies, fortuitously evading Thor, approached Jin from behind. One, with a bloodied hand, clutched her shoulder. In a panic, Jin swung the hammer backward, her strength inadequate to deliver a decisive blow. The hammer struck only the zombie's chest, becoming lodged in its ribs. After several failed attempts to free it, another zombie approached. Hearing Jin's scream amidst the chaos, Thor turned to see her ensnared by 2 zombies. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward. Too close to strike with his hammer, he swung his fist directly at the zombie's head. Jin, are you all right? Behind you, Thor, watch out. A serpent, resembling a cobra yet as thick as Thor's thigh, sank its fangs into Thor's shoulder. A troll plunged a knife into Thor's back, while a fiery-eyed skeleton clutched at his calf, trapping him beneath a mass of monsters. No, Thor, hold on, Jane cried, once more swinging her hammer in a desperate attempt to dislodge the creatures from Thor. Yet, the monsters seemed resolute in their determination to feast upon him, unwilling to relinquish their prize. Thor was on the brink of death, and Jane, in despair, collapsed onto the ground, ceasing her struggle. Amidst the throng of monsters, arcs of blue electricity danced, and the sky, shrouded by a protective barrier, darkened ominously. In an instant, a bolt of lightning, thicker than the serpent, descended and struck the energy shield. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. After the third bolt collided with the barrier, it finally succumbed to the onslaught, exploding into a cascade of luminous particles. The onslaught of lightning did not cease. It continued to fall, now targeting the ground where the energy shield had once stood. The thickest bolt struck the buried thunder god, Thor, while the remaining lightning indiscriminately ravaged the surrounding earth and forest. The more resilient monsters left imprints on the ground, while those less robust were instantly reduced to ash by the searing heat of the lightning. The only area untouched by the electric fury was where Jane had collapsed. All the monsters nearby lay slain. In his final moments, Thor completed his trial. "Jane, are you all right?" he asked, approaching her with a swift change of attire. Lifting her to her feet, Jane's body was marred with wounds of various sizes. Yet as she beheld Thor, reminiscent of a divine being, she momentarily forgot her pain and replied, "I'm fine." Although her injuries suggested otherwise, she would not perish in the near future. Thus, Thor declared, "Let us first seek out Daisy and Leon, and then I shall confront the source of these monsters." Meanwhile, Daisy, having momentarily transformed into a powerhouse, had finally carried Leon to the riverbank. Gazing at the expanse of water before her, Daisy, utterly fatigued, collapsed onto the ground alongside the unconscious Leon. Realizing the river was wider than anticipated, Daisy despaired, understanding that she could not possibly transport an unconscious person across. Perhaps she could awaken Leon with water. Lacking a container, she swiftly removed her coat, soaked it in the river, and placed it over Leon's face. It worked. To Daisy's astonishment, Leon, who had been motionless since his fainting, began to stir, his chest heaving with life. Suddenly, he erupted back to consciousness, yanking the wet coat from his head and gasping for air. "Who is torturing me?" he exclaimed, momentarily believing he was still A.S.H.A.L.D. agent captured and interrogated by foes. "You're finally awake. Hurry and save Jane and Thor," Daisy urged. "Huh? What are you talking about?" Leon was bewildered. "Quickly," Daisy exclaimed, but before she could finish her sentence, a bolt of lightning illuminated the night sky, accompanied by an unusual scent of grilled meat wafting through the air. "What's happening over there?" Daisy stammered to herself. Momentarily distracted, Leon recalled their precarious situation and exclaimed, "This scene resembles when Optimus Prime wields Mjolnir. Tony must have detected something amiss and sent Optimus to rescue us." The forest began to crackle ominously, prompting Leon to lower Daisy's body and whisper, "Stay still. There's something going on." Just then, Thor, clad in gleaming silver armor, emerged from the woods, cradling Jane in a princess carry. "Leon, you're awake." Amon strolled into an altar adorned with intricate patterns left by generations of supreme mages, designed to seal away the powers of the ancient gods beneath. The protective array above was on the verge of collapse, explaining the severe leakage of divine energy. Adjusting his monocle, Amon lightly tapped his left foot on the altar, causing the faltering array to disintegrate in an instant. The primal divine energy was no longer restrained, surging forth from its confines and obliterating the entire base. Chapter 93. Blind ignorance. The ground trembled violently. The Adirondack Mountains transformed into a colossal grave, as the deities imprisoned beneath broke free. A catastrophic earthquake swept through New York State, reverberating across the entire nation. Alarms from the United States Geological Survey, the White House, and the New York City government blared in unison to herald the arrival of these gods. In Nepal, at Kamar Taj, the Ancient One sensed the disturbance, setting down her teacup with a sigh. Could it not be a bit quieter? Meanwhile, Tony Stark at the Stark base in New York was occupied with outfitting the Autobots with flight devices, with the ambulance as his test subject. Suddenly, the ground and the entire base began to tremble violently. Tony, precariously balanced on a folding ladder, lost his footing and tumbled down with it. "Hey!" At that crucial moment, the ambulance steadied both Tony and the ladder. Regaining his balance, Tony couldn't help but curse. Damn it. How could New York experience such a massive earthquake? Did someone detonate a nuclear bomb underground in Manhattan? Sir, you might want to take a look at this. Jarvis appeared in the lab like a specter, projecting an image before Tony. The footage revealed a massive hand, the size of a mountain peak, emerging from the mountains, tearing them apart as unnameable entities squeezed through the fissures. Tony forced a smile. Huh? Jarvis, you better tell me this is a trailer for the latest Hollywood blockbuster. Apologies, sir, but this is genuine footage captured by satellites. The location is the Adirondack Mountains in New York State, and the earthquake sweeping through New York is a direct result of it. Data indicates simultaneous eruptions of earthquakes, volcanic activity, and tornadoes worldwide, with energy wavelengths similar to that of the creature, suggesting it may be responsible. Jarvis coldly shattered Tony's illusion. Damn it, what is happening now? Is this the apocalypse? After a furious outburst, Tony addressed Jarvis, saying, Jarvis, take me to the Marvel headquarters. I must seek out our superheroes. He then turned to the ambulance, commanding, Ambulance, contact Optimus Prime and tell them to cease their activities in Africa immediately. In an instant, Jarvis donned his suit, and together they plunged into the computer. The crimson and gold armor materialized in Klein's office, and Tony emerged, demanding, Where's Amon? Where's he run off to? Why are you still sipping tea? Are you unaware of the chaos unfolding? A colossal monster that can only be pixelated has emerged in the Adirondack Mountains, and global calamity is erupting. Klein Moretti set down his newspaper, his voice calm and unhurried. You are overly anxious. With the world on the brink of destruction, you accuse me of being hasty. Someone is already addressing the situation. We merely need to wait for the turbulence to subside. Someone is handling it. Who could act so swiftly? Tony questioned, astonished. The monster had only appeared moments ago, certainly less than 3 minutes. And who could have acted with such speed? It could not possibly be the United States government or SHIELD. Weren't you just inquiring about it? Klein rose, gazing through the window towards the Adirondacks. Amon, that fellow, isn't he the one who shirks responsibility? When did he become so proactive? In Tony's mind, Amon was merely a child with extraordinary powers, unlikely to engage in heroic deeds. Perhaps he relished battling monsters. Damn, why has this mountain split apart? Dodging falling rocks, Leon sprinted for his life. Just moments ago, without any warning, an earthquake struck, followed by the mountain cracking and landsliding. At last, the four reached a relatively safe haven. Thor addressed Leon, keep an eye on them. I shall confront the monster responsible for this calamity. Perhaps we should reconsider. That creature's finger is larger than your entire body. Thor, Leon cautioned, having witnessed the enormous hand that had emerged from the earth, which had torn the mountain asunder. Leon felt Thor's venture would be tantamount to seeking death. Thor laughed heartily, Leon, you underestimate me. Thor, the god of thunder. I have vanquished far greater beasts across the 9 realms, let alone this one. Yet your hammer is not here. You cannot wield your full strength, Leon remarked, a hint of guilt creeping in, as he had yet to inform Thor about the loss of Mjolnir. Strangely, I had just attempted to summon Mjolnir without a response. However, it matters not. I have awakened my true divine power, even without the hammer. I can defeat that monster. Upon finishing his statement, Thor raised the iron hammer he had retrieved from the cabin, arcs of electricity crackling around it, as it seemed to have been reforged into a divine weapon. This will suffice. Very well. Go ahead, just ensure you return alive. Seeing that he could not dissuade Thor, Leon relented, recognizing that Thor's prior display against the monster suggested he would not easily succumb to death. Brother, witness the true power of your god of thunder. Upon uttering these words, Thor cast his hammer into the air, and then, amidst the bewildered gaze of Lion, he awkwardly dashed to retrieve it. Was this an odd ritual of Asgard? In truth, it was merely Thor's habit. Mjolnir, the hammer, was capable of bearing him aloft, and he instinctively tossed it as if it were the very means of his flight. The ground had already caved in, leaving Amon suspended in the air, gazing down upon the grotesque deity below. After millions of years of accumulation, the divine powers of various ancient gods had fused together, blending their distinct essences into a singular whole, giving rise to a nascent consciousness. Although feeble, This amalgamation of ancient divine energy was on the cusp of becoming a true ancient god. It appeared that in a few centuries, it would indeed reach that status. Amon calculated the time required for this monster to ascend to divinity, pondering whether Earth would even exist by then, given the manifold calamities that befall the Marvel Universe. Monster, return to the Earth, Amon commanded, observing with curiosity as Thor, brimming with righteous fury, raised his hammer and charged towards the fingers of the ancient god, leaving a trail of sparks and lightning in his wake. Under the flickering arcs of electricity, Thor struck the ancient deity with his hammer, yet to no avail. Countless eyes of various creatures bore witness, as Thor relentlessly hammered away, but the ancient god's fingers merely quivered slightly, as if weary of the incessant irritation from mere insects. The ancient god seized the god of thunder and hurled him towards the horizon. Once again, Thor soared through the sky alongside his hammer. With Thor's disruption, the ancient god shattered the constraints that bound it. An indescribable head emerged from the mountains, followed by a humanoid form, and then countless legs, showcasing every type of limb from Earth's myriad creatures. What an abomination! Amon's assessment of the monster's appearance was unequivocal, verging on repulsive. Such ugliness ought not to be revealed. With a swift gesture, Amon conjured forth a long and used, chilling mask into his hand. The mask of the fool was unique, as he slowly donned the eerie visage. A wave of chaos swept through the thoughts of all living beings in the world, forcibly dulling their intellect in that fleeting moment. The effect was most pronounced in the Adirondack Mountains, where all the deities forgot their escape and stood frozen, babbling mindlessly. Amon adjusted his monocle, and in an instant, the satellites observing this scene aged dramatically, becoming naught but useless debris. Time itself could be siphoned from these satellites. They recorded images they could not endure, becoming tainted. This pollution was not limited to living beings, but affected all matter. Those satellites, now corrupted, would soon transmit a deluge of tainted information to the Earth, heralding a terrifying bioweapon crisis, perhaps even more dire than before. Amon retracted the frigid mask from his visage, having just employed the singular authority of the fool to enforce a state of blind folly upon the grotesque old deity. In this moment of temporary bewilderment, the ancient god was rendered incapable of resistance, entirely at Amon's mercy. "This is a special gift I brought all the way from Russia for you," Amon proclaimed as he produced a matryoshka doll, suspending it in midair. His thumbs and index fingers formed a rectangular frame around the doll. Then, with a flourish, he separated his hands diagonally, causing the space between his fingers to expand, and the doll within the frame grew larger, increasingly exaggerated until it towered above the mountains. "I hope you enjoy your new home." Amon's own form began to swell, as the mountains lay prostrate beneath him. Grasping the immense matryoshka doll, he lifted the grotesque old god and placed it within the open doll. Having completed this task, Amon and the doll transformed, returning to their normal dimensions. The matryoshka in his hands trembled, a sign of the old god's struggles. "A delightful gift for you," Amon chuckled softly, extracting a shard of crystal capable of reflecting varied images, adorned with multiple facets. He shattered the crystal and embedded the fragments into the matryoshka. The doll fell silent, resting peacefully in Amon's grip, resembling an exquisite piece of art. Mission accomplished. Just before departing, Amon had a sudden thought. He waved at the myriad of monsters surrounding the mountains. They instantly froze and crumpled to the ground, rendered motionless as their spiritual threads were violently severed by Amon's will.